Upon acquiring the system, Hu Yang resolutely resigned from his position and embarked on a journey into the realm of antique appraisal live streaming. By completing various system tasks, he garnered numerous rewards, gradually enhancing his capabilities. Chapter 1. Live Streaming on Taobao. Hu Yang faced his astonished friend with a nonchalant expression, choosing not to delve too deeply into the reasoning behind his resignation. In truth, had it not been for an extraordinary encounter prior, he would have been reluctant to leave. After all, his previous job boasted an impressive salary and excellent benefits, a position many envied. His friend, sitting across from him, could hardly believe it. After a moment of stunned silence, he inquired, "Are you serious?" As Hu Yang's closest university companion, he was acutely aware of how coveted Hu Yang's job truly was, nearly $20,000 a month with minimal strain. "I couldn't tolerate the atmosphere in state-owned enterprises. I wanted to explore a different path," Hu Yang stated earnestly. "Were your parents not concerned?" Zhang Yihua pressed. He knew that job was likely arranged by Hu Yang's family otherwise. It would be implausible for someone fresh out of university to land such a prestigious position. Hu Yang shrugged. How could they not be? He had been thoroughly chastised by his superiors, to the point where he hesitated to even turn on his phone that day. "It was a scolding, but it's no big deal," he replied dismissively. Zhang Yihua clicked his tongue. Secretly envious children from affluent families could afford to be so carefree. Meanwhile, his own job paid a meager $6,000 a month, where he was routinely belittled. Yet he dutifully continued, too fearful to contemplate resignation. "What are your plans now?" Zhang Yihua inquired further. Hu Yang, feeling no need to conceal much, disclosed, "I have a bit of an interest in antiques. I plan to venture into that field." Zhang Yihua was taken aback. Antiques? He was somewhat aware of the recent surge in antique collecting, which had ignited a fervor in society, causing the value of various collectibles to skyrocket, with substantial profits to be made. However, it was rumored that the market was fraught with pitfalls. Even experts could make costly mistakes. During their university days, Hu Yang had been a member of the Antique Association, but the extent of his expertise remained a mystery. "Do you have sufficient funds?" Zhang Yihua questioned. If he had that kind of capital, it would be wiser to start a small business. It would carry more prestige. After all, being addressed as boss is far less risky than dealing with antiques. Hu Yang understood his friend's concerns and chuckled. Engaging with antiques isn't as highbrow as you might think. Wealthy individuals have their methods, but those with less means can find their own way. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yihua asked, "What does your family think about your decision?" Hu Yang was aware of whom his friend referred to and fell silent for a moment. Eventually, he confessed, "We had a fight. We broke up." To his surprise, his girlfriend had reacted vehemently upon hearing about his resignation and his plans for antiques. When she realized Hu Yang was steadfast in his decision, the outcome was inevitable. Zhang Yihua paused, momentarily stunned, before deftly changing the subject. After conversing for a while, understanding that Hu Yang was resolute, Zhang Yihua ceased his attempts to persuade him, concluding that perhaps a taste of reality would serve him. Well, bidding farewell to Zhang Yihua, Hu Yang made his way to the old goods market on Huxin Road, a place renowned for its authentic antique atmosphere. Although everyone knew the prevalence of counterfeit goods, they still flocked there for the excitement. Upon arriving at the market, Hu Yang activated the live stream he had recently set up. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Just days earlier, a treasure appraisal system had suddenly appeared in his mind, providing him with the confidence to resign. Such systems were typically the hallmark of protagonists. Without one, it felt almost disingenuous to claim the role. With this extraordinary turn of events, it would have been foolish for Hu Yang to cling to his previous job. He inquired once more within his mind. Surely there are no beginner gift packages or similar benefits. The system, weary of his repetitive questioning, muted him for 3 minutes. Hu Yang's lips twitched as he realized he was dealing with a temperamental system, feeling a mix of resignation and humor. While others received starter packs, he was left with mere tasks. Was he perhaps stuck with a subpar system? Moments later, a deep crimson warning flashed on the screen, reminding him that his beginner task would expire in 1 day. This so-called beginner task required Hu Yang to conduct a live treasure hunt, successfully uncovering a hidden gem and achieving 100 followers. He spent an entire day contemplating the intricacies of the platform's live streaming, recognizing that reaching 100 followers in a single day was a challenging feat for many streamers. Discovering such an opportunity, Hu Yang was determined not to let it slip away. Enlisting the help of a prominent streamer was simple enough. A few gifts and some rapport would pave the way for cooperation. To that end, he had spent several thousand yuan on gifts for a female streamer the previous day. She readily agreed to collaborate, promising to help boost his follower count. Hu Yang began by naming his streaming channel, understanding the importance of an eye-catching title. Shocking. Hu Ge will help you earn over 10,000 daily. After launching the stream, it took less than 5 minutes for the viewer count to reach several hundred. However, He knew well that these figures were artificially inflated by the platform. Next, Hu Yang reached out to the female streamer, Wei Wei, who boasted over 100,000 followers. Hugo, I'm currently in a PK. Can we connect in 2 minutes? She replied. Seeing her message, Hu Yang reassured her, no rush. Take your time, but he then filled the silence in his stream with idle chatter. But the chat remained eerily quiet, revealing that the hundreds of viewers were likely bots, an unfortunate reality for streamers. Wei Wei did not leave him hanging once her PK concluded. She quickly joined his stream. Given that Hu Yang had generously showered her with gifts, she felt inclined to accommodate him. Though she knew he had ulterior motives, it was merely a small favor for her. Having noticed the title of his stream, she inwardly scoffed, finding it rather kitsch and lacking originality, already overused by many. Nevertheless, her curiosity was piqued. How could he possibly earn over 10,000 a day? Despite being a top-tier streamer, accumulating that much in gifts daily was no small feat during low-traffic periods. Even a few thousand could be considered a success. Wow, I didn't expect Hu Gu to be such a handsome guy. Are you doing an outdoor stream? Wei Wei remarked, taken aback upon seeing Hu Yang for the first time. Hu Yang chuckled. Hello, Wei Wei. Hello, everyone. Since we're live, I must ensure my appearance meets your expectations, right? As he spoke, the viewer count surged to 2,000, and Hu Yang felt reassured that his investment had not gone to waste. His words elicited laughter from the audience, primarily composed of Wei Wei's fans who had witnessed his generous spending the previous day and recognized him as a generous individual. Now he appeared to be a tall, rich, and handsome figure, exuding charm and humor. Consequently, without waiting for Hu Yang or Wei Wei to solicit follows, many viewers instinctively clicked the follow button. Holding his phone, Hu Yang slowly turned around, capturing the surrounding environment. Indeed, today's stream is outdoors. Does anyone recognize this place? Quickly, a viewer commented, oh, so Hu Gu is in Yangcheng. This seems like the old goods market on Huxin Road, not far from my home. Local residents of Yangcheng? Affluent individuals. Indeed, no wonder they are so generous. Hugo, is it true that you earn over 10,000 a day? Ha! Is Hu Gu perhaps a member of the UC Shock department? In less than a minute, the number of followers surged to 100. Hu Yang smiled, glancing at the system in his mind, realizing that he had fulfilled the task requirements. Next, he simply needed to guide everyone to seize a good deal. Finding a bargain is not overly complicated, but largely depends on whether it is a substantial or minor opportunity. In the antique market, the vast majority of items are counterfeit. However, for those collectibles that lack significant value, faking them is often unnecessary, as the profit margins do not justify the effort. Everyone, please give Hu Gu some support, Wei Wei suggested. This was a promise made earlier, a simple request that posed no challenge. Thank you all for your support. Whether or not you send gifts is inconsequential. I do not rely on gifts to make a living, so feel free to engage as you wish. As you can see before me is a second-hand market, which is essentially an antique market, though over 90% of its contents are replicas. Today, I aim to teach you how to shop wisely. I believe you're all familiar with antiques with a discerning eye. Making over 10,000 a day is quite achievable. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. They had not anticipated that this handsome streamer was involved with antiques, which explained his lavish spending and his assertion that he did not rely on gifts for sustenance. The prominent streamer Wei Wei's eyes sparkled. She had initially thought he was merely another streamer who bought followers for a few thousand yuan, ultimately just another peer in the industry. Now, it seemed he could potentially become a valuable supporter. Of course, there were skeptics. The streamer is so young, how can he be knowledgeable about antiques? Surely, he must have paid a hefty tuition fee. Paying tuition is a colloquial term in the antique trade, referring to the costly mistakes made by inexperienced buyers in many people's minds. Antique enthusiasts are typically older and more experienced. Someone is youthful, as Hu Yang seems rather untrustworthy. All right, everyone, please quiet down. Since I dare to broadcast my bargain hunting, I must have my reasons, otherwise I would be embarrassing myself in front of so many people. Now, let us embark on our journey. I may not pay much attention to your comments for a while, and things may get a bit dull, so those eager to learn, please stay tuned. This live streaming of treasure hunting might be a first for their platform. Many viewers were encountering such a streamer for the very first time, finding it quite intriguing. For many, the concept of antiques feels somewhat distant, shrouded in mystery. Without further ado, Hu Yang strode confidently into the second-hand market. Chapter 2. The Proliferation of Counterfeits. Regardless of whether the host is boasting or possesses genuine expertise, the audience is undeniably captivated and eager to continue watching. Should the host truly possess the skill to appraise antiques, it would be a delightful opportunity for the viewers to expand their knowledge. Conversely, if the host is merely a bluster, witnessing their public humiliation would also provide amusement. Those who tune into the live broadcast are inherently drawn to the spectacle. And such occurrences are not to be missed. As the camera panned by Hu Yang, the viewers were finally introduced to the so-called antique market, bustling with numerous stalls, frequented predominantly by older patrons who leisurely browsed the displays. The stall owners exhibited a similar nonchalance, refraining from the boisterous sales pitches typical of street vendors. However, upon Hu Yang's arrival, the audience could distinctly observe a shift in the demeanor of the nearby vendors, their expressions subtly revealing thoughts of easy pickings or foolish buyers. The proprietor of the first stall maintained a degree of decorum, not actively soliciting business. Noticing a young person lingering at his display, he finally greeted him. "Feel free to take a look. Can I handle it?" Hu Yang inquired. The audience instantly recognized the professionalism in his question. Such inquiries are uncommon among laypersons and typically arise from those within the industry who are cautious of potential disputes. After all, certain antiques cannot be handled directly, as the sweat from one's hands could adversely affect specific items. Thus, it is customary for appraisers to don white gloves. Some unscrupulous vendors may exploit this fact, coercing buyers into purchasing items once they have been touched. In truth, few dare to buy items that cannot be handled, for not everyone possesses the keen eyesight required to discern authenticity through mere observation. For many from the older generation, visiting antique markets transcends mere shopping. It is a cherished tradition rooted in years of mutual exchange. The opportunity to see and physically engage with artifacts, even without the intent to purchase, is a source of enjoyment. The stall owner hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Sure, but please handle it with care. If it gets damaged, you'll have to compensate." "Of course. By the way, I'm also live streaming this, if you don't mind." The stall owner then noticed the young man's phone. Being of an older generation, he hadn't quite kept pace with modern trends, and the concept of live streaming was somewhat unfamiliar to him, prompting a puzzled inquiry. "Is this a recording?" Such a question caused him some trepidation, as he was aware that few items on his stall were authentic, and the entire antique market contained even fewer genuine pieces. Exposure like this could prove detrimental. "It's not a recording. It's simply that others can view the whole process online," Hu Yang clarified. After all, the necessity to interact with the audience could not remain concealed from the stall owner. It was better to be forthright from the outset to avoid complications. "Rest assured, they are merely spectators, not troublemakers," Hu Yang added. After a moment's hesitation, the elderly vendor spoke up. "Can you blur my face? I don't want to attract unwanted attention." Upon hearing the exchange between the host and the vendor, and witnessing the host's bewildered expression, the audience erupted in laughter, suddenly finding the vendor rather endearing. "How could one blur a live stream? Incredible. The stall owner actually knows about blurring," they chuckled. Hu Yang was left utterly flabbergasted. "Cool. Everyone, let's collectively apply a mosaic filter." "Ahem. As long as I don't take your picture, everything should be fine, right?" Hu Yang felt a twinge of frustration. The vendor sighed in relief. That's good. Hu Yang squatted down and first picked up a 7-layer copper pagoda, palm-sized and 20 centimeters tall, which at first glance appeared exquisitely crafted, resembling a work of art. This sort of item is familiar to many. Copper artifacts, or more specifically, bronze artifacts, are a popular category of collectibles. Bronze has a history of several thousand years in our country, existing since the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. The exact number of bronze artifacts in China is impossible to quantify. Some have estimated that, merely counting those with inscriptions, over 10,000 pieces have been unearthed from the Han Dynasty to the present day. When including those without inscriptions, the total is staggering to contemplate. As Hu Yang examined the item, he provided an explanation. This copper pagoda, also known as a 7-layer stupa, typically features windows on layers 3 and above, with the others housing niches for Buddha statues adorned with vivid reliefs of arhats. The first 4 layers are dedicated to the 4 revered bodhisattvas, Ksitigarbha, Avalokiteshvara, Samantabhadra, and Manjushri, while the upper 3 layers honor the 3 Buddhas, Vaisajaguru, Shakyamuni, and Amitabha. Hu Yang brought the item closer to the camera, enabling the audience to see it more clearly. After showcasing it for a moment, he set the copper pagoda down. The majority of viewers were perplexed. Is that it? Judging by the host's demeanor, it seemed he had already concluded that it was a replica. Consequently, someone in the chat inquired about the situation. Given that the vendor was present, Hu Yang could not openly declare the item a counterfeit. He had already conveyed what was necessary. Yet, some astute viewers pieced together the context and assisted Hu Yang in clarifying. Didn't the host just mention that the first 4 layers are supposed to feature the 4 bodhisattvas? However, the depicted pagoda only showcased Shakyamuni, which is a definitive indication of its inauthenticity. Indeed, the host was merely sparing the vendor's feelings by not exposing the truth directly. This seems to be an unwritten rule, right? Even if one recognizes a forgery, one cannot speak it aloud. Though perplexing, it was enlightening. Clearly, the host possessed some knowledge. Without a modicum of skill, who would dare to venture into such waters? Hu Yang then picked up a piece of jade carving, a moth only 3 fingers wide, seemingly covered in earthy rust, as if it had just been excavated from a tomb, indicating its age. Without further explanation from the host, everyone understood that this was the fabled ancient jade, and whether it was artificially aged would depend on the host's appraisal. The earthy rust results from prolonged burial in damp soil, where the glaze accumulates hardened earth and the white ants in the soil create nests on the artifact, leaving behind a tenacious residue. Hu Yang rubbed the earthy rust with his hand, and the audience observed his thumb pick up some discoloration, prompting him to set the ancient jade aside. Without need for further commentary, the audience comprehended that it was a counterfeit. Genuine earthy rust is the result of centuries, if not millennia, of natural processes and cannot simply be wiped away with a few strokes. Many viewers in the live stream expressed their admiration, gaining a more vivid understanding of the industry's deceptions and beginning to appreciate the host's expertise in artifact appraisal. It was clear that he was not merely boasting. Some spectators generously offered gifts, despite the host's assertion that he did not rely on such tokens for sustenance. However, the leaderboard displayed a rather disheartening absence of contributions. Wei Wei presented Hu Yang with a castle worth 500 yuan, a gesture she deemed as an initial investment. Subsequently, Hu Yang skillfully unveiled flaws in over 10 antiquities, astonishing the audience with his keen insight. This experience illuminated the profound depths of this trade, as not a single genuine item was found amidst a sea of counterfeits. The pursuit of treasures resembled a daunting search through shifting sands. Moreover, what was initially perceived as a challenging endeavor proved surprisingly straightforward. In truth, the public had underestimated the sophistication of such street market forgeries. Given that these items were inherently inexpensive, the cost of producing high-quality fakes simply did not justify the effort. Therefore, Hu Yang showcased only those pieces with conspicuous flaws, making it easy for attentive observers equipped with a modicum of antiquities knowledge to discern the truth. Are there no suitable items? The vendor inquired, a hint of reluctance in his tone as he noted Hu Yang's rising stature. Hu Yang gently shook his head, indicating that nothing appealing had caught his eye. With that, the vendor's enthusiasm waned, and he ceased to engage further. Upon leaving the stall, Hu Yang glanced at the live stream. Where the follower count was nearing 500, his collaboration with Wei Wei had concluded, yet many viewers remained captivated by his presence. Accustomed to various forms of live streaming, numerous viewers found Hu Yang's antiquities appraisal intriguing, appreciating the knowledge they were gaining. They had anticipated a dull experience, but were pleasantly surprised by the entertainment value. Although the host spoke sparingly and often exuded an air of quiet intensity, he undeniably held their attention. His content was rich and substantive, in stark contrast to other hosts who merely sang or danced, leading viewers to quickly lose interest. "I've learned so much. I've already followed you. Keep up the good work," one viewer exclaimed. "I'd like to extend my gratitude to those who recently gifted, especially Wei Wei, for her support. The art of collecting is a profound discipline. While today may have seemed effortless, we have yet to encounter true fakes. In the future, when you venture into treasure hunting, exercise caution to avoid falling prey to deception. Here, SA tip. Refrain from purchasing expensive items. Even if you do end up with a counterfeit, the financial loss will be minimal. A few hundred or even a few dozen yuan lost can merely be regarded as a lesson learned," Hu Yang advised. He did not extend thanks to each individual who gifted, as he had no intention of pressuring anyone for contributions. The absence of such expectations fostered a relaxed atmosphere among his viewers, unlike other hosts who incessantly urge their audience to engage in competitive gifting, often making the experience uncomfortable. "All right, let us proceed to the next stall, hoping for better fortune today in uncovering treasures," Hu Yang declared. The next vendor, having observed Hu Yang's previous performance, was less enthusiastic, mistakenly assuming he was merely an inexperienced novice, unaware of Hu Yang's serious intent, which made it somewhat challenging to deceive him. The vendor lamented internally. Business is becoming increasingly difficult. Hu Yang, however, dismissed these thoughts with a slight smirk. The audience in the live broadcast burst into laughter. Just moments ago, the host was right beside them. How could they be oblivious to the situation? The elderly gentleman had not inquired about the price at all. How could there be any notion of it being too expensive? That miserly uncle is quite the rascal. One cannot trust a word he utters. Chapter 3. A Stir of Chaos. Hu Yang paid no heed to the vendor's self-aggrandizing chatter. In this line of work, one must never believe the seller's words, as they are often fabricated. One must remain aware, for once one becomes entangled in the seller's tales, there is a high likelihood of falling into a pit. Maintaining his composure, he observed for a while before inquiring, "What is the price?" Upon hearing the price inquiry, the vendor was overjoyed. He feared not being deemed too expensive, but rather feared that the buyer might not ask at all. Those who inquire about the price typically harbor an intention to purchase. The audience in the live stream felt a slight jolt of excitement, aware that the drama was about to unfold. Not much, this figure. The vendor held up 2 fingers. 20? Hu Yang shot a sidelong glance at the vendor. Who would have thought the host would declare 20? The vendor's expression instantly fell. What joke? 20 yuan wouldn't even suffice to buy a pair of undergarments nowadays. 2,000. That's excessive. Beyond 1,000, I see no reason to come to a place like this in search of treasures. Hu Yang spoke the truth. Most items in such secondhand markets are pitfalls. Everyone is well aware that if something is excessively priced, there is no need to gamble in such a place. 900? This is bloodstone. The vendor lowered his price by 100. The audience in the live stream quickly awakened to the situation, yet confusion lingered. If there were already inconsistencies, why continue the purchase? Knowing it was a pitfall, why leap into it? The vendor chuckled awkwardly, for he too was somewhat clueless and could not discern the authenticity of the bloodstone. 100 is certainly out of the question. How about 500? It cannot be any lower. Then you may keep it. For 500, I could procure a piece of genuine bloodstone of lesser quality. Upon hearing this, the vendor realized that this young man possessed some knowledge, at least enough to understand the market trends. Clenching his teeth, he lowered his price by another 100. All right then, 200. Should I suffer a loss? I'll consider it a lesson learned. As they watched the host skillfully negotiate, reducing the price from 2,000 down to 3 or 200, many viewers in the live stream were enlightened. If it were them, they would likely only cut the price in half. Would they dare to be as ruthless as the host? 300. Below that, I shall keep it. Hu Yang scrutinized the vendor's expression and recognized that this was his bottom line, allowing a smile to emerge. Very well, then, 300 it is. He then extracted 300 yuan from his wallet and handed it over. Seeing the hefty stack of cash, the vendor felt a pang of regret. He should have held firm on the price. The audience in the live stream witnessed this scene and erupted into laughter. Some questioned whether it was fair to haggle so aggressively, considering the vendor's struggles to set up his stall, while others noted how freely the host had just gifted thousands to the female streamer. There will always be contrarians. Hu Yang interjected, "Do not underestimate these stall holders, elderly gentlemen. Their income can easily surpass that of office-dwelling white-collar workers. Moving forward, when treasure hunting in such places, one must always negotiate. Ignore those who proclaim prices in the thousands." The carvings were likely added later, yet this piece of bloodstone is genuine and worth this price, Hu Yang concluded. He shared knowledge with everyone about the 3 treasures of seal stones: bloodstone, Hetian Huangshi, and Qingtian lanternstone. The red scene in bloodstone is primarily composed of cinnabar. When classified by origin, bloodstone can be divided into 3 major categories: Zhonghua bloodstone, Balan bloodstone, and bloodstone from other regions. This particular piece is believed to be from Zhonghua. I noticed some friends mentioned that Guilin also produces bloodstone. Indeed, Guilin bloodstone is known for its rich colors, predominantly red, and it also features the white of Hatian jade and the green of jadeite. On the other hand, the value of bloodstone increases with the vibrancy of its red hue. The more vivid the red, the greater its collectible worth. Thus, in recent years, Guilin bloodstone has become highly sought after by discerning collectors. The quality of bloodstone is primarily judged by the quantity of the red markings. If the red is less than 10%, it is considered average. Between 10 and 30%, it is of medium quality. More than 30% is classified as high-end, while over 70% is exceedingly rare. As Hu Yang spoke, he showcased the piece of bloodstone he had in hand. It was indeed a high-end item, acquired for a mere 300 yuan. Surely, the host made a substantial profit. Someone in the live chat inquired about its worth, a question that piqued the interest of many viewers. Watching the live stream, aside from acquiring knowledge, they were keen to see how much the host could gain from his finds. As Hu Yang pondered over how to appraise it, considering both the material and the artistry of the carving, he hesitated to provide a precise valuation. Before he could distance himself, the vendor, overhearing their conversation, displayed an expression of regret. He could not help but remind the elderly man, "He bought it from me for 300 yuan. The elderly man smiled, nodding in acknowledgement, then turned to Hu Yang and offered, "I'll give you 1,000 to make it an even number." Many in the live stream were astonished, exclaiming about the exorbitant profits in antiques. Today, they were witnessing it firsthand. The price had tripled in the blink of an eye. No wonder the host claimed daily earnings surpassing 10,000. Such ease was remarkable. However, Hu Yang shook his head, stating, "You wouldn't acquire this piece for less than 10,000 yuan." At this revelation, the vendor turned pale, and the audience erupted in disbelief. They had watched him acquire it for 300 yuan, only to discover it was worth over 10,000. A stunning realization that ignited a desire in many to venture out and seek their own treasures. Goodness, the host is on the verge of making over 10,000. How terrifying. Yet, it seemed reasonable, as antiques themselves are luxury items. After all, a designer handbag can cost several thousands. There's also an antique street not far from my home. Perhaps I shall venture out for luck. Additionally, he successfully received a task reward, a pair of beginner treasure-seeking goggles that can determine the age of an item. Although its function is singular for Hu Yang, being able to ascertain the age of an object is quite impressive. The value of antiques is often closely tied to their age. When one can discern that an item is several hundred years old, one at least knows it is an antique. Its monetary value requires a multifaceted evaluation. Without hesitation, Hu Yang immediately accepted the reward. Thus, he pressed on, inquiring, "How much would it take for you to part with it?" The vendor, the elderly man, and the viewers in the live stream all held their breath, eagerly awaiting Hu Yang's next words. Hu Yang, not particularly adept at valuation, pondered for a moment before speaking. Would 50,000 be acceptable? The stall owner widened his eyes, perceiving that this young man was indeed asking for a king's ransom. A stark contrast to the meager sum he had just secured, 350,000? Who would pay such a sum, even if it were worth that much? There would be no profit margin left for others. The audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. This was a staggering markup of over 100 times. However, the elderly man's response left them speechless. Upon hearing the offer, the old man immediately nodded with a smile. 50,000 is fine. Goodness, this was beyond belief. How could one earn over 10,000 a day like this? The profit was simply outrageous. I must head out soon. Such is the world of the affluent. Poverty has indeed limited my perceptions. Oh, what do you mean? The sculptor has an impressive background? Hu Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes, eliciting laughter from the live stream audience. As they witnessed the host's rapid earnings, their emotions became complex. Many felt a sense of satisfaction at his misfortune. Zhu Yongtai. I see. No wonder, Hu Yang explained to his viewers. Zhu Yongtai was a renowned jade carver during the Qianlong era, hailing from Suzhou. The artistry of carving in our country is primarily exceptional in regions like Suzhou and Yangzhou, which have produced numerous celebrated jade sculptors. Without further ado, let us proceed. The recent scene had caught the attention of many in the antique market, leading several stall owners to gain a preliminary understanding of the young man's capabilities. He seemed to have an eye for quality, but lacked experience. Otherwise, he would not have been outsmarted by the elderly gentleman. Chapter 4. Side Quest. The friends in the live stream finally grasped the host's earlier remark. I don't rely on your gifts for sustenance. With such skill, who would concern themselves with trivial tokens of appreciation? If they were in his position, they would be equally nonchalant. Consequently, the audience realized that the host genuinely intended to impart knowledge rather than profit from them. Huazai, a viewer who had previously mentioned living near the antique market on Huxin Road, felt a pang of envy upon witnessing Hu Gu earn several tens of thousands in under half an hour. After some contemplation, he grabbed his money bag and hurried out. On his way, he commented in the live stream, expressing his intent to seek out Hu Gu and learn a thing or two, hoping to latch onto his success. If Hu Gu could offer some guidance, it would be the best scenario possible, he stated. The audience could only envy him. They were far from Yangsheng and thus distant from the host, left with only admiration. It was evident that the host possessed significant talent. And if that individual were to strike it rich alongside him, that would be something extraordinary. At this moment, the system promptly issued an immediate side quest, offering a reward of 100 points of mental strength. His own mental strength was only 50, and examining an item's age would deduct 1 mental point. Should his mental strength drop below 10, he would faint. If it fell below 5, he would face life-threatening danger. Thus, it was clear that his mental strength allowed him to examine no more than 40 items. Naturally, the more mental strength one possesses, the better. Acceptance of a side quest was not mandatory, but given the reward, Hu Yang would not decline. The task was to assist a viewer in uncovering a hidden gem. It seems that Hu Yang is keen to assist the nearby Huazai, who is hurrying over. He occasionally glances at the live stream situation. Thus, he cheerfully remarked, "While I cannot guarantee wealth will follow, Our meeting is indeed serendipitous, and we can exchange ideas. Observing that the host did not decline to lend a hand, the audience's fondness for Hua Zai grew immensely, as they harbored envy for this nearby individual, an opportunity for prosperity. It is not merely about earning thousands like the host. Even a modest sum of 1,000 or so would be welcome, considering many earn merely a few thousand monthly. As Hua Zai made his way over, these words ignited a greater excitement within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. In no time, he arrived at the flea market and instantly spotted Hu Yang. Raising his hand in greeting, "Brother Hu, I am Hua Zai. It is a pleasure to see you." Upon his approach, Hu Yang shook his hand, saying, "Delighted to meet you. What line of work are you in?" The audience in the live stream took note of Hua Zai's appearance, approximately 24 or 25 years old, wearing spectacles. Somewhat slender and appearing a tad awkward, yet his smile was endearing. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Hua Zai replied, "I graduated several months ago and am still on the job hunt. Since I attended a vocational college, opportunities are scarce. After an internship, I was let go after 3 months and have been searching ever since. My family hasn't pressured me. They understand the stress of job hunting and tend to avoid the topic at home." Hu Yang refrained from commenting, opting to shift the conversation to spare Hua Zai any discomfort. "Let's continue watching. You might find something that catches your eye. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions, but refrain from inquiring about prices indiscriminately," Hu Yang advised. "Understood. That is the protocol," Hua Zai acknowledged. Hu Yang smiled and shook his head. This isn't quite a strict rule, but when one asks about prices, it can become awkward if they do not intend to purchase. He added, "The connection one feels is often crucial. Some individuals possess a remarkable intuition. For novices, relying on instinct is typically the way to go." Hua Zai comprehended the importance of not squandering opportunities. Although others had agreed to assist in appraising items, he understood the need for discretion, realizing that incessantly asking questions could become bothersome. Taking heed, Hua Zai cautiously inquired if he could handle an item before doing so. In truth, at such stalls, it is generally permissible to touch items even without gloves. He did not wander far, choosing instead to search for appealing artifacts near Hu Yang. The array of antiques at the stall was dazzling, with many items whose names Hua Zai could not recall. Hu Yang, rather than hastily seeking his own treasures, observed Hua Zai as he picked up a porcelain bowl. Porcelain is among the most sought-after collectibles. China is its birthplace, and the invention of porcelain is a magnificent contribution of the Chinese civilization to global culture. Porcelain has been produced since before the Tang dynasty, but truly flourished during the Song dynasty. By that era, renowned porcelain and kilns were widespread throughout much of China, marking the peak of the porcelain industry. The Ruguan, Gujun, and Ding kilns were famously known as the 5 great kilns of the Song dynasty. Hu Yang addressed the audience, stating, "For those delving into ancient porcelain, beginners should ideally start with shards rather than whole pieces, as the intricacies involved are quite profound." He encouraged everyone to consult authoritative books and catalogs, urging them to study theoretical knowledge to solidify their foundational understanding, observing tangible artifacts, and frequently visiting museums to comprehend the essence, form, glaze, clay, and decorative motifs of genuine pieces can gradually enhance one's ability to discern and appreciate their intricacies. Museums, however, only allow viewing through glass, akin to scratching an itch through boots. Thus, they present certain limitations in grasping microscopic features. To remedy this, one must handle porcelain specimens directly. In a marketplace, one should remain skeptical of the seller's enchanting tales and avoid succumbing to greed. Many individuals mistakenly believe that acquiring a modicum of theoretical knowledge and practical experience equips them to uncover hidden treasures in the market, a notion that almost invariably leads to disappointment. Just as this was articulated, the sound of a vendor boasting nearby caught attention. "Brother, this is a Ming Dynasty famille rose porcelain. Be gentle, hold it steady. This treasure has been passed down through my family for generations. I've heard that my uncle was once a steward for a prestigious family centuries ago, and this piece was a gift honoring the hard work of my ancestors. Recently, my uncle needs a substantial sum for surgery, and I have no choice but to assist in finding a buyer." The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter as they listened to the vendor's earnest storytelling. Hu Yang approached, and the crowd could finally see the porcelain bowl, a mere palm-sized, pristine piece adorned with a floral pattern symbolizing prosperity, inscribed with the characters for wealth and fortune. However, upon hearing the vendor's exaggerated claims, Hua Zai had already set the bowl down, realizing that such a family heirloom would undoubtedly come with a hefty price tag, making it unnecessary to continue inspecting it. He possessed the wisdom to know his own financial limits. The vendor, suddenly silenced, quickly realized that the young man had been intimidated. Hu Yang remained silent, opting instead to type a message. The flaws in that porcelain bowl are glaring. Who can identify them? Speak up, and I shall reward you with a private jet. A private jet costs 20,000 coins, equivalent to 200 yuan. Although players cannot withdraw cash, they can use it to support other streamers, which remains enticing. Upon seeing Hu Yang's message, the audience focused intently on the bowl. It wasn't too long before someone recognized the flaw. A user named RDE commented, "The characters enter in simplified script, which only emerged in modern times." Clearly, this is not a treasure from the Ming Dynasty. Upon reading this, other viewers also realized the oversight, lamenting why they hadn't spotted such an obvious flaw sooner. 20,000 coins. Hu Yang nodded slightly, not lingering on the point. With a generous balance in his account, he promptly gifted RDE a private jet. Such activities will become commonplace, primarily aimed at honing the audience's discernment and attention to detail, Hu Yang explained. Well then, the audience beamed with joy. Recognizing that this streamer was not merely in pursuit of profit, he was willing to invest in knowledge dissemination. Consequently, admiration for the host surged, as all selfless acts garnered goodwill from the community. In a dormitory of a certain school, a male student nestled in his bed, elated to receive a private jet. He had only recently engaged with live streaming and had been watching for several days without spending any money, primarily due to financial constraints. Unlike others who might recklessly spend 9 out of 10 yuan, leaving only 1 for sustenance, he found such extravagance beyond his means. However, he too has his favorite streamers. After watching them for a while, he feels a twinge of guilt for not showing his support, especially when he sees them singing until their voices grow hoarse. Today, he stumbled into Hu Yang's live stream and found it quite engaging, learning a great deal in the process. When he noticed the porcelain bowl, something felt amiss. But once the host mentioned a reward of a private jet, he quickly became attentive and soon identified the underlying issue. At last, he had some coins to play with, transforming his status from a mere commoner. Of course, he would only receive half of the 20,000 coins, but that would still enable him to support his favorite female streamer. After all, he hadn't spent any money, so he wouldn't feel any regret in spending what he had. He resolved to watch Hu Yang streams more frequently, seizing opportunities during such events to answer questions and receive gifts. Hu Yang remarked, aside from that point, there is, in fact, a significant flaw. The Ming Dynasty never produced what is known as famille rose porcelain. This type of pottery only began to emerge during the Qing Dynasty. This is basic knowledge, and everyone should take note of it in the future. This detail had even caught some seasoned collectors off guard, as they had overlooked it. The audience in the live stream was momentarily stunned, with some quickly searching for information and discovering that indeed, the Ming Dynasty had no such porcelain. I distinctly remember learning that famille rose porcelain began in the Ming Dynasty. Someone exclaimed in surprise. As they researched further, they realized the host's assertion was accurate, and they had long held a misconception. Hua Zai was still diligently selecting items of his liking, oblivious to Hu Yang's presence nearby. Chapter 5. The Porcelain Box. Due to the mental exertion required, Hu Yang refrained from indiscriminately using his treasure-seeking abilities, opting instead to carefully observe and identify any flaws, thus conserving his energy. After watching Hua Zai for a while and seeing that he had yet to make a purchasing decision, Hu Yang decided to seek out his own items. At this moment, the number of viewers in his live stream had surpassed 5,000, with over 1,000 being fictitious accounts, leaving a genuine audience of around 3,000 to 4,000. Although the host had stated that gifts were not mandatory, those with conditions still contributed. To date, he had received gifts exceeding 200,000 coins. He had no intention of cashing out these live stream coins, planning instead to reserve them as future benefits for his audience. With a diligent promotion in other live streams, an increasing number of users had become aware of this treasure appraisal stream, where the host had publicly profited by 50,000. Consequently, Hu Yang's audience steadily grew, attracting the attention of other streamers as well. Particularly, Wei Wei, who had connections to Hu Yang, felt her heart race upon learning that this benefactor had earned 50,000 in just a short span. For streamers like her, patrons with financial capacity were notoriously fickle, often losing interest and shifting their support elsewhere, necessitating the continuous cultivation of new benefactors. Hu Yang undoubtedly represented a highly promising prospect among the select group, possessing strong earning potential and a willingness to spend without hesitation. She resolved to cultivate a good rapport with him, especially since he was quite the handsome figure, and she harbored no aversion to that. In this industry, as long as there is money to be spent, one need not be a handsome man. Even the most unattractive and elderly gentlemen are often not overlooked by numerous female streamers. She returned to Hu Yang's live broadcast room to send a rocket, a generous gift worth 1,000 yuan. This prompted some of her viewers to comment sarcastically, "What a spendthrift. How much do you earn a day? After hours of begging, you just throw away such a gift." Others expressed their disdain, suggesting that her blatant flattery was rather transparent. Wei Wei, however, candidly stated her intention to win over this esteemed gentleman. Her forthrightness unexpectedly elevated her standing in the eyes of many. "Thank you, Wei Wei. You've been generous. Just help me garner some attention in the future, and if the opportunity arises, I shall treat you to a meal," Hu Yang remarked. Amidst a pile of Buddhist scriptures at the stall, Hu Yang did not even spare them a glance. The value of ancient Buddhist texts is self-evident, and their abundant presence here raised suspicions of malevolence. Even novices sense something amiss. Indeed, treasures are not so easily stumbled upon. Both Hu Yang and Hua Zai examined over 10 stalls without discovering anything they deemed worthwhile. To alleviate the tedium, Hu Yang often shared knowledge about the artifacts they encountered. The vendors at the flea market had gradually grown accustomed to these two young individuals, their initial enthusiasm waning. "This is an ink pad, somewhat old. If you fancy it, I can let it go for a reasonable price," a shrewd-looking vendor said to Hu Yang. The palm-sized box contained a red, jelly-like substance that still bore a faint aroma. Likely unused. Certain ink pads might incorporate castor oil, musk, or borneol, thus explaining the fragrance. It is crucial to avoid storing ink pads in purple clay or porcelain vessels, as they absorb oils and may cause the ink to dry out. Metal containers made of steel, copper, or iron should also be avoided, for prolonged contact with metal can tarnish the ink. The best storage options are porcelain jars or J-boxes, kept in a cool, shaded place. "How much?" Hu Yang inquired. The vendor was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to make small talk, not expecting genuine interest from Hu Yang. Upon hearing the inquiry, he brightened, infusing his tone with enthusiasm. "This is no ordinary ink pad. As is customary, every vendor strives to elevate the perceived value of their goods before making a sale." Without waiting for a detailed introduction, Hu Yang interjected, "Just tell me the price." The vendor chuckled awkwardly, 1,000. Hu Yang raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Are you aware of the market price for quality ink pads? A box can be had for just a few dozen yuan. After all, this was an item of some age, verging on antique status. How could it be compared to those readily available on the market?" The vendor protested. "Then keep it for someone else," Hu Yang replied tersely. The vendor quickly lowered his price, acknowledging that asking 1,000 for the ink pad was indeed excessive, considering it was not a prized item. Undeniably, some ink pads are worth their weight in gold, but the effort and materials involved are beyond the comprehension of the average person. For instance, the renowned Zhangzhou 8 Treasure ink pad is considered royalty among ink pads. It is crafted from 8 precious materials, including musk, pearls, monkey dates, agate, coral, gold leaf, plum slices, and amber, meticulously ground into powder and combined with aged oil, magenta, and mugwort, employing elaborate recipes and scientific processing to create the 8 Treasure ink pad. Indeed, this ink paste can be categorized into 3 tiers: high, medium, and low. The high-end products are further divided into special tribute and first-class tribute. The mid-range includes tribute and top quality, while the low-end encompasses rare and superior varieties, amounting to a total of 54 different specifications. High-end items not only feature exceptionally refined materials and craftsmanship, but also incorporate precious ingredients, such as pearls and pure gold. The price of such ink paste, needless to say, is quite steep. 800, a clearance price. Yet, Hu Yang remained silent, causing the vendor to feel anxious and hastily lower the price. 600. "I cannot go any lower. I too must make a living." Although the origins were unclear, a price of 1 or 200 might warrant consideration. "Anything too low is unacceptable. I spent 300 to acquire it. How about 500? That allows me to earn something," the vendor pleaded. Even the audience in the live stream found his claims hard to believe, speculating that his cost was likely only a few dozen yuan, perhaps even just a few. Noticing the customer's waning interest, the vendor bit his lip and declared, 200 it is. Let us consider it a loss in pursuit of friendship." The audience erupted in laughter at his cliches, deriding his words. A loss to gain a friend is the greatest lie in the world. It almost made me believe in the bonds of this world. Hilarious. Who would desire friendship with you? After departing from the stall, Huazai could not restrain his curiosity. Huga, is this ink paste truly so valuable? The friends in the live stream shared his concern, falling silent to hear the host's response. To their astonishment, Hu Yang shook his head. This is not ink paste. It is an ancient cosmetic rouge. The audience was taken aback, never expecting such a revelation. Even if one had never used rouge, they had certainly seen it in television dramas. And it did resemble what lay before them. Regarding adornment, Chinese women have long engaged in the art of cosmetics, a practice that other cultures had yet to embrace. As early as the Han Dynasty, Chinese women utilized makeup, with rouge being a prominent example. Following the Tang Dynasty, despite significant changes in women's beauty customs, the tradition of applying red makeup persisted. Rouge can still be used? Does it not expire? Is it truly valuable? How can one discern it as rouge? Huazai inquired with curiosity. One must examine the materials. The red in ink paste is derived from cinnabar, while the red in rouge typically comes from floral pigments. A fundamental distinction. The preparation of rouge involves harvesting the entire blossom of the red and blue flowers at their peak, then repeatedly grinding them in a stone mortar. The petals contain both red and yellow pigments. After removing the yellow, one is left with vibrant rouge. As for whether this rouge is still usable, I cannot say. My interest lies not in the rouge itself, but in this porcelain box. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened again, shifting their attention to the porcelain container. A small round box, barely the size of a palm, adorned with a plum blossom motif on the lid. Clearly, the vendor had been blind to its value. Had he known, he could have sold the box for a greater profit. What talk of ink paste? This is indeed famille rose porcelain, albeit regrettably not from the Qing dynasty, but rather a relic from the Republic of China, likely dating back to the era of Yuan Shikai. Yuan Shikai's famille rose porcelain features a body made from porcelain stone, molded into shape, with a uniform material that is thin and translucent. However, at this juncture, the porcelain has entirely lost the intrinsic vitality of ancient ceramics, relying solely on pigments and techniques, akin to applying makeup on a corpse, devoid of the overall vibrancy of life. How can one ascertain that these are artifacts from the era of Yuan Shikai? Huazai is eager to understand the criteria for such a judgment. Hu Yang flips over the porcelain box, revealing the characters Hong Xian at the bottom. Hong Xian was the era name during Yuan Shikai's self-proclamation as emperor. Thus, porcelain from this period is referred to as Hong Xian porcelain. The quality of porcelain from this time has notably diminished, lacking vitality. Is it valuable? An audience member inquires during the live stream. It seems that many are quite concerned about the price, and Hu Yang comprehends this. The allure of antiques largely lies in their monetary worth. In today's somewhat restless society, the pursuit of wealth is commonplace. Hongxian porcelain was once deemed of little value. Despite its exquisite craftsmanship, it lacks a certain spirit in the eyes of antique enthusiasts. Nevertheless, in recent years, it has garnered attention due to its scarcity, making it relatively precious, with some pieces even considered rare treasures. The item I possess is a small object, but given its mark, one should recognize it as an imperial kiln piece. And its excellent preservation suggests that it could fetch between 80 to 100,000. However, among Hongxian porcelain, the most valuable are the pieces inscribed with Zhu Ren Tang in Red Seal script, produced under the supervision of the antique dealer Guisherwu, each set worth a fortune. The audience is taken aback. Having just made 50,000, now there is talk of another 80 to 100,000. Is it really necessary to deliver such a blow? It has long been rumored that this trade is highly lucrative, and today's experience offers a more vivid understanding. Huazai's eyes sparkle with eagerness. Opportunities to align with wealth are not commonplace. If he misses today, who will assist him in amassing fortune? Chapter 6. The Rise and Fall. Huazai is impatient to continue his search. He previously found 2 items, one ancient jade and one bronze, both dismissed by Hu Yang. Some viewers in the live stream are beginning to question their worth. However, before they can voice their doubts, someone provides an answer. As Huazai turns around, a voice emerges from behind Hu Yang. Is that Hongxian porcelain? May I take a look? Hu Yang turns to see a middle-aged man in a white shirt, evidently a businessman with a rosy complexion and a bag in hand. Wang Quan indeed operates in commerce. In recent years, buoyed by the booming real estate market, those in the building materials sector have also profited considerably. However, securing substantial projects is imperative. Over the past few months, he has been eyeing a construction project as material tender, but the competition is fierce, making success challenging. After several days of inquiries, he learned that the project's overseer has a penchant for collecting porcelain, particularly Hongxian porcelain, prompting him to come out and search. In truth, he had already enlisted the help of friends. His presence here today is merely coincidental, having heard of an antique market nearby. To his surprise, upon entering, he quickly hears news of Hongxian porcelain. No problem. But be cautious, Huyang advises as he hands over the rouge box. Upon taking it, Wang Quan becomes uneasy, as viewing it proves futile. He is not an expert and cannot authenticate it, rendering his examination inconsequential. It looks quite nice. Is it possible to conduct a further appraisal? If it is indeed a Hongxian porcelain, a price of 100,000 or 80,000 is certainly not an issue, he inquired. Further authentication is naturally feasible. You may seek the expertise of an appraiser. However, I never claimed it would be sold at such a price. I merely mentioned that there were interested parties. Huyang clarified. Indeed, once authenticated, the price can be negotiated. Very well. Do reach out to your contact. We shall proceed with the appraisal later. However, you must bear the costs incurred. Huyang elucidated these matters to avoid any unnecessary expenditure on his part. That is acceptable. The appraisal fee is a trivial matter, considering that securing the material supply for that project could yield him several million. With Huyang's consent, Wang Quan commenced contacting his friend. His acquaintance was not an appraiser, but was well-versed in this field and knew individuals who might assist without necessarily incurring any fees. He had previously purchased antiques as gifts on multiple occasions. Surely he could assist with this appraisal? Huyang continued to follow Hua Zai, enjoying their leisurely exploration, having made a substantial discovery earlier, thus lacking any strong sense of purpose. The audience in the live stream began to chant 666, noting the host's confident demeanor, as if he were somewhat reluctant about the 100,000 or 80,000 price range. Yet, recalling the earlier scenario where the host suffered a loss, it was only prudent to exercise caution. After all, we were not discussing mere trifles, but rather significant sums that could elicit discomfort. Before long, while Huyang was examining other items, he noticed Hua Zai approaching him with an object in hand. Oh, where did that come from? Did the vendor allow you to take it away from the stall? Huyang exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Hua Zai chuckled sheepishly. The situation was exceptional, as he had already purchased the item, which made him somewhat anxious. He had already paid for it. Huyang was quite surprised. He had bought it without even asking? I had no time to spare earlier. If I hadn't paid, someone else would have snatched it away, he explained. Strangely, he had a premonition that missing out on this item would bring regret. And since the price was not excessively high, 650 yuan, he hastily made the payment to prevent it from being taken by a lurking competitor. Huyang furrowed his brow slightly, but given the circumstances, he felt it inappropriate to voice any objections as he accepted the intricately carved piece. Do you know what this is called? Huyang inquired. Hua Zai shook his head, yet he speculated it must be some mythical creature from ancient lore. With the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, and the feet of a qilin, resembling a lion, this is a pixiu, a ferocious, auspicious beast documented in ancient Chinese texts and folklore. Ancient feng shui scholars believed that the pixiu could transform misfortune into fortune. Throughout history, from emperors to commoners, there has been a profound reverence for collecting and adorning oneself with pixiu. It is said that the pixiu not only brings good fortune and wards off evil, but also serves to protect homes, counteract misfortunes, and promote romantic relationships. The term sifang that we often hear also refers to this creature. This particular piece appears to be a hook used to fasten the belts of ancient nobility and literati warriors, functioning similarly to our modern belt clasps, typically crafted from metal. Though jade versions also exist, Huyang explained. Belt hooks began to gain popularity during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, with numerous examples unearthed and passed down, rendering them quite common artifacts. People utilize hooks not merely for their everyday necessity, but as a symbol of status and identity. In particular, the hooks employed by nobles and social elites are exquisitely crafted, embodying high levels of artistry and craftsmanship. Such objects serve as markers of social standing, with the material, intricacy of design, decorative motifs, and dimensions serving as standards by which the value of a hook is assessed. Upon hearing of an ancient artifact, Hua Zai felt a surge of excitement. Is it valuable? The vendor just mentioned it was gilded, Hua Zai remarked. However, Huyang shook his head. This is not gilding. Gilding involves amalgamating gold with mercury to create a gold amalgam, which is then applied to the surface of copper vessels and heated until the mercury evaporates, leaving the gold adhered to the surface. This technique began during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, matured in the Han Dynasty,
and reached its zenith during the Sui and Tang dynasties, wherein gilding was extensively employed in the decoration of palaces, temples, towers, and Buddha statues.
The Song Dynasty further refined this art and disseminated it to Japan. Even after the Ming and Qing dynasties, its application remained prevalent. The cultural significance of gilding in China has shown brightly since the Warring States period, particularly during the Han Dynasty, where the method involved melting gold and silver together. applying it to the surface of copper vessels, and after a warm bake, securing it, followed by polishing to achieve a resplendent and enduring brilliance. However, genuine gilded artifacts are exceedingly rare today, primarily due to the destruction wrought by wars throughout history, coupled with the presence of gold in these objects, leading many grave robbers to overlook their artistic value and sell them based on weight to goldsmiths, who would then melt them down into gold ingots or bars, resulting in countless instances of destruction of gilded artifacts. Nonetheless, this particular piece has a surface coating that is not gilded, but rather a type of paint. Upon saying this, Hu Yang scraped a small portion off with his fingernail, demonstrating that true gilding could not be so easily removed. This paint is likely a modern invention. While it appears exquisite, its intrinsic value is negligible. His words cast Hua Zai into a state of dismay, the disappointment evident on his countenance. There are always those who revel in the misfortune of others. Some viewers in a live stream, unable to bear the sight of another's good fortune, began to make disparaging remarks. Hua Zai, upon hearing them, turned around in search of the source, yet found no one, which further darkened his mood. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed how perilous the world seemed, suspecting that Hua Zai had fallen into a trap, with the vendor deliberately orchestrating the situation. Yet, lacking evidence, they could do nothing to the vendor, which was the most infuriating aspect. Observing Hua Zai's discomfort, Hu Yang chuckled. However, you are fortunate, albeit inadvertently. This statement left not only Hua Zai, but also the live stream audience bewildered. What does this mean? Wasn't it said to be a worthless modern craft? And he had fallen into a trap, yet this was considered good luck? Hu Yang then yanked down a small pendant hanging from the hook and handed the hook to Hua Zai. Keep it as a memento, a reminder to be more cautious in the future. Upon witnessing this, everyone quickly understood that small pendant might indeed be a treasure. Hua Zai's emotions resembled a roller coaster, now filled with anticipation. Accepting the hook with a slight nod, he thought keeping it as a memento was reasonable. After all, he had spent money on it, and it could be regarded as a piece of art, making it a shame to discard. Wow, such luck is unparalleled. If the vendor were to know, he might very well weep. No place to cry. When will brother Hu come to Hangzhou for a visit? In our region, there exists a plethora of antique markets that could lead us to fortune. Hangzhou is quite distant, while Hunan is relatively closer, merely a 2-hour journey by high-speed train. Is it Yangsheng? Tomorrow, I shall take a ride there, hoping brother Hu can accompany me. Witnessing someone take the first bite of the crab, many are eager to follow the host to prosperity. I am confident that many can recognize this object. It is a peace coin, as Hu Yang remarked while holding the small pendant. The shape of the peace coin closely resembles that of ancient copper coins, which are said to ward off evil and ensure safety. However, wearing copper coins may not be visually appealing, hence the emergence of the peace coin in jade, which is both beautiful and carries auspicious connotations. Is it jade? Hua Zai inquired, his eyes fixed on the peace coin. No, it is agate. This remarkably translucent agate is of higher quality, thus it holds considerable value. Of course, some may refer to agate as chalcedony, but there are distinctions. Chalcedony is a common type of gemstone in nature, primarily composed of SiO2, while agate mainly consists of silicon dioxide. Typically, agate features bands of various colors, with a crystalline texture that is delicate and devoid of impurities, exhibiting a glassy sheen and presenting a transparent or semi-transparent multi-layered appearance, with overlapping layers showcasing diverse patterns such as ripples, concentric circles, model designs, and stratified textures. Agate comes in numerous varieties, with the more precious being red agate. The finest type of white agate is known as lychee jelly, while the rarest and most expensive is watergall agate, which is exceedingly scarce and shall not be discussed further. This particular peace coin is crafted from lychee jelly among white agate. The translucency of lychee jelly is remarkable. It is both clear and dense, exhibiting excellent ice-like quality. Appearing semi-transparent and exquisitely delicate, with intricate patterns visible, some resembling the texture of shredded radish, though not too coarse, as it would compromise the overall aesthetic. Ordinary white agate holds little value, with a simple bracelet costing merely a few hundred. However, lychee jelly is incomparable. This small piece could easily fetch tens of thousands. Given the craftsmanship on the peace coin surface, it may be valued around 10 to 20,000. It is difficult to specify an exact price, but if finances permit, I would recommend keeping it for oneself. Upon hearing this, the livestream audience could only feel envy and jealousy. A few hundred could transform into over 10,000 with a single transaction. Hua Zai cautiously accepted the peace coin, treasuring it with an unmistakable expression of joy. At that moment, Wang Quan spoke up. Let us take my car over later. My friend lives not far. All right, shall we leave now? Hu Yang observed that the browsing was nearly complete and decided against lingering further. That would be splendid, please. Hu Yang turned to Hua Zai. Would you like to join us? Hua Zai, intrigued, considered the opportunity for enlightenment. Is it convenient? Hu Yang glanced at Wang Quan, who nodded in affirmation, indicating no inconvenience. Chapter 7. The Journey. Upon seeing Wang Quan's Mercedes, everyone exclaimed about his wealth, and someone checked online, discovering that this model costs over 2 million. Wang Quan claimed it was not far, yet the car ride still took approximately half an hour to reach an antique street in the Awakens district. This street features no street vendors, with antique shops lining both sides. Hu Yang addressed the friends in the live stream. Do not be deceived by the modest size of these shops. Purchasing even one could easily exceed 10 million. The land in this location is indeed priceless. One cannot merely speak of storefront, but also the antiques within. Hua Zai is a native of Yangcheng, residing in the suburbs that have yet to be fully developed, thus he has not reaped the wealth that the land can bestow. However, he is acutely aware of the soaring property prices in this city. In the urban areas and city center, Hu Wun Ti be swimming in riches. They discovered an antique shop named Zhenbao Xian, which housed a modest collection. On one side, a few sets of old furniture, while the other displayed some porcelain, and a glass cabinet at the front showcased various jade artifacts. Old Wang quickly ushered them inside, as Elder Chun was waiting, ready to depart shortly. Wang Quan hastily led the group in, introducing Hu Yang along the way. Hello, hello, greeted a balding middle-aged man as he walked deeper into the shop, acknowledging Hu Yang. He had been asking others to help find Hongxian porcelain, only to discover that Wang Quan had already located some. Although he lost a commission in the process, it did not weigh heavily on his mind. The term La Qian, is a colloquialism in the antique trade, akin to that of a broker. It refers to intermediaries who collect a commission, typically with the seller paying 3 parts and the buyer 2, commonly referred to as 3 and 2. Much appreciated. Hu Yang smiled. Not at all. Not at all. Let's look out for each other in the future. Though they belonged to the same profession, their specific roles differed. From Wang Quan's previous phone conversation, it was clear that this young man had a keen eye for appraisal, having stumbled upon Hongxian porcelain himself, far surpassing the capabilities of someone merely acting as a broker. Thus, irrespective of Hu Yang's prowess, he held a certain respect for this young man. Elder Chun, whom he referred to, appeared surprisingly youthful, with dark hair and no visible wrinkles, save for a few age spots, giving him the appearance of being around 50. In truth, however, Elder Chun was in his 60s, well preserved. Please, take a seat, Boss Wang, and you two young gentlemen, enjoy some tea, Elder Chun said amiably, personally preparing tea for them. At his age, his days were often spent indulging in tea. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Chun. We appreciate it. Both Hu Yang and Hua Zai responded in unison, though their demeanor was markedly different. Hu Yang was relaxed and natural, while Hua Zai seemed somewhat reserved and constrained. I've heard you found some treasures. Do show them to this old man, Elder Chun encouraged. Hu Yang presented a rouge box, placing it on the table. Please, continue with your tea. I shall excuse myself for a moment. As Elder Chun took the porcelain box, it was evident that he was a dynamic person, unencumbered in his actions. Thank you for your efforts. Please do carry on. While Elder Chun engaged in professional appraisal, Wang Quan and the others began conversing amongst themselves, particularly Wang Quan's friend and Hu Yang, as they were all in the same line of work and might genuinely support one another in the future. Upon learning that Hu Yang was simultaneously live streaming to teach others how to treasure hunt, Wang Quan's friend, Sun Jihong, expressed a bit of admiration. After all, searching for treasures under the watchful gaze of numerous spectators is no small feat. One fears making a mistake in front of so many eyes, leading to embarrassment. Hey, young brother, are you looking to part with that lychee jadeite piece pendant? Sun Jihong inquired, directing his gaze at Hua Zai. Hua Zai hesitated for a moment before asking, how much? I'll buy it for 15,000. I'll think it over. Not a problem. Give me a call when you decide. Just moments ago, he had distributed business cards to Hua Zai and Hu Yang, complete with contact information. The audience in the live stream expressed their envy. After all, they had managed to profit over 10,000, which equated to several months' wages for many. Hongxian porcelain primarily features pastel and enamel colors, with the latter originally introduced from Western enameling materials by the Qing Dynasty's palace workshop. It is painted on white porcelain and subsequently fired, with a touch of pigment added. This particular piece is a notably exquisite example of pastel porcelain, with a clear inscription. However, due to prolonged storage with rouge, the inner wall has undoubtedly absorbed the pigment. necessitating some effort to clean it thoroughly. Could you kindly provide an estimate? Hu Yang inquired. He was somewhat troubled by the valuation. Having previously only engaged in this as a hobby without delving deeply into the market trends of antiques. Regrettably, it did not bear the red material seal of the Junrin Tang. For this piece, I would estimate between 100,000 to 150,000. Of course, should a passionate collector express interest, it could potentially exceed 200,000. This is merely a reference price. Feel free to consider it without treating it as a definitive standard. Once Elder Chun concluded, Wang Quan turned to Hu Yang. What are your thoughts, Brother Hu? The figure of 1 to 200,000 did not particularly concern Wang Quan, who boldly declared a high offer, since Elder Chun says it is well preserved. Let us settle on 150,000. I want to take advantage of you. He had not truly considered using this item for appreciation. 3 to 5,000 seemed insignificant, and he felt it unnecessary to haggle over such a minor sum. Thank you very much, Boss Wang. The 150,000 exceeded Hu Yang's expectations, thus he had no objections, adding to the previous 5,000 that amounted to 200,000 in total, igniting excitement among the viewers of the live stream, who realized that wealth could be so readily attainable. In a moment, many felt compelled to rush to their local antique markets, as Elder Chun had other matters to attend to. Everyone felt hesitant to prolong their visit and exchange pleasantries before bidding farewell. Hu Yang also began to say goodbye to his friends in the live stream, indicating that today's broadcast was concluding. If the weather permitted tomorrow, he would continue to lead them on a treasure hunt. He refrained from disclosing the specific location, leaving many feeling a sense of regret. Undoubtedly, the most delighted was Huazai, who had gained significantly today and expressed his gratitude to Hu Yang multiple times. Having inconvenienced him once, he felt shy to ask to follow Hu Yang further. Let us go out for a meal. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Okay, it's on me. Huazai was momentarily taken aback and did not inquire further, since Hu Yang had helped him earn some money. It was only fitting that he treat him to a meal. Hu Yang did not contest the invitation and smiled. That sounds good. I just saw a boat poured shop around the corner. Let's go there. Chapter 8. What kind of bird is this? Huazai's real name was Huang Jianhua, a rather common name in the country. Thank you, Hu Ge. Hu Yang waved his hand. Enough already. How many times have you said that? It was merely a small favor. There's no need to dwell on it. All right. Please, Hu Ge, go ahead. Huazai was still uncertain about Hu Yang's intentions in retaining him. It couldn't possibly be for the peace symbol he had acquired, could it? Prior to this, he had contemplated his friend Zhang Yihua, who was not faring well and might benefit more by aligning with him. However, considering Zhang Yihua's lack of optimism regarding his current work, it would likely be quite difficult to persuade him. Thus, Hu Yang reluctantly decided to suppress his thoughts of bringing that fellow on board for the time being. Huazai was taken aback for several seconds upon hearing this. Rest assured about the remuneration. The base salary is 5,000, along with some bonuses, which should not be inferior to that of an average white-collar worker, Hu Yang continued. With the mention of the salary, Huazai felt there was no reason to hesitate any further. To be honest, he was genuinely intrigued by this position. The difficulty level was manageable, and the freedom would undoubtedly surpass that of a conventional job. Furthermore, he would have the opportunity to gain insights while working alongside Hu Yang. All right, since Brother Hu has extended such a warm invitation, I have nothing more to say. I'll look forward to your guidance in the future. Huazai understood that his forthcoming role would essentially be that of an assistant. Mutual support, indeed. In the coming days, I will hasten to procure more advanced live streaming equipment. Mobile live streaming often suffers from significant issues regarding image quality. The two discussed their future streaming plans for nearly 2 hours, finalizing several details. Upon returning, Hu Yang began to contemplate the reward of the basic treasure he had acquired. After consulting the system, he learned that the treasure was categorized into 3 levels: basic, intermediate, and advanced. The basic treasure could only identify treasures valued at under 5 million. The intermediate could evaluate items worth between 5 million and 50 million, and the advanced had no limitations. Hu Yang mused thus. The next step is to upgrade the treasure eye. That evening, he was bombarded with phone calls from his parents. Regardless of the circumstances, the couple was quite dissatisfied with their son's decision to abandon his current job. After a lengthy silence on the line, Hu Yang's parents eventually opted to take a step back. Remember what you said. The following day, Hu Yang indulged in a leisurely slumber until after 9. Awakening naturally, a delightful sensation indeed. He then noticed that Huazai had already called him 3 times, the earliest being around 7. They had arranged to visit a certain location that morning. Glancing at the artifact appraisal live streaming system, he noted there are no daily check-in tasks. How considerate. As he dialed Huazai's number, He pondered how to upgrade the basic treasure eye. Should he accept a system task, or was there another method? Without any experience points displayed, it was impossible to discern the intricacies. Hu Yang once again lamented, "What a defective system. It harbors numerous flaws." Hua Zai, my apologies. I just woke up, but you really called too early. Where are you now? Hu Yang inquired. At that moment, Hua Zai had already arrived at the location Hu Yang mentioned and had been waiting for over an hour. On the first day of work, why not to make a good impression on the superior? After all, hence, he set out early, having enjoyed breakfast prepared by his mother. Knowing that he had secured a job, his family did not inquire much about the specifics of his profession. Their support was simply reassuring. Far better than remaining idle at home. I remember there's a place nearby renowned for morning tea. Could you reserve 2 seats? We can grab a bite there. Hu Yang suggested. As someone who had been in a relationship, he possessed culinary skills. Yet today, he felt a bit sluggish and preferred to dine out. In their city, the most famous offering was the morning tea, celebrated for its exquisite dim sum. Hua Zai felt quite vexed. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have chosen not to indulge in a meal at all. As a local of Yangcheng, he had scarcely experienced the authentic morning tea. One must realize that dining in those tea houses typically incurs an expenditure of at least 100 or 2. Meanwhile, they could merely enjoy a rice noodle roll at a roadside stall for just a few yuan. It appears that in the future, accompanying the boss would ensure that he would not have to compromise on his meals. He found an esteemed establishment, reserved 2 seats, and sent the location to Hu Yang, now patiently waiting. Around him, the expansive tea house was already somewhat sparse. To be frank, this hour for morning tea could be considered rather late. Had he arrived a bit earlier, securing a table might have proven more challenging. The few tables by the window were sparsely occupied, predominantly by leisurely elderly gentlemen, some even carrying bird cages or walking dogs. The local residents in this vicinity were exorbitantly affluent, living in a state of indulgence, effortlessly awaiting their next meal. The lives of the elderly men and women, naturally, were even more leisurely. Before long, Hu Yang arrived and promptly ordered 7 or 8 dishes. Are you going to start the live stream now? Hua Zai inquired. Since there's nothing else to do, I might as well warm up the audience, Hu Yang replied. Due to the lack of notice regarding the streaming schedule the previous day, there were hardly any viewers present. The over 1,000 shown in the live stream were merely phantom spectators. Let me handle this. Hua Zai volunteered for the laborious task. All right, let us commence and strive for a quality shoot. Keep your hand steady. Hu Yang had already ordered the equipment, which he estimated would take another 3 to 5 days to arrive. To enhance the live streaming experience, Hu Yang had invested several tens of thousands in equipment. At that moment, a comment popped up on the screen. Oh, Hua Zai, are you dining with Brother Hu again today? Truly envious. What's going on? Yesterday, Hua Zai's serendipitous fortune as a viewer was evident to all, as he effortlessly earned over 10,000 yuan by sheer coincidence. Who wouldn't be envious? To think he returned today seemed a bit excessive. Hua Zai quickly clarified that he was now Brother Hu's assistant and will be taking over the filming for future broadcasts. As for his remuneration, he refrained from disclosing it to avoid stirring jealousy among the viewers. The scattered audience members were momentarily taken aback. Even so, they were still envious. Accompanying Brother Hu surely promised opportunities for wealth. They also noticed that Hua Zai seemed to be enjoying morning tea with Brother Hu. And as the camera flashed over the delicacies on the table, many viewers found themselves salivating with increased envy. Hu Yang also spoke up, "Hello everyone. From now on, the filming duties will be entrusted to Hua Zai. He will also be attentive to the comments on the screen, especially during my appraisal sessions. I may overlook some of your questions. Hence, I invited Hua Zai to assist. Brother Hu, do you have any plans for today?" A viewer inquired. This area is renowned for its jade market, quite famous domestically, and I plan to take you all on a tour, Hu Yang announced, intending to host a live broadcast dedicated to jade. He was not exaggerating. The nearby Jade Street was indeed well known, bustling with gemstones available at wholesale prices, akin to street market goods. I have been there before and found it somewhat lacking in authenticity. For instance, that jade pendant I purchased yesterday could be acquired for merely 3 to 500 yuan, and pearls are even cheaper. Hua Zai could not help but interject. The audience in the live broadcast room expressed their skepticism, declaring it must be a deception. Hu Yang, with a smile, clarified it cannot be dismissed so readily. In truth, ordinary pearls possess little value. Even jade priced in the hundreds exists, albeit of a rather inferior quality. The specifics will become apparent once we take a stroll. The newcomers who had just entered were under the impression that this was merely a food vlogger. Hu Yang's gaze shifted to the neighboring table, specifically fixating on a birdcage. Since his arrival, he had been observant of his surroundings. At that moment, the three elderly gentlemen at the adjacent table called out, "Waiter, the bill, please." Hu Yang understood that he could not delay any longer. "Excuse me, sir, what breed is your bird? It looks quite splendid." Hu Yang initiated a conversation. Chapter 9. The birdcage Kong Bo was a true native of Yangcheng, having once toiled during his youth. The benefits brought about by the reform and opening up allowed his family to flourish. At his advanced age, he had long since retired. His daily routine, aside from caring for his grandchildren, revolved around nurturing plants and tending to birds. Every morning, it was his habit to enjoy dim sum with old friends at this tea house. Old Liang's situation mirrored his own, spending his days walking his dog, practicing Tai Chi, and sometimes singing Cantonese opera with elderly women. The baldest among them, Old Zhou, was equally well off, as they were all local residents and could hardly suffer from want. Even in idleness, they would not starve. However, Old Zhou had not yet retired, still engaged in work in newspaper. In his words, individuals like him would wither away if left to idleness. Today, it was rare for Old Zhou to grant himself a day off, after enjoying dim sum. They planned to meander about and take a leisurely walk. Suddenly, Kong Bo noticed someone speaking to him and turned to find a young man at the neighboring table. "Young man, you have quite the eye. This is a canary." Kong Bo beamed with pride. He had gained considerable insight into birds and plants and was eager to share. "So, this is what a canary looks like," remarked a viewer in the live stream. The host displayed a peculiar approach, as most streamers would typically engage with attractive women. Yet he chose to converse with elderly men about pet birds, appearing genuinely interested. Liang Bo also enjoyed conversing with the youth, feeling invigorated by the interaction. "Young man, this canary of Old Kang's is, incidentally, a wild one. He was cut off by another elder who tugged at his sleeve. Old Liang, mind your words." Liang Bo replied, a bit vexed. "What is the worry? It's not like Old Kong caught it. It's not illegal." Hu Yang, intrigued, inquired, "How do you know it is wild?" Kong Bo explained, "Wild canaries are typically green or olive in color, while pet canaries are usually a pale yellow." At that moment, Hu Yang could not resist extending his finger towards the canary, eager to engage with it. The ensuing scene astonished not only those present, but also the viewers in the live broadcast room. The canary pecked at Hu Yang's outstretched finger, tilting its little head to gaze at him, intermittently chirping as if greeting an old acquaintance. "Ah, this is the first time my canary has shown such familiarity with anyone," Kong Bo remarked in surprise, feeling a twinge of jealousy even as its owner. Not to mention others, even Hu Yang was astonished, never expecting that this bird would show such affection towards him. "How delightful. This canary seems to be fated to be with me. Elder, would you consider parting with it?" Hu Yang inquired eagerly. Before Kong Bo could respond, the elder Liang, standing nearby, interjected Old Kong. "It is evident that this canary shares a special bond with this young man. You have plenty of birds at home. Why not let one go?" Thus, Liang's persuasion stemmed from the belief that if one cannot nurture a creature, it is best to release it to someone who can appreciate it. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Bo sighed. "Very well. How much?" Hu Yang, holding the birdcage and playfully teasing the canary, posed his question once more. Kong Bo waved his hand dismissively. "Consider it a gift. Just take good care of it." This generosity left Hu Yang feeling quite conflicted. The more generous Kong Bo was, the more he felt a sense of guilt. For initially, it was not the bird that had captured his attention, but rather the cage itself. His intention had been to seize an opportunity. The tradition of keeping birds in cages has existed in China for at least a millennium. As early as the spring and autumn period, the practice of caged birds began to emerge. By the Tang dynasty, the pastime had gained considerable popularity, and, throughout the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, bird keeping and cage collection evolved into a widespread cultural activity. Following the Ming and Qing dynasties, bird cages gradually transformed into ornamental artifacts, serving as status symbols among bird enthusiasts. Today, bird cages are regarded as traditional functional art, serving both practical and aesthetic purposes. With the burgeoning art market, they have transitioned from flower and burr markets to the realm of antiques. Antique bird cages are typically scarce, often crafted by renowned artisans of their time, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and possessing significant historical and aesthetic value. Faced with the elder's genuine kindness, Hu Yang felt a pang of embarrassment. For matters that could be resolved with money, he was reluctant to harbor such feelings of guilt. "Elder, while I appreciate the canary as a gift, I believe I should purchase the cage." Hu Yang hesitated, ultimately deciding against taking advantage of the situation. To be frank, given his current circumstances, he saw no need to profit at the expense of his conscience. If it were a less scrupulous individual, he might have felt no qualms. However, The elderly gentleman before him was different. Kong Bo appeared displeased. What value does an old cage hold? Hu Yang, feeling quite flustered, quickly responded, no. This cage is indeed quite valuable. To my shame, I was initially drawn only to the cage, intending to seize a bargain. Oh dear, I haven't introduced myself properly. I'm Hu Yang, currently indulging in antique appreciation. Upon hearing this, Kong Bo and the other elderly gentleman exchanged glances, both astonished and somewhat relieved. They had genuinely assumed that the host was interested in their pet bird, especially given the canary's affectionate demeanor towards him. Little did they know that Hu Yang had been coveting the cage from the start, intending to employ some clever ruse. Those engaged in this pursuit must possess a certain audacity. Fortunately, in comparison to others, the host seemed rather decent. What a foolish thing to reveal. One muttered. Why not quietly amass wealth? What do you mean by quietly amass wealth? The host is not concerned about making a profit. He comes from affluence. Antiques? Kong Bo expressed his surprise. Indeed, Hu Yang elaborated. This cage is an artifact from the Qing dynasty. The Qing Palace's Zhao Ban Chu organized skilled craftsmen from across the nation to create exquisite bird cages, achieving a remarkable level of artistic quality, particularly during the zenith of Emperor Qianlong's reign. The true value lies in the base, crafted from sandalwood. The intricate carvings are exceptionally refined, beyond the capability of ordinary artisans. Moreover, several pieces of jade are embedded within. To put it plainly, the base of this cage alone is worth 100,000. Even the affluent Kong Bo was slightly taken aback. Those who had watched Hu Yang's live stream yesterday were no strangers to such extravagance, especially after witnessing a small porcelain box fetch over 200,000. Surely, I did not misjudge. Liang Bo could not help but inquire, as Hu Yang's youth often projected an impression of unreliability. Although they were not connoisseurs of antiques, they possessed a certain knowledge, given the numerous antique shops in their vicinity, frequented primarily by elderly patrons. Indeed, if it is truly worth 100,000, one would be at a loss, remarked the bald old Joe. Well, they're all good-hearted people. Noticing Hu Yang's unwavering expression, seemingly convinced that the birdcage was a treasure, Kong Bo asked, are you genuinely asking for 100,000? If that is the case, I wouldn't mind having the bragging rights among friends. The sum of 10 or 8,000 did not weigh heavily in his estimation. You would be at a disadvantage. Before Hu Yang could finish his sentence, Kong Bo decisively declared, then it's 100,000. Hu Yang was momentarily taken aback, as he had more to say. However, seeing the situation escalate, he opted for silence. The transaction was swiftly completed, to everyone's delight. As the elderly gentleman settled the bill, he also took care of Hu Yang's table. Watching the three elders depart, Hu Yang glanced at the live chat, noting the multitude of inquiries. Did he really profit? How much? Huazai also cast a look in his direction. Hu Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there was profit. Chapter 10. The Birdseed Jar. Upon hearing the word profit, a wave of envy swept through the audience in the live stream. The host, already affluent, made it seem effortless to earn money, prompting many to reflect on their own circumstances, toiling for a month to earn only a few thousand yuan, far less than what others made from a single breakfast gathering. Is this how the rich keep getting richer? Someone mused. By the way, Hugo, how much did you earn this time? I believe we have a birdcage at home too. I wonder if it holds any value. Could someone take a look? Goodness. A single birdcage can be exchanged for a domestic vehicle. How enviable. Why didn't my ancestors indulge in birds? Hu Yang observed the lively comments in the chat for a moment before stating, later, I shall create a large group. Friends interested may join. You can post photos of items you wish to have appraised, and I will assist in evaluating them. While merely examining photos may not guarantee accuracy, it can provide some insight into authenticity. The audience buzzed with anticipation, reluctant to leave the stream, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to join the group. Who among them did not possess a few antiquities? What if they were genuine treasures? Of course, they could also seek out specialized appraisal institutions. But if the items turned out not to be antiques, or if the final appraisal revealed them to be worthless, it would amount to a wasted expenditure. After Hu Yang spoke, disregarding the viewers' reactions in the live stream, he opened the cage. The canary gracefully emerged, flapping its wings and alighting upon Hu Yang's hand, scrutinizing this new master from a close distance. Today, I grant you your freedom. If you wish to depart, then depart. In truth, Hu Yang was not particularly passionate about keeping pets. Although this little bird was affectionate, should it choose to take flight, Hu Yang had no intention of detaining it. A bird cage was no longer suitable for the bird. To keep it would be a disservice to the cage itself. Even if the canary ultimately decided to stay, Hu Yang would be compelled to acquire a new cage for its habitation. The viewers in the live stream, along with Huazai, noticed that the canary showed no inclination to fly away and even entertained everyone with a few bird calls. Truly, it was a canary with a melodious voice. Impressive. The charm of the host is irresistible, even to a little bird. What a spirited canary. Hu Yang continued, now let us discuss bird cages. Earlier, I noticed someone mentioned they also possessed a bird cage and were uncertain about its value. Allow me to elucidate the criteria for assessing the worth of a bird cage. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, eagerly attentive. It was crucial to recognize that the forthcoming discourse would impart valuable knowledge. One must admit, such a live stream was rather intriguing, offering viewers not only the thrill of potential profit, but also the opportunity to learn something new. Generally speaking, the older the cage, the higher its value. The more exquisite the materials, the greater the worth, and the more meticulous the craftsmanship, the higher the price. Antique bird cages are prized for their age. The longer the history, the more significant their historical value, and thus, the greater their potential for appreciation. For instance, a rather ordinary bird cage from the Qing dynasty can be valued at over 5,000 yuan. Next, we must consider the materials. Among various types of bird cages, bamboo cages are the most tasteful and common. However, due to the easy availability and low cost of bamboo, many collectors regard cages crafted from precious materials such as rosewood, ivory, and mahogany as superior. Then there is the craftsmanship. The intricate carvings of flowers, insects, birds, and landscapes on the birdcage often exhibit lifelike detail, embodying the profundity of traditional culture and reflecting the artisan's skill, which ultimately determines the cage's value. Hu Yang reached into the cage and retrieved 2 small jars, one containing water and the other filled with bird food. He continued, moreover, the price of bird cage is also influenced by its accessories, such as food and water containers, perches, claws, and hooks. Sometimes, the price of a small hook can surpass that of a mid-range bird cage. The 2 porcelain jars I hold are, in fact, the most valuable components of this cage. I had intended to mention this earlier, but the elderly gentleman was quite direct, and I missed my chance. Consider it a fortunate discovery. Huazai widened his eyes slightly, initially believing that Hu Yang was enamored with someone as pet bird, only to realize that he was actually interested in the bird cage. And now, astonishingly, his true focus lay on the jars for bird food. The viewers in a live stream shared similar reactions and thoughts. Incredible, my friend. Goodness. The true treasure, astonishingly, is a porcelain jar. I recall the host mentioning that the base of the birdcage alone was valued at a staggering 100,000. Yet the real worth lies in the porcelain jar. Indeed, my friend, it is precisely as you envision. In an instant, the viewership in Hu Yang's live stream surged by several hundred. Among these new followers were some aspiring streamers, showering Hu Yang with small gifts. Their attempts to cling to his popularity unmistakable. A barrage of private messages flooded in, all seeking collaboration for shared visibility and support. For those wishing to connect, please hold on a moment while I pose a question for everyone. A reward awaits those who answer correctly. A particular island. Let us see who can name it. Hu Yang declared. Pointing to the 2 porcelain jars, he inquired, who knows the name of this item? Isn't it just a food jar? Blue and white porcelain. Famille, rose porcelain. Suddenly, a myriad of porcelain types were suggested. Hu Yang, bemused, clarified, I'm not asking for the type of porcelain, but rather its name. For instance, we refer to this table as a dining table. No sooner had he finished speaking than terms like food box, food jar, and water jar began to surface. Suddenly, Hu Yang spotted a correct answer, but it was quickly overshadowed by the flood of messages, easily overlooked if not attentively observed. All right, I see someone has answered correctly. The 2 porcelain jars you see here originally belonged to the study, known as a brush washer. As the name implies, it is used for washing brushes. The brush washer is a traditional craft, distinct from the 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. It serves as a vessel for holding water to cleanse brushes, celebrated for its exquisite craftsmanship, variety, and elegance, making it highly sought after. Among the surviving brush washers, many are considered artistic treasures. They come in various materials, including porcelain, jade, agate, enamel, ivory, and rhinoceros horn, all of which are deemed precious. The most common among these is the porcelain brush washer. Those who answered correctly, please make your presence known. Hu Yang encouraged. Second uncle? This nickname sounds somewhat familiar, doesn't it? Aren't you the one from yesterday? Huazai exclaimed in surprise. Hu Yang promptly gifted a virtual token worth 500 yuan, teasingly adding, could it be that this brother is in the same line of work? The audience erupted in laughter. Second uncle chimed in, thank you, brother Hu. My hobby is practicing calligraphy, which is why I recognize the brush washer. Chapter 11. Stimulation. To mistake such a precious brush washer for a bird food jar or water jar is indeed the act of a deranged individual. Pair brush washers are quite rare. Observing the two porcelain jars before him, Huazai curiously asked, "Brother who? What type of porcelain does this belong to?" The audience was equally eager to know, particularly regarding the value of the two jars and just how much the host stood to gain. Those tuning into the live stream were either hoping to witness the host's blunders or to see him strike a lucrative deal. This is Jilin glazed porcelain, a high-temperature lime alkali glaze. Its hue is deep, the glaze smooth and uncracked, with a balanced tone and stable coloration, representing a treasured element of traditional Chinese porcelain craftsmanship. With that, Hu Yang turned one of the jars upside down, showcasing its base to the camera for the audience to see. Made during the Xuanda period? What dynasty was that? Xianda is quite renowned in history, isn't it? A significant era of the Ming dynasty. The porcelain from the Ming dynasty appears to be quite valuable. Observing the lively discussions among the viewers in the live stream, Hu Yang's remarks silenced the room instantly, with Huazai's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a replica. It seems the host has misjudged this time. Judging by Hu's confident demeanor, he seemingly discerned the truth long ago. But wait, if he knew earlier, why claim that this is the most valuable? After a moment, Hu Yang explained to the audience, Xianda's blue glaze porcelain predominantly features a singular color glaze, with a few pieces adorned with subtle floral carvings and others showcasing blue glaze with white flowers, mainly depicting branch flowers and aquatic patterns. From these 2 points, there seems to be no issue. However, examining the mark, the blue glazed porcelain of the Ming dynasty from Xian, the period uniformly bears the Da, Ming Xian and Yanji mark in double-lined regular script. While any 4-character marks are merely later imitations, does that not render it worthless? Huazai could not help but inquire. Hu Yang shook his head. It also depends on when the imitation was created. Not all replicas lack value. Certain imitations remain antiques. For instance, these 2 wash basins are Qing dynasty replicas, and today they are considered antiques, even more precious than typical antiques. With this clarification, the audience quickly grasped the concept. Indeed, even if it is a replica, as long as it holds historical significance, it remains an antique. No wonder the host recognized it as a replica, yet still deemed it valuable. Moreover, aside from the mark, we can also examine the rim of the mouth. The rim of Ming dynasty blue glazed porcelain is uneven, with curvilinear, irregular lines. Observe these 2 porcelain jars. Their rims are quite regular. Additionally, the shallow carved patterns on the jar's body, with white flowers created through a relief technique, appear to lack a 3-dimensional quality upon observation. Hu Yang shared 2 more characteristics with the audience. Perhaps it is only those who are meticulous and rigorous that can perform such appraisals. Furthermore, the Ming dynasty was not capable of producing such exquisite porcelain. The raised patterns, though not visible to the eye, possess a strong sense of dimension when touched. Huazai, feel this. It is likely from the Qing dynasty's Qianlong period. The porcelain from the Qianlong era exhibits exceptionally high craftsmanship, being intricate, elegant, and remarkably unique. A rarity in the history of porcelain making. Huazai ran his fingers over the raised patterns, confirming Hu's assertion. This pair of blue glazed wash basins is valued at approximately 600,000. Finally, Hu Yang provided an estimate that left the live stream audience both astonished and envious. In the time it takes to enjoy a morning tea, one could earn 500,000 to 600,000. Indeed, comparisons among people often lead to stark contrasts. At this moment, the viewer count surpassed 5,000. Just recently, a viewer had sent a treasure box, which attracted considerable attention. We express our gratitude to those who gifted us. Now, let us venture to Jade Street. Jade, being one of the most common treasures among gemstones, is likely familiar to many, especially women. So, how can one avoid purchasing fakes? We shall discuss this shortly. As Hu Yang led Huazai away from the tea house, a canary followed closely, perching upon Hu Yang's shoulder. The audience gazed in awe at this scene, further admiring the canary's remarkable spirit. During their journey, Hu Yang and his companions passed by a shop that specialized in selling cages. They decided to enter and selected a reasonably appealing birdcage for their canary, as it was inconvenient for it to remain perched on their shoulders. Just a few dozen meters ahead, we need to turn in, Hu Yang informed the group. At that moment, someone beside them thrust a fan into his hands. Hu Yang turned to see a youth resembling a flyer distributor, whose hand bore a skull tattoo. Huazai was also handed a fan. It's free. If possible, could you assist me with a task? The young man said, ingratiatingly. Hu Yang furrowed his brow, while Huazai opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something. What task? Hu Yang could empathize with the hardships of these individuals. Distributing flyers on the street was arduous work. If it were merely a small favor, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. It's quite simple. Our store has just opened, and we are offering a free facial cleansing experience. My task is to gather 20 customers. Please help. This felt somewhat duplicitous to Hu Yang, who felt a twinge of displeasure. He noticed that aside from this individual, there were two others nearby engaged in the same endeavor, and a girl, shy and unwilling to refuse, had already been led into a narrow alley. Lead the way. Upon Hu Yang's agreement, the young man beamed with delight and quickly took the lead, expressing his gratitude along the way. Hu Zai appeared to want to offer a warning, but Hu Yang gave him a look, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Meanwhile, a live stream was still active, and viewers cautioned that this was a scam. They intentionally offer small free items to make you reluctant to decline, then lead you to experience their so-called free facial cleansing. But only halfway through do they begin to demand payment. In reality, many have fallen victim to such schemes, ultimately losing 1,000 or more for what amounted to a single facial treatment and a few bottles of dubious new products. The unfortunate truth is that once you have enjoyed the service and taken their products, it becomes difficult to report them. Hu Yang typed a message in the chat. Since this is a scam, I will take everyone along to expose it. If this is indeed the case, we must all be cautious in the future. The young man continued to lead Hu Yang and the others deeper into the establishment. The girl ahead seemed to sense something amiss and hesitated, stopping in her tracks. The individual accompanying her reassured, "It's just a bit further ahead, only a few more steps." Perhaps emboldened by the presence of Hu Yang and Hua Zai, she paused and then resumed following. They arrived at a store of approximately 30 square meters. Inside, 2 men and 2 women appeared to be staff members, the men tall and imposing, exuding a sense of intimidation. On the opposite side, 2 female customers were undergoing facial cleansing. One of the women questioned, "Wasn't it supposed to be free?" "Indeed, the initial part is free, but if you wish to continue, there will be a charge," replied the staff member, who then proceeded to promote their product enthusiastically. A cold smile crept onto Hu Yang's lips. "Is that so? Please, just wipe my face with water. I'm done." The female customer, feeling deceived, expressed her anger with a firm demeanor. At that moment, a burly man who had been idly standing up approached with a grave expression, questioning, "How can you, a woman, act this way? After assisting you for half an hour, you suddenly declare that you will no longer continue. Are you toying with us? Toying with you? How did you initially approach me? You promised a free trial, and now, halfway through, you demand payment. What do you intend to do? Should I call the police?" The female patron retorted, reaching for her phone. The burly man fell silent and strode over to snatch the phone from her grasp. The girl who had just entered, witnessing this, felt a surge of panic and contemplated fleeing. Both Hu Yang and the audience in the live stream found the scene utterly nonsensical. Did they not notice the new customer? Were they not afraid of scaring her away with such behavior? "Hey, word aside, what is this?" Hu Yang could not restrain himself from supporting the female patron. Initially furious, she felt a wave of relief upon hearing someone stand up for her and turned her gaze towards Hu Yang. Another burly man arose, addressing Hu Yang and the others in a slightly menacing tone. "Mind your own business. It is this woman who is making unreasonable demands. Who is being unreasonable? Can't I discern for myself? Furthermore, it will be wise for you to refrain from any rash actions. I am live streaming, and many are watching." Hu Yang pointed to the phone in Hua Zai's hand. The man who had intended to be domineering froze at the sight, while the female staff member inside panicked, exclaiming, "Don't film. Who gave you permission to film?" A previously silent female staff member, seemingly the manager, approached Hu Yang. "Handsome, please turn off your live stream. We can discuss this amicably. We are a legitimate establishment, and there is nothing as you perceive. In a moment, I can offer you a complimentary facial cleansing and a head massage. How does that sound?" She shot a glare at the person who had brought Hu Yang in, internally lamenting the chaos caused by allowing such an unreliable individual to enter. She was still a student and wished to remain uninvolved in such matters. The person who had brought her in attempted to intervene, but was deterred by Hu Yang's glance and dared not move further. The girl cast a grateful look at Hu Yang before hastily exiting. At that moment, several men burst in, announcing, "Don't move. Police," as they swiftly subdued the 2 burly men inside. Hu Yang and the others were left dumbfounded, questioning the unfolding situation. Another female patron stood up, wiping the foam from her face with a towel, and addressed the undercover police officer, "Team Leader Chun, I have captured everything on film." The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. How thrilling! Were the police already monitoring this? Chapter 12. The Worthless Cultivation of Pearls. The subsequent events unfolded without need for elaboration. Everyone in the establishment was taken away, much to the audience's satisfaction. Hu Yang and his companions soon learned that the other female patron was a journalist who, upon receiving a tip-off, had come to gather evidence while coordinating with a nearby police station. Thus, Hu Yang advised everyone to avoid seeking small advantages and to not fear refusing such situations. He carried a birdcage in one hand as he continued toward Jade Street. A few minutes later, the renowned Jade Street came into view, captivating all present. The narrow streets are lined with quaint little shops, predominantly selling jewelry, with pearls and jade constituting the majority of their wares. This area is an old district, characterized by low, aged buildings that seem somewhat out of place in the modern metropolis of Guangzhou. Nevertheless, it is undeniably the largest wholesale jewelry market in the country. Viewers in the live stream noticed that the pearls were casually stored in snakeskin bags, appearing rather unrefined at first glance. Additionally, this locale serves as a processing center for pearls, with countless bags containing only raw materials. Hu Yang bent down and picked up a pearl that had rolled onto the roadside. It was the size of a fingertip, a milky white hue, and still undrilled. Wow, I should go there to collect pearls someday. It must be better than picking up bottles, right? One viewer remarked. Even the most mediocre pearl must be more valuable than a bottle. The formation of pearls is well understood. They're classified as organic gemstones. The pearl I found is quite ordinary and holds little value, Hu Yang commented. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that truly precious pearls would not be so easily found on the roadside. Firstly, the color is rather commonplace. Pearls can be white, pink, light yellow, light green, light blue, brown, light purple, or black, with white being the most prevalent. The one I held was not pure enough in its whiteness. Furthermore, the shape of natural pearls is not always as round as one might expect. They can be spherical, pear-shaped, egg-shaped, teardrop-shaped, or button-shaped. The one I had was oval and somewhat flattened. Lastly, the size of the pearl is crucial. The larger the pearl, the more valuable it is. This particular one was worth only about 3 to 5 yuan, so I couldn't be bothered to pick it up. After Hu Yang's remarks, the live stream was filled with disbelief. Only 3 to 5 yuan? Isn't that rather cheap? One should know that those pearls in boutique stores can sell for dozens of yuan and are likely to be fake. Are genuine pearls really this inexpensive? That's why I say ordinary pearls are not as precious as you might think. To the gentleman who suggested collecting pearls, I advise you that picking up bottles may indeed be more worthwhile. The reason for their low price is also due to the fact that they are not natural pearls but cultured ones. Natural pearls form under accidental conditions when tiny irritants enter the mantle of certain mollusks. In response to this irritation, the mollusk secretes nacre, layer upon layer, encasing the foreign object and eventually forming a pearl over time. In contrast, cultured pearls are created by humans who implant small pieces of tissue into the mollusk, leveraging its ability to secrete nacre in a controlled environment. Distinguishing between the two types of pearls is not particularly challenging. Cultured pearls are often produced in bulk, leading to the insertion of larger shells or obstacles within the mollusk, resulting in a thinner layer of nacre. Natural pearls, however, have a coating that extends to the very center of the pearl. If one can observe closely, the difference becomes apparent. If not, it can be discerned through the drilled hole, revealing the layering inside. Someone paused, surprised. Drilling? Doesn't that damage the pearl? What a curious thought. Many pearls require drilling. Otherwise, how could they be strung together? Soon, someone provided an explanation. Hu Yang nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, unless they are of the rare variety, which may be designed individually without the need for drilling, perhaps connected by precious metals. Utilizing a strong flashlight and a magnifying glass to scrutinize the whole of the pearl, one could observe a distinct boundary marked by a black trace between the nucleus and the thin outer layer of cultured pearls, whereas natural pearls exhibit exceedingly fine growth lines that are uniformly arranged towards the center, with only a slight yellow or brown hue near the core. Of course, aside from drilling, one can also assess the luster of the pearl. Natural luster tends to be superior, while cultured pearls fall significantly short. However, this requires a discerning eye and experience. So, are all these cultured pearls? Huazai cannot help but inquire. The streets are filled with pearls, yet they hardly appear to be high-end merchandise. Pretty much, over 90% of pearls on the market are cultured, with natural ones being quite rare. Otherwise, what would a few dollars worth of pearls be considered? Gems? Hu Yang continued onward, arriving at a jade shop. Flanking the entrance were 2 crystal geodes on display. A crystal geode forms when a hollow space in the soil or rock allows water to seep in, and with temperature, pressure, and time, crystals begin to grow, ultimately resulting in a geode. These must be quite valuable, right? Huazai asked as he observed Hu Yang pausing to examine them. A female shop attendant smiled and explained, "They're not for sale." Hu Yang nodded, understanding, "I see. They serve a purpose in feng shui." According to his knowledge, placing an amethyst geode in the wealth corner can prolong the duration of financial gain, enhance wealth accumulation, and ensure the preservation of amassed riches. Thus, in the eyes of some, this becomes a feng shui artifact. Upon witnessing the shop's atmosphere through a live stream, others could not help but murmur, "It seems rather useless, doesn't it? Business is so slow. There are hardly any customers." This notion of feng shui is mere superstition. Earning money relies on an individual's effort, someone commented. If feng shui were truly that vital, no one would need to strive. They could simply hire a feng shui master and lead a life of ease. One cannot dismiss it entirely. Feng shui has existed for thousands of years, a legacy from our ancestors. How could it be deemed completely ineffectual? After all, there is a saying, existence is rational. Suddenly, a sharp sound erupted from behind, accompanied by the barking of a dog and a woman's exclamation. "Hu Yang Huazai," and the female attendant instinctively turned to look. The attendant's expression immediately soured, revealing her distress. They saw that one of the amethyst geodes had fallen to the ground and shattered. "Madam, I believe we need to have a conversation," the attendant approached. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," were the words that struggled to escape her lips. The damage was done. An apology seemed futile, and compensation was undoubtedly expected. Chapter 13. The Fortunate Spectator. Moments later, Huazai patted his chest, still shaken. "Thank goodness I didn't touch that thing. Who knows how much it was worth? Perhaps a year or two of income wouldn't suffice, and that would be a considerable predicament." The audience in the live broadcast room expressed their sympathy for the woman. It seems that it would be wise to refrain from bringing dogs along on shopping excursions. No matter how spirited a dog may be, it remains an animal and can inadvertently create trouble for its owner. Truly, a Siberian husky. Raising such a foolish dog is a recipe for self-inflicted chaos. While it's one thing for a dog to wreak havoc at home, it's quite another to unintentionally demolish someone else's shop. Observing the woman's pallid expression, Hu Yang sighed. Initially, he had intended to withhold mention of the issue concerning the amethyst cave, lest the shop owner take offense. However, witnessing her distress, he felt a pang of compassion. Yet, it was not the right moment, as the person with authority in the shop had yet to arrive. Thus, he momentarily diverted his attention to other items in the store. The establishment primarily dealt in jade, offering pendants, bracelets, carvings, and more. In the center display, a haphazard array of jade pendants lay scattered, featuring various designs such as the bagua, heart shapes, and the 12 zodiac signs, among many others. Adjacent to this, a sign stood proclaiming, "Grade A Burmese Jade. Priced at 500 each. Choose as you please." Could such items truly be genuine? I find it hard to believe that Grade A Jade could be so inexpensive. Huazai whispered to Hu Yang. Not only did he harbor doubts, but the audience in the live stream shared the same skepticism. In their minds, Grade A products were undoubtedly high-end, and the notion that jade of such quality could be priced at a mere few hundred yuan was simply unbelievable. Hu Yang chuckled. "It's not as straightforward as it seems. You may be misinformed about Grade A jade. The term Grade A jade does not denote luxury. Rather, it refers to natural jade that has undergone no chemical treatment whatsoever. The only alteration made by humans is to shape it. Its composition, structure, color, and transparency remain in their natural state. In simpler terms, Grade A jade is authentic jade, merely refined through craftsmanship. Then there are Grades B and C. Grade B jade has been subjected to strong acids which corrode lower quality jade, dissolving impurities and blemishes, resulting in a clear and bright appearance. However, the internal structure of Grade B jade is compromised, necessitating the injection of transparent resin to fill in the gaps. Grade C jade is even more outrageous, utilizing high temperatures and pressures to enlarge the internal voids, followed by the addition of dye to color the jade. Hu Yang picked up a piece and handed it to Huazai. "Observe this one. It is genuine, albeit of poor quality, classified as dry white jade. Its texture is coarse and lacks luster. The boundaries between its crystal grains are discernible to the naked eye, rendering its exterior structure rough and its value for use and appreciation quite low, making a price of a few hundred yuan more than reasonable." A chorus of realization swept through the crowd as they finally understood how Grade A was defined. Should you encounter pieces with high transparency claiming to be Grade A, yet priced at only 1,000 or a few hundred yuan, I urge you to resist the temptation, Hu Yang advised the audience. Following this, he casually selected 3 pieces. Among them was a pendant featuring the monkey zodiac, a droplet-shaped pendant, and a heart-shaped one. Acquiring these three would prove advantageous. He planned to conduct a lottery soon and present them to 3 fortunate viewers. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted with excitement. This host is truly exceptional, wholeheartedly dedicated to disseminating knowledge. Regardless of whether he was merely putting on a show, the audience found such a broadcaster immensely likable. The value of these gifts undoubtedly exceeded 500 yuan, and to offer them freely to benefit everyone was commendable indeed. Having already followed the host, I cheer them on. Such a benevolent streamer is indeed a rarity. Observing the inquiries in the live chat regarding the conditions for the lottery, Hu Yang promptly remarked, "Just hit that follow button, and you can partake in the draw." Although the 3 jade pendants may not boast exceptional quality or intricate craftsmanship, their worth is estimated at over 1,000 yuan. Without further ado, Hu Yang initiated a lottery event. Shortly thereafter, the viewers noticed a small lottery box appearing in the chat. Upon clicking, they were met with the requirement to follow, and by agreeing, they entered the draw. Each one fervently hoped to be the lucky winner. While the host had mentioned the jade's lackluster quality, it nonetheless represented a genuine piece valued at over 1,000 yuan. Such complimentary offerings are not commonplace. On this live streaming platform, it is frequent for hosts to orchestrate lottery events or even distribute red envelopes to entice viewers, but opportunities to acquire tangible rewards are scarce. In no time, Hu Yang's follower count surged, exceeding 1,000 within a mere half-minute. The live streaming system then heralded the joyous news. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,000 followers, earning a reward of 100 points of mental energy. Just as Hu Yang had anticipated, reaching certain thresholds in follower count indeed triggered system rewards. Although it was merely mental energy, it was precisely what Hu Yang required. Spending a mere 1 or 2,000 to obtain 100 points of mental energy felt like a gain to him. Takai Baozi, the flamboyant specialist, and Mu Yi from Qing Tian's household, the 3 winners were instructed to privately message their addresses, assuring them that he would endeavor to dispatch their rewards today. If all went well, they should receive their prizes within 2 days, so keep an eye out. After announcing the winners, Hu Yang noticed the 3 viewers who had been drawn. Alas, why is it that the fortunate winners are always someone else? Indeed, I often participate in such lotteries, but have never tasted victory myself. One wonders if the host will organize similar events in the future. Hu Yang cheerfully reassured everyone, "Do not be disheartened. Such generous opportunities will be frequent. Let us all enjoy ourselves." This host is remarkably generous. With a simple phrase like "let us all enjoy ourselves," he endeared himself to all viewers. After all, the essence of watching live streams is to seek joy, isn't it? Although the host has yet to solicit gifts from the audience, those with items in stock could not resist sending gifts to support him. What have I missed? This was the remark of Wei Wei, a female streamer who had previously collaborated with Hu Yang. She had just risen and habitually opened the live streaming platform for a glance. Although she is a host herself, she has her own favorite streamers, such as the new host Hu Ge. Upon entering, she realized that the lottery had already concluded. The host is late. Wei Wei jested. "Why are you not streaming, Wei Wei? Aren't you supposed to be earning?" Hu Yang chuckled in response. "Wei Wei, don't tease." At that moment, a sharply dressed woman entered, a short-haired beauty clad in a fitted blazer, a black pencil skirt, stockings, and high heels. The shop assistants greeted her in unison. "Hello, boss." She is Su Mingyun, and this establishment was bequeathed to her by her grandmother. Ever since her grandmother's passing, the jade shop has been under her stewardship. Its fortunes have declined steadily. Now, nearly a month has elapsed without any improvement in business, leaving her feeling deceived. In a rush to the shop, her mood was quite dismal. Upon hearing this, the dog-walking woman's complexion paled even further. Chapter 14. Correction. Just as the dog-walking woman found herself at a loss, Hu Yang's voice pierced through the air. "Surely, you can see that there's an issue with this amethyst geode, can't you?" The moment those words escaped his lips, not only were the individuals in the shop taken aback, but the viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. Is there a problem with the amethyst geode? Could it be fake? Su Mingyun furrowed her brow and glanced toward Hu Yang, who approached the front counter and placed 3 jade pendants down, saying, "Please, proceed with the checkout." "Oh yes, just a moment, please," the cashier responded, coming to her senses. Su Mingyun, however, inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" "How so?" The dog-walking woman felt a glimmer of hope, her tension easing somewhat. Although a conclusion had yet to be reached, someone was advocating for her, alleviating some pressure. While she was not impoverished, after all, she had a dog. Losing several tens of thousands in savings was disheartening, leading to a more frugal existence than she desired. Hu Yang crouched beside the fallen amethyst geode, stating, Take a look at the outer shell of this geode. It contains elements of cement adhesive. If it were a genuine amethyst geode, such a phenomenon would be impossible, despite the deceptive craftsmanship, which rendered it nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. The cracks revealed the truth upon closer inspection. Su Mingyun and the dog-walking woman hurried over to examine it, discovering that the exterior indeed resembled cement. This revelation was sufficient to indicate that the amethyst geode was flawed. The shop owner's expression turned frosty. She had never anticipated that a friend would deceive her. So that's why. This amethyst geode is utterly useless. It turns out to be a counterfeit, she stated. The dog-walking woman replied anxiously, "Is that so?" Su Mingyun, not one to be unreasonable, recognized her error and sincerely apologized. "My apologies. I should have been more discerning. To express my regret, I will gift you a jade bracelet." With that, she instructed her staff to fetch a jade bracelet priced at $29.99, having it beautifully wrapped. The dog-walking woman sighed in relief and even felt a measure of joy. While the mistake was unfortunate, her dog had indeed damaged the shop's property, an undeniable fact. Furthermore, the owner's gesture of gifting her a bracelet worth nearly 3,000 yuan washed away any lingering resentment. Yet, her deepest gratitude was reserved for the handsome gentleman who had spoken up for her. "Thank you," she exclaimed. "You're welcome." Hu Yang replied with a gentle nod and a smile. Previously known as a thunder egg, an amethyst geode can be spherical or oval with a hollow interior. Its inner walls are adorned with numerous amethyst crystals that grow towards the spherical center. Once halved, these geodes serve as decorative pieces or are utilized for feng shui purposes. It seems the owner possesses limited knowledge about crystals. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen prey to such a trick, Hu Yang remarked. Su Mingyun sighed and candidly remarked, "Although I manage this establishment, I am not particularly well-versed in the realm of gemstones and jade. Indeed, a genuine amethyst geode, during its formation, often contains various impurities influenced by environmental factors. When observed in sunlight, one can detect faint, uniform, fine striations, or wispy materials. However, this amethyst geode clearly lacks such characteristics." Hu Yang continued, plucking a small piece of amethyst from the edge of the geode, rubbing it against the marble floor, and then handing it to Su Mingyun. "Observe. If this were authentic crystal, it would not exhibit any scratches. Natural crystals possess significant hardness. Ordinary stones cannot mar their surface. This is a fundamental principle." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt immensely enlightened. The host is truly remarkable. Their knowledge of identification is effortlessly displayed. "You must be new here. You should have seen how the host scored yesterday. As long as brother who is willing, earning hundreds of thousands daily is certainly feasible. I have learned so much." Su Mingyun, reflecting that this was a friend's introduction, felt as though she had swallowed something bitter. Hu Yang shifted the topic. "By the way, how much is that sculpture?" Following the direction of his finger, they gazed upon a sculpted sailboat. Su Mingyun paused, then shook her head, saying, "That is also not for sale. It is one of the few heirlooms left by my grandmother, and I currently have no intention of parting with it." "Oh, is that so? Then it would be wise not to display it there. Should it accidentally be damaged, it would be a loss for your shop. And others may not be able to compensate for it," Hu Yang cautioned. Unable to compensate? The crowd grasped the significance, realizing it was likely a treasure of considerable value. Even Su Mingyun felt a twinge of curiosity. She only knew that her grandmother had cherished that piece during her lifetime. Previously, it had been displayed at home, but for reasons unknown, it had found its way to the shop. She had speculated that perhaps her grandmother wished to leave her something of value, as anything kept at home would surely have been divided among her parents' generation. "Is it also jade? Why is it black?" Huazai cannot help but inquire. Hu Yang nodded, explaining that it's called ink jade, which is relatively rare. Ink jade is a variety of Hitian jade. Although it does not possess the fame of white jade, its scarcity renders it quite precious. Its understated color is seldom seen in the market. In fact, high-quality ink jade is rich in hue and has a unique beauty that is both exquisite and rare. I just took a look. It has a jadeite base. Hearing Hu Yang's words, Huazai and the others were even more perplexed, bewildered by the mention of ink jade and jadeite. Wasn't that contradictory? A jadeite base? I don't understand. Huazai stated plainly. Su Mingyun and the others perked up their ears, based on Hu Yang's previous assessment of the amethyst geode. He appeared to be a formidable expert in gem appraisal. To put it simply, there are many varieties of ink jade, including those with white jade bases, jadeite bases, ink jade bases, and so forth. The term base here can be likened to the difference between a white sheet of paper and a red sheet of paper, both of which are painted black with ink. Therefore, the white paper represents a white base, while the red paper signifies a red base. Does that clarify things for everyone? Such an accessible explanation could not be misunderstood, and Hua Zai and the others nodded in understanding. You can shine a light on that jade sculpture, and you will see a beautiful interplay of black and jadeite hues. Moreover, the craftsmanship is exceptionally exquisite, undoubtedly the work of a master sculptor. Given the materials and the artistry, its value surpasses 2 million. Therefore, it should not merely be displayed. Rather, it is prudent to take protective measures to prevent any damage, which will be unfortunate for everyone involved. The worth exceeds 2 million, and the combined value of all the other jade artifacts in her shop pales in comparison. Goodness, madam, I humbly seek your patronage. My goodness, truly priceless. I appreciate your reminder. Allow me to gift you these 3 small jade pendants. There is no need for payment. Su Mingyun handed over the already wrapped jade pendants to Huyang, and upon seeing him reach for his wallet, she quickly interjected. Huyang pondered for a moment. It would be more respectful to comply. Thank you. Chapter 15. Is it possible to stumble upon treasure? As Huyang was about to depart, a woman walking her dog approached, hoping to invite Huyang and Hua Zai to a meal, expressing her gratitude for the considerable assistance he had provided, which mitigated her significant losses and resulted in her acquiring a bracelet. It would be remiss not to respond in kind. We have only just eaten, thank you. How about I treat you to drinks instead? She settled for a lesser offer. Right now, Huyang hesitated slightly. Without waiting for their response, she dashed out of the jade shop. The shop owner, Su Mingyun, was equally grateful to Huyang. Otherwise, she might not have realized the true value of that piece of black jade sculpture. If she had to sell it at a low price in the future due to financial difficulties, the loss would have been substantial. Su Mingyun, may I have your contact information? Besides her gratitude, Su Mingyun recognized Huyang as a capable individual, and establishing a connection would undoubtedly be beneficial. Please add me on WeChat. The viewers in the live stream, particularly the male audience, were envious. Indeed, capable men, even if they do not take the initiative, attract the attention of beautiful women. After mutually adding each other as friends, the two engaged in casual conversation, primarily revolving around jewelry topics. Su Mingyun mentioned that her shop's sourcing primarily comes from Sihui within the province. Huyang was not surprised, as Sihui is one of the 4 major jade wholesale markets in the province and the largest jade processing hub in the country. If you have the time, let us go explore together, Su Mingyun invited. Certainly, it would be a great opportunity to see it firsthand. Su Mingyun had long noticed that Huyang seemed to be live streaming. After much restraint, she finally asked, "Are you live streaming? With your capabilities? There seems to be no need for such a profession. It is likely a hobby. Indeed, it is a means of mutual exchange with everyone." The audience in the live stream chuckled. This was quite an overestimation of their role, as most of the time, the host merely instructs the viewers on how to identify and appreciate items, rather than engaging in genuine exchange. Not only Huyang, but also Su Mingyun and her staff were prepared. Thank you. I appreciate your generosity. The woman seized the opportunity to ask Huyang for his contact information, leaving the live stream audience momentarily speechless. After exiting Su Mingyun's shop, they continued onward, unexpectedly encountering a courier service shop, and Huyang sauntered inside. The 3 fortunate friends had already provided me with their address and contact details, so I shall send it off without delay, Huyang stated, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. This straightforward and decisive demeanor endeared him to many of his audience members. Indeed, it is well acknowledged that this gentleman's affluence permits him such ease in his endeavors. Were a less fortunate individual to acquire such items, they would undoubtedly wrestle with their decision. Thus, if one aspires to be a person of integrity and promise, it is imperative to strive towards becoming wealthy. While money may not be omnipotent, it certainly resolves numerous issues and aids in the realization of many aspirations. Concealing contact information, Huyang deliberately captured a close-up of the address, inquiring, "Is the address for those 3 friends accurate?" Upon confirming its correctness, the shipping label was officially generated, and the 3 parcels were meticulously packaged. Their establishment frequently handles fragile items, such as jade, ensuring they have long since devised appropriate packaging methods, relieving customers of any concerns. As they exited the shipping store and strolled along the street, they encountered numerous small shops featuring jewelry and jade, often spotting a few shuttered stores, indicating the jewelry trade is not as lucrative as one might presume. Whenever Huyang discovered a distinctive shop, he would invariably step inside to broaden everyone's horizons, albeit rarely making a purchase. In the future, when shopping online, one should heed the advice to observe more and listen less, resisting the urge to act impulsively. Observing extensively serves to accumulate knowledge, akin to the adage that studying a text repeatedly reveals its meaning. With greater exposure, one can easily identify flaws in certain items. Listening less is crucial, as the industry is rife with storytelling. One must not fall prey to the seller's self-aggrandizement. Claims of ancestral treasures are often fabricated, so it is wise to remain skeptical. If one is overly earnest, they risk genuine loss. Finally, it is essential to refrain from hasty purchases. Take your time to browse. Lingering at a small stall for an extended period will not draw criticism. One should not feel embarrassed about taking their time, as they ought not to feel indebted to the stall owner merely for their prolonged attention. After walking a short distance, they encountered a small stall positioned at the roadside, standing out amidst the myriad shops. The vendor, a woman adorned in traditional ethnic attire and jewelry, occupied a space of less than 2 square meters, showcasing an array of culturally distinctive silver ornaments. A few students appeared to be selecting items. The woman greeted her customers while calling out, 20 yuan each for authentic pure meow silver bracelets. At that moment, skepticism arose. How could pure silver jewelry be merely 20 yuan? It seemed implausible. Although silver is not particularly valuable, it is still classified as a precious metal. Furthermore, some pondered the financial status of ethnic minorities. How could their young women be adorned in silver from head to toe, seemingly weighing several kilograms? Based on the price per gram, a 10-pound collection would exceed 10,000 yuan. Hardly the mark of poverty. Ah, but you are mistaken, Hu Yang interjected. While they claim these are pure Miao silver ornaments, they do not specify pure silver. Miao silver typically contains copper and other metals, rendering it more affordable. In Miao regions, Miao silver is also referred to as white copper, indicating a significant copper content. To Hu Yang's surprise, Huazai paused, his gaze fixed on the Miao silver ornaments, seemingly intrigued. Do you have a girlfriend? Hu Yang inquired. Astonished, Huazai waved his hand dismissively. With my demeanor, what girl would be interested? It's for my sister. I recall she fancied such items during our last encounter. In the past, he lacked financial means, rendering his ambitions impotent. However, now, with a bit of money in his pocket, coupled with the affordability of these items, he found himself in a different position. The audience in the live stream chuckled quietly, recognizing yet another infatuated brother. It seems that elder brothers are inherently fond of their younger sisters. If it were a younger brother asking for money to buy a pair of sneakers, he would likely retort, ask mom and dad. Hu Yang, having no sister, could not fully relate and smiled softly at the absurdity. Since Huazai expressed interest, he decided to offer some guidance from the sidelines. That silver bracelet is quite nice, and the ring over there, no, the one beside it. Huazai selected several items in succession, much to the delight of the female vendor, who mused to herself. Indeed, men are far more decisive when it comes to shopping. The two men had already chosen 6 or 7 items, while the earlier group of girls seemed still indecisive. Once they had moved away, Hu Yang remarked to Huazai, that hollow bracelet is exquisitely crafted. You might want to keep it, as it should be worth several thousand. You can sell it when the opportunity arises. The silver bracelet before them, with its intricate hollow design, was clearly not reminiscent of Miao craftsmanship. Both Huazai and the livestream audience were taken aback. Could they truly stumble upon such treasures? It was worth noting that these items were procured for merely 20 yuan each. Even if valued in the thousands, it was akin to pure profit. Indeed, being by Hu Yang's side often led to opportunities for wealth. Many viewers in a live stream could not help but marvel at Huazai's luck in encountering such a benefactor. Chapter 16, The Hidden Crack. Subsequently, it occurred to everyone that, thanks to Hu Yang's guidance, discovering treasures was rather unsurprising. Just around the corner lies the Jade City, a large modern jade trading center established in the past 2 years. Besides jade, we can even find raw jade materials within, Hu Yang informed them. The Jingtai Jade City resembles a large modern shopping complex where one can find nearly every type of jade available on Earth, including works from renowned jade artisans. In essence, it is a treasure trove. This was one of Hu Yang's purposes for bringing everyone here. I recall there are jade sculptors stationed inside, who can show us how jade pieces are crafted, he continued. Presently, when one speaks of the art of jade carving, the most renowned regions are undoubtedly in Jiangnan, such as Suzhou and Yangzhou. Guangdong has only recently emerged in the past century due to its vast market, which continually attracts raw materials, drawing jade sculptors from various regions to develop here and establish the current landscape of jade production and sales. This is a typical outcome of market demand. In fact, within just a 1 to 2 kilometer radius, numerous modern jade trading markets akin to Jingtai Jade City exist. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jingtai Jade City, everyone felt an immediate elevation in ambience, starkly contrasting the preceding small shops that, despite being jewelry stores, bore a striking resemblance to convenience stores in their simplicity, which was rather disheartening. The Jingtai Jade City before them was as expansive as an ordinary shopping plaza, adorned with classical decor in the Lingnan architectural style. Hu Yang revealed, "I've been here twice before. The first time, I even paid tuition." The viewers in the live stream felt a sense of relatability, given that the host's age is similar to theirs. However, prior to this, he had projected an air of inscrutability. Now that they have learned he, too, has had to pay his dues, the distance between him and the audience seems to have significantly diminished. Let us not mock. Paying one's dues is a rather commonplace experience. The greatest fear lies in perpetually incurring such costs. Indeed, brother who has persevered and transformed his fortunes, a source of envy for many. First, let's take a stroll through District 1, where the majority of the offerings consist of raw jade materials, predominantly jadeite. For those wary of acquiring counterfeit jade, it might be prudent to select a piece of raw material personally and commission a jade carver to sculpt it, thus ensuring greater authenticity. Of course, raw materials can also be faked, but the likelihood of encountering counterfeits is considerably lower than with finished jade products. Huazai, standing nearby, diligently steadied the filming phone, as viewers had been commenting on the shaky footage, which made them feel dizzy. Upon entering the venue, the audience was dazzled by the myriad of exquisite jade materials displayed, overwhelmed by the sheer abundance. "Oh, I see a familiar face. Let's go greet them," Hu Yang exclaimed suddenly. Huazai turned the camera to reveal Sun Jidong, the bird trainer they had encountered yesterday at Old Chen's antique shop, apparently engaged in a dispute over a piece of jade. "Brother Sun, what a surprise to see you again so soon." Hu Yang greeted that. Huazai also chimed in, "Good to see you, Brother Sun." Upon recognizing Hu Yang, Sun Jidong visibly relaxed and patted both Hu Yang and Huazai on the shoulder. "Oh, it's you? Are you here to enjoy jade as well? Why are you carrying 2 bird cages?" Those cages seem quite intriguing. Initially puzzled by the youth's interest in bird training, Sun Jidong's curiosity piqued upon noticing the empty bird cage, leading him to regard Hu Yang with greater respect. Huazai explained, "We just had dim sum, and brother Hu acquired these from an elderly gentleman." Hu Yang's gaze was fixed on the jade material that Sun Jidong and a middle-aged man were vying for, a piece of Hetian jade the size of 2 fists. Such a substantial piece of Hetian jade is quite rare, as they typically range from the size of an egg to that of a finger. "Impressive. Congratulations, Brother Hu," Sun Jidong expressed, a hint of envy in his tone, marveling at the serendipity of encountering such fortune over a simple dim sum. "All of these are raw materials," Hu Yang noted, observing that this stall specialized in Hetian jade's raw offerings, with the largest piece not being the one Sun Jidong was contesting, but rather a stone the size of basketball. Indeed, the materials here are sourced from XJ and are quite reliable. "Brother Hu, if you're interested, you might want to take a look," Sun Jidong mentioned, being acquainted with this stall's proprietor for several years. 120,000. Upon hearing another person's bid, Sun Jidong quickly turned away from chatting with Hu Yang and the others. Huazai and the live stream audience were taken aback by the exclamation. "Over a single piece of raw material, the price exceeded 100,000? Is it truly that expensive?" Huazai inquired of Hu Yang. The piece in question, when assessed by its luster, belongs to the superior category of Hetian jade pebble material. 5 years ago, high-quality Hetian jade pebbles commanded a price of 1,500,000 per kilogram. That particular piece weighs over a pound, so a price of 1,200,000 seems reasonable. Both Hua and the audience stared in astonishment. 1,500,000 per kilogram? Indeed, high-end jade is an indulgence only the affluent can afford. A single piece of jade could purchase a house in a third-tier city. "Old chum, I'll raise my bid by 50,000, Sun Jidong remarked, directing his gaze toward the vendor. The vendor appeared somewhat conflicted and suggested to the middle-aged man, "Sir, why not take a look at some of the other stones I have? They're all quite good." However, the middle-aged man shook his head resolutely. 1,300,000. Sun Jidong was about to continue bidding when Hu Yang gently tugged at him. "Let him have it. At 1,300,000. Even if you commission a master carver, the profit margin is minimal," Hu Yang advised. Sun Jidong found himself puzzled, given the quality of that pebble. Commissioning a skilled jade sculptor to carve it could easily yield a profit of over 100,000. Why did Hu Yang assert that the profit was negligible? For a moment, he began to doubt Hu Yang's expertise. The vendor seized the opportunity to interject. "Old Sun, perhaps you might consider letting this one go. I'll save some good pieces for you next time." After a brief hesitation, Sun Jidong nodded in agreement. Once the transaction was completed and the middle-aged man departed with the pebble, Hu Yang finally spoke up. That pebble has hidden cracks, brother Sun. Your decision to forego it was indeed wise. Hidden cracks? Surely not. This conclusion startled even the vendor. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 pebbles have cracks. It is normal for pebbles to possess fissures, yet those with cracks often cannot be fashioned into jade artifacts. Visible cracks can be seen, but hidden ones are far more detrimental. Chapter 17. Is a son-in-law still needed? Just moments ago, Hu Yang had not even touched the stone before arriving at this conclusion regarding hidden cracks, which indeed raises doubts about his reliability. It is important to note that the cracks in jade are often subtle. Even surface fissures sometimes require a magnifying glass to detect. Hidden cracks, which are internal fissures, are particularly challenging to identify, which is why it is said they can be most harmful. In truth, the presence of hidden cracks in Hutian jade pebbles is not uncommon. Pebbles, also referred to as seed jade, are the result of primary or from the mountains eroding and being transported by river water to the riverbanks, where they accumulate. Due to prolonged transport and erosion, their sharp edges become rounded, resembling river stones. The softer, less durable portions are gradually worn away, leaving behind a core of hard quality, which is why the quality of seed jade is generally high. Thus, during this long process of transport and erosion, collisions are inevitable, leading to internal fissures, which is entirely normal. Minor hidden cracks have little impact on the jade's overall integrity. You discern the hidden cracks as well? The vendor frowned, feeling a tinge of displeasure, sensing that this young man was merely spouting nonsense. When someone else criticizes one's own possessions, regardless of who they are, it can evoke a sense of resentment. Just moments ago, that man had illuminated the stone with a powerful flashlight. The light that emerged was rather peculiar. Should we pursue that man and take another look? Hu Yang undoubtedly has his reasons. Otherwise, wouldn't such remarks offend others? Upon hearing Hu Yang's words, the shopkeeper and Sun Jidong were immediately hesitant to respond. Moments ago, that individual had indeed illuminated the item with a bright light. If there were any internal fissures, the emanating light would indeed appear distinctly different. They had overlooked this aspect earlier. It is no wonder that this fellow dared to assert that the piece of jade contained hidden cracks without even examining it closely. Huazai, witnessing this scene, felt a genuine admiration for Brother Hu. His discernment is unparalleled. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished, marveling at the host's remarkable skill. Merely by observing the light, he could deduce the existence of internal fractures within the jade. How impressive! The shopkeeper was left speechless. What an exhilarating sight. Brother Hu truly excels in this domain. Were they taken aback? After a moment, Sun Jidong offered a wry smile, expressing gratitude to Brother Hu for the reminder, admitting his own carelessness. Hu Yang waved his hand and replied with a smile. If the hidden cracks are minor, their impact on the light would not be significant. However, the light I observed seemed to indicate that the fissures were rather serious. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. The true condition will only be revealed once that individual takes it for carving. Hu Yang elucidated to the audience that the larger the piece of jade, the greater the caution required. The increased mass means a larger area subjected to impact, making it more susceptible to cracks during handling. This is precisely why larger Hutian jade pieces are so precious, he explained. He consistently employs straightforward language to convey knowledge of appraisal, ensuring that even those entirely unfamiliar with antiques can grasp the concepts, earning widespread admiration. I have learned a great deal. Thank you, Brother Hu, for your insightful commentary. Suddenly, a message soared across the live stream. This was a flying screen message, requiring a payment of 10 yuan to send. Upon closer inspection, regulars of the platform recognized that the recent commenter was a well-known affluent user, known for their generous spending. Just as someone was about to speak, the live stream was suddenly inundated with 10 rockets, monopolizing the entire screen. Each rocket represents 1,000 yuan, making this a total gift of 10,000 yuan. Indeed, for the wealthy, money is merely a number. Wow, thank you, Boss Jiangnan, for your gift. Huazai quickly expressed his gratitude. Having been a viewer of this live stream platform for some time, he was familiar with this affluent user, who had already achieved a prestigious status and had spent nearly 1 million. Hu Yang clasped his fists and casually remarked, "Brother, you are too generous. Let us share a meal together sometime." If it had been another host receiving a gift worth over 10,000 yuan, their expression would have been uncontrollable, with many hosts likely to scream and offer an extravagant display of thanks. However, Brother Hu, being affluent himself, had no intention of live streaming for profit, and thus the substantial gift did not faze him. He simply expressed polite gratitude. This reflects a matter of perspective. The other hosts, like Wei Wei, who were watching Hu Yang's live stream felt a twinge of envy. If it were them, they would spare no effort to retain such a generous benefactor. Yet, Brother Hu did not utter a single flattering word. His gratitude was conveyed with the same demeanor as those players who gifted 10 or 8 yuan. Upon reflection, one can comprehend that Mr. Hu has no need to curry favor with any wealthy patron, as he possesses an effortless ability to generate income. In fact, he himself embodies the essence of a wealthy player. The cost to elevate 1S status to a divine rank on this platform is merely over $1 million. In just a couple of days, Mr. Hu has effortlessly accrued such a sum. For many, earning tens of millions may be an unattainable aspiration throughout their lives. Yet for Mr. Hu, it seems merely a matter of 3 to 5 months. Thus, when confronted with a consumer spending nearly 10 million, his demeanor remains remarkably composed, indicative of his substantial resources. Wealthy individual Jiang Nan recently made a statement. Excellent. When Mr. Hu arrives in the city of magic, or should I find myself in Yangshan one day, let us arrange a meeting. This exchange between two affluent individuals captivated a multitude of onlookers. Furthermore, the recent dispatch of 10 rockets propelled Hu Yang's live stream to the platform's headline for 3 minutes, rendering it visible to the entire network. This maneuver resulted in Hu Yang's audience surpassing 10,000. The system, perceptive as always, congratulated the host. Congratulations. The number of viewers has exceeded 10,000 for the first time, earning you 100 spirit points. Hu Yang, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is that truly a thing?" He felt a surge of gratitude towards the affluent individual and remarked, "That's quite agreeable. I will send you my number privately. When you arrive here, do let me know." The stall owner, intrigued, inquired, "Is this what live streaming entails?" Although he was in his 40s and perhaps not entirely attuned to the latest trends, the booming live streaming industry was well known to him, even if he had not participated himself. Sun Jidong showed no surprise, having noticed this individual streaming just the previous day. "Indeed. Boss, would you like to say a few words?" Hua, as I directed the camera towards the stall owner. As it was his first encounter with the camera, the stall owner felt somewhat flustered. He quickly adjusted his clothing and raised a hand slightly. "Hello. Greetings to all." His nervous demeanor during this initial exposure elicited gentle laughter from the audience, who found him endearing. "Oh, don't be anxious, boss. You're engaged in business worth millions every minute." Just moments ago, the scene of a piece of raw jade being sold for over $1 million was witnessed by all, illuminating the fact that, despite being merely a stall owner, his net worth likely reached the tens of millions. Hua, as I discreetly pointed to a stone and asked Hu Yang, "Mr. Hu, does that also qualify as jade?" Hu Yang, upon inspection, chuckled and clarified, "It merely has an outer layer, but the interior is indeed jade." He flipped over the egg-sized piece of raw jade, revealing the jade within. Such occurrences are common, as many raw stones are encased in skin. The secondary color of the skin on the surface of the raw stone is often seen in hues of reddish-brown or yellowish-brown jade skin, alongside colors like autumn pear, gold flecks, jujube red, tiger skin, and black, among others. Jade artisans frequently capitalize on the natural skin color of Hetian stones to craft intricate jade pieces, resulting in a unique and priceless artistry, which stands as one of the most notable characteristics of Hetian jade raw stones. However, this particular piece had a somewhat thick skin and average quality. After Hu Yang concluded his explanation, he gazed inward and pointed to a specific piece. "Look at that one. It is the most precious piece of raw stone here, reaching the highest grade of sheep fat jade." The shopkeeper chuckled weakly. "Your keen eyes have quickly spotted the treasure of my collection." Sun Jidao responded with a smile. "Last time, a buyer offered 5 million, but Old Chen couldn't bear to part with it." The live stream erupted in astonishment. Was it truly worth 5 million for a piece of jade the size of a rice bowl? By the heavens. "Uncle, are you still in need of a son-in-law? The kind that comes to your door." Chapter 18. What variety is it? Hua's eyebrows twitched at the mention of 5 million. Observing the reaction and the comments from the audience, Hu Yang remarked, "You must understand. Sheep fat jade is a gem-grade material among Hetian jade. It is the finest quality of white jade, possessing the best luster and texture. Currently, high-quality sheep fat jade is priced at 230,000 per gram. Sheep fat jade is warm and dense, translucent and pure, immaculate and flawless, akin to congealed fat. It is delicate and substantial, exhibiting an aged appearance with excellent oil and fat content, reminiscent of freshly cut sheeptail fat." This revelation left many in shock. 2 to 3,000 per gram? One must consider the price of gold, only a couple hundred yuan per gram. Is the price of sheep fat jade truly 100 times that of gold? Given that 1 pound equals 500 grams, wouldn't a pound of sheep fat jade be in the tens of millions? No wonder that ordinary rice bowl-sized piece of sheep fat jade was not worth parting with for 5 million. It was simply astonishing. This was a true glimpse into what constitutes genuine luxury. 2 to 3,000 per gram is indeed outrageous. Only the wealthy can truly indulge in fine jade. Huazai added, "It doesn't seem very white. It has a yellowish tint." He referred to the piece of sheep fat jade. Sun Jidao chuckled. Sheep fat white jade is not necessarily better if it is whiter. Sheep fat white is not pure white, but a white imbued with an oily luster. Within the white, there may be subtle hints of yellow or green. Those of inferior quality may even exhibit slight gray tones. The current trend of striving solely for whiteness is evidently a misunderstanding of sheep fat white jade and is unscientific. Huyang turned his gaze to a nearby pile of roughly a dozen pieces of jade, each about the size of a thumb, with mediocre quality. Priced at 500 yuan each, available for casual selection. He casually picked 2 pieces, ready to make a purchase. The shopkeeper waved his hand, "Not worth much. Consider it a gift for you, young man, as a token of friendship." "Oh, and you, young man, why not choose 2 as a keepsake?" He recognized Huyang as a capable individual and deemed it wise to cultivate a connection with such a person through small gestures. Huazai remained still, looking toward Huyang, aware that the shopkeeper's generosity stemmed from his respect for Hu. Why hesitate? They were not particularly valuable items. Sun Jidao, sensing the hesitation, encouraged, "It's not worth much." Huyang smiled faintly. "All right then. Thank you." "Thank you, boss." Huazai quickly echoed, before selecting 2 pieces from the pile of small jade. The audience in the live stream erupted once more in lament, realizing that following Hu meant there was always something to gain. After receiving a business card from the shopkeeper, Huyang began to take his leave. "We won't disturb you any longer, Uncle Chung." As he departed, the shopkeeper turned to a friend beside him, inquiring, "Today's youth are truly impressive. What is their background?" Sun Jihong shook his head, stating, "I only became acquainted with him yesterday. He is indeed a remarkably talented young man. After our meeting at Old Chin's, Chen spoke highly of him. His discerning eye surpasses that of many seasoned veterans among us." As the discussion progressed, everyone was presented with a diverse array of jade: green jade, pale jade, jadeite, yellow jade, and black jade, all of which expanded their horizons. With each type of jade they encountered, Huyang provided brief explanations about its characteristics and how to distinguish quality. Thus far, we've primarily observed soft jade. Soon, we shall explore hard jade. Jadeite, as a variant of jade, falls under the category of hard jade. However, the classification of jadeite is extensive and complex, making it difficult to elucidate in a brief moment. Based on quality, it can be categorized into glassy, icy, glutinous, gold-threaded, and lotus types, among others, and by color. It includes violet, yellow, blue, and red varieties. In the future, we shall delve deeper into these classifications. Today merely serves as an introduction. Jadeite is currently a highly sought-after type of hard jade, immensely popular domestically, with many aficionados contributing to its thriving market. Interestingly, China does not produce this jade. The vast majority of jadeite in the world originates from Myanmar. The export of jadeite is one of Myanmar's crucial pillar industries, generating over 20% of its economic output. Relying on mineral resources for economic growth is perilous. Minerals are non-renewable resources, and the day will come when they are depleted. Overdependence on such resources can lead a nation's economy astray, as exemplified by Mongolia, whose economy collapsed upon losing access to the Chinese market. Huyang remarked, "These are all Doqing jadeite, classified as low-end products." A considerable area of several stalls was filled with such jadeite, reminiscent of a market street. Observing this scene, it was evident, without Huyang's comments, that these were not premium goods. Doqing jadeite is a classification characterized by its short columnar form, resembling beans arranged within the jadeite, making the boundaries of these crystals discernible to the naked eye. Due to their coarse granularity, transparency is often compromised. Experts refer to this as being rather dry. As a common variety, Doqing jadeite is of inferior quality and thus relatively inexpensive. Most of the jadeite priced at 1 or 200 yuan per piece falls within this category. Having concluded his explanation, Huyang led Huazai further inside. The proprietor of this stall appeared to be a sculptor, engrossed in carving an object. Sensing the presence of customers, he did not lift his head, but merely stated, "Feel free to browse. All items are priced, and no haggling is permitted." This approach to customer service was undeniably somewhat unfriendly, leaving the live stream audience speechless, pondering how such a store could remain in business. The stall owner had an artistic flair, with a vintage radio from the 1970s or 80s nearby, playing a tape of Teresa Tang's melodious songs. Brother Hu, what is he carving? Huazai whispered to Hu Yang. It has 4 legs and horns, perhaps a cow? Hu Yang replied uncertainly. The individual before me lacks professionalism. The sculpture he is laboring over is utterly unrecognizable. The artisan, momentarily taken aback, lifted his gaze slightly and clarified. This is not a horn. It is an ear. What I am currently carving is a horse. Moreover, an animal with 4 legs and horns cannot simply be categorized as a cow, can it? What kind of logic do the youth possess these days? A horse? Cough, cough. What breed? Observing the astonishment on the host's face, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. It is not entirely the host's fault. They too could not discern any resemblance to a horse. It was rather abstract. The vendor felt discontent. What a rare sight. Hu Yang shrugged innocently. Come on, Hugo. Don't be timid. Confront him, urged a viewer. Ha, you're going to make me laugh to death. Vendor, you'll be better off focusing on honest trade. Sculpting does not suit you. Chapter 19, quite down to earth. It was evident to all that this vendor lacked the finesse required for sculpting and was merely a novice, currently practicing his craft. However, using jadeite for practice seemed rather extravagant, did it not? Huzai could not help but whisper to Hu Yang. Hu Yang glanced at the jadeite piece being carved and explained, this is merely a type of dry white jade, which is still considered low-grade and of minimal value, perfect for practice. Dry white jade is characterized by a coarse texture and poor transparency, appearing white or light gray. Experts describe it as rough and lacking in luster. This variety is colorless or lightly tinted, with visible granules to the naked eye, resulting in a rough exterior and low aesthetic and practical value, categorizing it as a lower-grade jade. Having said this, he paid no further attention to the vendor and shifted his gaze to other items at the stall. 2/3 of the merchandise at this stall comprised uncarved jadeite, the majority of which belonged to the mid to low-grade category. Hugo, look, here is a piece of yellow jade, Huzai exclaimed, slightly astonished. Hu Yang responded, that is the yellow jade I mentioned earlier. Jade comes in various hues. Generally, green jade is the most common, while purple jade appears more regal. Yellow jade is relatively rare. That must be valuable, right? The rarer, the better. Not necessarily. The value of jade is contingent upon various factors. Observing the discussions among the live stream audience, Hu Yang remarked, overall, yellow jade tends to be less valuable than green jade. A friend mentioned the principle of rarity, which holds true across many industries. However, applying it simplistically to jade does not suffice. The worth of jade is not merely assessed by its color. The most crucial aspect is its type, such as glassy, oily, or icy jade, which corresponds to its quality. Regardless of color, any jade that attains the quality of glassy jade is a rare treasure. Due to the unique conditions required for the formation of yellow jade, its quality is generally not exceptional. Yellow jade that meets the standards of icy jade is exceedingly rare, and such specimens are precious and hard to come by. Generally speaking, the quality of yellow jadeite typically ranges from glutinous to bean types, with the market often showcasing high-quality yellow jadeite predominantly from the glutinous category. For instance, the piece we are currently examining is a bean-type yellow jadeite, priced between 30,000 and 50,000. Hu Yang, attempting to simplify the analysis for broader comprehension, clarified that it is not that yellow jadeite is inferior to green, but rather that yellow jadeite usually possesses inferior clarity, which detract from its overall value. In a comparison of yellow jadeite and green jadeite of the same quality, one might inquire which is more valuable. For example, the value of a glass-type imperial green jadeite and a glass-type chicken oil yellow jadeite, both exceedingly rare gemstones, can reach upwards of 100 million for a piece the size of a fist, though the final value would depend on the buyer's circumstances, Hu Yang remarked. When it comes to jadeite of glass quality, regardless of the color, it is exceptionally rare, thus the value is relatively comparable. Earlier, we observed that mutton fat jade was priced around 20 to 30,000 per gram, and now it seems even more astonishing that fist-sized glass jadeite could be worth over 100 million. This notion appears rather extravagant, as if the value of money is being disregarded. The host seems to be exaggerating, doesn't he? Indeed. Do you have any idea how much cash 100 million is? It could easily fill a truck. In response to these doubts, Hu Yang chuckled, stating, do not underestimate it. A jadeite ring with a thumb-sized cabochon of imperial green can fetch over 10 million. Just 2 years ago, a plaque the size of half a palm sold for over 100 million. A fist-sized piece of imperial green is indeed valued at over 100 million. There is nothing exaggerated about that. As the audience rushed to search, they They found the host's claims to be true, leaving them astonished and redefining their understanding of jade. Hu Yang then approached another display, retrieving a jadeite sculpture of a potted plant. Upon seeing the price tag of $888, the onlookers were speechless. It seems merchants enjoy playing such tricks, pricing items at $666, $99.99, $88888, etc., under the guise of auspicious numbers. Is Hugo interested in this jadeite sculpture priced over $80,000? It appears to be quite exquisitely carved, he commented. Hu Yang tapped on the counter. Boss, let's settle the payment. The middle-aged vendor looked up in surprise. Initially, he had not expected these young individuals to support his business, but to his astonishment, they possessed the financial means to make a swift purchase. Upon realizing it was the jadeite potted plant, he noted that it was carved from flower green jadeite, which falls under the mid-range or lower mid-range category. Characterized by a green hue with irregular vein-like patterns, a somewhat coarse texture, and semi-transparency. It seems to lack any true transparency, Huazai muttered. Previously, Hu Ge had informed everyone that the quality of jade is primarily assessed by its transparency. While the carving of this jadeite sculpture appears commendable, the jade quality seems lacking. Is it truly worth over $80,000? Flower green jadeite is just average, Hu Yang remarked. The proprietor remarked, this exquisite potted jadeite sculpture boasts a delicate texture, vibrant green hues, and a smooth, lustrous feel. Its intricate craftsmanship and graceful lines render it a valuable collectible. It seems this young gentleman possesses a discerning eye. He then inquired, shall we proceed with card payment, a check, or perhaps a mobile transfer? With that, he produced a WeChat payment QR code. The audience in the live stream appeared momentarily stunned. The prevalence of mobile payment methods has truly permeated every sector. Oh, Alipay works as well, he added, retrieving an Alipay QR code from his drawer. This elicited a sense of familiarity among the viewers. Previously, jade had seemed an opulent treasure, as they had seen pieces valued in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, far beyond the reach of the average person. How down to earth, they mused. The current state of mobile payments in the country is indeed remarkable. Hu Yang refrained from further chatter, promptly transferring over $80,000 and departing with the potted plant. Once he was a distance away, Huazai finally broached the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Brother Hu, that jade sculpture must be worth quite a sum, right? Hu Yang grinned. It's decent, but I only wanted the pot. The jade sculpture is a gift. Chapter 20, The Song Dynasty Fish Tank. Upon hearing Hu Yang's words, the live stream fell into a stunned silence, and one could imagine the audience wearing expressions of incredulity. Huazai was wide-eyed and agape in astonishment. After all that discussion, it turned out Hu Yang's interest lay solely in the flower pot. The jade sculpture, purchased for $80,000 or $90,000, was to be given away? How generous! Hu Yang dialed his best friend from university, Zhang Yihua. Hey, old Zhang, are you free tonight? No, I just picked up a piece of jade. Didn't you say you wanted something to place by your television? I'll bring it over tonight. Goodness. To simply give away an $80,000 or $90,000 jade sculpture as a decorative item is astonishing. The previous vendor likely never imagined that apart from jade, his stall held other treasures. From the outset, the host may have been drawn to the flower pot. In the jade market, the focus is primarily on jade, with little attention paid to other antiques, making Hu Yang's fortunate find entirely plausible. Brother Hu, what is the story behind this flower pot? What makes it worth $80,000 or $90,000? It seems you intentionally misled everyone into thinking you purchased the jade sculpture, indicating that the flower pot must be extraordinary, likely valued at over $100,000. The host's credibility is beyond doubt. It has long been established. Some speculated about the pot's era. Could it be from the Republic of China? Perhaps the Qing dynasty? Maybe even the Ming dynasty? In a university dormitory, Fan Shuqing nestled in bed with her laptop, watching Hu Yang's live stream. Her player account, under the name Second Uncle, has already received 2 gifts from Hu Yang, one worth 20,000 coins and another worth 50,000. Given that the platform takes a 50% cut, she currently has 35,000 coins in her player account. However, she remained unsatisfied, fixated on Hu Yang's live stream. Unfortunately, she had no luck in the recent lottery event and did not win. Now, there is yet another question and answer contest with generous rewards, and the answers are quite broad. He fixed his gaze on the white porcelain flower pot displayed in the live broadcast, pondering for approximately 10 seconds before typing 2 simple characters. White porcelain. He was uncertain whether such an answer would merit a reward, as it was evident to anyone that it was indeed white porcelain, making his response somewhat relevant. Hu Yang observed the diverse array of answers, which refreshed rapidly. Had it not been for the peculiar changes in his eyesight, he would have struggled to keep up entirely. After 60 seconds elapsed, he declared, "All right, stop, time's up." Some individuals had repeated answers, and as per tradition, rewards would only be bestowed upon the first respondent. Moments ago, I noted that 4 friends had provided the correct answer. There's an old acquaintance. This esteemed elder. Every time I read your name, it strikes me as awkward. You mentioned white porcelain earlier. Indeed, that answer is correct, and arguably the simplest one. White porcelain. Goodness. Such an answer feels like an affront to intelligence. It is apparent to anyone with sight that it is white porcelain. Is this truly considered an answer? The audience was immensely frustrated. They should have thought of it. Yet many hesitated to voice their thoughts. Moreover, there was another who ventured to mention Song Dynasty porcelain first. Correct. This is indeed a piece of porcelain from a Song Dynasty, and notably, it belongs to one of the 5 renowned kilns. Thus, our neighbor, Old Chun, also provided the correct answer by mentioning Ding Kiln. The 5 renowned kilns of the Song Dynasty are Ru, Guan, Gu, Jun, and Ding. Next, we have Mu Yi from the Qing Tian household. I recall he was just a lucky audience member, right? He was the sole individual to refer to it as a fish tank. Many might find it hard to believe that this is indeed a fish tank. However, in truth, it is exactly that. Mu Yi, please come forward and explain how you discern it to be a fish tank. Fear not. Even if you guess correctly, the reward remains unchanged. If you articulate your reasoning well, I shall present you with a rocket. A fish tank? Huazai also found it astonishing. How could one think of a fish tank? This is an antique from the Song Dynasty. Did they keep ornamental fish during the Song Dynasty? Without making the audience wait, Mu Yi from the Qing Tian household explained, I guessed. Its shape resembled a fish tank. I once purchased a similar one, though that was made of glass. While this is crafted from porcelain, Hu Yang gestured to Huazai, instructing him to promptly present each of the 4 audience members with an island, each valued at 50,000 coins, equivalent to 500 yuan. A fish tank from the Song Dynasty? Have the ancestors from the Song Dynasty begun to engage in the keeping of ornamental fish? Someone could not help but inquire. Well, it appears you are unaware. The concept of ornamental fish dates back to the Han Dynasty. By the Tang Dynasty, the trend of keeping goldfish began to flourish. Presently, the culture of raising goldfish in RB was inherited from the Tang Dynasty. By the Song Dynasty, leisurely pursuits such as walking dogs, entertaining birds, raising fish, and battling insects became quite popular. Indeed, only in prosperous times do individuals have the leisure to indulge in the culture of enjoyment and festivity. During the Song Dynasty, economic prosperity and the stability of the populace's lives led to a groundbreaking development in porcelain, giving rise to the 5 renowned kilns that are still fervently discussed today. Huyang remarqued. He then instructed Huazai to capture a close-up of the flower pot and provide a detailed explanation to the audience. Have you noticed this? We refer to it as tear marks, a phenomenon of glaze running on ceramic surfaces. The glaze on Ding porcelain often appears in streaks, resembling tears, hence the name. This tear mark phenomenon is exclusive to Ding kilns of the Northern Song Dynasty. It is absent in Ding porcelain from the Tang to the 5 dynasties. In the early Northern Song period, Ding kilns employed a straight firing technique, with the glaze flowing from the rim to the base. However, after the Mid-Northern Song period, Ding kilns innovated a technique known as cover firing, causing the glaze to flow from the base to the rim. Thus, as you can see, this is a piece of Ding porcelain from the later Northern Song period. After making this observation, Hu Yang pondered for a moment before continuing. There's one more detail that may not be clear to everyone, especially given the screen between us. What? Huazai inquired. The shape, it is somewhat deformed, which is not easily noticeable to the average person. Ding porcelain, particularly bowl-shaped pieces, often exhibit slight deformities. If a complete piece is inverted on a table, this characteristic becomes readily apparent. Regarding the imitation Ding white porcelain currently observed in the market, the tear mark phenomenon can be replicated, and brush marks from bamboo can also be easily achieved. However, the deformation of the piece cannot be artificially forced. It relies on factors such as firing conditions, kiln position, and atmosphere. If one attempts to create it manually, it inevitably leaves behind artificial and unnatural traces. There remains one aspect that is still challenging to replicate, which is the unevenness of the foot. This phenomenon occurs entirely due to natural processes. Certainly, the appraisal of porcelain is a profound discipline, and my explanation may not fully resonate with everyone. This Song Dynasty Ding white porcelain fish tank, if taken to auction, would likely fetch over 1 million. After sharing so much, I hope you merely listen and broaden your horizons. The price Yang mentioned, over 1 million, is indeed the focal point of interest. I can hardly contain my thoughts. How much has the host earned today? It makes me want to seriously learn about treasure appraisal. It's bewildering, Brother who earns hundreds of thousands as if it were child's play. Over 1 million? Is that an exaggeration? No one dares to challenge the host. After all, are you just tuning in? Chapter 21, Dispute. In the face of a few skeptics, Huyang chose not to validate anything. There are always those who engage in debate. The third floor is home to a variety of jade brands, with over 20 different stores. The largest among them is Yipingxuan, a newly emerged brand specializing in jade business. Other brand stores are jewelry shops that deal in various types of jewelry alongside jade. Yipingxuan, however, is distinct, focusing solely on jade, particularly jadeite, making them a relatively professional jadeite establishment in the country. What a shabby store. I bought a counterfeit item at their chain store last time, and they didn't even acknowledge it was their product. It's truly disgusting. Suddenly, a viewer in the live stream expressed their dissatisfaction, filled with resentment. Really? My cousin is getting married and was planning to check out their store. I suggest you don't. Their after-sales service is atrocious. In truth, in such a vast market, one can find all sorts of birds. The presence of counterfeit goods in brand stores is not an unusual occurrence. Considering the scale of their operations, it is impossible to claim that mistakes will never happen. It's akin to shoes. Even the most reputable brand stores can inadvertently sell defective products. One must not blindly trust brand stores. The certificates they provide may very well be fraudulent. Of course, compared to other establishments, brand stores tend to offer a greater sense of assurance. After Huyang finished speaking, he led Huazai inside. Their arrival immediately captured the attention of the sales staff within the store. Pets were typically prohibited, but upon seeing the exquisite jade planters, it was clear that these were two customers of considerable purchasing power, making it impossible to turn them away. Good day, gentlemen. Were you looking to explore? We have the most comprehensive collection of jade artifacts. Inquired a sales representative dressed in formal attire. Huyang cast a glance at him and replied, "We're just browsing. If something catches our eye, we'll consider a purchase." The professional smile on the salesman's face faltered momentarily before he quickly regained composure, saying, "Of course. Take your time. I'm certain you'll find something that suits you." Just then, a commotion erupted within the store. "Excuse me, miss. I had previously advised you to handle with care. Now that the bracelet is broken, you must take responsibility," exclaimed one of the staff members. The bracelet had a defect. The moment I picked it up, a piece fell off. "Clearly, this is an attempt at extortion," the young woman retorted. Other employees glanced over, including the salesman who had attended to Huyang. The woman purchasing the jade bracelet was accompanied by two friends, yet they seemed somewhat outmatched by the store employees, unable to hold their ground in the ensuing argument. "See? I told you this place has numerous issues," interjected a patron who had previously voiced complaints. "We're not fully apprised of the situation. It may be premature to pass judgment. Who knows if it's the customer's fault?" Huyang strolled over and observed the scene. On the glass counter lay the remnants of two jade bracelets. The saleswoman who had initially promoted the item appeared pale, evidently shaken. "This bracelet is made from jadeite of the finest quality. Although its color may not be perfect, it is still valued at 250,000. Our store's prices are among the fairest in the industry," she asserted. Upon hearing this, the female customer became increasingly agitated. He Sui felt deeply aggrieved. The three of them had no intention of making a purchase, merely seeking to indulge in the experience of high-end jewelry. They had requested the saleswoman to present the jade bracelet, intending only to take a few photos to share later. However, to their astonishment, the moment they grasped the bracelet, it shattered into two pieces. The gravity of the situation dawned on Hisui and her friends. 250,000. As recent entrants into the workforce, they could hardly fathom such an expense. They refused to accept blame, resolutely stating, "This is not our responsibility. The bracelet was clearly defective from the outset. We will not pay a single cent." Indeed, we all witnessed it. The jade bracelet broke the moment it was lifted, her two companions quickly echoed. "Then we shall have no choice but to notify the authorities," declared an individual who appeared to be the manager. The products in their store, particularly such high-end items, had all been personally inspected by him. There was no possibility of damage occurring. Therefore, the customer's claims could not be true. They must be fabricating the story. Now, they simply wished to evade accountability. In dealing with such individuals, one has various methods at their disposal. Calling the police is a straightforward option. Hisui glanced up, pointing to a camera situated at the corner. "Isn't there a camera over there? A quick review will confirm our honesty." Upon hearing the mention of police involvement, the three women began to feel anxious. The manager shook his head. There is only one camera, and its primary purpose is not to monitor such situations. It is mainly utilized to oversee the premises after closing, to deter any potential burglaries. Once the store opens, There are 1 to 2 sales staff attentively watching each glass display case. What need have we for cameras? Are our employees blind to the possibility of customers slipping away with jade artifacts? Thus, the camera's role is predominantly focused on nighttime security. Do you not operate the cameras during the day? A round-faced young woman asked, her voice tinged with panic. It's not that we don't operate them. Given the distance and the crowd earlier, it would likely not capture much, he replied candidly. To be frank, we conduct rigorous inspections of every jade bracelet each day, ensuring no issues arise. Therefore, attempting to be deceitful is futile. To avoid escalating this matter to the police, it would be best for you to cooperate. The manager's tone softened slightly. The audience in Hu Yang's live stream observed the unfolding events, with the majority suspecting that the customers were being dishonest. After all, the saleswoman's pale complexion was not feigned. She genuinely appeared frightened. Conversely, the 3 female customers exuded an air of unreasonable disruption. In such situations, those who raise their voices often bear greater culpability, as they tend to use words to mask their own errors. Moreover, the anxious expressions of the 3 women undeniably suggested guilt. I maintain that the jade bracelet shattered simply from my gentle handling, and I will convey this to the police. Hu Sui insisted, firmly denying any responsibility. The manager frowned upon hearing this and reached for his phone to call the authorities. At that moment, Hu Yang interjected, "May I have a look?" The crowd stared in astonishment at Hu Yang. Hua Zai, feeling apprehensive, cautioned, "Brother Hu, this could lead to trouble." Hu Yang raised a hand, signaling him to cease. "I'm fully aware of the implications. Regardless, it is already broken. Feel free to examine it. However, do refrain from causing further damage, or you too may bear some responsibility," the manager remarked. Chapter 22. Something awry. The inclination to avoid unnecessary trouble is a common human reaction, leading many to adopt a passive stance. Hu Yang cast a glance at the 3 women, offering them a slight nod of acknowledgement, then addressed the store manager. "Naturally, if there are issues, I will take responsibility." Hu Sui and her companions regarded Hu Yang with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. It was rare for someone to stand up for them in such a predicament, and they felt a flicker of appreciation. The manager of Yiping Xian was confident in allowing Hu Yang to inspect the item, partly due to his faith in the quality of his store's products, and partly because of Hu Yang's youth, which led him to believe that he would not discern much. This transparent approach to inspection would, in fact, alleviate any doubts other customers might harbor towards the establishment. The viewers in the live stream reminisced about the earlier incident involving the Amethyst Cave, noting the striking similarities to the current situation. However, the outcome of this encounter remained uncertain. On a prior occasion, Hu Yang's chivalrous intervention not only spared a woman walking her dog for financial loss, but also unexpectedly garnered a gesture of apology. Moreover, the shopkeeper, grateful for Hu Yang's timely reminder, found himself in a mutually beneficial situation. However, this time, the circumstances were rather different. The manager of the store firmly insisted that the fault lay with the customer, making resolution less straightforward. "What is there to see? Are we at Yiping Xian to deceive customers?" muttered the male salesperson who had attended to Hu Yang earlier. Although his words were spoken softly, they were audible to all. The members of the store readily agreed with such sentiments, but the 3 female customers found the remarks rather grating. Hu Yang picked up a fragment of a jade bracelet and began to examine it closely. He did not interrupt Hu Yang, but instead leaned toward Hua Zai and inquired, "Does your friend also have an eye for jadeite?" Both Hua Zai and the viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless by her question. Despite their skepticism, the 3 women perceived a glimmer of hope. In less than 10 seconds, a faint smile graced Hu Yang's lips as he addressed the store manager. "Earlier, you mentioned that this is indeed a type of furong jadeite, correct? The furong jadeite, being relatively rare, belongs to the high-end category, commanding a hefty price. The valuation of 250,000 yuan for this bracelet could be deemed somewhat modest, as top-tier furong jadeite bracelets have fetched astronomical prices exceeding 2 million yuan at auctions. Owing to its lighter hue, furong jadeite is an excellent choice for bracelets, as such pieces seldom exhibit cracks or impurities. Their colors are refreshing, the texture fine, and the transparency commendable, while no single attribute may be top-tier. Their combination yields remarkable results. Indeed, a price tag of 250,000 is quite reasonable for a furong jadeite bracelet, the manager elucidated. "Huyan Skofetslik Li, Unjun Finjet." What do you mean by reasonable? It primarily hinges on the quality of the jade. As a merchant, it is implausible for one to sell their products at a loss. Hu Yang understood that the quality of furong jadeite lies between that of nice varieties, characterized by a pale green or light green hue devoid of yellow undertones. Setting aside the price, I am aware that this sum is exceedingly low for Furong jadeite, Hu Yang retorted. He suspected that the low valuation might be due to the jadeite's poor performance, perhaps indicating cracks that manifested during the crafting of the bracelet. Before conducting a thorough appraisal, he had observed the expressions of the 3 female customers and the female salesperson. They appeared sincere, leading him to believe that the bracelet might indeed possess inherent flaws, perhaps even severe ones, which caused it to break upon handling. Otherwise, the price of a Furong jadeite bracelet could not be so low. However, after examining the jade bracelet, his perspective shifted. Let us discuss this piece of jade. Look closely. Is it not Furong jadeite? Surely, a manager of this establishment cannot be entirely ignorant of jade. The manager frowned, accepting the shard of jade that Hu Yang offered. Upon finishing his remarks, Hu Yang deliberately cast a glance at the male salesperson who had previously muttered, noticing a flicker of unease in his eyes. Manager, if you ask me, we should perhaps involve the authorities, he promptly suggested. Excuse me? Hu Yang responded, taken aback. How did this manager attain his position? That bracelet is clearly not jade, but a counterfeit. Is it that he genuinely cannot discern the truth, or is he deliberately peddling a forgery? Earlier, his inquiry was not about the condition of the fracture, but rather whether it is a type of jade known as Fu Rong. There is something amiss with this manager. When the host asked if it was Fu Rong jade, he deflected with questions about the fracture. Is he evading the issue? I suspect there is something dubious about him. Hu Yang, with a hint of significance in his gaze, suggested, I believe it would be prudent to contact the authorities. As he spoke, he attentively observed the reactions of store staff. The manager, somewhat perplexed by the intentions of this young man, wondered what he was truly after. Was it not he who sought to assert himself earlier? Now he seemed hesitant, suggesting the need to involve the police. To be frank, if the matter could be resolved privately, he would prefer to avoid escalating it to that extent. Regardless of the outcome, once the police are involved, it would not bode well for their establishment. The optimal resolution would be for the 3 women to compromise and compensate a sum of 250,000, thereby trivializing the issue. Did you not claim to be an expert? Can we not resolve this without involving the police? Hisu spoke up. She also wished to avoid the matter escalating, as they were all employed individuals, and a case on their records could complicate their professional lives. However, her words raised suspicions. If you were innocent, why fear the police? There was an evident hint of unease. Moreover, Hu Yang's actions left them bewildered. The audience, having followed Hu Yang's live stream, held no doubts about his expertise. Surely, he could discern the authenticity of the bracelet. Then let us contact the police, the manager declared, pulling out his phone to dial, summoning the authorities to intervene. Noticing the tension and anxiety of Hisu and her companions, Hu Yang reassured them, do not worry. That bracelet is problematic. When the police arrive, I will provide a detailed account. His suggestion to involve the authorities served 2 purposes: to gauge the store's reaction and to bring in law enforcement, thus preventing any further tricks from the establishment. Clearly, it was a counterfeit, yet the manager failed to recognize it, indicating a significant issue. Really? One of the short-haired women asked in astonishment. I knew it had to be their product's fault. Chapter 23, Anti-Counterfeiting. At this juncture, Hu Yang inquired, does your store not have any other appraisers? This question was directed at the manager. The company does, but we do not have one on site. However, I can request one from upper management. Hu Yang then turned to the police, stating, the Jingtai Jadestone City should have specialized appraisers. You may want to invite one over. This bracelet is definitely not Fu Rong jade, or perhaps not jade at all. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the store shifted dramatically, and the audience in the live stream was taken aback. Sir, please be mindful of your words. Your statements are jeopardizing the reputation of our Yipin Xian, and we reserve the right to pursue legal action. The manager's face clouded with dismay. Having already shattered the vase, Hu Yang was unperturbed by the manager's countenance. I am somewhat perplexed. Do you truly fail to comprehend, or is this deliberate? One would expect that as a manager of a jade store, you should possess a certain familiarity with jade. However, despite the glaring presence of counterfeit goods, you choose to remain oblivious. Have you noticed the scratches on the fragments of that bracelet? They must have occurred when it fell and struck the glass countertop. The hardness of jade far exceeds that of glass. Thus, when the two are forcefully rubbed against each other, the glass surface will exhibit distinct scratches, while the jade will remain unscathed. Therefore, while jade may shatter upon impact with glass, it would not sustain such marks. Upon finishing his statement, both the police and the store manager hurried to investigate, discovering that indeed one of the broken pieces bore scratches. Manager Huang, Is the gentleman correct regarding the hardness? The police inquired. Manager Huang nodded. In theory, that is accurate. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the other employees in the store, particularly the female salesperson who had been responsible for that counter. He asked, aside from you and this young lady, who else has handled the bracelet today? The female salesperson turned pale, sensing the manager's suspicion towards her. There's also Brother Liu, she pointed to a male staff member. Upon seeing this, Hu Yang and the others realized he was the very salesperson who had initially attended to Hu Yang. This is not your designated counter. Why did you handle the bracelet? Manager Huang questioned. Meanwhile, the police stood by, observing, already forming their own conjectures. It was evident that the responsibility did not lie with Yisui and her companions, but rather with the store itself. Either they were selling fakes from the outset, or their employees were not behaving honorably. Judging by Manager Huang's reaction, it seemed to point towards the latter. Liu Shang protested vehemently. Manager, I did touch that bracelet, but it's not my fault. It was perfectly fine when I walked away. He struggled to maintain his composure, having hidden the genuine jade bracelet, confident that it would remain undiscovered. There was no need to panic, nor could he afford to. He was driven to this point out of desperation. Recently, he had become enamored with online gambling. Initially, he profited handsomely, but soon lost it all and even borrowed a considerable sum from others. Thus, he concocted a scheme to discreetly replace a bracelet in the store, intending to shift the blame onto a customer, ensuring his own safety. After all, once a jade bracelet shatters, attention would not be directed towards its authenticity, but rather towards identifying who had damaged it. He then exchanged pleasantries with the police, whispering in a tone meant only for their ears. Officer Lee, I appreciate you making this trip. I'll treat everyone to a late-night snack tonight. Hu Yang, witnessing this attempt to usher everyone out, was left speechless. How did this person become a manager? It was one thing to lack professional knowledge, but his attitude towards customers was equally unacceptable. In light of such an issue, should he not apologize to Yisui and her companions? After all, they had been wronged and nearly bore the brunt of the responsibility. Impressive. Hugo seems intent on exposing the deceit at Yupingxuan. Whether or not they are truly selling fakes remains uncertain, but they have certainly been publicly embarrassed. I had suspected that this brand harbored issues, as their service attitude is indeed lacking. It was evident that they offered not even a single apology to the three beautiful women. 2 hours prior, a beautiful woman walking her dog encountered a similar situation. The shopkeeper not only offered an apology, but also made amends. In contrast, the establishment in question displayed an air of arrogance, seemingly disregarding the presence of its customers. It is commonplace for larger establishments to take advantage of their clientele. Realizing the gravity of the matter, she nodded in agreement, insisting that a resolution was necessary. With that, she turned to approach Manager Huang, for she was not one to tolerate injustice. Having been wronged, her displeasure was palpable. Now that the truth had surfaced, the shop's silence was utterly unacceptable. Hu Yang offered advice to the two other women. Are you aware of the Consumer Association's complaint hotline? Their eyes brightened as they nodded in unison, acknowledging that even if they were unaware, they could certainly look it up. If the shop refused to take a stance, they would file a complaint. The audience in the live stream, witnessing the unfolding drama, felt an increasing fondness for the host instead of any aversion. If it were up to them, they would demand compensation for emotional distress, refusing to settle for mere apologies. There was no need to be courteous to such merchants. Without reparations, they would directly pursue legal action, tarnishing the shop's reputation. Who was afraid of whom? Nearby, a police officer chuckled wryly, recalling Manager Huang's earlier intentions to downplay the matter and resolve it quietly. However, without appeasing the three customers, it seemed unlikely that the situation would come to a swift conclusion, particularly since they were the aggrieved parties. The three women were clearly intent on obtaining some form of benefit, and any insincerity would not suffice. Officer Lee couldn't help but observe Hu Yang, pondering. This one certainly knows how to stir the pot. Manager Huang, you accuse me of breaking your jade bracelet and demanded compensation. How do you intend to handle this? If there is no acknowledgement from your side, I will have no choice but to contact the media and expose the situation. Yisui recalled the unjust accusation with growing ire. Now, she was quite direct in her demand for emotional damages, showing no hint of hesitation or discomfort. Manager Huang's lips twitched as his initial hopes of glossing over the situation were dashed. With the matter now unavoidable, he conceded, this incident is indeed our fault. On behalf of our establishment, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive us. Yisui shook her head. This is insufficient. Were it not for that handsome gentleman, I would have been unjustly accused, likely forced to visit the police station and face legal action, bearing this unjust blame. After a vigorous exchange of arguments, He Sui ultimately secured 800 yuan as compensation for emotional distress. Hua Zai and a livestream audience felt that the shop was indeed miserly, especially for a company that claimed to be reputable. The sincerity of their reparations was woefully inadequate. In an instant, the public sentiment towards Yiping Xian soured. Upon leaving Yiping Xian, He Sui expressed her gratitude to Hu Yang, suggesting they share a meal to celebrate. She planned to use the compensation for a delightful dining experience. Hu Yang glanced at the time, noting it was past noon, and decided not to be polite, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Hua Zai recounted the earlier incident at the Amethyst Cave, leaving He Sui and her companions regretting their lack of ambition. They should have been more assertive. Chapter 24. The Zodiac Cup. After enjoying the meal, Hu Yang chose not to continue exploring the Jade Street. Although I have yet to explore thoroughly, the differences are negligible. Continuing to wander may render the live broadcast somewhat tedious. He contacted Sun Zedong with the intention of selling an antique birdcage, a sky blue glazed brush washer, and a Song Dynasty Ding Kiln white porcelain fish tank. Sun Zedong, known for his connections, possesses a wealth of resources. He first acquired photographs of the three treasures from Hu Yang and subsequently disseminated the news. Remarkably, within an hour, a buyer was found, as Hu Yang cheerfully noted. He and Hua Zai proceeded to the address provided by Sun Zedong. Upon arrival, they stood before the entrance of a villa. A property in this location would likely command a price exceeding 50 million. Thus, the buyer must be quite affluent. After meeting with Sun Zedong, Hu Yang and the others entered the buyer's residence. As for the birdcage, it is a rather niche collectible, and news regarding it is still pending. Upon encountering Mr. Zhou, Hu Yang and his companions were somewhat taken aback. According to Sun Zedong's introduction, this gentleman is over 70 years of age, yet he appeared to be under 60. Remarkably well preserved. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Allow me to introduce this individual, who is the intermediary provided by Sun Zedong. Greetings, Mr. Zhou. Hu Yang and Hua Zai offer their salutations. Mr. Zhou, dressed in casual loungewear and smiling warmly, responded, Good. Welcome. Please, everyone, take a seat. Would you care for something to drink? Tea, coffee, or something else? Let's have tea, Sun Zedong casually suggested. Any of those will do. Hu Yang and Hua Zai were indifferent, content to follow the host's lead. Mr. Zhou personally prepared Kung Fu tea, demonstrating a practiced finesse indicative of someone who frequently engages in this art. Kung Fu tea is a traditional tea-drinking custom unique to the Chaos Han region, representing one of the most quintessential forms of Chinese tea culture. It embodies a harmonious blend of spirit, etiquette, brewing techniques, and tea appreciation, encompassing both an art form and a cultural practice. In Guangdong province, many individuals relish tea, and for some, it has become an integral part of daily life, whether in times of celebration or in moments of leisure. Tea drinking occurs everywhere, from public venues to private homes, and from village corners to factories and shops. The act of savoring tea serves not merely to quench thirst, but also to foster connections, exchange information, engage in light-hearted conversation, or negotiate business. This exceptional Dahong Pow can only be found here with you, Mr. Zhou. Sun Zedong remarked with a hint of admiration. Mr. Zhou chuckled. There isn't much left. Speaking of renowned teas, none surpass those from Fujian, be it Dahong Pao, Tiguanyin, or Baihao Injin. They're among the finest in the nation. Hu Yang, lacking expertise in tea tasting, felt that they all tasted quite similar. His gaze lingered on the exquisite tea set. Each piece, from the tea table to the teapot, cups, and canisters, was an antique. Be careful. That teacup alone is worth several tens of thousands, Hu Yang warned Hua Zai. Hua Zai froze, his hand trembling, nearly losing his grip on the teacup. Such a simple act as drinking tea became a nerve-wracking experience. A teacup worth that much could lead to significant trouble if mishandled. Old Zhou was quite astonished, never expecting that this young man possessed such keen insight, swiftly uncovering the secret of his exquisite tea set. Earlier, Sun Jidong's introduction merely hinted that Hu Yang was an antique enthusiast. Old Zhou had not given it much thought, assuming he was merely a newcomer. As for the items he intended to sell, Zhou believed they were simply household possessions. This young lad is rather impressive. Pray, enlighten us. Old Zhou humbly remarked. I am but a novice myself. If I am not mistaken, this is a Zisha teapot from the Qing dynasty, and the teacups too, forming a complete set, which is indeed a rarity. The Zisha teapot holds significant collectible value, with works by renowned masters often being exceedingly hard to acquire. Zisha teapots were once unique handmade ceramic crafts in China, though mass production has now become commonplace. Let us first discuss the teapot. Its lotus design is both elegant and graceful, embodying the essence of the flourishing Tang dynasty. It is likely a work by the Qing dynasty's early Zisha master, Chen Mingyuan. His ability to convey the natural ecology of fruits and vegetables is truly exquisite, vividly capturing their essence. Coupled with the earthy hues that resonate with the textures of the produce, it offers a vibrant aesthetic experience that leaves one in awe. The Lotus Zisha teapot before us encapsulates the charm of the lotus to perfection, demonstrating impeccable craftsmanship. This teapot alone must be valued at over 3 million, no? A wave of excitement rippled through the livestream audience. A single teapot worth millions could rival the price of an entire home. In the hands of the affluent, it is merely a tool for brewing tea. Yet, some questioned, could a Zisha teapot truly be worth such an amount? They had encountered online listings where fine pieces were available for merely 100 or so. Sun Jidong, already aware of the situation, chuckled. Old Joe's tea set cost over 8 million in total. The audience fell silent upon hearing this revelation. Hu Yang was momentarily taken aback. It seems I have somewhat underestimated the value of this Zisha teapot. As for the teacups, are there not 6 more yet to be revealed? Old Joe's astonishment deepened, genuinely impressed by the young man's discerning eye. Oh, pray tell, how so? The audience perked up at the prospect. The host is about to showcase his prowess again. Though I am not fond of ostentation, brother who truly possesses remarkable talent that commands respect. Hu Yang finished the tea in his cup, and then turned it to reveal an engraving of a serpent on the side. My teacup features a snake, while Huazi's holds a rabbit, and Sun's depicts an ox. Yours, esteemed elder, is adorned with a tiger. There are also representations of a rat and a dragon. Therefore, this tea set should comprise 12 pieces, corresponding to the 12 zodiac animals, Hu Yang deduced. Old Zhou nodded, observing the young man's meticulous attention to detail. Indeed, it is a world for the youth nowadays. Alas, this set of teacups is incomplete, lacking 2 pieces. Did you not previously present 12? Sun Jidong inquired, taken aback. Old Zhou shook his head. 2 were imitations that I had commissioned. They are not genuine artifacts. As for the tea table, it is crafted from rosewood, a relic from the late Qing period, and does not hold extraordinary value, estimated to be under 1 million. After this thorough assessment, Old Zhou's regard for Hu Yang elevated significantly, no longer viewing him merely as a junior. Come, let's first examine your Jilin glazed brush washer, shall we? Old Zhou proposed. He also cherished the treasures of the scholar's study, where a myriad of artifacts resided, including not just 1 or 2 brush washers. However, he had long desired a Jilin glazed brush pot and similar items, yet his wish remained unfulfilled. Hu Yang, without further ado, produced a pair of brush washers that were originally intended as food and water containers. Remarkably, they were indeed a matching pair, which is quite rare. Upon seeing them, Old Zhou expressed his astonishment. The 2 brush washers featured exquisite engravings, one adorned with bamboo motifs, while the other displayed plum blossom patterns. Typically, brush washers are singular, and it is uncommon for anyone to place 2 on their writing desk. Such ostentation is not what one would expect. Do some truly believe that wealth necessitates having duplicates, one for use and one for display? Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude they were custom-made. Hu Yang remarked that this was akin to today's limited editions, rendering them even more precious. Why would one commission 2? Sun Jihong pondered, somewhat perplexed. Although the engravings on the 2 Jilin glazed brush washers differed, they were evidently a pair, which seemed unnecessary. The reason they were deemed a pair was primarily that both bore lines of poetry that, when combined, formed a complete verse. One was inscribed with, "The mountain of books has a path paved by diligence," and the other read, "The sea of learning is boundless. Hard work is the vessel." Their original owner was 2 brothers. At this revelation from Hu Yang, everyone turned to him with sudden intensity. How so? Such speculation seemed plausible, but evidence remained paramount. Initially, I had not considered this angle until I noticed these 2 characters. Hu Yang shifted the brush washers slightly, revealing the distinct positions of the 2 characters inscribed on them. Old Zhou's expression mirrored his own. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "He Lin? He Shun is a figure well known to all. The notorious corrupt official of the Qing dynasty during the Qianlong era, perhaps unparalleled in Chinese history for his infamy. However, few had heard of He Lin. In truth, He Lin was also a significant figure, a general who, due to his military achievements, was bestowed the honor of 3-eyed feather plumes by the Qianlong emperor, a distinction not even granted to He Shun. Is it them? Sun Jihong quickly connected the dots. He Shun had a brother? Huazai inquired, astonished. Hu Yang explained, many may not be familiar with He Lin, He was the martial counterpart to his elder brother He Shan. Frankly speaking, Helin's lack of education confined him to achieving prominence solely through martial prowess. Previously, I mentioned that these two brush washers are imitation Ming pieces from the Qianlong era, and the only notable brothers of that time bearing the Karakushan and Lenar indeed them. Upon hearing Hu Yang's words, whether it was Old Zhou, Hua Zai, Sun Jihong, or the audience in the live stream, they were all convinced. The Jilin glaze truly did resemble that of the Qianlong period. Old Zhou nodded in agreement. He had also studied Jilin glaze porcelain, which first appeared in the Yuan dynasty and evolved through the Ming and Qing dynasties. Each era possessed its distinct characteristics. Yet it seems that later generations favored the Jilin glaze of the Qing dynasty most, although the Yuan dynasty marked the inception of the exquisite blue glaze, and the craftsmanship had matured to achieve a stable glaze color and a non-cracking surface. Its duration was relatively brief, resulting in a scarcity of surviving artifacts. Consequently, the attention it garnered was rather limited, with the market being dominated by imitations. The finest examples of blue glaze emerged during the Ming dynasty, particularly in the Xuande period, where the distinctive feature of the blue glaze porcelain was the application of glaze both inside and out, predominantly in a singular color. In the Qing dynasty, blue glaze experienced a renaissance, maintaining continuity throughout the era, especially during the reign of Emperor Qianlong, when it became the officially sanctioned color for ceremonial porcelain dedicated to heaven, leading to significant advancements. Old Master Zhou observed that the color of this blue glaze brush washer could not have been produced in the Ming dynasty. An imitation of Ming? He initially pondered it to be from the Xuande period. Sun Jihong was equally surprised, primarily due to the inscription on the base indicating it was made in the Xuande years, associating it with the renowned blue glaze of that era, without any doubts, thus failing to consider the connection to He Shan, a figure from the Qing dynasty. Examine the base, Hu Yang advised. Zhou nodded in agreement, noting that the base featured decorative patterns in famille rose, which were absent in the Ming dynasty. He was acutely aware that the blue glaze of this period was no longer merely monochromatic, having incorporated techniques such as famille rose and enamel decoration, characteristic of the Qing dynasty, thereby further enhancing the collectible value of Qing blue glaze porcelain. Both famille rose and enamel were exclusive to the Qing era. Thus, the blue glaze brush washer before them could only be from the post-Qing period. Imitating Ming and still connected to He Shan, this brush washer holds considerable value. Zhou remarked while tapping his fingers on the table. Despite being a replica, it was still a masterpiece in Zhou's eyes, with an estimated worth exceeding $1 million. Without the association with He Shan, the value would be halved, illustrating the phenomenon of celebrity effect. Regrettably, it is not from an official kiln, Zhou lamented. Though it is a fine piece, it can only be classified as a superior product from a folk kiln, which significantly diminishes its value. To put in perspective, if it were from an official kiln, this brush washer would be valued at no less than $5 million. Brother Hu, how about we price these two brush washers at $180,000? Zhou inquired. Hu Yang nodded in agreement, aware that exquisite blue glaze porcelain had auction records nearing $10 million, but those were products of official kilns, rendering comparisons inadequate. $180,000 was a reasonable figure, neither excessively high nor low, ensuring a fair deal. The viewers in the live stream were left speechless, astonished by the host's lucrative earnings. They were aware that the combined cost of the birdcage and these two brush washers was merely $100,000. The birdcage had yet to be sold, while the food and water containers inside had already fetched nearly $2 million. Earlier, hadn't the host claimed it would exceed $600,000? The discrepancy was quite stark, suggesting the host was not particularly skilled in valuation. What are you saying? Initially, Brother Hu had not recognized the connection between the brush washer and the He Shan brothers. Any artifact associated with historical figures tends to double in value. Was that not common knowledge? Indeed, watching all this makes me wish to learn about antique appraisal. Forget it. It's quite tedious, and most people simply cannot grasp it. Chapter 26. The Ancient Philosophy of Fish Cultivation. Subsequently, there lay the jade-carved bonsai. Hu Yang extracted the jade carving from within and detached the pot. You found this treasure after leaving the old stall? Inquired Sun Jidong, rather than hastily examining the pot. Sun Jidong scrutinized the removed jade carving, which depicted a plant intricately sculpted from jadeite of rather mediocre quality. This is flower green jade, Hu Gu remarked. Indeed. Huazai added. Sun Jidong nodded slightly. That is one way to put it. What does that mean? Huazai questioned, his skepticism evident. Sun Jidong clarified. It can only be begrudgingly classified as flower green jade, which falls under the category of relatively ordinary flower green jade. Flower green jade is considered mid-range, and thus, Jade of average quality does not command a high price. One can acquire most flower green jade items for under 1,000 yuan, typically used for crafting mid-tier jade pendants, collectibles, and decorative pieces. Pendants made from flower green jade of lesser color and clarity are priced below 1,000, while those with slightly superior characteristics range from several thousand to tens of thousands. Superior quality jadeite enhances the translucency and warmth of the jade, while also elevating the vibrancy and depth of its color, consequently increasing the price of flower green jade. Sun Jidong informed Hua Zai that a truly pure specimen of flower green jade could fetch hundreds of thousands. Observing the jade carving before him, which was modestly sized and intricately crafted, he noted its valuation of merely over 80,000, affirming that the jade's intrinsic quality was indeed average. After inspecting the jade piece, Sun Jidong finally turned his attention to the pot. According to Hu Yang's description, it was a fish tank from the Song dynasty. His initial reaction was one of surprise. Even old Zhou chuckled and shook his head. This is my first encounter with a Song dynasty fish tank. I'd only heard rumors about them before. However, he had never heard of such a small fish tank. In ancient times, keeping ornamental fish was considered a rather extravagant hobby, typically indulged in by high-ranking officials or individuals of considerable status and wealth, who possessed the leisure to engage in such pursuits. Fish tanks for ornamental fish or goldfish were usually found in spacious courtyards, featuring large tanks or substantial water basins, often outdoors. Old Zhou articulated his viewpoint, expressing uncertainty regarding the small size of the tank. Ultimately, he was not a professional antique enthusiast, and his knowledge of antiquities did not reach an expert level. He could only be regarded as a collector. However, you are somewhat misinformed. What you say is not incorrect, but it lacks some context, Hu Yang interjected. Oh, pray elaborate. Hu Yang proceeded confidently. In antiquity, ornamental fish were typically goldfish, as you mentioned, generally housed in large tanks within courtyards or even in excavated ponds with running water, perhaps adorned with miniature rockeries for a touch of elegance. Yet, the homeowner could not always venture to the courtyard to admire them. At times, they might wish to gaze upon their fish from their study or living room. What then? Old Zhou and Sun Jidong simultaneously cast their eyes upon the small Dingyao porcelain basin. Is it this kind of small pot? If I am not mistaken, it should be Huyang affirmet. This is a manner in which ancient individuals appreciated ornamental fish. While a large tank can nurture fish effectively, it is not convenient for admiration. Therefore, to facilitate easier appreciation, a smaller fish tank was specifically prepared. The ancients placed great emphasis on ritual, and this could indeed be seen as a form of ceremony. Zhou pondered, indulging in his own thoughts. However, such musings were not without justification. In ancient times, individuals of status and rank indeed valued ritualistic practices. In contemporary terms, one might say it was a form of pretentiousness. The audience in the live stream, however, remained unconvinced. Isn't that just a hassle? After a few attempts, the fish would surely perish. Others found it reasonable. Whether in ancient times or today, does anyone truly care about the life and death of a fish? Keeping fish is merely a means to elevate one's prestige. Hu Yang interjected. One cannot dismiss it so easily. Personally, I rather admire the ancient methods of aquaculture. Rather than confining them to a small tank, isn't it preferable to allow them to thrive in a spacious outdoor environment? The fish exhibit far more vitality. In today's world, where space is a premium, few can afford the luxury of maintaining a large indoor tank, as that would be an extravagant use of space. Even within tanks, many designs from antiquity surpass those of the present day. Friends from the capital may have observed that some noble households would place large jars in their courtyards to rear goldfish. These jars, shallower than ordinary water containers, have a wider mouth to maximize the surface area for air exposure, thereby facilitating the dissolution of greater amounts of oxygen. Come winter, these large jars would be moved to greenhouses to prevent the goldfish from freezing and the jars from cracking. Of course, such designs were necessitated by the limitations of ancient technology, which lack the advancements we possess today, such as oxygenators. Even within a confined space, the introduction of an oxygenator could ensure sufficient oxygen levels for the survival of ornamental fish. As the conversation shifted away from fish tanks, Zhou earnestly examined a small Ding kiln white porcelain jar. Ru, Guan, Gu, Ding, and Jun kilns are collectively referred to as the 5 great kilns of the Song dynasty, with Ding kiln being one of them, a fact universally acknowledged in the realms of collecting, academia, and the auction industry. Observing the engravings, Zhou remarked, "This piece likely dates to the mid to late Song dynasty." Early Ding kiln engravings from the Northern Song period tend to be simpler in composition and pattern, predominantly featuring lotus petal motifs adorned with a delicate beauty of low relief. In contrast, the mid to late Northern Song period boasts exquisitely intricate engravings, characterized by unique styles. Decorative patterns often employed techniques such as stamping, incising, and piling, presenting an elegant and refined aesthetic. This assessment aligns with what the host had previously stated, both concluding that the piece originates from the mid to late Song dynasty. However, Hu Yang had approached the analysis from a different angle, focusing not on the engravings, but rather on the so-called tier marks. Nevertheless, regardless of the method of analysis, the conclusion remained consistent. The piece is indeed Ding kiln white porcelain from the mid to late Song dynasty. Unlike his previous engagement regarding the brush washer, Zhou refrained from initiating a price. Instead, he inquired, "Brother Hu, what price do you envision for its transfer, given the fluctuating values of Song dynasty Ding kiln white porcelain?" With some pieces fetching auction records in the hundreds of millions, amounts in the tens of millions are not uncommon. However, this fish tank harbored a flaw that Hu Yang did not mention. How does 200,000 sound to you? The live streaming room erupted with a cacophony of cheers as viewers witnessed the host's remarkable fortune, an exhilarating spectacle indeed. As for the final birdcage, Mr. Zhou merely observed with little interest, and Hu Yang did not press the matter. After all, Sun Jihong had assured him he could find a buyer within a week. On this day, Hu Yang amassed nearly 4 million, a feat that surely astonished the audience in the live stream. Even among business owners, few could claim such earnings in a single day. The host's negotiations with Mr. Zhou over millions in antique transactions were as uneventful as someone spending a mere 100 or so on daily necessities. It must be said that the host exhibited a remarkably understated display of wealth. Of course, while some marveled, there were also those who felt envious, leading to disruptions. After departing from Mr. Zhou's villa, Hu Yang noticed numerous invitations from other hosts wishing to collaborate with him, and he casually chose one to interact with. Chen Lang, known by her stage name Sunny Day, was a singing host. The majority of her fans tuned in to hear her melodious voice within this platform. Dedicated singers like her were a rarity, particularly female hosts, many of whom relied on their looks. Today, shortly after her broadcast began, a devoted fan encouraged her to connect with a new host. Upon seeing the male host who had earned several million in mere moments, her astonishment was palpable. What surprised her even more was that the male host, known as Brother Hu, accepted her invitation to connect, prompting her to cover her mouth in disbelief. I feel as if I've hit the jackpot. The fans in Sunny Day's live stream were initially puzzled by her exclamation. However, the scene quickly transformed into a PK mode, and they soon realized their host had successfully linked up with Brother Hu. Sunny Day is putting in her best effort to sing. It appears this young lady is indeed a singing host. Let us enjoy her performance together, Hu Yang remarked. The singer, known as Sunny Day, had a voluptuous figure. Although her attire was modest, it did little to conceal her alluring physique. Hello, Brother Hu. I am truly delighted to connect with you, Sunny Day exclaimed joyfully. Hu Yang checked her host level. She was nearly a 10-crown host, which could be considered quite significant. At present, he had yet to attain even a single crown. Reaching 10 would presumably require several 100,000 in gifts, though the specifics eluded him. Not all. In comparison to you, I am but a novice. You are the veteran here. What shall we do? Play games? Or perhaps sing? Just so you know, I lack musical talent, so singing might not suit me. Hu Yang replied amicably. Upon hearing Hu Yang's words, his audience encouraged him to sing, sensing an opportunity for entertainment. Then let us sing, Sunny Day proposed. As a singing host, she was not adept at gaming, and in terms of conversation, she was momentarily at a loss for topics. So she decided to showcase her greatest strength. Moreover, she recalled that brother who had expressed a desire to appreciate her singing. Hu Yang paused for a moment, realizing that this young lady possessed quite a sense of humor. The audience in his live stream burst into laughter. Sunny Day suddenly came to her senses and quickly added, Brother Hu, allow me to sing a song first. You are free to chat. We can converse shortly. Splendid. Upon finishing his words, Hu Yang glanced at his live stream, noticing Hua Zai expelling a rather unpleasant individual. He then addressed the audience. Please engage in a harmonious manner. Otherwise, you may find yourselves removed. Typically, a novice streamer hesitates to kick anyone out, fearing retaliation through various accounts that could disrupt the stream, an ordeal they would rather avoid. However, Hu Yang harbored no such concerns and was unafraid of offending anyone. After all, he was not streaming for profit. Anyone causing trouble would be promptly expelled. To Hu Yang's surprise, the expelled individual scuttled over to Qing Tian's stream, demanding to participate in a punishment game involving virtual currency. In this game, both streamers solicit virtual coins, and the one with fewer coins must face a punishment. To vex Hu Yang, the individual invested significantly, gifting Qing Tian a rocket worth 100,000 coins and insisting that Hu Yang remove his shoes and place them atop his head. This predicament left Qing Tian in a difficult position. Given that the individual had financially supported her, she felt compelled to heed some of their demands. Yet, Hu Yang was a stranger to her, and complying would mean offending him. Qing Tian's fans also found the situation distasteful and urged her, "Brother, please refrain from this nonsense. Just enjoy the music." Indeed, this was rather inappropriate. Having agreed to sing, the sudden shift to a currency game felt like deliberate harassment. If a game were to be played, it could wait for the next round. Though it was only his second day streaming, Hu Yang had garnered a loyal following. Reaching 2,000 viewers who had noticed the troublemaker had moved to the other stream. Oh my, that individual is quite audacious. 1,000 coins to embarrass Hu Ge? Huh. Friends, let's not let that person succeed. Gradually, gifts began to pour in on Hu Yang's side, steadily closing the gap in virtual currency. Seeing the individual persistently demanding punishment while being ignored, Qing Tian decided to overlook the situation and began to sing. Frustrated by his dismissal, the troublemaker uttered a particularly vile remark. "TSK, you pathetic host are truly cowardly." This incited a strong backlash from Qing Tian's fans. One of her moderators, named Mu Yi, swiftly expelled him without hesitation. Just because he had gifted her did not grant him immunity for being kicked out. It must be said, the girl named Qing Tian possessed remarkable singing talent. Hu Yang took a moment to peruse her profile and discovered she was an established singer with verified works on the platform. After she finished a song, Hu Yang couldn't help but applaud. That was delightful. Qing Tian noticed her follower count rising, a rare occurrence for a new streamer in their platform. Yet, before she could savor her success, an individual of high rank entered the stream and unleashed a torrent of foul language. "Go ahead and kick me if you can." This high-ranking player held substantial privileges, one of which included immunity from expulsion, making it nearly impossible for even moderators to remove them. While the host could kick players, so could high-level guardians. However, encountering a deity-level player instilled fear in Qing Tian, as expelling such a player would likely lead to complications. In the live streaming room of Hu Yang, a friend shared the situation, prompting Hu Yang to glance at the stream of Qing Tian. Indeed, it was the same individual from before, and he felt quite disgusted. Huazai reminded him that players of such caliber could only be expelled by the host themselves or high-ranking guardians. Hu Yang was at a loss for words, astonished to encounter such a buffoon. Was this individual truly remarkable? Without hesitation, Hu Yang bestowed upon Qing Tian a yearly guardian worth over 10,000 yuan, swiftly removing the insufferable figure with the divine title from the stream. The audiences from both streams were thoroughly entertained, as they were all quite vexed by those flaunting their divine titles. Just as she was about to express her gratitude excitedly, an ancient deity descended. Jiangnan? This esteemed player was well known on their platform. He too activated a yearly guardian and sent a flying screen message. "Keep it up. Ignore such clowns. Thank you. Thank you. Brother Hu and Master Jiangnan." The fans of Qing Tian expressed their gratitude, elated for their host. In a single live stream, receiving 2 yearly guardians equated to Qing Tian's entire monthly income. Chapter 28. A Gathering. Spending over 10,000 yuan to make a statement would have been considered extravagant for the former Hu Yang, yet for the present version of him, it was merely trivial. It is noteworthy that on this very day, he had earned nearly 4 million. In fact, during today's broadcast, he received gifts totaling over 10,000 yuan. Thus, he felt no remorse in his generosity. This act naturally led to more hosts extending invitations for collaboration with Hu Yang, including several prominent streamers. After all, receiving 2 yearly guardians in one go was a rare boon, even for some of the more renowned hosts. However, Hu Yang chose not to continue streaming afterward. Having already been busy for several hours, checking his phone, he saw the battery was nearly depleted, so he concluded the broadcast, inviting viewers to join him the following day at a similar time to learn more about treasure appraisal. He waved goodbye to the camera, ending the stream with decisiveness, leaving the audience somewhat speechless. By the time he ended the broadcast, the online viewer count had reached over 15,000, with followers increasing to over 2,300. This data reflected the results of his second day's stream. While not extraordinary, it was certainly respectable. Streaming is a profession filled with serendipity. Some may achieve sudden wealth or fame overnight. Hu Yang's achievements, in truth, were not particularly notable and had yet to draw special attention from the platform. Hu Yang was not intentionally dismissive. The phone used for streaming indeed had only 5% battery remaining. Huazai, you can clock out as well. There's no need to come in early tomorrow unless I specifically remind you, Hu Yang said. All right, see you tomorrow, brother Hu. Okay, see you tomorrow. Upon returning home, he placed the birdcage on the balcony and opened its door. From now on, you shall reside here. Of course, should you desire freedom, you may leave at any time. He addressed the canary, though it remained uncertain whether the creature understood him. In the face of unfamiliar surroundings, the canary exhibited no fear, gracefully emerging to soar about, familiarizing itself with the environment. It even ventured to the neighboring balcony, where it showcased its melodious song, capturing the attention of the mischievous child next door, who responded with a cacophony of shouts and laughter. Hu Yang replenished the food and water containers in the birdcage with sustenance and fresh water, glanced at the time, and decided to indulge in a brief afternoon nap. When he awoke, he was startled to find that night had fallen. After refreshing himself, Hu Yang stepped onto the balcony to check on the canary, exchanging a few words before carrying the exquisite jade potted plant out the door. Zhang Yihua had been renting an apartment with his girlfriend since graduation. Their salaries were modest and coming from average backgrounds. Purchasing a home in the city posed a significant challenge. Even properties in less desirable locations commanded prices nearing $20,000 per unit, with an average apartment of around 100 square meters costing over $2 million. Both families had met, and the girlfriend hoped Zhang Yihua would acquire a home, even if it were in a third-tier city surrounding Yang City. After discussions with his family, Zhang Yihua planned to buy a property in the adjacent Chan City, intending to make a down payment and then continue with the mortgage. As he approached the entrance, the pungent aroma of stir-fried peppers wafted through the air, prompting Hu Yang to cough several times. Was it truly that troublesome? He had assumed they would dine at the restaurant downstairs. Hu Yang handed the jade plant to Zhang Yihua. Previously, when dining at Zhang Yihua's home, they had usually eaten out, not due to a lack of culinary skills, but rather the inconvenience involved. Today, Xiao Hui had taken a day off, and her mother had come to visit. How much did this cost? Zhang Yihua inquired as he accepted the jade carving, clearly appreciating it, though it appeared quite expensive. Oh, your mother has arrived? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I want tea and true today. He tactfully avoided discussing the price of the jade carving. Zhang Yihua set the jade aside, contemplating its suitability for display in their future home. Hospitals? Are you unwell? Huyang Asked, Startled. Zhang Yihua shook his head and, with an unexpected smile, replied, No, I'm expecting a child. We plan to marry within the next couple of months. This urgency to purchase a home stemmed from their pre-graduation agreement to save enough for a down payment before tying the knot. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Really? Hu Yang expressed his astonishment. He glanced toward the small kitchen, where Zhang Yihua's girlfriend, Xiao Hui, whom he had known since university, was busy. They had been in a relationship for over 3 years. Being from Hunan, she had fair skin, was not particularly tall, but possessed an appealing figure. When did this happen? Huyang inquired. We found out last week, but I only learned 3 days ago. I intended to tell you then, but you had just gone through a breakup, so their hometown would surely host a celebratory banquet, but they also planned to arrange a gathering here for classmates, estimating 10 to 8 tables. They intended to visit Chan City this weekend. Would Huyang like to join? Why go there? Huyang asked. We need to buy a house, don't we? Properties over there are cheaper, and commuting here for work is convenient. After all, the subway connects both cities, and there are city trains as well. The integration between the two cities is quite high. Huyang suggested, it's a bit far. Let us buy here instead. I'll accompany you both to look around this weekend. Zhang Yihua rolled his eyes. Do you think we're at your home? What are the current housing prices here? Do you know? Huyang now resides in a property that his family had prepared to purchase several years ago, freeing him from concerns regarding housing, a situation that Zhang Yihua envies. How significant can this be? If the down payment is insufficient, you can borrow from me. I won't say much, but I can certainly support you with 100 or so thousand. Huyang certainly does not wish to travel to a neighboring city for the next gathering. Furthermore, given the friendship he shares with Zhang Yihua, he could lend him not just a few $100,000 for the down payment, but even $3 to $4 million in full. After all, making money is not difficult for Huyang at present. Zhang Yihua's eyes widened in astonishment, and just as Xiao Hui was bringing out the dishes, she froze upon hearing this. 100 or so thousand in support. How wealthy is this guy's family? Their surprise was accompanied by a deep sense of gratitude. Even among brothers, it would be improbable to fully support someone with such a sum. Goodness, just how much savings do you have? That's none of your concern. The money I earned is unrelated to my family. Let us settle this. This weekend, I'll accompany you around. Hu Yang decisively stated. You earn it? How? Zhang Yihua and his girlfriend Xiao Hui were once again taken aback. They had never heard of him engaging in any other ventures. Over $1 million is no trivial amount. So low-key, after her initial shock, Xiao Hui was filled with joy. Having a home of one's own in this city is the most wonderful thing. Such a situation not only brings prestige among friends and family, but also ensures that her family would be more satisfied with this match. She had always understood the depth of the relationship between her family and Hu Yang, but never anticipated it to be this profound. Zhang Yihua expressed his gratitude. Old Hu. Thanks. Our friendship doesn't require such formalities. Oh, is someone else coming? Hu Yang noticed the 4 bowls and pairs of chopsticks and couldn't help but inquire. Yes, a colleague of Xiao Hui's should be arriving soon. Let us wait a moment. If you perform well, that girl is quite beautiful. Initially, he worried that she might look down upon his friend, especially since this guy had resigned and seemed somewhat aimless. Working women tend to be sensitive to such matters. Hu Yang was speechless. He currently had no plans for a girlfriend or marriage. What need does a man with a golden finger have for a woman? Chapter 29. The delays are remarkable. Xiao Hui's female colleague, Lu Shan, had fair skin and stood slightly taller than Xiao Hui, around 1.70 meters. With an oval face and lightly dyed hair, she possessed a keen sense of fashion. She arrived carrying a small box of oranges, reportedly grown in her hometown. Shan, this is my boyfriend's close friend, Hu Yang. Xiao Yu introduced. Hu Yang extended his hand. Hello. I look forward to your guidance. Just before Lu Shan's arrival, Xiao Hui and the others had already shared the general details about her. Based on Hu Yang's analysis, it seemed that Lu Shan was currently not considering a romantic relationship, which put him at ease. Yes, I look forward to your guidance. Lu Shan replied, shaking hands with Hu Yang. As Hu Yang had suspected, Lu Shan hailed from a rural background, having experienced hardship. She understood that diligent study, hard work, and striving to earn money were essential to transforming her future. Despite her beauty and the many admirers she attracted during her studies, she remained steadfast and unyielding. Though she and Xiao Hui were colleagues, they belonged to different departments, resulting in a significant disparity in their remuneration. Xiao Hui worked in finance, while she was engaged in market development, earning a considerably higher salary. Nevertheless, their shared background as fellow townsfolk brought them closer together, and they quickly formed a sisterly bond. Observing the current situation, she realized that Xiao Hui intended to introduce her to a potential suitor. Upon entering, she appraised Hu Yang, who, though not strikingly handsome, could be rated a respectable 7 out of 10. Lu Shan sensed a certain serene disposition about Hu Yang, one that contrasted sharply with her own approach to life. She perceived that Hu Yang was approaching their acquaintance with a laid-back demeanor, devoid of any urgency, which put her at ease. However, Xiao Hui and the others felt a wave of frustration, finding the atmosphere overly formal and mechanical. Come on, let us eat and have a drink. It's perfectly fine. Zhang Yihua quickly intervened to diffuse the tension. I'll walk Lu Shan home as well. Determined not to give up, Zhang Yihua persisted. Hu Yang did not decline, as a modicum of decorum was necessary. Great. Lu Shan was delighted to enjoy a taste of home. She mentioned that she lived nearby and that a short stroll would suffice, stating, There's no need to see me off. Not at all. It's still early. Hu Yang replied, thinking that if the distance were too great, it would be awkward for him to accompany her. He then extended his foot to retrieve a piece of litter caught by Lu Shan's shoe, which made her slightly embarrassed. Changing the subject, she asked, Shall we mention you are a local? With your qualities, finding a beautiful partner shouldn't be too challenging, right? Hu Yang smiled lightly and replied candidly, Yes, I'm local. I just ended a relationship and currently have no plans for romance. His frankness left Lu Shan feeling somewhat disheartened. However, this straightforwardness aligned perfectly with her own standards for friendship. Just moments ago, Xiao Hui had discreetly shared Hu Yang's WeChat ID with her, and her hesitation about adding him dissipated. With their guards lowered, the two engaged in pleasant conversation and soon found themselves at her building. You go on up. I'll head off now. All right, thank you. Stay safe. Lu Shan waved goodbye. As Hu Yang turned to leave, she mused to herself about his refreshing honesty and charm. Once Hu Yang departed, Zhang Yihua and Xiao Hui eagerly shared the news about buying a house with their respective families, their excitement palpable. Even Zhang Yihua was surprised by how supportive his friend had been. Their families were equally astonished by the news, expressing admiration for Zhang Yihua as choice in friends. Close to $1 million. Even if it's just a loan, it's quite remarkable. They were thrilled for their son and son-in-law. as owning a home in Yangcheng was indeed a matter of pride. Ahua, do you think Shan and Huyang will make it? Zhang Yihua hesitated to promise anything, for the attitudes displayed by the two earlier were rather ambiguous. Though they seemed to converse easily, neither appeared to have any real desire, which often complicates matters. It's hard to say. For now, the prospects seem slim, but we shall see what the future holds. The demeanor of his friend is understandable. Considering he has recently experienced a breakup, it is quite natural to linger over a former lover. However, it appears that Lu Shan harbors no such intentions, leaving one perplexed as to whether it is a matter of disinterest or a genuine lack of desire for a romantic engagement. I sincerely hope they can come together. Although Shan's exterior may seem aloof, she possesses a truly kind heart. Zhang Yihua was left speechless upon hearing his girlfriend's words, which seemed to imply that his friend Hu Yang was of questionable character, but who was indeed a good person. He couldn't help but interject. Xiao Hui shot him a glance. I know Hu Yang is decent, which is precisely why I wish for them to be together. However, I never anticipated that Hu Yang would be so affluent and generous. How do you suppose he amassed such wealth? They certainly recalled Hu Yang mentioning that the money was earned by him alone. Zhang Yihua shook his head. I haven't heard him mention it. Previously, I only knew that he came from a well-off background, owning property before graduation and being arranged into a prestigious job right after. Reflecting upon that fellow's high-paying job that he easily relinquished, Zhang still felt a twinge of sympathy. Nonetheless, he now understood the confidence that Hu Yang exuded. Truly, he is quite low-key. Xiao Hui mused. She recalled the last time they attended an elementary school reunion where a classmate with minimal education had become a boss, reportedly earning hundreds of thousands annually, boasting like a nouveau riche. Whatever the case, they decided to let things unfold naturally. Zhang Yihua felt confident that, given Hu Yang's attributes, finding a partner in the future would not pose much difficulty, thus alleviating any need for concern. Although Lu Shan is admirable, Hu Yang could very well find someone even more exceptional. The following day, upon awakening, Hu Yang discovered that the Treasure Appraisal Livestream system had new updates. Achieving 100,000 followers would allow him to upgrade the treasure-seeking eye. 100,000 followers? That seems quite challenging. After all, despite his tireless efforts over the past few days, bolstered by the backing of a wealthy patron from Jiangnan, he had only managed to garner a little over 2,000 followers. To reach 100,000, how long would he need to stream? Moreover, this system notification arrived rather belatedly. Its delay is truly remarkable, evidently a subpar system. Hu Yang couldn't help but gripe once more. It seems that for the upcoming live streams, he must introduce some eye-catching content. He contemplated how to exploit any loopholes, similar to the previous novice tasks. If it were possible to invest some money to purchase followers, Hu Yang would not shy away from such an expenditure. After all, one must invest to gain. However, as soon as that thought emerged, the system issued a stern warning, quashing it before it could fully develop. Chapter 30. Have I encountered a rival? Hu Yang is a person who enjoys taking shortcuts and exploring loopholes. Although he cannot directly purchase followers or manipulate data, surely collaborating with popular streamers is permissible. Initially, his tactic of partnering with the streamer Weiwei was not forbidden by the system. Thus, moving forward, he intends to connect with several prominent streamers to boost his follower count. These major streamers often possess tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of followers, with their assistance in soliciting support. He believes that reaching 100,000 followers will not take long. As for spending a little money, Hu Yang is not averse to it. Only by upgrading the treasure can he hope to identify treasures valued at over 5 million. This is merely the intermediate treasure eye. To ascertain the value of national treasures exceeding 50 million, he must elevate it to an advanced level. Upgrading the intermediate treasure eye requires a staggering 100,000 in attention, and the requirements for the advanced version are shrouded in uncertainty. This morning, he planned to visit a car dealership to procure a vehicle. Last night, he inquired with Hua Zai whether he could drive, and fortunately, that fellow had indeed learned. With ample funds at his disposal, it was time to treat himself to a fine automobile. After all, earning money is meant for enjoying life. Isn't it? Unlike certain protagonists in novels who possess billions yet ride electric bicycles, Hu Yang could not abide by such a notion. What purpose would there be in striving to earn money if not for oneself or future generations? Let's eat quickly. Once we're full, we'll head to the dealership. I noticed that Sihai Car Dealership is holding an exhibition. Let us go and explore. Upon hearing this, Hua Zai was greatly invigorated. Though it wasn't his own car, he would eventually have the chance to drive it, which filled him with joy. Few men can resist the allure of automobiles. When faced with the choice between a house and a car, Men typically opt for the latter. Why is it following us? Hua, as I suddenly exclaimed, noticing the canary by the bed in astonishment. Hu Yang had already observed it and found it unremarkable. I didn't close the cage. If it wants to follow, let it be. He dismissed the matter. Hua's eye clicked his tongue in wonder, realizing that this wild canary had begun to adapt to human company. Brother Hu, what kind of car do you intend to buy? Hua's eye inquired curiously. Perhaps around $1 million, he replied. He needed to set aside a substantial amount for Zhang Yihua, leaving him with over 200,000. A portion of that would be reserved, but the remainder could be allocated towards the car purchase. After all, he was not in need of additional housing at the moment, nor were there pressing financial obligations, thus allowing for a more luxurious vehicle. Hua's eye gasped in awe. A car worth over $1 million might not be the pinnacle of luxury, but it certainly qualified as a high-end vehicle. Brother Hu is indeed affluent, he mused. But upon reflecting on Hu's methods of earning, he understood. As they commenced their live broadcast, they quickly noticed dozens of viewers tuning in, quite timely indeed. Good morning. Everyone, don't you have work? Hu Yang could not help but ask. The answers varied, with some students admitting they were in class, leaving Hu Yang somewhat embarrassed. Yet he reminded them to focus on their studies or work if they could. In any case, we appreciate your support. Today, we plan to visit the car exhibition and, if possible, pick up a vehicle. In the afternoon, we'll take a stroll in the countryside. Yesterday, a friend messaged me, inviting me to his hometown. Since the address isn't far, just around Yang City, I thought it would be a pleasant outing. Brother Hu, are you going to dig up the earth? Someone teased. Hu Yang did not deny it and smiled, nodding. That is indeed the plan. However, it's no longer as simple to dig up the earth. Rural folks have become quite astute, and one simply discard old items as garbage. Unless, of course, it's a rather isolated village that remains unaware of the existence of antiques. Someone inquired, what exactly is shoveling the ground? The term shoveling the ground refers to the practice of traveling to rural areas to collect antiques, a specialized term within the realm of antiquities. Hu Yang elucidated. Nowadays, those engaged in this profession, often at the lowest rungs of the industry, face considerable challenges. At times, after a month of effort, they may not unearth a single commendable item, and they may even encounter difficulties. The Sihai Car Dealership is a prominent establishment that hosts an annual auto show. Observing the audience in the live broadcast, who were clamoring to see car models, Hu Yang remarked, in this day and age, car shows are proliferating while the presence of car models is dwindling. Today, the hopes of those wishing to view car models may be dashed. The phrase luxurious cars and beautiful women is often inseparable in the eyes of many. Where there were once auto shows, there were car models, contributing significantly to the event's allure. In fact, the profession of car modeling has existed since the 1990s. At that time, car models dressed with a sense of propriety, serving merely as embellishments. However, as businesses sought to attract attention, the criteria for car models escalated, with clothing becoming increasingly scant and an emphasis on sensuality, resulting in a tarnished reputation for the profession. Some auto shows have devolved into showcases of flesh rather than vehicles. The government, responding to the excessive exposure of models, instituted regulations to curb this trend, leading to the prohibition of certain types of models. Consequently, for those wishing to see car models, their aspirations may be unfulfilled. Yet, upon entering the venue, Hu Yang and his companions discovered that there were indeed plenty of beautiful women present. Although car models were absent, businesses had ingeniously hired numerous attractive staff members for the event. Of course, some of these women were also there to enjoy the auto show, perhaps sharing similar affluent interests as Hu Yang. Let's not squander time and get straight to the point, Hu Yang declared. As they navigated through the crowd, Hu Yang found himself at a loss for words. The viewers in a live stream erupted in laughter at the sight of the bewildered host. Am I encountering fellow professionals? Hu Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Before him stood a group of men and women, all engaged in live streaming, capturing footage while interacting with their fans, fulfilling requests such as approaching a particular beauty. Noticing Hu Yang, another streamer appeared equally disheartened. Another one has arrived. Indeed, fellow professionals can often feel like rivals. Hugo, isn't that the Land Rover you mentioned? Hua's eye pointed ahead to a striking off-road vehicle illuminated under the lights. During breakfast, Hu Yang had confided in Hua's eye that he was considering purchasing a vehicle from the Land Rover brand. He had contemplated that domestic cars were not currently under consideration, not out of a lack of patriotism, but because they still had considerable room for improvement. He also ruled out brands from Japan, as he harbored reservations about the Japanese. Land Rover, originally a British brand, was acquired by an Indian company a few years ago, making it now an Indian-owned brand. Let's take a look. With that, he and Hua's eye approached the exhibit, opened the car door. and intended to sit inside to experience it. At that moment, a beautiful staff member hurried over, cautioning, "I'm sorry. This vehicle is not for casual seating." In truth, she merely perceived Hu Yang as a streamer, someone simply there to join the fray, devoid of any genuine intent to purchase, which is why she made such remarks. Without any vehicles cordoned off by caution tape, one could touch them freely, as long as they did not leave any scratches. This scene elicited laughter from other streamers, who remarked, "A newbie, huh? Just a fool." Chapter 31, The Tumultuous Turn. Hu Yang indeed paused for a moment. He had attended car exhibitions before and was familiar with the rules. Certain vehicles were permissible to sit in and experience. Naturally, the imported sports cars, often worth millions, were typically surrounded by barriers, merely for viewing and photography, not for casual touching, which Hu Yang understood. But what was this nonsense? Did they look down upon him? This spectacle, of course, did not escape the notice of others, especially the cameras of the streamers. Dong Xiao, a seasoned outdoor streamer with 2 years in the field, was a veteran in the realm of live broadcasting. He and Hu Yang were not on the same platform, but rather on Douyu. With a number of viewers was naturally incomparable to Hu Yang's streaming room. Presently, his live broadcast boasted over 50,000 viewers and nearly 100,000 fans. In a platform like Douyu, he could be considered a moderately popular streamer, though not a major one. His current success stemmed from his daring and resolute character. He always fulfilled his promises, no matter how distasteful, which endeared him to his audience. Just moments ago at the car exhibition, he had lost a bet and approached a rather plump woman for her phone number. Upon witnessing Hu Yang's predicament, Dong Xiao seized the opportunity to remark, "That streamer looks baffled. It seems it's his first time at a car exhibition. I bet he'll slink away, brothers and sisters. Who's willing to wager? 100 fish balls." His audience immediately responded with enthusiasm, as 100 fish balls held little value. Who was afraid of a bet? What if you lose? They inquired. That was the crux. They relished watching streamers engage in various embarrassing antics, much like earlier when he had sought the phone number from the plump woman, causing them to burst into laughter. "If I lose, I'll perform an awkward dance here in public," Dong Xiao boasted boldly. In such circumstances, encountering a situation like Hu Yang's, most individuals would choose to heed Dong Xiao's advice and depart in shame. It was too humiliating to argue. Both Dong Xiao and his audience understood that the beautiful staff member was being deliberately provocative. Not long ago, they had witnessed a rather portly middle-aged man experience the same treatment. The beauty merely saw them as insignificant streamers, allowing them to sit in the car just to satiate her vanity, providing her own audience with a glimpse of the spectacle. It could be said that countless eyes were upon Hu Yang as he faced this obstruction. Hua Zai felt a twinge of panic and discreetly asked Hu Yang, "So we really can't sit freely?" The viewers in their live stream were also puzzled. Few doubted Hu Yang's capabilities. If Hu Ge claimed he intended to buy a car, could it possibly be a falsehood? Though the car was considered a luxury, to Hu Ge, it was hardly significant. TSK. That staff member lacks discernment. It is not fair to blame others. Just look at Hu Ge. Does he seem like someone who could afford such a vehicle? Moreover, he is engaged in live streaming, which gives the impression that he is merely here for amusement. The live broadcast is indeed the focal point. Indeed, there are numerous streamers present, and it seems the organizers are somewhat exasperated with them. I eagerly await the astonished expressions of the beautiful staff. I suspect the other streamers are also waiting to witness Hu Ge's embarrassment, anticipating a moment of reckoning. Hu Yang cast a glance at her and then spoke. "Have your manager come over." The audience in each streaming room erupted in laughter. Such lines are truly iconic. Many people, when confronted with difficult staff, would resort to requesting a manager's presence. The beautiful staff member maintained her professional smile and shook her head, saying, "I'm sorry. This is indeed what our manager intends." This created an awkward situation. The viewers continued to laugh uproariously. Meanwhile, in Dong Xiao's streaming room, everyone urged the host to fulfill their promises. Look, that particular streamer did not scurry away, but instead called for the manager. Dong Xiao glanced at Hu Yang with a hint of resentment. "For heaven's sake, aren't you embarrassed enough? Hurry up and leave. What are you trying to prove? Calling for the manager? How absurd." Coughing lightly, he suggested, "Let us postpone the dancing for now and enjoy the spectacle." That guy's quite bold. This is becoming increasingly complicated, isn't it? There's no way out now. Indeed, it appears that Hu Yang is in a rather uncomfortable position, quite embarrassing. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Hua Zai suddenly interjected, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Hey, we are here to purchase a vehicle." His words, once spoken, only served to amuse the crowd further. My goodness, this has made the situation even more difficult to navigate. Just as Hu Yang was about to speak, he heard someone greeting him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Wang Quan, accompanied by 2 or 3 individuals who clearly belonged to the upper echelon. Brother Hu? What a coincidence! The beautiful woman who had previously interrupted Hu Yang, along with the other streamers and their audiences, appeared bewildered. What is going on? Something feels amiss. The person greeting him, addressing Hu Yang as brother, seemed to be affluent. Typically, when a wealthy individual refers to another as brother, it suggests that the latter is not an ordinary person, does it not? Only the longtime viewers of Hu Yang's stream found the situation amusing. A timely assist from Boss Wang. Now, everyone is left in astonishment, are they not? The expressions of those streamers are quite intriguing, full of nuance. This only adds to the mystery. Wang Quan shook his head and said, I have several cars. There is no need for me to buy another. This time, I came primarily because a friend invited me to take a look. What about you? Are you interested in this model? I thought you youngsters would prefer the sports cars over there. Hu Yang shrugged. I cannot afford it. He was speaking the truth. With a budget of only 1 or 2 million, purchasing a sports car is a bit unrealistic. The vehicles at the auto show are typically the latest models, and acquiring a sports car without several million is quite challenging. Wang Quan chuckled lightly. Yesterday, Lao Sun mentioned to me that you've made several million. Don't jest. Upon uttering those words, the beauty attempting to impede Hu Yang's actions turned pale, while the other streamers were left in a state of shock, their audience resembling that of an astonished teddy bear. Had it been another individual, they might have suspected collusion or mere bravado. However, the speaker was a prominent figure, a magnate whose words were unlikely to be frivolous. This implies that the streamer in question earns several million in a day. What could possibly account for such lucrative earnings? It would be implausible to attribute this to gifts received as a streamer. Receiving millions in gifts daily would undoubtedly indicate that they are a renowned figure within the industry, one whom many would likely recognize. Apologies. I will promptly summon our manager, the beauty asserted immediately. This situation had exceeded her capacity to manage, necessitating the presence of a superior. The sudden shift caught the others in the streaming room off guard, resulting in a collective mishap. Chapter 32. A shift in atmosphere. Soon, a manager from the car dealership hurried over, his demeanor humble as he walked with a bowed posture, offering apologies. It was he who had instructed the streamers not to touch the vehicles. Little did he know, amidst the streamers was an extraordinary individual. Wealthy individuals typically do not engage in streaming. Should they not be pursuing female streamers instead? Upon hearing the female employee's words, he was taken aback. For the figure accompanying Hu Yang, Boss Wang, was someone their general manager had deemed worthy of special attention earlier. I apologize. My sincere apologies. The employee from earlier is new and has yet to grasp the circumstances. Such vehicles are indeed available for testing. I apologize on her behalf and seek your understanding. With that, he exchanged a discreet glance with the beauty who had previously hindered Hu Yang's experience. I'm truly sorry. Well, given the circumstances, Hu Yang felt it inappropriate to continue his outburst. In truth, he had no intention of making things difficult for anyone. His earlier request for the manager was not to seek retribution or an explanation, but rather to expedite the process of finalizing the vehicle matter. He had plans to embark on a treasure hunt later, and time was of the essence. Thus, he graciously gestured, saying, All right, the exterior of this vehicle is quite appealing. Let us discuss its performance. With that, he opened the car door and climbed inside, experiencing and observing the interior decor. The manager promptly began detailing every aspect with meticulous care. Dong Xiao appeared visibly embarrassed, clearing his throat. Ahem. This individual is remarkably low-key. I never anticipated our industry to be thriving enough to attract the wealthy. While it was not uncommon for top streamers to earn tens of millions annually, and daily earnings in the hundreds of thousands could be considered standard, earning several millions in a single day was exceedingly rare. Observing Hu Yang es un familiar de menor. It was evident that he was not a celebrity within their field, leading them to deduce he was likely a wealthy heir. Let us not dwell on other matters. Let us get to the dancing. Play some music. Let us get moving. Dong Xiao found himself compelled to act. Even the most distasteful of situations must be resolved with dignity. He selected a lively tune and began to dance exuberantly, not only satisfying his own streaming audience, but also amusing viewers from other channels. This scene captivated several attendees, who found it amusing and decided to capture the moment on their phones. Only the staff from the car dealership appeared somewhat displeased. It is akin to someone selling other goods in your store. Who could possibly be pleased? This group of streamers treated the car exhibition as their workplace, utilizing it for commercial purposes. However, the female streamer exhibited a modicum of decorum, refraining from intruding too closely. She was a relatively new streamer, having been in the field for merely 2 to 3 months, primarily focusing on outdoor content. Her usual routine involved casual conversations, dining, and meandering about. In this line of work, she was not yet earning substantial income, but her followers provided enough support for her to sustain herself. Her current mindset was to persevere, hoping for an opportunity to rise. It was only when reminded by her fans that she realized the streamer, Hu Ge, was on the same platform as her. She was unaware of the content of Hu Ge's recent livestream, as she seldom watched others' broadcasts. Through the whispers of her audience, she learned that he was a treasure appraisal streamer. Just yesterday, he had effortlessly acquired a fortune of 3 to 4 million, not relying on this profession for sustenance and never soliciting gifts from his viewers. Hurry and connect with him, suggested a devoted fan. Indeed, don't be afraid. I watched Hu Ge's livestream yesterday. He is an excellent host, remarked a newly appointed moderator. If he were here just now, he would surely have reminded everyone. Momentarily, Tang Yu felt a flicker of temptation. Sometimes, seeking assistance from those more established is not a shameful act. The only fear lies in being ignored. By a twist of fate, she sent a connection request to Hu Ge. This car is quite comfortable, remarked Hua Zai, who had moved to the back seat to experience it. The nearby manager chimed in with a smile. Absolutely. This is crafted with top-tier craftsmanship. It certainly does not disappoint. This model offers considerable value for its price. However, when discussing value for money, imported vehicles generally fall short due to high import taxes, resulting in elevated prices. It's a rarity for them to offer true value. Nevertheless, Hu Yang was not particularly finicky. After a moment of reflection, he nodded and inquired, "Do you have this model in stock?" He required a vehicle that could be readily obtained, dismissing those that would take weeks or even months to acquire. He sighed in relief upon learning that this model was indeed available, promptly nodding, "Yes, if you're interested, you can test drive it any time." The car in front of him was a display model, typically not for direct sale. "All right, let us proceed with the test drive. If everything is satisfactory, expedite the paperwork for me. I'm somewhat pressed for time," Hu Yang stated. "Understood. I'll arrange that immediately. Xiao Yu, please attend to our esteemed guest." The manager called out, summoning the previously mentioned beauty to cater to Hu Yang. Upon seeing him, everyone recognized him as a wealthy patron. The manager had previously mentioned the car's price was over 1,200,000. To purchase a vehicle worth over $1 million with such ease was more exhilarating than buying a pound of pork, truly a testament to his affluence. He was quite handsome and youthful as well. Hu Ge, their SA connection request. Shall we proceed? Hua Zai had been reminded that more connections would be advantageous moving forward. Hu Yang, without hesitation, nodded and said, "Since I'm feeling rather bored, let's begin. Ladies and gentlemen, as you pass by, kindly lend a moment of your attention. A mere follow won't acquire a home, nor a vehicle, nor a ticket to America, will it?" His words elicited a hearty laughter from the crowd, a delightful shift in atmosphere. Just moments ago, he had presented himself as a low-key wealthy heir, and now, with a single utterance, he transformed into a street vendor. Such a stark contrast. Not only did the audience in Hu Yang's live stream erupt in laughter, but viewers from other streamers also found this affluent heir to be quite the amusing character. It's no wonder, with such wealth, why engage in live streaming, if not for a bit of humor? "Ah, brother Hu, look, the streamer across is also live." Hu Yang turned to see that the connected streamer was indeed present at the auto show. Scanning the area, he finally spotted the female streamer and approached her with a smile, saying, "No need for formality, just a simple greeting will suffice. Hello, I'm Hu Yang." Tang Yu quickly extended her hand for a handshake, a bit taken aback. "Brother Hu, hello." That felt a bit too direct. Hu Yang leaned closer to Tang Yu's camera, greeting her viewers. "Hello everyone. Regardless of your preferences, do come over and follow my live stream." Such candor. This Hu Yang was indeed quite forward, asking for follows right from the start. However, since following costs nothing, the audience was more than willing to oblige. In an instant, Hu Yang's follower count surged by 400 to 500, nearing 3,000. In a spirit of reciprocity, Hu Yang announced in his own live stream, "Friends, the lovely lady across is certainly worth your support, so do show her some love." The other streamers watched in bewilderment. What kind of maneuver is this? Chapter 33. Introducing newcomers. Well, everyone was left in awe. Rather than seeking rewards for himself, he was helping another. Yet, this very act fostered a willingness to assist. Those with live stream coins or merchandise in stock flocked to the female streamer's channel to offer a token of support as a favor to Hu Yang. This was a win-win. Tang Yu noticed a significant increase in her followers, nearly 100. More importantly, thanks to Hu Yang's generous request for gifts. She received more in less than a minute than she had during the previous 2 hours of her own live stream. Thank you, Brother Who. And thank you all for your support. Tang Yu expressed her gratitude eagerly. Observing the benefits the female streamer had gained, other platform streamers cast envious glances in her direction. Unfortunately, being on different platforms, they were unable to connect and establish rapport. Shall we spend the entire morning here? Hu Yang inquired. Tang Yu, a pleasantly plump girl, exuded a charming appeal, especially when she smiled, revealing delightful dimples. Yes, that was the original plan. Before she could finish, her fans chimed in, urging her to stick with Brother Hu and gain some experience. After all, they were both engaged in outdoor live streaming. The auto show was nothing new to them. But treasure hunting was a different story altogether. Hu Yang glanced at the comments in the female streamer's chatroom, noting that most were encouraging her join him, with fervent fans pleading for him to guide their beloved streamer. He could not help but say, no, I'm going to test drive a car shortly, and after completing some tedious formalities, it may be afternoon before I can seize a bargain. That's perfectly fine. You can also take a ride in a luxury car. Indeed, Brother Who, could you lend a hand? It's not easy for new streamers, especially female ones. Please guide us. Tang Yu intervened, fearing that my fans' actions might irritate Brother Hu. Hu Yang waved his hand dismissively. It's not a bother, if you don't mind the running around. Then let's enjoy the day together. Just one more person doesn't make a difference to me. Moreover, having a few charming ladies around could certainly be a visual delight. Wouldn't it? Yes. Thank you, Brother Hu. Tang Yu recognized this as a golden opportunity, nodding eagerly, her demeanor devoid of pretense. All right, then let's be off. Hu Yang wished to avoid any unnecessary delays. Under the envious gazes of the other streamers, Tang Yu hurried to catch up, her heart brimming with joy. Although it was unlikely that she would gain fame from today's experience, it would undoubtedly yield far better results than her solitary efforts. The most disheartened was the awkward dancer, who had made a fool of himself and lost face, ultimately failing to establish any connection with Hu Yang. He too wished to test drive the luxury cars, having never sat in one worth millions. The test drive went smoothly, with no apparent issues. After a lap, Hu Yang made the full payment and arranged for insurance, taking nearly 3 hours. Regardless, it was just in time for lunch. Undoubtedly, the happiest was Tang Yu, who enjoyed a complimentary ride in a luxury vehicle. More importantly, her stream's popularity surged, basking in Hu Yang's glow. In just over 3 hours, her followers increased by more than 1,000, and she received approximately 5,000 yuan in gifts, nearly equivalent to her total earnings from the previous month. Brother Hu, let me treat everyone to lunch. Tang Yu offered. She sincerely appreciated Hu Yang. Though it might have been a trivial effort for him, it was immensely significant for her. How can a lady treat us? Let us go. I know a wonderful restaurant nearby, Hu Yang replied. During those 2 to 3 hours, Hu Yang joined multiple live streams, showcasing remarkable diligence compared to the previous day, and connected with several major streamers whose follower counts surpassed 100,000. His gains were substantial through these collaborations. His follower count had already exceeded 8,000, just a step away from 10,000. Naturally, he also gifted some tokens to the streamers he collaborated with, not merely seeking to ride on others' popularity without effort. The other streamers were more than willing to let such a savvy brother share the limelight, as it was merely a matter of garnering attention, and their own fans appreciated it without cost. Huazi and Tang Yu watched as Hu Yang spent over 10,000 yuan, their hearts aching at the sight. Hu Yang's indirect, yet fervent approach to boosting follower counts was not prohibited by the system, revealing a glaring loophole within a system lacking rigor. Hu Yang estimated that in another 10 days or so, his beginner treasure-seeking ability would likely upgrade. Such acceleration was truly astonishing. It is essential to note that others often toiled for 1 or even 2 years to elevate their follower counts to 100,000. In just over 10 days, Hu Yang is poised to surpass an impressive 100,000 followers, a rarity on this live streaming platform. Upon arrival at the destination, everyone was taken aback, having expected Hu Yang to lead Tang Yu and the others to an upscale dining establishment. Instead, they found themselves at a seemingly ordinary roadside tea restaurant. Having dined here a few times before, Hu Yang assured them of its authenticity. For anyone visiting Yangcheng, this establishment is certainly worth a visit. Affordable prices and genuine flavors make it a culinary gem. Hu Yang had no qualms about promoting the tea restaurant. Once inside, Hu Yang settled down and, without even glancing at the menu, casually ordered several dishes. The audiences from both live streams instantly recognized that Hu Yang was not misleading them. His familiarity with the restaurant's offerings was evident. This down-to-earth display of wealth further endeared him to the viewers. Tang Yu fixed his phone for the stream, and promptly began the process of cleaning the dishes with tea. Suddenly, Huazai recalled a rather amusing incident and shared it. Speaking of cleaning dishes with tea, it reminds me of my freshman year in college when several students from the north would directly drink the tea, leaving us utterly bewildered. Many seem to share this experience. In the north, washing dishes is not a common practice. The bowls and utensils provided by the establishments are already sanitized, and to them, washing dishes seems as unnecessary as taking off one's pants to pass gas. Isn't that right? I would just drink straight from the bowl until graduation, and my roommate would tease me about it. We don't follow this custom here. It seems pointless. Southerners are just so finicky. One could argue it's merely a habit rather than fussiness. Such matters cannot simply be categorized as right or wrong. To be honest, I have started to adapt to this practice as well. I once noticed a cup that wasn't thoroughly cleaned, and it made me understand the Southern approach. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Huyang initiated another round of giveaways. Yesterday, I selected 2 pieces of Hutian jade seed material, each valued at approximately 3,000 to 5,000. Today, I will draw them for you all and see who is fortunate enough to win. The conditions are simple. First, follow the host. Second, comment on the screen that Hu Gu is the most handsome to participate in the draw. Huyang was constantly strategizing on how to boost his follower count and was more than willing to offer small incentives. Many viewers in the live stream rolled their eyes. Hu Gu, what about your dignity? Hu Gu is indeed handsome, I concede, but there is no need for everyone to voice it, right? In Chapter 34, the follower count surged significantly. Many viewers had witnessed the 2 pieces of Hutian jade material yesterday, while they were merely raw materials. Transforming them into pendants through craftsmanship would be far more practical than purchasing from a jewelry store. Thus, the enthusiasm of the audience, numbering in the thousands, was ignited. Ultimately, tangible benefits are far more enticing than mere words. As Hu Ji's follower count climbed steadily, Tang Yu recognized that he could not replicate this. Huyang was truly a player in the currency game, acquiring followers through financial means. It's about to exceed 10,000, Huazai remarked. In truth, both he and Tang Yu were tempted to use their own accounts to enter the draw. Considering the jade seed material was valued at 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, almost equivalent to a month's salary for some. How fast it is, Tang Yu expressed with envy. Huyang discerned their thoughts and nonchalantly remarked, do not feel distressed. It is far more enjoyable to share joy than to experience it alone. Indeed, he was quite elated. His follower count had surged by over 1,000 during a recent lottery event, which was nearly akin to purchasing followers. Naturally, he recognized that his method was significantly more costly than traditional follower acquisition. Huazai and Tang Yu exchanged knowing smiles, reflecting, only those with wealth would utter such words. The audience in the live stream reveled in the experience, finding the atmosphere delightful, as generous rewards were frequently dispensed, making their time spent here feel worthwhile. The public chat was awash with compliments. However, there were always a few dissenters who viewed the host's actions as mere ostentation. Additionally, it was disheartening to witness the abundance of sycophants who, for a mere couple of pieces of jade, would shamelessly lower their dignity to compete over trivialities, akin to dogs fighting for scraps. Fortunately, such sour sentiments were swiftly expelled by the moderators, as the live stream aimed for harmony and discordant voices had no place here. In the future, there is no need to banish such individuals. Simply muting them will suffice. Leave their management to us, one fan declared. Presently, Huyang's follower count approached 10,000, though many were not true admirers. Most were drawn by the allure of benefits. Nevertheless, a substantial portion genuinely supported him and felt equipped to handle the negativity from detractors. After all, what was it but mere insults? They had the right to respond, ensuring that the critics felt the sting of their words. It must be said, the envious were truly perplexing, their own inadequacies prompting such vitriol. Even if the host were to perform for show, it was a reality they had to accept. In truth, on this platform, Huyang was far from the most ostentatious. A certain female host had famously elevated her own status through self-gifting, a feat of remarkable audacity. Many in the community were aware that she engaged in live streaming purely for enjoyment, not driven by ambition. Initially, she had attracted a considerable number of envious critics. Yet, as her self-gifting escalated to millions, the audience grew desensitized. What more could be said of a person who could gift themselves such extravagant sums? Congratulations to our management, who lives next door to me, surnamed Wang, and to the longtime lurker of the common account. Please send me your addresses via private message. I will dispatch your gifts tomorrow, as today may not permit it, Huyang announced, revealing the 2 fortunate viewers. Other live streams might also host similar lottery events. where winners could receive thousands of virtual coins, but typically, gifts were a prerequisite for entry. Thus, in those other streams, regular accounts stood little chance of winning. Unlike Hu Yang's stream, where merely following and typing a few words in the chat sufficed to participate in the lottery. This sparked a wave of envy among viewers. The prizes always seemed to go to others. Zhu Xiaowang, a working graduate, had his own girlfriend who permitted him to watch live streams but forbade him from spending money on virtual coins. He was aware of the underlying reason for this leniency. His girlfriend also enjoyed watching. Occasionally, they would watch together. Zhu Xiaowang favored gaming streams, while his girlfriend was more inclined towards singing broadcasts. When two individuals share a common interest, conflicts tend to diminish significantly, fostering mutual understanding. It is now noon, the time for lunch. Although he and his girlfriend work at different companies, their proximity allows them to regularly meet for midday meals at a designated restaurant. The reason they found themselves in Hu Yang's live streaming room was due to a recommendation within the gaming community, where it was mentioned that a novice streamer was offering generous rewards, attracting a bevy of viewers. Initially, he presumed the rewards involved in-game currency, but to his surprise, the streamer was affluent enough to present jade materials valued at several thousand yuan as prizes. With a stroke of luck in mind, he decided to follow the stream and typed a few words in the chat, considering there was no risk for him. Soon enough, his eggplant casserole arrived. Just as Zhu Xiaowang was about to enjoy his meal with his girlfriend, the streamer's voice resonated through his phone, causing both of them to pause in astonishment. Wait, the long-time lurker he mentioned, isn't that you? Did you win? What is the prize in terms of currency? Zhu Xiaowang's girlfriend suddenly inquired. A surge of immense joy illuminated Zhu Xiaowang's face as he burst into laughter, exclaiming, Jiao Jiao, we won. It's a beautiful piece of jade. Once the streamer sends it over, we can find a craftsman to make it into a pendant, just as you've always wanted. Jade? Zhu Xiaowang's girlfriend asked, puzzled, as she hadn't been following Hu Yang's stream. Despite having watched live broadcasts for a long time, it was her first encounter with someone offering jade as a prize. It can't be fake, right? Which stream is this? Let me see. She turned her boyfriend's phone toward herself, discovering a handsome male streamer. It can't be fake. I just saw the chat, and the jade is indeed Hetian jade seed material, which the streamer acquired yesterday, witnessed by many. Moreover, this streamer is affluent and would not jeopardize his reputation over a few thousand yuan, Zhu Xiaowang explained. After observing, his girlfriend's expression gradually morphed into one of delight. Receiving a precious gift unexpectedly would elevate anyone's mood. This streamer is indeed generous. I should follow him as well. Okay, I received a private message. Now, let us eat first. After our meal, we need to drive to Shazhou town, which is over 60 kilometers away. I've heard about that little town. It belongs to an ancient city, featuring streets that are 200 to 300 years old, making it a tourist destination within the province, Hu Yang remarked. He had checked the location the night before and learned that it was indeed a historical and cultural town within the province. However, its fame was limited to the province, lacking comparison to renowned towns across the country, such as Wuzhen in Jiangnan or Lijiang in Yunnan. The dishes at this tea restaurant were genuinely delightful, and, after dining, Tang recommended it in his own streaming room. For those brothers in Yangcheng, you should definitely come and dine here. It's truly excellent. Coincidentally, the restaurant owner overheard this while passing by and noticed that someone was live streaming. Upon realizing that her establishment was being promoted, she smiled and decided to offer a discount to this table. All right, I'll settle the bill and prepare to depart, Hu Yang stated. As he paid, he was inexplicably given a discount, leaving him somewhat bewildered as he exited the door. Nonetheless, this is a positive development, and there is no need to dwell excessively on it. Shazhou town serves as a quaint boundary settlement nestled between two cities, characterized by its intricate network of rivers, with the land shaped by the sediment deposited by these waterways, hence its name. Due to this labyrinth of rivers, the area was historically a hub of transportation, fostering the growth of commerce. Several centuries ago, it stood as one of the few prosperous locales within the province, where commodities such as tea converged, giving rise to this ancient little town. Moreover, in addition to its convenient waterway transport, it also marks the commencement of the ancient tea route connecting Guangdong to the north. While I had heard of such a place before, I was taken aback by the considerable scale of this ancient town, exclaimed Hua Zai. He was not alone in his astonishment. Tang Yu also visited for the first time, sharing a similar expression of surprise. The livestream audience was equally taken aback. In many minds, Guangdong's historical depth seemed rather shallow. For instance, when discussing renowned historical cultural towns in the country, Lingnan hardly made the cut. To many, Guangdong appeared as a nouveau riche entity that had only risen in prominence over the past century. Yet they overlooked the ancient Nanyue kingdom, not to mention the maritime policies initiated during the Ming dynasty, which established Yangshan as one of the few trading ports. A reputation as a commercial hub spanning a millennium is not casually claimed. Let us not be overly astonished. There are indeed numerous ancient towns of considerable scale across the country. However, many remain obscure, either because tourism companies deem them devoid of development potential or due to a lack of renown. Indeed, who knew about Fengwang, ancient town 2 decades ago? It only gained fame due to a sudden surge in popularity from film and television. And don't get me started on their ticketing, it's utterly perplexing. Even as a local, I find it bewildering. Hu Yang did not anticipate that his live stream would draw a wave of visitors to Shazhou, ancient town, particularly from within the province, who after watching the broadcast, regarded it as an appealing destination. However, these are tales for another time. The ancient town at first glance is predominantly adorned with Lingnan-style architecture. Perhaps due to the sparse population, it exudes an air of tranquility and appears exceptionally clean. Shall we head to He Wenqing's house now? Huazai inquired. He Wenqing is the friend who had previously messaged Hu Yang, inviting them to this place. His hometown lies a few kilometers away from the ancient town, distinctly rural. Earlier, while en route, they had formally conversed with He Wenqing over the phone. No rush. Let us first explore this area, Hu Yang suggested, halting the vehicle and gesturing towards the ancient street. There, one could see small shops dedicated to traditional snacks and, beyond them, various stalls lined the streets selling an assortment of antiquities. Anyone with decent eyesight could discern the old items on display. No one expected that in such a tranquil locale, there would be individuals engaged in the antique trade. Of course, the scale of this antique market was quite modest, comprising only a handful of stalls. From a distance, it appeared rather solitary, with the vendors leisurely gathered together, engrossed in a game of chess. Old Chun, their customers. Please attend to them while I take over for you, called out one of the vendors watching the chess match. The vendor participating in the game looked up and noticed several young individuals, their phones in hand, clearly there for leisure. Such tourists, seeking to deceive them into purchasing antiques, have a minuscule success rate. Consequently, he merely cast a glance before returning to his game of chess, declaring, "You may take this venture. Do not trouble me. And do not say I lack in care for you." Hu Yang and his companions arrived at the first stall, adorned with seemingly ancient tomes. To their astonishment, there were even martial arts manuals. Huazai picked up a volume titled Nine Yang Divine Skill, his expression one of bewilderment. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing this, were equally astonished, but soon erupted into laughter, teasing the host to select more volumes and master unparalleled skills. Such items are, in fact, easily replicated. The true challenge lies in the art of aging the paper. While it may appear complex to us, for those skilled in the craft of forgery, aging is not a daunting task, and certainly not a closely guarded secret. The notion that aging paper is an intricate science is a misconception. It does not require advanced technology. Contemporary methods can utilize ultraviolet light to swiftly age paper, achieving a state that closely resembles natural aging. For instance, the commonly employed smoke method involves suspending the paper in a relatively enclosed space and using the smoke emitted from burning coconut shells to imbue the new sheets with a subtle coffee hue. If one wishes to create the appearance of wear, a dilute solution of sulfuric acid can be gently brushed onto the paper, as sulfuric acid is colorless and odorless, resulting in treated paper that appears indistinguishable from the original. However, regardless of the method employed, they cannot withstand scientific scrutiny. In the eyes of seasoned experts, they are often easily discernible. As the saying goes, the genuine cannot be disguised, and the counterfeit cannot be made to seem real. At that moment, seeing Huazai pick up a book, one of the unprofessional stall owners remarked, "Those volumes once belonged to the Shaolin Temple. I can let one go for 500. Choose as you please." Indeed, Shaolin Temple has seemingly relocated. It becomes evident that those engaged in the antique trade seldom speak the truth. Bluster on. Truly, all martial arts emanate from Shaolin. I cannot help but laugh. How embarrassing. Without Buddha's palm, I must give a negative review. They realized that each stall owner was a master of fabrication, skilled in the art of deception, and just believing even a fraction could lead one into their snares. Do not be misled. This manual cannot possibly be authentic, Hu Yang advised Huazai. He casually flipped the manual over, revealing the information of the XXX publishing house printed on the bottom right corner of the last page. Thus, it appears that this renowned martial arts manual, celebrated in dramas, is indeed a forgery. How unprofessional. Tang Yu could not suppress a chuckle, his voice audible only to the three of them and the live stream audience. It is decidedly unprofessional. The pages of the manual are still pristine. Has the aging process been entirely overlooked? Is that not a touch excessive? The stall was filled with an eclectic array of old books, history, strange tales, poetry collections, medical texts, and biographies, among others. However, after a brief inspection, Hu Yang suggested, "Let us observe the adjacent stall." Next door, there lay a plethora of ancient coins, bronze artifacts, and a substantial collection. Many of the ancient coins were in poor condition. Some even stuck together. These coins must be genuine, right? Huazai could not help but inquire. After all, even with cosmetic alterations, there would be no need for such drastic measures, would there? Indeed, they are authentic, and you are welcome to select a few, Hu Yang affirmed, noting that these ancient coins were reasonably priced at 5 yuan each, allowing for casual selection. As they perused the ancient coins, an onlooker, a rather unkempt gentleman who was unconcerned about his appearance, approached them, absent-mindedly picking his nose. "Take your time. They're all priced at 5 yuan each. These items were excavated from a farmer's land, so they must be relics. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you," he remarked. These ancient coins likely represented the buried treasures of a farmer's ancestors. In ancient times, banks were non-existent, and wealth was typically concealed within the home. Many individuals would dig a cellar to store their riches. Perhaps the previous generation had forgotten to pass down the knowledge of their existence, leaving the coins undisturbed until recently when the family decided to construct a building and unearth them during the foundation work. Due to their appearance as mere scrap metal, the owner could only sell them for a pittance, 200 yuan in total. After a brief examination, Hu Yang lost interest. All the coins were from the Qing dynasty, predominantly common Kangxi Tongbao, which, even in pristine condition, were valued at only 10 to 8 yuan each, offering little worth. In fact, Kangxi Tongbao could be considered one of the more valuable coins of that era. As the name suggests, Kangxi Tongbao was minted during the reign of Kangxi and circulated throughout the Qing dynasty. As one of China's ancient currencies, it holds significant archaeological value. The societal stability and rapid economic development of the time, coupled with frequent global trade, led to a flourishing monetary economy, resulting in exquisitely crafted coins from the Kangxi period, thus endowing Kangxi Tongbao with artistic merit. Only Huazai and Tang Yu were particularly engaged in selecting coins, inquiring of Hu Gu about the worthiness of their finds. There are two types of Kangxi Tongbao, Hu Yang explained. One features the inscription Shun Ji Baoalong with 2 Manchu characters, while the other presents a corresponding Han character alongside a Manchu inscription. As the group scrutinized the coins, they discovered that both scenarios described by Hu Gu could indeed be found among the coins. Do not select those, Hu Yang advised, indicating the Kangxi Tongbao with Manchu inscriptions on the reverse side. These coins originated from the Baoyuan and Baoquan mints established by the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue, and their abundant existence meant they held little value today. Tang Yu, displaying her keen intellect, diligently sought out the more unique pieces. Though not an expert in antiques, she understood the adage that rarity enhances value. Thus, items that were distinctive and less common would naturally command higher prices. "Hu Gu, take a look at this one," Tang Yu exclaimed, a smile illuminating her face. After 3 minutes of careful selection and filtering through over 200 coins, her eyes nearly dry from the effort, she finally uncovered a rather exceptional piece. Upon closer inspection, Hu Yang noted that the reverse of the coin bore the character Gong, marked in the Western style. "Fortune smiled upon me as I chanced upon a remarkable treasure, which I promptly acquired, intending to elaborate further in due course. The most significant factor influencing the value of the Kangxi Tongbao is, in fact, the inscription on its reverse side." Tang Yu was elated, and her audience in the live stream showered her with congratulations. "Huazai, seek something exceptional," Tang Yu whispered discreetly. Upon hearing this, Huazai's eyes sparkled with realization, as he immersed himself once more in the delightful pursuit of treasures on Taobao. It was not long before he discovered a coin of unique character, resolutely deciding to purchase it without consulting Hu Yang. Only then did Hu Yang turn to Tang Yu, remarking, "This coin of yours belongs to a rare variety. It bears the inscription Gong on the reverse, indicating its provenance. Conservatively estimated, it could be valued at around 5,000 yuan in today's market." While the female streamer, Tang Yu, reveled in her good fortune, the viewers in the live stream expressed envy and admiration, as it was evident that following brother Hu led to tangible rewards. Over the past few days, Huazai had also enjoyed modest gains, albeit merely trinkets worth several thousand yuan. However, The prospect of earning in a single day what others toil for over an entire year was enough to stir feelings of envy among them. Hu Yang examined the coin Hua Zai had found and stated, "To be precise, this coin does not qualify as a genuine circulating ancient currency. It lacked purchasing power in antiquity. This particular Kangxi Tongbao is known as the Kangxi Luohan coin. Observe closely. The Tong character on the Luohan coin features a single dot beside the walking radical, whereas the ordinary Kangxi Tongbao typically showcases a double dot. Additionally, the Shi character on the Luohan coin lacks a vertical stroke at the top left, in contrast to the ordinary Kangxi Tongbao, which is inscribed as Shi. This coin bears auspicious symbolism. It is said to have been minted to celebrate the Kangxi Emperor's longevity, and during the Republican era, couples exchanged Luohan coins as tokens of affection, thus serving as symbols of love. It is indeed a sought-after variety, with limited availability and significant appreciation potential, as its market price has soared in recent years, making it a worthy investment for collectors. Now, regarding the price, this type of Kangxi Luohan coin has escalated to over 1,000 yuan in the past 2 years. Strictly speaking, it is still somewhat less expensive than the 1 tang you discovered, as there are more of these in circulation. Hu Yang pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Keep it. Selling it would yield little profit. It could serve as a thoughtful gift in the future." He expressed that the Luohan coin symbolizes auspiciousness, happiness, peace, longevity, and love. Possessing a Luohan coin equates to possessing these blessings. Gifting a Luohan coin carries both symbolic significance and, being an antiquity, it holds a certain prestige. An eager viewer in the live stream could not resist asking how to discern genuine coins from counterfeits. Given the high probability of encountering copper coins among the antiques displayed at stalls, one can begin by observing the patina and rust color of the coin, paying close attention to the details. Authentic copper coins exhibit a hard and robust patina due to the passage of time, making it difficult to remove. In contrast, counterfeit coins possess a soft and flaky rust that can easily be scraped off. Just as he was about to continue, Hu Yang abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on an intriguing item displayed at the stall. Chapter 37, The Folding Fan. The seasoned viewers of the live stream, upon witnessing Hu Yang's expression, knew that something extraordinary was about to be unveiled. Despite his youth, merely in his 20s, Hu Yang possessed an unparalleled eye for treasures, showcasing an astute discernment that was nothing short of remarkable. In the past few days, the treasures he had uncovered numbered far beyond a mere handful. Could it be that yet another gem has come to light? Such inquiries are utterly nonsensical. Is this your first exposure to Hu Ji's livestream? Are you truly unaware of what has been uncovered this time? It must be a bronze artifact, I presume. Hu Yang's gaze is indeed fixated on the array of bronze wares. However, what catches his interest is not the bronze items on display, but rather a folding fan situated beside them, presumably the proprietor's personal possession. Hu Yang approaches, picks up the fan, and unfolds it. To everyone's surprise, one side reveals an exquisite painting, while the other showcases a poem. Well, I misjudged once again. A fan, how unexpected. It appears to belong to the earlier mentioned uncle who was engaged in a rather unrefined habit. The mere mention of nose-picking prompts everyone to involuntarily recall the peculiar figure of that uncle, rendering them speechless. They envision a scene where a nose-picking uncle wields an elegant fan, conjuring an amusing mental image. The camera did not provide a close-up of the fan's handle. Thus, the audience could not discern its finely carved bamboo craftsmanship. How much for the fan? Hu Yang calls out towards the chess area, observing the group of young individuals. He doubts their understanding, assuming they're merely a bunch of fools. Nevertheless, it is impossible to forego a business opportunity. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they do not seem impoverished. He may well assert a bold price. Their expressions remain one of astonishment. Yet internally, they are calculating the optimal amount to propose, one that would neither intimidate the seller nor compromise their own interests. That is my personal item. It is not for sale. The uncle retorts. This statement is deliberately made by Hu Yang. Those unfamiliar with him might mistakenly think that he is merely a young person trying to act cool, failing to comprehend the true value of the item. The vendor, however, chooses not to expose the truth. They relish such naive customers who, despite their ignorance, are willing to spend extravagantly for the sake of appearances. The onlookers at the chess table remain silent, yet their eyes reflect a hint of envy. Such a clueless buyer has been snared by that individual. Indeed, it is a treasure that has been passed down through over 10 generations in my family. A fan from the Qing dynasty. Did you notice the painting? It is the renowned work of Wang Jian. Are you familiar with him? I suspect that today's youth are largely unaware. Upon hearing about ancient painters, they immediately think of Tang Bohu. In reality, Wang Jian's artistic prowess is not inferior to that of Tang Bohu. It is merely that Tang Bohu enjoys greater fame. In the realm of Qing dynasty painting, Wang Jian is celebrated as one of the 6 masters of early Qing. The vendor uncle possesses commendable oratory skills, delivering his monologue without pausing for breath, demonstrating his profound knowledge of Wang Jian. However, the viewers in the live stream are on the verge of laughter. To flaunt one's prowess before Hugo, this uncle is quite the character. Ah, so does Wang Jian. I recognize that name. He was one of the leaders of the Orthodox faction in early Qing, alongside Wang Shimin, Wang Hui, and Wang Yuanqi, collectively known as the 4 Wangs of early Qing. Nonetheless, this particular piece does not resemble his masterpieces. Wang Jian's style is traditionally conservative, yet this painting is anything but. It flaunts a novel and audacious approach. The vendor uncle is nearly rolling his eyes, thinking to himself, "What do you know about conservatism, you barely grown lad?" Several centuries ago, who could have fathomed the concept of conservatism? Considering that this individual was a proud young man, he refrained from rebuttal, lest he embarrass the other party and provoke anger, jeopardizing the deal. The audience in the live stream found the situation quite amusing, especially when Hugo had deliberately zoomed in on the stamp, revealing the character Song Su. They even conducted an online search, discovering that this was a person from the Ming Dynasty. The irony was palpable, a Ming Dynasty stamp imprinted on a painting from the Qing Dynasty. It was evident that the vendor's previous assertions were mere fabrications. He might have been well-versed in Wang Jian and possessed a thorough understanding of that Qing painter. Yet he could not distinguish whose work the painting truly was. Ironically, he spoke confidently, treating Hugo and his companions as naive, which only added to the humor. The vendor's self-satisfaction was quite amusing. How entertaining. We, with our omniscient perspective, perceive it this way. Had we been in Hu Ji's position, we likely would have lacked the capacity for discernment and critical thought. In other words, had it been us, we might have easily fallen prey to the vendor's trickery. The vendor indeed lacked the ability to authenticate. Had he possessed such acumen, would he be here, exposing himself? For instance, he chose Wang Jian, attributing any painting to him, regardless of its origin. We shall not debate this. After all, it is a treasure. If you genuinely desire this fan, I can part with it for 20,000. 20,000? Not only did the audience in the live stream gasp in astonishment, but even fellow vendors who often shared the stall cast incredulous glances, silently astonished. Is he not afraid of scaring off potential customers with such a high demand? Such audacity is astounding. Perhaps incensed by this behavior, Hu Yang called upon Hua Zai and the others and turned to leave, disregarding the remaining stalls. The bewildered vendor was jolted back to reality by a friend's nudge. Hey, it's not easy to attract a paying customer. Don't be so greedy. Let everyone profit a bit too. Try to keep him. The vendor finally grasped the situation and hastily called out, "Wait, the price is negotiable. Is it customary to walk away without bargaining? How much do you offer?" 50. Hey, handsome, this is an antique. 50 is a bit insulting. If it weren't an antique, who would spend 50? This type of folding fan, even in high-end stores, could be purchased for merely 10 or 20. You can find them at a $2 shop, Hu Yang retorted. 50 is certainly unacceptable. Let's aim higher. 60? The vendor exclaimed angrily. Then you might as well leave. Hu Yang clasped his fists. Farewell. He turned to depart. The vendor hurried over. Hey, don't be hasty. After all, it is a treasure. And you have an eye for quality, haven to you? How about 5,000? After much back and forth, they finally settled on a price of 250. The vendor wore a displeased expression, yet internally rejoiced, having purchased it for $5 and selling it for a 50 full profit. Observing Hu Yang slash the price from 20,000 to 250, the audience in the live stream was both impressed and speechless, realizing just how inflated the prices at antique stalls could be. Chapter 38. The money for the car has been earned back. The individuals in the live broadcast have gradually come to understand that although Hu Yang is affluent and generous, he is not someone who could be easily taken advantage of, as evidenced by his willingness to haggle over a few hundred yuan. This characteristic of the host is quite commendable, and many appreciate it. A generous disposition is universally admired. Yet those who are naively extravagant tend to evoke exasperation. Thus, Hu Yang's demeanor undoubtedly endears him to the newcomers in the live stream. My sole concern lies in the true value of that fan. Hu Yang did not immediately address the audience regarding this matter. Instead, he continued to observe. After spending more than 10 minutes surveying the remaining stalls without making a purchase, it became apparent to everyone that the host was rather cautious. Only after departing from the booths selling antiques did Hu Yang reveal the fan he had acquired. Without needing any cue from Hu Yang, Hua Zai and Tang Yu instinctively directed the camera toward him, as many had been inquiring about the fan's origin and worth. It was inconvenient to discuss such matters at the stall, so now I shall briefly elaborate. The vendor claimed that it was a work by Wang Jian from the Qing dynasty, a statement that is evidently unfounded. I wonder if everyone is familiar with Wang Jian. He hailed from a family of literary scholars and officials, receiving an exceptional education and artistic cultivation from a young age. Consequently, he excelled in poetry, prose, calligraphy, and painting, distinguishing himself among his contemporaries. In the realm of painting, as the vendor mentioned, he was indeed quite renowned, being one of the most celebrated artists of the early Qing dynasty. His landscapes are characterized by meticulous detail and a delicate clarity, blending the styles of Shenzhou and Wen Zhengming with an elegance that has been praised by posterity. However, I must not deceive you. Most of Wang Jian's paintings are imitations of ancient styles, lacking originality and steeped in a retrograde aesthetic and formalism. When you observe this fan, you will notice that its design does not reflect such antiquated thought or formalistic tendencies, but rather exudes a strong personal style. Therefore, it cannot possibly be attributed to Wang Jian. Hu Yang refrained from disclosing additional details about Wang Jian, such as his prowess as a formidable collector and connoisseur of antiques. As everyone listened to Hu Yang's analysis while observing the image on screen, they nodded in agreement. Though lacking expertise in antique appraisal, they possessed keen observation skills and analytical abilities. The artwork indeed radiated a distinct personality, devoid of any retrogressive trends. Consequently, the majority of Hu Yang's assertions were met with overwhelming belief. Remarkably, even someone like me, with little knowledge of antiques, found myself understanding the concepts presented. This is the brilliance of Hu Yang. He articulates complex ideas in the simplest of terms, rendering them accessible. Suddenly, I discovered that the appreciation of antiques is quite fascinating. If the host had not engaged us with such intriguing commentary, you would not feel so inclined to delve into the otherwise tedious knowledge. Who is Song Su? Huazai could not help but inquire. On the painted side of the folding fan, he noted the name Song Su, yet he was unfamiliar with the figure. Song Su, a painter from the late Ming dynasty, was renowned for his landscapes and Buddhist figures, though most of his surviving works are landscape paintings. It appears that we have all been misled by this inscription, Hu Yang remarked with a smile. As soon as these words were uttered, the live broadcast room fell into an instantaneous silence. Just as Hu Yang had stated, upon discovering the name Song Su, they had long assumed it was the work of this very artist, and many had begun to search for information pertaining to him. Numerous viewers were already aware that Song Su was a renowned painter of the late Ming dynasty. Was it not so? The stamps were his. How could they not be his paintings? Take this particular piece as an example. Have you noticed the inscription? Clearly, it is not the handiwork of Song Su. Those familiar with Song Su would recognize that he typically employed the style of 8-part script for his inscriptions, characterized by a bold and elegant stroke. For those unfamiliar, 8-part script is a form of clerical script, distinguished by its pronounced wave-like features. The inscription before us is evidently not in this style. Thus we can ascertain it is not the work of Song Su. But whose could it be? Tengyu could not help but inquire. If I am not mistaken, it should belong to teacher Song Su, specifically the work of Shenzhou. Shenzhou is a name that many may have heard. His reputation is on par with that of Tang Bohu. He was erudite and talented, particularly in painting, where he carved out his own distinctive style, excelling in landscapes, floral subjects, and depictions of animals and aquatic life, all executed with remarkable finesse. My inclination to attribute this piece to him also stems from the technique of Datmas. This technique, employed in ancient painting, signifies the wild grasses and shrubs nestled within the crevices of rocks, as well as the trees faintly visible upon distant mountains. The shapes of these dots are predominantly circular, flat, or vertical, somewhat akin to the peppered dots and pointed dots found in leaf dotting techniques. Observe here. Shenzhou's moss dots appear to be created with a scattered, pointed brush, their forms irregular and often resembling the split tails of swallows. In contrast, Song Su's moss dots are characterized by a central point. Some are shorter and nearly round, while most are slightly elongated. The varying ink strokes reveal the distinct personalities of the artists, thereby bestowing different temperaments upon their works. Huazai felt somewhat perplexed. He could comprehend the words, yet he could not grasp their meaning. To him, the dot moss seemed to appear quite similar across the board. In truth, The majority shared his sentiment. They could understand the terminology, but not the nuances of dot moss. This particular painting technique necessitates a discerning eye, one that is often beyond the grasp of those untrained in the art. Condensing a landscape painting onto the surface of a folding fan is already a formidable challenge. Coupled with it being the work of Shinzhou, the value of this fan must surely be considerable. Hu Yang extended a finger. 100,000? Tang Yu ventured a cautious guess. Hu Yang shook his head. You underestimate the worth of Shenzhou's work. It should be valued at no less than 1 million. The precise price depends on who the buyer is. 1 million? Tang Yu and the others exclaimed, their beautiful eyes widening in astonishment, hands covering their mouths. They suddenly realized that Hu Ge was indeed quite modest. Given his capabilities, he could effortlessly procure far more extravagant luxury vehicles. Chapter 39. A Heartwarming Gesture. Hu Yang led everyone on a stroll through the ancient streets of the old town, allowing the audience to admire the splendor of Lingnan's ancient architecture. Among these, the ancestral halls were particularly distinctive. The ancestral halls, it seems, rarely close their doors, often watched over by caretakers, and sometimes one might find individuals engaged in games of cards within. Quite a contrast to the solemn atmosphere typically associated with such places, which is rather surprising. Grandma, how much do you sell these guavas for? Hu Yang inquired as he paused in his stride. On the street corner stood an elderly woman, seemingly over 70, selling fruit, just bananas and guavas. The quality of the fruits appeared subpar, marred by blemishes, indicative of poor management. With a thick accent, the old woman replied, $1. Young man, how many would you like? As she spoke, she produced a used shopping bag, opening it for Hu Yang to make a selection. What about the bananas? They seem to be local produce, he observed. All the same, yes indeed, they are homegrown. She nodded, and when she smiled, it became evident that she had very few teeth left. Seeing an elderly woman of such age still working a stall suggested her financial situation was less than favorable. Hu Yang glanced at the guavas and bananas before saying, Huazai, go fetch a cardboard box from that convenience store. It was clear to everyone that Hu Yang intended to support the old woman's business. Huazai hurriedly made his way to the store and soon returned with an empty box, having purchased it for $1. Please help me pack everything, Hu Yang requested, pulling out 200 yuan from his wallet and offering it to the old woman. She appeared delighted, not rushing to accept the money, but instead saying, let me weigh it for you first. Hu Yang interjected, no need to weigh it, Grandma. Just accept this 200 yuan. The local bananas are delicious, and you've sold them at a bargain. Taken aback, the old woman ultimately accepted the money with heartfelt gratitude, repeatedly thanking him as she carefully packed the bananas and guavas into the box. Given the poor quality of her fruits, she had hardly sold a few pounds all day. To unexpectedly encounter such a kind-hearted young man who bought everything in one go and even paid extra filled her heart with appreciation. Huazai handed a bottle of water to the old woman, saying, Here, Grandma, have some water. He had just picked it up from the convenience store. Noticing the dryness of her lips, realizing she seemed reluctant to eat the fruits she had displayed for sale, without waiting for her to decline, Hu Yang, cradling the box, departed with Hua, Zai, and the others. This scene warmed the hearts of the viewers in both live streaming rooms, who began to express their admiration. Everyone, don't forget to follow. I'm a fan now. We must follow. The host is so compassionate. Such spontaneous kindness truly warms the heart. Wishing Grandma good health. What are her family members doing? At her age, she should be enjoying her twilight years. In an instant, the number of followers in Hu Yang's live stream surged by several hundred, with viewers generously sending small gifts, completely captivated by his actions. Back in the car, Hu Yang, without pretense, peeled a banana and began to eat, showing no concern for its less than perfect appearance. Quite tasty. Don't let its looks fool you. The flavor is delightful. Huazai and Tang Yu joined him in sampling a bit, with plenty remaining, as Hu Yang planned to share some with He Wenqing. Following the navigation's guidance, Hu Yang and his companions arrived at He Wenqing's village, known as Hejia Village. It was easily recognizable, as a Hejia ancestral hall stood at the entrance. A young man was waiting by the roadside, and upon spotting Hu Yang's vehicle, he waved eagerly. Buddy, are you He Wenqing? Hu Yang halted the car and inquired. The young man nodded. Brother Hu, that's me. You can park right in front of the ancestral hall. I'll ask my uncle to keep an eye on it. It's possible to walk in, but parking is inconvenient. All right. Thank you for the trouble, Hu Yang replied. After securing the vehicle, He Wenqing greeted an elderly man inside the ancestral hall, requesting him to look after the car. His concern was not about theft, but rather the potential for scratches. These bananas and guavas, let us distribute them once we meet people, Hu Yang suggested to He Wenqing. He Wenqing's expression was somewhat peculiar. He had been watching the earlier live stream and was aware of the origins of the fruits. Huazai assumed He Wenqing disdained the less visually appealing produce and hastily offered an explanation. However, before Huazai could finish, He Wenqing gestured dismissively. That is not my intention. I was watching the live stream too. In fact, that old lady is from our village. Her household consists of merely 3 members, forced to sell fruits, vegetables, and poultry out of necessity. Her son has been bedridden for many years, incapacitated, and she has a granddaughter still in school. Their lives are exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing He Wenqing's words, the viewers in the live stream, who had just criticized the old lady's family, fell silent. Doesn't the government provide assistance in such circumstances? Then you cannot help but ask. He Wenqing rolled his eyes. Without government support and subsidies, it would be impossible to survive. Just the medical expenses for the old lady's bedridden son could collapse a family. The town government and village committee provide some assistance each month, and the granddaughter's education is entirely free. Moreover, neighbors frequently lend a helping hand. Though our village falls under the jurisdiction of Yangsheng, it may well be the poorest in the city. A sense of melancholy washed over as Hu Yang reflected on the stark contrast of Yangsheng being an international metropolis, yet harboring such impoverished villages and destitute citizens like the old lady. It's not surprising. My village isn't affluent either, and there are families struggling. Even in Dubai, there are beggars, aren't there? Huazai consoled. The notion of becoming a beggar in Dubai had turned into a jest. After this, a heavy silence enveloped the group. It seemed the plight of the old lady's family was even more dire than they had imagined. As they made their way deeper into the village, Hu Yang and his companions distributed bananas and guavas to several children they encountered. Upon reaching He Wenqing's home, they discovered that a large box of bananas and guavas was nearly empty. His residence was relatively decent, a 2-story self-built house. Though not extravagantly adorned, it was still acceptable. Grandpa, did you serve in the military? Hu Yang asked, after observing the interior for a while. Men seemed to take pride in showcasing their scars, viewing them as badges of honor. He Wenqing quietly revealed, my grandmother is Korean. The viewers in the live stream initially showered him with praise, but upon hearing He Wenqing's revelation, laughter erupted. Chapter 40, Spoils of War. As the saying goes, one's accent is hard to change. However, in truth, He Wenqing's grandmother has become quite hazy concerning the dialect of her hometown, leaving her uncertain of her ability to communicate effectively. It shouldn't be too difficult. Tourism has been opened up over there, Huazai remarked. To his knowledge, although North Korea exhibits a tendency toward isolation, it still permits tourism from the Chinese side. The locals there can also venture into China to open restaurants and the like. It seems straightforward. One merely needs to acquire a passport and travel there under the guise of tourism, correct? Tang Yu concurred with Huazai's reasoning and proposed a solution. Yet, Hu Yang shook his head, saying, it's not as simple as you imagine. While we can indeed travel, once we arrive, we cannot roam freely. We are confined to designated routes. Some knowledgeable viewers in the live stream echoed Hu Yang's sentiments. In reality, such restrictions exist. Tourism routes are primarily predetermined. He Wenqing nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, we inquired previously, and the travel agency representatives appeared quite troubled by the situation. Moreover, we must ensure that, after all these years, her family hasn't relocated, or else it would be exceedingly difficult to find them. Old Master, he confidently interjected, that country is not vast. Locating a place is not a daunting task. However, if they have moved, seeking assistance from the local government to trace them would be nearly impossible. He harbored profound memories of that land, which he could never forget. One day, I shall inquire on your behalf. Elder, Hu Yang offered, willing to assist the elderly lady in fulfilling her wish, motivated primarily by his respect for veterans. Thank you, Brother Hu. He Wenqing expressed his gratitude promptly. The viewers in the live stream, touched by the host's willingness to intervene, began to suggest various ideas on how to proceed. Graciously, He Wenqing did not forget the purpose of inviting Brother Hu, stepping aside to retrieve some old items from his home, which he had previously organized. Brother Hu, could you assist in examining these? Sure. Old Master, he and the others then realized that this young man had rummaged through boxes to gather aged belongings, initially wondering about his intentions. He Wenqing briefly explained Hu Yang's profession to his grandfather and the others. Brother Hu, could you confirm if this is a yuan datu? After explaining, He Wenqing retrieved $2 silver from his pocket, which he had discovered while inquiring with his grandmother the previous evening. These were the only antiques he deemed valuable, particularly since he frequently encountered news online about certain yuan datu coins fetching over $1 million. Yuan datu is revered in the collecting community as a treasure among silver dollars. It is the most widely circulated and impactful type of silver coin among nearly 1,000 modern Chinese coins and plays a significant role in the transformation of China's monetary system. Hu Yang accepted the coins and noted that both bore the same denomination of 1 yuan. The obverse of the coin features the left side portrait of Yuan Shikai in military attire, with the 3rd year of the Republic of China inscribed above on the 3-year version, while the 8, 9, and 10-year versions bear manufactured in the X year of the Republic of China. The reverse depicts 2 crossed rice stalks, with 1 yuan inscribed centrally. Indeed, this is a yuan datu, and it is the largest denomination among them. While some may encounter 5 yuan coins at small stalls, those would undoubtedly be counterfeit. The introduction of Hu Yang reveals that there are a total of 4 denominations of the Yuan Shikai silver dollar, namely the 1 yuan, the middle yuan, the 2 jiao, and the 1 jiao. However, this particular version of the Yuan Shikai is not very valuable, being a common minting from the 3rd year of the Republic, with a market price of around 7 to 800 yuan. Hu Yang further elaborated that due to the extensive period over which the Yuan Shikai silver dollar was minted and the numerous mints involved, there exists a vast variety of this coin. The Yuan Shikai coins from the 3rd, 9th, and 10th years of the Republic, owing to their substantial circulation and availability, have maintained relatively stable prices in the collection and investment market over time. Certain special versions, such as the O Record Edition, the Coarse Hair Edition, the Triangular Round Edition, the Open Shell Edition, and the Signed Edition, have much lower mintage, thus are far more precious. The Coarse Hair Edition, for instance, features a coarser hairstyle with wavy locks. In the Jiahe, knot does not form the traditional crisscross pattern. Instead, it presents an irregular circle formed by the Jiahe knot on the right side. This particular version of the Yuan Shikai has surpassed a value of 1 million. Undoubtedly, the most valuable remains the signed edition of the Yuan Shikai, currently valued at around 4 million yuan. Therefore, it is regrettable that the Yuan Shikai, which Yu Wenqing held in high regard, is worth merely 1 or 2,000 yuan, rendering it of little significance. He might as well keep it for himself. Even 1 or 2,000 yuan is not insignificant. Old He, however, appeared quite nonchalant. Hu Yang then turned to him and remarked, "While the Yuan Shikai is not worth much, the watch you possess is an antique piece, worth at least over 100,000. May I take a closer look?" Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, finally noticing the watch on the elder's wrist. Old He was equally surprised and astonished, never having considered that he wore a watch worth more than 100,000 every day. Without hesitation, he removed it, stating, "This is a trophy of mine, taken from the body of an American." He had earned it during a significant moment, and, with the captain's approval, was allowed to keep this watch. Hu Yang chuckled. This is an IWC watch. When it comes to prestigious timepieces, the most renowned are indeed the native European brands, especially the Swiss luxury watches, which are famous worldwide. The IWC brand is a distinguished Swiss luxury watchmaker. Such timepieces, even new, command prices ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. For over a decade, the collection of antique watches has been thriving, both domestically and internationally. Some individuals collect purely for the sake of it, while others invest, drawn by the potential for appreciation. The value of an antique watch primarily hinges on understanding its origin, age, quality, functionality, style, and mechanical structure. One must patiently examine the dial, movement, and case. Additionally, one should consider its condition, including whether the movement and gears are intact, the exterior free from cracks, accessories complete, and timekeeping accurate, while also favoring distinctive styles, rarity, or those adorned with jewels, paintings, or enamel. The watch we see here, an IWC brand timepiece, originates from a small factory by the Rhine River, produced in the 1940s, and retains its complete functionality, accessories, and condition. Unfortunately, it lacks diamonds or jewels. Nevertheless, even so, its value is estimated to be around 400 to 500,000 yuan. Chapter 41. The Peach Talisman. The impact of witnessing the 2 live streaming rooms was profound, demonstrating why antiques symbolize wealth. My heavens! I wish Hugo could visit my hometown. Unfortunately, after the construction of our new building, all the old items were discarded. Antique watches are understandable. After all, even new luxury timepieces command significant value, often reaching hundreds of thousands. Indeed, my cousin purchased one for over 100,000, and I heard it was merely an average luxury watch. After a moment, the He family finally reacted, filled with excitement. How could they not be thrilled? Their savings barely exceeded 500,000. To discover that a battlefield trophy could be so valuable was astounding. With this money, they would have much more flexibility in pursuing future endeavors. Hu Ye, what should we do? Who should we sell it to? An auction house? He Wenqing inquired. Hu Yang nodded. An auction house is one option. They can conduct an appraisal, and then you can wait for the auction. However, this process may take considerable time, requiring patience. If you're not in urgent need of funds, auctioning is a viable choice. As for the appraisal fees and the commission taken by the auction house, they are unavoidable. Additionally, I can provide you with another avenue. You saw my live stream, right? Mr. Sun Jidong is a broker, essentially an intermediary. I can introduce you to him, and he can find a buyer for you. However, he will also take a commission. The customary arrangement is that the seller pays 3 and the buyer pays 2, commonly referred to as 3 for the seller and 2 for the buyer. This means that if the transaction price is 1 million, you would owe him 30,000. Both methods have their pros and cons. Take your time to consider without haste. Hugo, please offer some advice. You know my family is completely clueless about this. He Wenqing said. The elderly he couple's eyes sparkled with determination upon learning the watch's significant value, having resolved to sell it. Owning such an expensive watch was nerve-wracking, as they feared damaging it. Hu Yang listened, slightly troubled, and replied with a wry smile, if it were worth several million, I would recommend you auction it. However, if its value is relatively low, say only tens of thousands, an auction is unnecessary. On one hand, it is cumbersome and requires waiting. On the other hand, the auction house's commission is quite high. If the item's intrinsic value is not substantial, a portion taken by the auction house leaves little remaining. Moreover, low-tier art pieces often risk failing to sell at auction. Yet, your luxury watch, valued between 5 and 600,000, would fare similarly whether auctioned or through the channel I recommend. After saying this, disregarding He Wenqing and his grandparents' discussion, Hu Yang continued to search through the pile of old items that He Wenqing had unearthed. Hugo, what is this? Tang Yu picked up a palm-sized wooden plaque, featuring a relief of a figure that appeared somewhat familiar. The live streaming event turned into a quiz, a beloved activity among viewers. Many tuned into Hu Yang's stream, eagerly awaiting such rewards. With generous incentives, the audience's enthusiasm surged as they fixated on the wooden plaque, offering various guesses. Peach talisman? Tang Yu pondered. Hu Yang turned to look at her. Do you know? Tang Yu was taken aback. Is that right? She quickly shook her head. It wasn't me. It was my brother in the live stream who guessed it. Oh, then let him come to my live stream. Huazi, sent him a meteor shower. Indeed, this refers to the Tao Fu, which has evolved into the familiar spring couplets we know today. In truth, many may not have seen a Tao Fu, but almost everyone has heard of it. When I was in school, the Chinese textbook included the lines, with thousands of doors and households, the bright sun shines, always replacing the old peach talismans with new ones. Here, the new and old talismans refer specifically to the Tao Fu. Naturally, the friends in Tang Yu's live stream were excited, and their wild guesses turned out to be correct. The meteor shower, valued at 1,000 yuan, was procured with only 50,000 live stream coins, allowing him to be quite extravagant in the live stream. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at Hu Ji's generosity, even contributing to a stream that wasn't theirs without hesitation. This particular style of Tao Fu is among the earliest, measuring 6 inches in length and 3 inches in width. The wooden plaque features a relief carving of Shun Tu, a deity from Chinese folklore believed to subdue evil spirits. First appearing in ancient mythology. Typically, it is positioned on the left door panel, clad in colorful armor, with a dignified visage and a formidable stance, wielding a golden spear. To put it simply, he is a door god. Thus, it implies that there should be another plaque. The counterpart relief would undoubtedly be Yulei, also one of the earliest door gods in antiquity. According to legend, they were a pair of brothers, as Hu Yang explained. In ancient times, people painted Shintu and Yulei on their doors to ward off evil, serving as a means of protection against malevolent forces. The left door panel features Shintu, while the right panel depicts Yulei. He Wenqing had already conferred with his grandfather and reached a resolution. Upon hearing Hu Ji's words, he seemed to regard that plaque as a treasure and promptly remarked, there was originally a pair. The other one cracked later, so it was burned. What a pity. Hu Yang mused. Such items are most valuable when in pairs. Missing one diminishes its worth far more than merely having it. This piece, made from peach wood and dating back to the late Qing dynasty, is reasonably crafted. If it were a pair, it could sell for over 50,000. Now, it's worth at most just over 10,000. Upon hearing this, both He Wenqing and his grandfather flinched, clearly pained by the loss. The audience in the live stream gasped, exclaiming how drastic the depreciation was. A pair costs 50,000, but a single piece is only worth over 10,000? Oldie must be feeling the sting. It's understandable. After all, it was originally a pair. Just like shoes, who would want one if the other is missing? especially since it's an artwork. That's why people are interested. Indeed, even over 10,000 is quite decent. I would want it, yet I cannot even have that. Seeing his grandfather nod slightly, Hu Wenqing addressed Hu Yang. Huge, we have decided to consult Mr. Sun Jidong, and we kindly ask for your assistance. This piece of Tao Fu is best sold. Keeping it serves no purpose. Their family lacked an appreciation for such items and had no interest in collecting. It was far more pragmatic to convert it into actual cash. All right, I'll give him a call. At that moment, the friend who had answered correctly requested that the gift be directly sent to the host Tang Yu. If it were sent to him, he would then pass it on to Tang Yu, leaving her with only 25,000 coins after the platform took its share twice. Thus, it would be more straightforward to directly transfer the 50,000 coins to Tang Yu. Thank you, second brother, Tang Yu expressed joyfully. The individual who answered correctly was indeed her elder brother, who had been her earliest supporter. Consequently, Huazai entered Tang Yu's live streaming room using Hu Yang's account and showered her with a meteor shower of gifts, which were praised by players as the finest gift effects across the platform. After perusing the remaining items, Hu Yang shook his head, stating, "These are hardly valuable." Chapter 42, The Dilapidated House. Though elderly, old he was still nimble, with a robust physique. Hu Yang had rendered significant assistance to his family, and thus, it was only fitting to host him well. He instructed his grandson to entertain the guests, as they were of similar age and would have plenty to discuss without the constraints of formality. When Hu Wenqing's father received the call, he nearly suspected that his family had been deceived. "Hugo, the sun is rather fierce. Are you truly going outside?" Hu Wenqing inquired. Hu Yang desired to stroll through the village, partly to admire the scenery, and partly to see if any households possessed antiques. He could not return empty-handed. After all, Dang Meizi, would you care to join? Hu Yang turned to ask Tang Yu. After all, it is often the girls who are most concerned. Even if the sun is not too harsh, many take umbrellas when venturing out, fearing sun-kissed skin. Absolutely, I will go, Tang Yu replied without hesitation. Accompanying Hu Ge had proven immensely rewarding for her. Not only had she gained a copper coin, but her follower count in the live stream had surged by several hundred, with gift revenues exceeding tenfold compared to before. Were it not for her sense of decorum, she would have wished to cling to Hu Ge and accompany him on all his adventures. However, such thoughts were impractical. Being able to spend a day with him was already quite flattering, and she understood the importance of being considerate. All right, let us proceed. Since Hu Ge had expressed his intent, Hu Wenqing first gathered a few umbrellas from home and then led the way. Upon seeing a house by the roadside, with a quilt drying at the entrance, Tang Yu presumed it was inhabited. The dwelling appeared dilapidated, seemingly a relic from over a century ago, and exuded an air of danger. Hu Wenqing shook his head. It has long been unoccupied. The quilt likely belongs to that family. He pointed to another nearby structure, which, despite being a building, was only a single story and exposed its bare red bricks without any semblance of decoration. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Wenqing divulged. That family was once quite affluent in our village. I heard they moved away before I was born, supposedly to Hong Kong. You see, over a century ago, Hong Kong was thriving, and many risked their lives to cross over for a better existence. This family, however, encountered trouble and had no choice but to flee. As for the nature of their troubles, Hu Wenqing refrained from elaborating, as it seemed to be a taboo subject in the village. Goodness, there's a tree growing on the wall, Huazai exclaimed, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the viewers in the live stream. Indeed, a tree, nearly the size of a human arm, thrived on the wall of that house, its branches lush and flourishing. Hu Yang approached, leading everyone to believe he was merely inspecting the tree. Yet, when he reached the door of the house, he discovered it was not locked and swung open. He crouched down in front of the door, gently brushing his hand over a stone-like monument. It was apparent that this household had once belonged to a prominent family. Hu Yang remarked. He explained that this was a mendang, a decorative stone traditionally used by affluent families in ancient times. Typically placed on either side of the entrance of traditional architecture, the mendang serves as an artistic embellishment that signifies the owner's social status and rank. Alongside the door pins, thresholds, door leaves, and frames, it contributes to an overall aesthetic of antiquity and elegance, symbolizing good fortune, blessings, and protection from evil. It harmonizes with the structure, enhancing its beauty and becoming an indispensable element of traditional residential architecture. Hu Wenqing shook his head, stating that it could not be considered abandoned, but rather a communal asset of the village, as it was said that the family had donated the land to the community before their departure. Hu Yang nodded gently, suggesting that it should be communicated to the village that this mendang should be preserved as it is an antique. He expressed the necessity of informing his grandfather about the valuable discovery in the house, which was considered village property. Given its worth, it was imperative to notify the village leaders, such as the headman. Yes, if there's anything to be done, you go ahead. Let's take a look around, he said. Inside, it appeared that the place had been neglected for quite some time, with a hint of dampness in the air and cobwebs in the corners. The walls, once adorned with various items, were now unrecognizable. Aside from a simple eight-immortal table, the space was largely bare. Is this table valuable? Huazai inquired. Logically, if it was indeed left by the family mentioned by He Wenqing, it had been around for several decades. Since it showed no signs of damage, the wood should still be in decent condition, he reasoned. Made of olive wood, it falls into the medium to high-end category and is worth something, perhaps around 10 to 20,000 yuan, Hu Yang observed after a moment of contemplation. Olive wood boasts a high density, remarkable sturdiness, and a vibrant hue, characterized by a clear and beautiful grain. In Europe, it is regarded as a noble wood, considered a luxury item. Hu Yang was aware that some exquisite collectible knives feature olive wood handles, and even high-end clothing buttons are crafted from it. In China, the inherent beauty of olive wood, combined with traditional woodworking and carving techniques, allows for the creation of unparalleled patterns and designs, such as olive wood bowls, chess sets, clocks, and pepper mills. It is relatively rare to find an eight-immortal table made directly from olive wood, as it requires a considerable amount of material. One must admit that utilizing olive wood for such a table reflects a lack of taste, as it is a complete waste. This eight-immortal table is of very average craftsmanship and cannot be considered an artwork, making it more practical to dismantle it and sell the wood, Hu Yang continued. Before long, He Wenqing entered, accompanied by his grandfather and a perspiring middle-aged man. This is our village's committee director, Mr. Chun, He Wenqing introduced. Director Chun looked somewhat puzzled as he regarded Hu Yang, a young man who seemed unreliable for appraising antiques. However, he maintained a facade of cordiality, shaking Hu Yang's hand. Upon learning that the house contained valuable antiques, he hurried over. While outside, he had also discovered that He Lao's watch was worth several 100,000 yuan, leaving him even more astonished. Chapter 43. The Celadon glazed Director Chun of the village committee cut straight to the point. I just heard Elder He mentioned that the two stones at the entrance are antiques. They are known as Mendang, Huazai interjected. In truth, apart from Hu Yang, not many could name such artifacts. Perhaps they have seen them in television dramas or films, but none would delve into their significance. Hu Yang nodded, having taken a glance earlier. The carvings on the Mendang are quite exquisite. They must have been crafted by a renowned sculptor. The two pieces should be valued at over 30,000. Tang Yu pointed to the octagonal table before them, stating, "This table is also quite valuable. In their village, such tables are commonplace," which left He Wenqing and others perplexed as they looked at Hu Yang. The table, with equal lengths on all sides and a broad surface, can comfortably seat 8 people, 2 on each side. Hence it is affectionately referred to as the 8 Immortals table in Chinese folklore. Although the table lacks artistic flair and cannot be classified as a work of art, it is made of olive wood. Hu Yang elaborated. Olive wood is regarded as mid to high-end timber, both domestically and internationally. Afterward, he surveyed the room and inquired, "Is there nothing else in this house?" At that moment, Elder He interjected, "No, there is one more item. Follow me," he said, leading them to another section of the hall. There, against the wall, stood an altar bearing a deity statue about 30 centimeters tall, accompanied by an incense burner. In Chinese culture, the practice of venerating deities at home is a tradition, devoid of any superstitious connotations. Typically, the deities honored are Guanyin or the god of wealth. Is this appropriate? Director Chun hesitated. After all, it is a divine figure. Treating it as an antique seems somewhat disrespectful. What is wrong with that? It has been here for so many years without any incense being burned, Elder He remarked pragmatically. Besides, if there are any taboos, a ceremony can be conducted later. Although it is said that inviting deities is easy, but sending them away is difficult. After decades without proper worship, the deity may have long since departed. Is this a statue of Guan Yu? Huazai inquired, finding it somewhat peculiar to have a Guan Yu statue at home. Hu Yang nodded. Yes, it is Guan Yu, who is also the god of wealth, endowed with the power to bestow blessings and protect the household. Thus, there is nothing inappropriate about having it at home. In our country, the god of wealth is categorized into civil and martial forms, with the chief god of wealth being the illustrious Wang Hai, while the lunar god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, is revered as the primary deity. Li Gui Zhu, Bai Gan, Fan Li, and Lu Hai are venerated as civil gods, while Guan Yu is honored as the martial god of wealth. I often see statues of Guan Yu in shops, Hu Yang explained. Guan Yu, known for his military prowess and numerical skills, is celebrated for his trustworthiness and loyalty, making him a favored figure among merchants. Generally, shopkeepers regard Guan Yu as their guardian deity and see him as a bringer of wealth. Therefore, it is entirely normal to find Guan Yu in stores. However, it is equally acceptable to display him at home, as there is nothing amiss. Hu Yang shook his head. I do not know if it has been consecrated, but from an artistic perspective, the statue is of little monetary value. Firstly, it is crafted from a copper alloy. Secondly, its workmanship is rather mediocre, lacking any distinctive features. Strangely enough, upon hearing this, Mr. He, Director Chun, and the others felt a sense of relief. Hu Yang's gaze fell upon the incense burner, which is made of porcelain. This incense burner, however, possesses a certain charm. Boasting a history slightly longer than that of the statue, it is a Qing dynasty Doqing glazed porcelain piece. Its elegance is subtle, with lighter shades reminiscent of tranquil lake waters and deeper hues tinged with yellowish green, complemented by a thickly applied glaze. Moreover, it is likely a product from the mid-Qing period. After the mid-Qing dynasty, Doqing glaze often featured outlined decorative patterns on a plain body, further enhanced with Doqing glaze before being fired in the kiln, resulting in prominent designs, much like the incense burner before them. Director Chun, perplexed, inquired, is an incense burner used for burning incense considered an antique? In truth, many people hold an overly high definition of antiques, unaware that numerous items around them could indeed be classified as such. Unbeknownst to Director Chun, incense burners had long since evolved into art pieces, cherished and collected by enthusiasts, as Hu Yang elucidated. Historically, incense burners were initially intended solely for the purpose of burning incense. However, they gradually became sought after by antiquities aficionados, transforming into collectibles and artistic treasures. Hence, those exquisite copper incense burners, with their considerable age, precious materials, and intricate craftsmanship, have significantly lost their original function of incense burning. Is the Doqing glazed porcelain you just mentioned valuable? Asked He Wenqing. This type of porcelain traces its origins back to the Song dynasty's Longquan kiln. Doqing and Dongqing were originally classified together, but later developed their unique characteristics. Prior to the Ming dynasty, the glaze was slightly yellowish, while in the Qing dynasty, it leaned towards a pure green. The glaze exhibits a hue tinged with yellow, with a luster less vibrant than that of powder blue or plum green. The piece we observe today, with its near-pure green color, undoubtedly belongs to the post-Qing era. Currently, the highest quality specimens of this porcelain originate from the Qing dynasty, with auction records surpassing 70 million. Of course, that pertains to the most elite Doqing porcelain treasures of the imperial palace. This particular incense burner cannot yet be deemed a masterpiece, yet its performance is commendable, with a market value estimated at around 600,000 to 700,000. Hu Yang informed the group, it is fortunate that this piece is from an official kiln. Had it been produced by a folk kiln, its value would diminish significantly. Such a modest Doqing porcelain piece, if produced by a folk kiln, could still be found today for a mere 10,000 or so. Nevertheless, upon learning that this petite incense burner is valued at several hundred thousand, Director Chun and the others were taken aback, their eyes wide open, fixated on the burner. The Fong family must be regretting the oversight of this treasure. If they had known, they would surely be distraught, muttered He Wenqing. Yet, Hu Yang was not entirely in accord with this sentiment. He argued that such a piece of Doqing porcelain, not particularly high in quality, was not deemed valuable decades ago, with its worth skyrocketing only in the past 20 to 30 years, particularly in the last decade. To be frank, many antiques have skyrocketed in value over the past 20 years. The audience in the live stream expressed their astonishment, repeatedly captivated by Hu Yang's appraisals. Through his broadcasts, they were able to experience the allure of antiques from a closer perspective. Subsequently, Hu Yang and the others roamed the room, but found no other noteworthy items. The remaining matters, such as the door and the octagonal table, as well as how to handle the incense burner, were affairs of their village. Hu Yang would not intervene and suggested that He Wenqing take them for a stroll. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a tricycle overturned on the village path, its cargo of scrap materials scattered across the ground. Chapter 44, Black and White Television. Not cold-hearted individuals, Hu Yang and his companions naturally could not stand idly by, unlike some who might have hesitated, pondering whether it was a case of staged accidents. In fact, Hu Yang was not concerned about such trickery. Should anyone dare to attempt it, he would certainly impart a profound lesson. It's the scrap collector, He Wenqing remarked. He recognized the man and even recalled the tricycle. After all, This individual was a local scrap collector who visited 2 or 3 times a month. It was hard not to remember him. "Uncle, are you all right?" Huazai inquired. They noticed the scrap collector was solely focused on picking up the debris, entirely oblivious to the fact that his trousers had been torn by the ground. Blood seeping from the wound. Thank you. I'm fine," the uncle quickly replied upon seeing Hu Yang and the others assisting him. His primary concern was the fear of a vehicle passing by. Thus he was most eager to gather the scattered scrap materials. Hu Yang glanced at the tricycle and said, "The vehicle is fine. Don't worry. However, your leg is bleeding. Do you need to visit a hospital?" The uncle immediately waved his hand. No. There is no need to trouble the hospital. A visit would cost at least 200 or 300. I doubt the doctor would even let me leave without that. Thus, he was adamant about avoiding the hospital. Scrap collecting was no longer as lucrative as it once was. Previously, a full load could earn him several hundred. But now it was less than half that amount. "Hey, isn't this the black and white television from my great-uncle's house? It's no longer functional?" He Winching suddenly exclaimed. He had just noticed an old television among the debris, a relic from decades past. He remembered that just 2 or 3 years ago, the television was still operational. The quality of those bygone televisions was indeed remarkable. It was noteworthy that a few years back, a tremendous typhoon struck, accompanied by torrential rain. At the time, his great-uncle's house, which was a tiled roof structure, had its roof intact. This television had been soaked, and he had assumed it would be ruined. To his astonishment, after disassembling and drying it, it still worked, truly miraculous. The scrap collector chuckled wryly. "It hasn't broken. It still functions. I took it for 100 yuan. He now felt a twinge of regret. These old appliances were scarcely worth anything. In previous years, one could even exchange an old television for a new one as a form of policy, though it was merely a subsidized program. It was not just televisions, second-hand refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, and computers were typically very inexpensive, even if they were not broken. Consequently, having paid 100 yuan for such a black and white television left him feeling at a loss. Huazai jested, "If it sits around any longer, it might be considered an antique. Just look at this television. It must be decades old. While it is a product from the era post-New China, calling it an antique might be a stretch. However, if it were over 100 years old, perhaps from the Republican period, then it would undoubtedly qualify as an antique. Where can one find antique televisions? Old televisions are hardly worth anything, not to mention the black and white ones. Even second-hand color TVs may go unwanted. If I were to purchase one for 100 yuan, I fear I would incur a loss." The uncle pondered where he could resell it without suffering a financial setback. In fact, the best option would be to trade in the old television for a new one, thus making a profit. However, it remains uncertain whether such stores or promotions still exist. 100 yuan? It seems the loss would fall upon my uncle. It is still functional. He Winching could not help but interject. Hu Yang smiled, asserting that there is no such thing as loss in these matters. There are rumors that many individuals collect old appliances such as televisions, bicycles, and sewing machines, as these antiques may contain valuable metals like silver. Additionally, it is said that many collectors have a particular fondness for antiques from the 60s, 70s, or 80s, often offering substantial prices. Regardless of the claims, for the average person, the notion of loss does not apply. Even if an old black and white television contained gold or silver, extracting it would be impossible. Even knowing that some people cherish such televisions would be futile without the proper channels to sell them. A common saying in rural areas goes, "Goods are worth what they can fetch at the moment." Whether buying or selling, when an old item no longer serves a purpose, is only worth scrap prices. Therefore, whether selling for 50 or 100, there would be no loss in selling a black and white television. A simple kitchen knife costs merely a few dozen yuan, so offering 100 is indeed a generous price. Hu Yang remarked, "Uncle, you haven't lost out. This television has a somewhat unique design, a foreign brand. Externally, it is well preserved and intact. There are collectors for such televisions, albeit the price is not high, perhaps around 1,000 or a few hundred yuan. You could inquire further. It should not be difficult. Is it true that televisions can be antiques?" Huazai exclaimed wide-eyed. The viewers in the live stream jested. What is the big deal? Why can't a television be considered an antique? Radios and records are collected too. Isn't that novel? Hu Yang rolled his eyes. Tan Yu also chimed in. This is the first time I've heard of someone collecting black and white televisions. Hu Yang explained to them that television collecting was once popular abroad, with some special edition vintage televisions fetching exceedingly high prices, certainly beyond what you could afford. Is that so? How do I find out? The uncle's eyes lit up. Since this young man spoke so confidently, he must know the right channels. Hu Yang paused for a few seconds and suggested, "How about this? Don't dispose of the television just yet. I can help you find out more. Give me your phone number, and if I come across any information, I'll call you. That would be quite a hassle. Thank you so much. The uncle replied, visibly pleased. Even if it sells for 4 or 500 yuan, that would still be a significant profit. Why not? Hu Yang took several photos with another phone, including some close-ups. After a brief period of idle chatter, the uncle departed on his tricycle. Just as Hu Yang and the others prepared to leave, they noticed another item by the roadside, which they had overlooked earlier. It was likely another piece of scrap collected by the uncle. It was merely a folded piece of paper, which he Winching and the others noticed but chose to ignore. However, Hu Yang approached, picked it up, and unfolded it. What is it? Huazai inquired. Hu Yang studied it for a moment and replied, it's a land deed. Quite old. That should be of little use, He Winching remarked. A land deed is a rather valuable item. How could it be casually treated as waste? Upon examining the deed, which was inscribed in brush calligraphy, Hu Yang speculated it was from before the Republic of China. There is no legal protection for it now. He added, Chapter 45, Ancient Land Deeds. A land deed serves as a legal document established between parties when buying or selling land. This particular deed, referred to as a red deed, holds no legal validity today, Hu Yang explained. A land deed that has not been taxed by the government is called a white deed. After it has been verified and taxed, it becomes a red deed. Only red deeds possess legal effectiveness. It can be said that this is a remarkably complete land deed, with characters that are quite pleasing to the eye. According to Hu Yang, land deeds during the Qing dynasty were generally written by private parties and verified by officials, meaning the buyer and seller would first negotiate and draft the deed before it was submitted for official verification. There were typically two methods for verification. One was the official verification of deeds implemented in the early Qing dynasty, which is what we see here. The other was a method adopted in the mid to late Qing dynasty, where the Board of Revenue would uniformly print and issue details, which would be affixed to privately written deeds as proof of verification. Upon hearing Hu Yang's words, everyone present, including Huazai, He Winching, and Tang Yu, as well as the audiences in the two live streaming rooms, were momentarily taken aback, a thought surging in their minds. Hugo, don't tell us this land deed is also an antique. True to their expectations, Hu Yang nodded. Indeed, it is an antique and quite valuable. Witnessing the smile on Hu Yang's face, everyone understood that the deed was worth a substantial amount. Although it no longer held legal efficacy and could not secure the land, its worth would likely surpass everyone's expectations. Hu Yang informed the audience that in the current collectibles market, there is a popular segment known as rare treasures, where collectors focus on items that are not mainstream, such as ceramics, paintings, or jade artifacts, but rather on items like ancient receipts, land deeds, ancient furniture, chicken treasures, ambergris, and the like. Of course, some refer to them as miscellaneous items. The audience's eyes widened. Don't tell us this land deed is worth 1 million. So how much is it worth? Tang Yu felt his heart racing. The audience in the live stream fell silent, their comments ceasing as if frozen in place. Let me share a fact with you. 10 years ago, a tax receipt from the 17th year of the Republic of China was auctioned at the Hong Kong Christie's Rare Treasures auction for $3.75 million, astonishing everyone and igniting a wave of interest in ancient tickets. No way. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. It sold for nearly 4 million 10 years ago. Is this real? Could this item be worth over 1 million? Hu Yang shook his head in disbelief. I never claimed it was worth that much. I've mentioned before that the value of an antique often hinges on its rarity. Currently, one can occasionally encounter Ming Dynasty documents in the market, while those from earlier periods are typically found only in museums. Ming Dynasty land contracts have become a focal point for collectors, with common market prices ranging from several hundred to 10,000. The value of Qing Dynasty land contracts varies significantly across different periods. For instance, during the early reigns of Xuanji, Kangxi, and Yongzheng, prices are quite substantial, with ordinary official contracts exceeding 1,000. Even a Xuanji white contract commands a price in the hundreds. Beginning with the Qianlong era, the number of surviving land contracts surged significantly, particularly those from Shaanxi, with Qianlong official contracts generally priced between several dozen and over 100. The prices mentioned above pertain to ordinary items. Truly precious artifacts, regardless of their era, can command sums in the millions without raising an eyebrow. He cast another glance at the land contract, particularly admiring the calligraphy of one individual, which reached a level nearing that of a master calligrapher. Such receipts and certificates are fervently collected today because they are, in essence, works of art. The calligraphy on these documents is indeed a rare artistic treasure. Hu Yang continued, emphasizing that what he truly valued was the calligraphy on this land contract, as it represented the quintessence of the piece. The audience in the live broadcast, known for their impatience, eagerly inquired about the value of the contract. Perhaps over 300,000, though I cannot be precise. Everyone was taken aback. Was this not akin to stumbling upon a fortune by the roadside? It was indeed a stroke of luck. Naturally, they understood that without whose expertise, even if such treasures fell at their feet, they might dismiss them without a second thought. If anyone happened to possess such land contracts or property deeds at home, even if they have lost their legal validity, one should not carelessly discard them. Even if they are yellowed or damaged, as long as the land contract features clear brushwork, it holds a certain collectible value, especially if it is an ancestral document, which significantly enhances its worth, Huyang advised. Understood. I shall call and inquire with my family if any such items are preserved. My family certainly does not possess any. Alas, I hadn't anticipated this. No land contracts, but I remember my grandmother once finding grain tickets and silver notes. I wonder if they were discarded. Silver notes. It seems your family was quite affluent in the past. After all, ordinary families do not typically use silver notes, akin to modern checks, which are unnecessary for the average citizen. Huyang carefully folded the land contract again and stored it away, considering it an unexpected delight. Observing the comments on the live broadcast screen, he felt compelled to add, as for grain tickets, they are considered a unique relic and due to their abundance, are generally regarded as worthless paper. Only those with limited issuance hold collectible value. Regarding silver notes, being printed items, their artistic value is somewhat diminished. A rare Qing dynasty silver note or treasure note can range from 100,000 to 300,000. The brother who mentioned having one might consider having it appraised, or perhaps take a photograph to share in our fan group. I will take a look when I have the time. It's that old lady, Hua, as I suddenly pointed ahead. He Wenqing then proposed, shall we visit her home? Chapter 46, Donation. He Wenqing's suggestion is well understood by all, and although it carries a certain intent and purpose, it is not met with disdain. Upon learning about the circumstances faced by the elderly woman, both Huyang and the audience in the live stream sincerely wish for her to have a better life. After all, it is hard to bear the thought of an elderly person enduring the elements at such an advanced age. One can only hope that brother who might uncover a treasure within her abode. Alas, such hopes are easily entertained, yet the acquisition of antiques is notoriously elusive. If they were easily obtained, they would hardly be considered rare or valuable. One must maintain a sense of anticipation. However, let us refrain from pessimism. What if a treasure truly exists? Brother Hu, do take a trip. Before Huyang could catch the comments in the live stream, he nodded in agreement. Then let us go and take a look. If we do not find any antiques, I shall personally contribute a sum to assist the elderly lady. The moment these words were spoken, the casual viewers in the live stream swiftly transformed into devoted fans. While there may be those who harbor envy towards the wealthy, acts of kindness invariably earn respect. Even if one may dislike a person, witnessing their benevolence can inspire admiration, even if begrudgingly. Brother Hu is indeed magnanimous, generous. This is the behavior expected of the affluent. Applause erupted from the audience. On the platform, there are indeed those wealthy individuals who, in a bid to elicit tears of gratitude or smiles from certain streamers, might lavish hundreds of thousands or even millions in a single day. Such ostentatious displays of wealth are often met with incredulity. People marvel at how the rich do not treat money with the same reverence as others. They are not moved by it. In stark contrast, Huyang's actions have undeniably earned him the respect of many, who deem his character befitting of a wealthy individual, one who seeks to benefit the world at large. Consequently, the number of followers in Huyang's live stream surged once more, exceeding 15,000. At that moment, the viewer count surpassed 30,000, the majority of whom were genuine individuals, not bots. This surge in followers was entirely voluntary. Thank you all for your support. I would also like to express my gratitude to fellow streamers like Wei Wei and Qing Tian, Huyang said appreciatively. His rapid increase in followers was not only due to the excitement generated by his treasure appraisal broadcasts, but also attributed to the rewards and promotions he received from various streamers over the last few days. For instance, Wei Wei, the female streamer who first collaborated with him, has been actively promoting him in her live streams during this period. Without further ado, let us proceed. Huyang and his companions hastened to catch up with the elderly woman. Despite her advanced age, the old lady's mind remained sharp, and she immediately recognized the group of young men, displaying a look of surprise. Wenqing, are they your classmates? Old Mrs. Chun could not help but inquire. Her assumption was understandable, as one of the young men hailed from her village, leading her to believe that Huyang and the others were classmates of Wenqing, given their similar ages. He Wenqing shook his head, clarifying, not exactly. They are friends. This is Brother Hu, a professional antique appraiser. He has come to our village today specifically to seek treasures. Would it be convenient for us to visit your home? Hu Yang Edit. You could just call me Xiao Hu. Seeing Brother Hu's amiable demeanor, Hua Zai and Tang Yu promptly extended their greetings as well. Antiques? I don't have anything like that at home. The old lady replied candidly. I can't say for sure. I have some items at home. We have just emerged from the dilapidated house that has stood abandoned for many years, a fact well known to you, dear Grandma. Within its confines, we discovered 2 or 3 valuable treasures. Grandma Chun, no longer wishing to dampen the spirits of the young, led everyone back to her home. In truth, she intended to invite them for a cup of tea, as Hu Yang had previously assisted her, were it not for Hu Yang's support of her business. The guavas and bananas might not have sold out by nightfall. Moreover, Hu Yang had generously provided her with additional funds. The interior was quite modest, and upon entering, Grandma welcomed everyone warmly. At the entrance, a scruffy dog that had been barking ferociously upon recognizing Grandma Chun immediately wagged its tail and scampered over to greet her. Hu Yang and the others soon realized that this was a single-story bungalow. The space within was limited, devoid of any embellishments, with one wall adorned with numerous certificates, presumably belonging to Grandma Chun's granddaughter. Inside sat an ailing middle-aged man, laboriously weaving bamboo baskets and chicken coops. He Wei-Ching disclosed to Hu Yang and the others that this was Grandma Chen's son, who had been ill for many years and reliant on medication, rendering him incapable of performing strenuous work. Only in recent years, as his health improved slightly, had he begun to take on lighter tasks, such as crafting bamboo items to supplement the household income. Please take a seat. I'm afraid I cannot attend to you properly, the middle-aged man said, somewhat shyly. Grandma, Uncle Chong, you need not trouble yourselves with our needs. We can help ourselves to whatever we wish, He Wei-Ching encouraged, reiterating the purpose of their visit. Grandma Chen's son smiled wanly. There's not much here. Feel free to look around. This was indeed true. The livestream audience could readily see that the household was starkly bare. The living room contained little more than a television, an old dining table, and a few decrepit stools of indeterminate age. Wenqing, please entertain our guests while I take a look around, Grandma Chen suggested. Although she held little expectation, the enthusiasm of Hu Yang and the others compelled her to cooperate. Very well, understood, Hu Yang responded, noting that Grandma Chen's son possessed considerable skill, or rather, a meticulous approach to his work. The bamboo crafts were exquisitely made. Meanwhile, many viewers in the live stream urged Hu Yang to discuss the donations, insisting he should not gloss over the matter. Hu Yang deliberately chose to ignore those comments for the time being. As tea was being poured, the middle-aged man discreetly stowed away 2 glass cups. Hu Yang noticed this subtle gesture, but chose to overlook it to spare the man any embarrassment. One of the cups bore a chipped rim and still held remnants of tea stains, a testament to their financial struggles, while the other was a newer cup, set aside because it belonged to his mother. This thermos must be several decades old, Hua Zai remarked. Hu Yang nodded in agreement. Even if it is decades old, thermoses aren't typically collected, thus holding little value. And this teapot appears to have been purchased over 10 or 20 years ago. Indeed, sharp eyes you have. Similar to an electric kettle, these were also purchased at the time of my marriage. As we chatted, it was not long before old Chun unearthed various items from the room that she deemed to be antiquities. Almost everything was here. Hu Yang examined each piece, and everyone noticed that he was scrutinizing them more intently than usual. After a brief pause, holding a comb, Hu Yang remarked, "This horn comb is a treasure, crafted from rhinoceros horn, and quite valuable, approximately 300,000. A fine horn comb feels as smooth as jade, dense, with a rich luster and a pleasant touch, devoid of static. Over 1,000 years ago, ancient artisans crafted combs and decorative items from animal horns. Among various types of horns, rhinoceros horn is undoubtedly the most precious. It is well known that the illegal trade of rhinoceros horn is strictly prohibited today." Is that really the case? Huazai suddenly recalled something. Isn't that akin to the land deed we just discussed? Before he could finish, Hu Yang shot him a glance, signaling him to refrain from continuing, regardless of whether it was he Wenqing, Tang Yu, or the viewers in the live stream. All immediately grasped the implication of the moment and began to applaud Hu Yang. As Hua Zai had surmised, the previous land deed was valued at around 300,000, and now the comb also conveniently valued at just over 300,000. Upon observing Hu Yang's gesture towards Hua Zai, anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that Hu Gu was subtly transferring the money from the deed to the elderly woman. On one hand, this was to prevent her from overthinking or declining the offer. On the other, it seemed Hugo preferred to maintain a low profile. To part with 300,000 so readily was indeed admirable. Moreover, Hugo's conduct earned even greater respect. It exemplified the virtue of performing good deeds without seeking recognition, sparing the elderly woman from the psychological burden of feeling obligated to express her gratitude. Impressive. I am in awe of this host's actions. This remarkable humility and discretion were truly commendable. Old Chun and her son were oblivious to Hu Yang's silent communication with Hua Zai, still stunned and struggling to comprehend the implication of 300,000. Such an amount was unfathomable for their family. They could hardly believe that a simple comb could be worth so much. With 300,000, while it might not entirely alleviate their difficulties, it would certainly improve their living conditions. Unbeknownst to them, the comb was not made from rhinoceros horn, but rather from ordinary cattle horn, an enormous distinction. It is worth noting that rhinoceros horn was already considered exceedingly precious in the pre-Qin era, a luxury item cherished by emperors, high officials, wealthy merchants, and cultured scholars. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, the craft of rhinoceros horn carving had advanced significantly, producing many exquisite pieces with intricate patterns. However, this flourishing was fleeting. By the late Qing dynasty, a vast number of rhinoceros horn carvings had been lost overseas, and due to earlier collectors' focus on porcelain, jade, and paintings, rhinoceros horn carvings remained relatively obscure, with market prices notably low, their potential value yet to be discovered. In recent times, the value of certain materials has surged dramatically, and it is now quantifiable. Thus, the market is flooded with so-called rhino horn carvings, which are in fact fabricated from bovine horn. Hu Yang nodded affirmatively, saying, "Grandma, you may not be aware that in our profession, we often refer to the four primary carving materials: bamboo, wood, ivory, and horn, where horn specifically denotes rhino horn, a renowned carving material for millennia. In antiquity, rhino horn was exceedingly precious, often exchanged as tributes between nations. The artistry of rhino horn carvings has always been revered, celebrated as rare treasures among ancient artifacts. Due to the erosion of ancient rhino horn, the surviving products are exceedingly scarce. Hence, it is evident that the raw materials for horn carving are immensely valuable. One need not even consider the intricacies involved in crafting combs and other artisan items. Even the raw rhino horn itself commands exorbitant prices, attributed to its medicinal properties, ranging from hundreds to thousands of yuan per gram, far surpassing that of gold. If you doubt this, Uncle Chong can verify it. Thousands of yuan for just a gram? No wonder a comb can claim a price of 300,000. The audience in the live stream rolled their eyes at Hu Yang's serious demeanor, suspecting him of deception. Both Grandma Chun and Uncle Chong nodded in unison, with no hesitation. 300,000 was not something to be dismissed lightly. Improving their living conditions was their foremost concern. All right then, I shall rely on you, Xiao Hu. Hu Yang, without further ado, retrieved the horn comb and requested an account from Grandma Chun, promptly transferring 300,000 yuan via mobile banking, which arrived instantaneously. Grandma Chun and her son were still in a daze, and in the blink of an eye, 300,000 lay in their bank account, almost beyond belief. Uncle Chong, do not be astonished. The wristwatch my father acquired on the battlefield is valued at nearly double that of this comb. Even a censer found in the Fong family is worth several 100,000. He Wenqing began to share more astonishing details. Suddenly receiving such a substantial sum was joyous, yet it also stirred an indescribable sense of concern. Hu Yang did not take his leave immediately. Instead, his gaze fell upon a bamboo weaving artifact. Approaching it, he inquired, "Uncle Chong, did you craft this as well? Your skills are commendable." It was a small bird made of bamboo strips, exquisitely crafted. That's an old creation, made long ago. What skill is there? It was just a casual endeavor, Uncle Chong chuckled. I made it for my daughter to play with, now that she is in high school. She has long abandoned such toys, yet she couldn't bear to part with it. Everyone recognized the craftsmanship, and the audience in the live stream expressed their admiration. In truth, this can also be considered a form of handicraft, quite popular, Hu Yang remarked. Bamboo weaving is a folk craft rich in regional characteristics, tracing back to the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, with a history spanning over 3 to 4 centuries, particularly in the bamboo-rich southern regions. The weaving techniques and smooth forms reflect the extraordinary creativity and ingenuity of local rural artisans, providing a delightful aesthetic experience. Therefore, I believe you could explore creating bamboo weaving crafts, such as various small animals or practical baskets. In the city, some individuals take pleasure in using these exquisite bamboo baskets for storage. Handcrafted items are currently quite sought after. Uncle Chong lamented, "What can I do? Who will I sell to? Lacking sales channels, he found himself helpless despite Hu Yang's enticing suggestion. Hu Yang posed a question to the friends in the live stream. If a storage box costs over 100 yuan, would you be willing to pay the same for one made of bamboo? In an instant, the screen was flooded with orders. Everyone understood that the host aimed to provide a means for others to earn money, which held more significance than mere monetary donations. Hu Yang shifted the camera of his live streaming phone. Look, many are eager to purchase a sample. Uncle Chang, encouraged by the interest, said, "Thank you. All right, I will give it a try." Indeed, this venture promised greater profitability than his previous course products like woven baskets, chicken coops, and sieves. Although it would require more effort, he believed the returns would be substantially higher. A chicken coop only garnered a few yuan, yielding minimal profit. As Hu Yang noted, a beautiful bamboo basket for storage could sell for several dozen yuan, resulting in profits exceeding tenfold, which was clear to see. Creating such a product is no easy feat, and Hu Yang encouraged everyone to support Uncle Chang in the future. He understood that transforming a bamboo shoot into a woven basket involves numerous intricate processes, including cutting, sawing, splitting, pulling, prying, weaving, shaving, and polishing. It truly is no small endeavor. Chapter 48. Life is full of surprises. In the small village, the news quickly spread that a young man skilled in antique appraisal had arrived, a friend of He Wenqing. Furthermore, upon learning that He Wenqing's grandfather possessed a watch worth several 100,000 yuan, and that valuable antiques had been discovered in a couple of homes in the village, including a comb valued at 300,000 yuan found in Granny Chen's house, the villagers became quite agitated. They eagerly began rummaging through their older possessions, gathering them at a designated location to request Hu Yang's assistance in appraisal. However, antiques are not easily found, and several families left with disappointed expressions. The audience in the live stream was captivated by the array of vintage items from the countryside, evoking nostalgic memories from their childhood. One villager expressed confusion. "Isn't this jade valuable?" The jade carving he presented, once believed to be a treasure, was met with Hu Yang's shaking head. "This is not jade. It is Guanglu stone from the Yunfu and Zhaoqing regions. It's not entirely worthless, but the quality is somewhat lacking. The finest Guanglu stone exhibits pure green, light yellow, or milky white hues, with pure green and light yellow being particularly rare. It should display an oily luster, waxy sheen, and be translucent to semi-transparent. Due to the vibrant and rich colors of the Guanglu stone, some pieces require minimal processing. Merely polishing them reveals vivid and beautiful patterns, as well as images of flora, fauna, and even human figures, transforming them into natural artworks. As a result, many experts regard Guanglu stone as a rare and extraordinary gem." While handling a piece of Guanglu stone, Hu Yang shook his head and remarked, "Unfortunately, this one lacked patterns, and the carving appears rather lackluster." Upon hearing this, the villager understood that Hu Yang's expression did not stem from a belief that the item was worthless, but rather from a sense of regret over its untapped potential. As for Hu Yang's reference to Guanglu stone, the villager did not doubt it, being relatively close to Yunfu and Zhaoqing. The likelihood of it being Guanglu stone was quite high, although he had previously mistaken it for jade. He immediately inquired, "Is it worth anything?" Following this, his gaze shifted to the villager's left hand, which held a pipe. "That pipe of yours is actually rather valuable." The attendees expressed surprise. The villager also lifted the pipe to examine it closely. He had purchased this pipe during his last visit to his mother-in-law's home, which is located in a small fishing village by the sea. Previously, this village had been quite underdeveloped and not affluent. However, in the past decade, government tourism initiatives had transformed the village's fortunes. As a result, some teased him about his good luck, suggesting that had he married 2 or 3 years later, he might not have been able to secure his current wife. After all, once people attain wealth, their aspirations often elevate, making it challenging to seek a spouse from a less affluent background. It is worth noting that their village was not wealthy either. Although the notion of marrying within one's social class is considered somewhat feudal and outdated, it is a common mindset. If he were in that position, he would undoubtedly seek a well-off family for his daughter when she eventually marries. This is a matter beyond dispute. The pipe, crafted in that fishing village, was a decorative item specifically sold to tourists. At the time, he found it quite appealing and decided to purchase it. In addition to the pipe, he also bought a shell item as a gift for his daughter, spending 80 yuan. He informed Hu Yang that the shell gift for his daughter's birthday cost over 200 yuan. After buying it, his wife had scolded him for several days. Having grown up by the sea, she was accustomed to seeing shells and felt that spending over 200 yuan on such an item was excessive. "You've struck gold, my friend. That pipe is made from sea willow, a high-end variety, and quite valuable, Hu Yang informed him. What is sea willow? Hua Zai and others admitted they were unfamiliar with it. Hu Yang explained, many may not be aware of sea willow. It is a type of coral known as black coral. It grows in a branching form, characterized by slender branches and a flexible texture, resembling a willow tree on land. Hence its name. Now that you mention coral, everyone understands what it is. However, not all corals hold value. It depends on the type. The last time I visited Hainan, I bought a coral item for just a few dozen yuan. Indeed, many types of coral are not particularly valuable. I have heard that red coral is quite precious and that harvesting it is illegal. As for black coral, this is the first time I have encountered mention of it. Rarely seen and often misunderstood, the sea willow, which we possess here, indeed serves as an excellent material for crafting smoking pipes. However, it is worth noting that there are various types of sea willow. Observing the discussions in the live stream, Hu Yang remarked, what everyone just mentioned about red coral is a first-class protected species in our country. Thus, its extraction is illegal. Animals? Is that truly the case? It's perplexing. Did these individuals sleep through their studies? Coral is, by nature, an animal, and there is nothing peculiar about it. The host did not err in their statement. Hu Yang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, coral is an animal. Red coral is particularly rare. It is said to grow merely an inch over 20 years, rendering it quite precious. Let us return to the topic of sea willow. A brother earlier mentioned that there are many varieties of sea willow, indicating a knowledgeable perspective. Indeed, there exists red willow, crimson willow, knee willow, stone willow, golden silk willow, and black willow, among others. Among these, crimson and black willow are quite common, while blood willow and red willow are relatively scarce, with golden silk willow being exceedingly rare. The smoking pipe owned by the elder is crafted from blood willow. Observe the intricate carvings adorning the pipe. It is quite exquisite. Normally, such a pipe would command a price in the tens of thousands. Clearly, the seller was not well versed in its value. One can only marvel. Life is full of surprises. Who would have imagined that a seemingly trivial craft purchased innocently could turn out to be an antique, acquired for merely a few dozen yuan, yet worth several tens of thousands? What an enviable fortune. The villager elder, overwhelmed with joy, saw his previous disappointment about the jade carving, deemed worthless, dissipate completely. The onlookers were filled with envy. I can acquire this pipe for 80,000. You could inquire elsewhere and perhaps sell it for an even higher price. Who can say? The elder immediately waved his hand. 80,000? Take it. He preferred to avoid the hassle and feared that inquiring elsewhere might yield a lesser price. So he opted for the simpler route. He trusted Hu Yang, believing him to be a person of integrity. Subsequently, Hu Yang received a piece of porcelain from the Republic of China era, which also cost several tens of thousands. That night, Hu Yang and a few others stayed at He Wenqing's home. Although Hu Yang's gains that day were not as substantial as the previous day's earnings of several million, they were still satisfactory. Moreover, many in the live stream considered Hu Yang's actions that day to be remarkable. The following day, after enjoying breakfast at He Wenqing's residence, Hu Yang and his companions prepared to depart. Suddenly, news emerged that something had been accidentally recovered from the Shay River in town. The Shay is a minor tributary of the Pearl River, typically characterized by gentle currents. Perhaps it was a sunken ship? This is not the first time our town has engaged in such recoveries, He Wenqing remarked. Historically, a century ago, their town was a bustling commercial hub, frequented by numerous merchant vessels. Thus, discovering a sunken ship in the Shay is entirely normal. However, in past instances, it seemed that the Cultural Relics Department and underwater archaeologists arrived swiftly, yet the finds were minimal and of little value. A sunken ship? Could there be treasures? Hua Zai's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his mind, ancient shipwrecks symbolized wealth. They often saw news reports about ancient shipwrecks being discovered and the porcelain unearthed from them. He Wenqing shook his head, stating that they were overthinking the situation. In ancient times, their town primarily engaged in the tea trade. Just consider it. Those boats carried nothing but tea, which has been submerged at the riverbed for so long. What value could it possibly hold now? In my opinion, the representatives from the Cultural Heritage Department will likely show little interest this time. After all, during previous excavations, they made quite a spectacle of it, even inviting the media on one occasion, only to retrieve nothing but dilapidated planks, resulting in considerable embarrassment and a waste of resources. He Wenqing's suspicions were confirmed when the discovery of the sunken ship was promptly reported by the town's simple folk. However, the attitude of the cultural heritage officials this time was rather indifferent. They offered only perfunctory remarks, claiming they lacked the manpower to investigate. After several fruitless attempts, were they not concerned? Hugo, should we go take a look? Huazai inquired. Tang Yu, noticing that Hu Yang did not object to her lingering for another day, promptly replied, there are no plans. Besides, I've never seen a sunken ship before. May I join you? All right, then let us go together. With that, Hu Yang began a live broadcast. Just now, we received news that an ancient sunken ship has been discovered in Shay Town. We are heading there now to witness it firsthand. Perhaps we shall find something of value. He Wenqing accompanied them, bringing along some fishing nets and tackle. I often fish in that area. The catch is quite plentiful. Last time, I reeled in a catfish weighing over 60 pounds, which I sold for 50 yuan. He Wenqing explained. Huazai and Tang Yu widened their eyes in disbelief. You sold such a large fish for just 50 yuan? He Wenqing sighed. What can I do? Very few people actually enjoy such large catfish. Some are even too afraid to eat them. Last time, a dog breeder purchased it. Goodness. The fish is too large for people to eat, so it becomes dog food? Many viewers in the live stream could relate. Who knows what those big fish have consumed? Or if they have undergone some genetic mutation. Isn't it said that Cantonese people eat anything? Exclaimed one viewer. Come on. We Cantonese have not reached the point of eating anything out of desperation. I am from the north, but I have lived in Yancheng for over a decade. To be fair, Cantonese people are quite discerning about their food. They emphasize freshness. There will always be regional biases. No need to dwell on them. Every place has its customs and traditions. Why criticize? I'm accustomed to it. Even my hometown of Nanjing is often disparaged. Just moments ago, brother, he informed us that their town has discovered nearly 10 ships. As Hu Yang and the others got into the car, Granny Chun hurried over, carrying homegrown vegetables, fruits, and 2 large castrated chickens to gift to Hu Yang. We don't have much to offer, Granny Chun said apologetically. Hu Yang graciously accepted her gift, saying, Granny, you are too kind. He planned to bring the vegetables to his friend Zhang Yihua, especially the 2 chickens, as he was not skilled in butchering. It's the little gestures that often bring warmth to everyone. In just over 10 minutes, Hu Yang and his companions arrived at the scene of the incident. Along the riverbank, many locals had gathered to watch. While more than a dozen individuals were busily diving and searching in the water, their spirits evidently high. Wow, everyone's enthusiasm is quite palpable this time. He Wenqing remarked, surprised. He had come to observe the excitement last time as well. At that time, there were quite a number of onlookers, yet very few dared to enter the water. Moreover, those who did so had only done so after receiving funds from the Cultural Relics Department. Today, however, was rather unusual. Not only did the representatives from the Cultural Relics Department fail to appear, but there were also many more individuals venturing into the water. Just then, someone began to disrobe, preparing to descend into the river. One could surmise that they had stumbled upon something valuable, Hu Yang speculated. A nearby resident chuckled. You're quite the fortune teller, aren't you? Just moments ago, a child emerged with a plate and sold it for 5,000. It was this revelation that ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. He Wenqing and the others suddenly understood the reason for the excitement. What kind of plate? Hu Yang inquired with curiosity. The resident pointed to a middle-aged man not far away. It's in his possession. You may go and take a look. Following the direction indicated, Hu Yang and the others recognized the man as the one they had encountered the previous day, the man who picked his nose. Hu Yang had purchased a folding fan from his stall, while Huazai and Tang Yu had acquired some ancient bronze coins. What a coincidence! Huazai greeted as they approached the man. Li Jinyan turned around, recognizing the young patrons who had supported his business the day before, and smiled. Coincidence? My home is nearby. You must be tourists. Hu Yang cut to the chase. Yes, more or less. We heard that you recently acquired a plate. May we take a look? Li Jinyan was momentarily taken aback before recalling the young individual's interest in antiques, which had prompted their patronage the previous day. He then retrieved the plate he had just acquired. Be careful while examining this. It is a treasure worth at least this much, he said, extending his palm. 5,000? Huazai recognized that was the price he had paid. Li Jinyan shook his head. 50,000. Tang Yu and the viewers in the live stream were left speechless. Had he not purchased it for 5,000 only half an hour prior? To demand a tenfold increase was audacious. It's all about antiques. They say you don't make a profit for 3 years, but when you do, it's substantial, he replied. The audience in the live stream continued to discuss the audacity of the nose-picking man, only to be astonished by Hu Yang's next words. 50,000? That's agreeable. In Chapter 50, the amount reached 150,000. Even Li Jinyan was taken aback, momentarily stunned before he processed the information. You truly have an eye for value. This treasure is from the Song dynasty, and 50,000 is a guaranteed profit. Everyone could see that it was a porcelain plate, seemingly of blue and white design. However, blue and white porcelain did not exist during the Song dynasty, leaving the onlookers in bemusement. "Sir, please, can we maintain some professionalism here?" The surrounding crowd was equally astonished, especially the parents of the child who had found the porcelain plate. They had initially believed they had struck it rich, only to discover that what they had painstakingly uncovered could be flipped for 10 times the profit, leaving them with a bitter taste. Nevertheless, this revelation spurred those adept at swimming into action. Some who had hesitated about entering the water were now compelled to dive in, seeing a plate sell for 50,000. They could hardly remain seated. One after another, they plunged into the water like dumplings. For those eager to earn money, discretion was key. Summoning the personnel from the Cultural Relics Department will inevitably extinguish everyone's hopes of striking it rich, Li Jinyan remarked to those around him. The onlookers were predominantly locals, familiar neighbors who were well acquainted with one another. While there may be those who begrudge others' fortunes, the potential for personal gain kept them discreetly nodding in agreement. Huyang, however, paid no heed to Li Jinyan and his companions, remaining engrossed in the exquisite blue and white porcelain plate. Noticing that the attention of the others was diverted towards the river, Huazai discreetly inquired of Huyang, "Brother Hu, is this porcelain blue and white?" "Indeed, it is blue and white porcelain, which is quite easily recognizable," Huyang affirmed. Earlier, a fellow mentioned that blue and white porcelain did not exist during the Song dynasty. This assertion is, in fact, erroneous. The embryonic form of blue and white porcelain emerged during the Tang and Song periods, reaching maturity only in the Yuan dynasty. The heights and subsequent decline of blue and white porcelain occurred during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Presently, the market values Yuan blue and white porcelain most highly. You may have heard of the Yuan blue and white jar depicting the Ghost Valley Master descending the mountain, which fetched an astronomical price of over 200 million yuan at auction, setting a record for porcelain sales. Many may not realize that these are relics of a bygone era. A few years ago, a Yuan dynasty blue and white vase depicting Shao He pursuing Han Xian was sold for 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Even though the value of the Hong Kong dollar has diminished, that amount still translates to approximately 600 to 700 million yuan today, Huyang noted, causing a collective shiver among his audience. "Brother Hu, is this plate from the Yuan dynasty?" Huazai gulped nervously. Huyang rolled his eyes in response. Acquiring Yuan blue and white porcelain is not so simple. This piece is from the Ming dynasty. In fact, one can discern its origins by merely examining its form. Everyone knows that the Yuan dynasty was governed by nomadic tribes, and its style leaned towards the robust. Blue and white porcelain from that era, whether jars, vases, or plates, tends to be larger and more rugged, exuding a sense of grandeur. The item before us, however, possesses a delicate charm, characteristic of the Ming dynasty. As for the Qing dynasty, it is marked by opulence. Displaying a style distinct from this one, he continued. Huyang proceeded to highlight several features that would enable the audience to identify such artifacts in the future. For instance, the white space left at the center of the banana leaf stem, the more pronounced and clearer white edges of the petals compared to those of the Yuan dynasty, the deeper indentations on the peony leaves that are not as plump as those of the Yuan, and the depiction of chrysanthemums as flat varieties with a square pattern in the core, among others. The Yuan dynasty was fleeting, a mere flash in the pan, with a remarkably brief existence, which contributes to the scarcity of its artistic relics, thus elevating the general value of Yuan antiquities, Huyang explained to the group. He then turned the plate over to reveal its base to the audience, showcasing the mark of the Dongshatang, a studio name from the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty. Indeed, aside from examining the mark, one can also detect subtleties through the blue material and glaze. Furthermore, the texture is not as refined as that from the Xuande period, with a slight gleam. While the glaze is relatively delicate, its brilliance does not match the mid-period's thickness and shimmering blue. Some glazes are excessively thick and murky, while most exhibit a bright blue glaze with an uneven surface showing subtle ripples. Dongshatang was also a renowned mark during the Ming dynasty. This blue and white porcelain plate is valued at approximately 1.5 million yuan. However, as it has just been retrieved from the water, it requires professional treatment. Once again, everyone is astounded. Initially purchased for 50,000, there were concerns that the host might incur losses. However, it now seems that they all feel sympathy for the frugal old man. The value has skyrocketed from 5,000 to 50,000, and from 50,000 to 150,000. It's akin to a thrilling roller coaster ride. Fortunately, the river's flow is gentle, allowing the porcelain plate to remain unscathed by silt, preserving its exquisite glaze and maintaining its considerable worth. Generally, the collection value of artifacts retrieved from water diminishes significantly. The so-called waterborne porcelain can be classified into three categories: those salvaged from rivers, those found at the bottom of lakes, and those retrieved from the sea. Let us focus on river finds for now. We shall discuss the others at a later time. Hu Yang explains that, since river waters are in constant motion, they also carry along the sand and pebbles within. The flowing sediment acts like industrial sandpaper, continuously rolling and polishing the artifacts, leading to a gradual erosion of the once glossy glaze, transforming it into a matte finish reminiscent of frosted glass. However, the passage of time bestows a gentle warmth to this matte texture, while some artifacts may quickly sink into the silt after being washed by the current, resulting in less wear on the glaze. They still cannot escape the inevitable damage inflicted by the abrasive interaction with sediment. Such items lose their collection value and are preserved solely for historical research. Conversely, in rivers with a slower current and thick layers of silt, often those artificially excavated, artifacts can swiftly become buried and thus protected, leading to a lustrous glaze upon retrieval. Take, for instance, the Ming Dynasty porcelain plate that Hu Yang has just acquired. Its glaze is smooth and radiant. As the conversation unfolds, everyone marvels at the host's fortune, having earned over $1 million early in the morning, while many are still squeezed in the subway, yet to commence their workday. At this moment, a gasp arises from the riverbank. Has another treasure been uncovered? What could it be this time? Zhang Lao Gui, a seasoned diver, has been submerged for several minutes, demonstrating his impressive skills. The crowd by the river buzzes with speculation. The one who has made the discovery is none other than the over 50-year-old Lao Zhang, affectionately dubbed Zhang Lao Gui, a notorious drinker. Remarkably, he is still capable of diving after a few drinks. What he has surfaced with is a cup, not much larger than a fist. Upon emerging, he remarks, "There are no shipwrecks. These items may have simply fallen in long ago." As for the earlier claim of finding a shipboard, it was merely a scattered plank, not part of a sunken vessel. Chapter 51. The Homebody Emperor. Li Jinyan approaches, eager to seize the opportunity, but upon witnessing Hu Yang's generosity, others lose interest in him. A sensible person would recognize the need to engage with Hu Yang first. Little Li, Lao Zhang begins to explain, although we are fellow townsmen. Before he can finish, Li Jinyan waves dismissively. "Forget it. You go negotiate with him. That young man is indeed quite lavish." Truth be told, he and Lao Zhang share a faint familial connection, which helps him understand the latter's actions. When faced with a more generous buyer, one must set aside personal sentiments. If prices are comparable, it is only natural to prioritize those with whom one is familiar. The disparity in prices between the two is quite pronounced, as evidenced by the porcelain plate initially acquired by Hu Yang for 50,000. "If fortune favors me, I shall treat you to a drink later." Upon learning that there was no sunken ship below, the crowd gradually regained their composure. It was not a shipwreck, merely artifacts that had accidentally fallen into the depths of the sea, making the prospect of retrieving anything akin to searching for a needle in a haystack a most unrealistic endeavor. Many on the shore turned their attention to Zhang Lao Gui, curious about how much the cup he had salvaged could fetch. He Wenqing had initially considered diving down to test his luck, but upon hearing there was no shipwreck, he abandoned the thought and began casting nets to catch fish. Tang Yu, meanwhile, was live-streaming, clearly intrigued by the fishing activity. "This river is abundant with African crucian carp," someone remarked. As Hu Yang observed Zhang Lao Gui approaching with the cup he had found, his gaze fell upon it. It resembled a small bowl, or in the eyes of others, perhaps a diminutive rice bowl. Only a connoisseur like Hu Yang would immediately recognize it as a press-hand cup. This exquisite vessel featured a flat rim that flared outward, with nearly vertical walls that tapered inward at the base, culminating in a circular foot. When held, the gently flared rim comfortably nestled against the hand, offering a perfect balance of size and weight, thus earning its name. "Boss, see if this piques your interest." Zhang Lao Gui offered the press-hand cup. Hu Yang accepted it without hesitation, feeling an immediate downward force as the rim settled securely against the web of his hand, showcasing the cup's unique ergonomic design. Sipping tea from a press-hand cup is, in my opinion, a most delightful experience. Many may not realize that Emperor Yongzheng of the Qing dynasty had a particular fondness for these cups. After ascending the throne, he seldom ventured beyond the palace walls, earning the title of the most reclusive emperor in history. He was exceedingly discerning regarding the imperial porcelain, ultimately favoring the press-hand cup for its practicality and aesthetic appeal, which he cherished throughout his reign. It may be difficult for many to imagine that an emperor like Yongzheng would engage in design and craftsmanship. Historical records indicate that he frequently dictated the shapes, patterns, dimensions, and outlines of porcelain, requiring his approval before any production could commence. Among the porcelain he influenced, the beloved press-hand cup was included. The specimen I now hold appears to have undergone certain modifications from its Ming dynasty predecessors, likely revised during Yongjing's reign. Subsequently, Huyang elaborated on these modifications, articulating them in the most accessible terms. Who would have thought that Yongjing was somewhat of a homebody? His reclusiveness, however, was of a different nature. While our kind of solitude stems from a lack of romantic companionship, his was amidst a multitude of admirers. Enough of this. My disdain for the Qing dynasty is well known. Before the Manchu rule, our nation was the epicenter of the world, and look at what the Manchus have brought us to. Isolationism is indeed the state of affairs now. In truth, this policy has its roots in the Ming dynasty, and it seems somewhat unjust to place the blame entirely on the Qing dynasty. Those well-versed in history are aware that following Zheng He's voyages to the west, the Ming dynasty instituted maritime prohibitions, erecting the Great Wall in the north as a symbol of its isolationist stance. The early maritime restrictions primarily targeted commerce, forbidding Chinese citizens from engaging in overseas trade while simultaneously limiting foreign merchants' access to China. During the Yongle period, despite Zheng He's grand expeditions, only tribute trade was permitted. Private individuals were still barred from venturing into the seas. Subsequently, with the rise of piracy, the maritime prohibitions became increasingly stringent, serving a protective purpose but significantly hindering the exchange of knowledge between the Chinese populace and the outside world. However, this policy became even more severe during the Qing dynasty, leading to various adverse consequences. The most apparent was the sweeping reforms and vigorous industrial development occurring in the West, while the Qing government remained ensnared in its delusions of grandeur. As history unfolded, it became evident that the Chinese nation endured over a century of subjugation, a struggle that continues to this day. Therefore, it is unjust to criticize the Manchu people. Their failures understandably evoke frustration among the populace. Boss, are you saying this is a cup used by the emperor? Zhang Laoguei could not restrain his curiosity. His eyes sparkled with excitement, for it is well known that anything once utilized by the emperor is considered extraordinarily precious and can fetch a substantial price. Certainly more than the plate belonging to Li Jinyan earlier. Huyang shook his head, stating, "A cup used by the emperor is not so easily found. I merely mentioned that this hand-pressed cup was designed with the involvement of Emperor Yongzheng. As you can see, it bears no inscription." At that moment, Li Jinyan interjected, "Without an inscription, its value pales in comparison to the plate I mentioned earlier. It is merely a piece from a folk kiln." This distinction is easily understood. An inscription is akin to a brand logo today, signifying authenticity, while the absence of one renders it similar to counterfeit goods, naturally diminishing its worth. Is that so? A profound disappointment flickered in Zhang Laoguei's eyes. "Do not be overly disheartened," Li Jinyan consoled him. "The boss has already stated it is an artifact from the Qing dynasty, which implies it possesses a history of at least 200 to 300 years. Even if it originates from a folk kiln, it should still be valued at 1,000 or so. Only 1,000 or so." This price stood in stark contrast to Zhang Laoguei's expectations, creating a significant disparity. 2,000, I will give you 2,000. Otherwise, I would prefer to keep it. Zhang Laoguei quickly made his offer. In truth, the value of this hand-pressed cup far exceeds that figure. He had been contemplating a more suitable amount to offer, but this saved him the trouble. All right. Everyone noticed that Huyang was not engaging in any haggling, fully considering him a wealthy dupe. Chapter 52, A Golden Ingot Online. The murky waters continued to churn, with no one willing to squander this opportunity for fortune. Even though they all understood there were no sunken treasures, the sudden emergence of 2 artifacts raised the question of whether there might be more. Zhang Laoguei, having received 2,000 yuan, remained unsatisfied and jumped back into the fray. Huyang addressed the viewers in the live stream. "Indeed, a brother just remarked that this is pastel porcelain. Although it lacks an inscription in terms of craftsmanship, it is certainly on par with the esteemed works from official kilns. I even harbor doubts that it may indeed be a product of the official kiln. However, the absence of a mark renders the truth elusive." He pointed out that the body is meticulously crafted, characterized by its delicate and lightweight texture, immaculate whiteness, and exquisite refinement, with an appropriate balance and weight. The glaze is moist, even, smooth, and lustrous, unmarred by imperfections. Such attributes are exceedingly difficult for folk kills to attain. Only moments ago, I pondered whether to offer 50,000. Upon uttering this thought, the viewers in the live stream erupted in a flurry of concern for the old Master Zhang, who appeared excessively eager. Suddenly, the figure of 50,000 dwindled to a mere 2,000. Should he become aware of this, it would undoubtedly induce a fit of despair. Thus, It is often said that haste does not yield warm tofu. Here, it must be noted that the uncle, with his incessant nose-picking, has led to some unfortunate circumstances. Were it not for his unsolicited interjection, old Zhang would not have hurriedly blurted out 2,000. Indeed, it was a pitfall, causing the man to lose his composure immediately. The audience was not unjust in their criticism of Li Jinyan. Had he not interjected with claims that folk kiln works are not valuable, merely worth a few hundred, old Zhang would not have experienced panic and hastily made an unsolicited bid. Since Ugu initially intended to offer 50,000, it is evident that the price of that exquisite familial rose cup should be no less than several hundred thousand. It is worth noting that the previously mentioned 50,000 plate had been appraised by the host at over 150 million. Regrettably, its lack of a mark means that, based on its condition, the auction price should have exceeded 5 million. Without that mark, it is worth at most over 1 million. Hu Yang lamented. The audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Goodness, had there been a mark, this host would have truly profited immensely. It is simply brutal. With an additional mark, even an offer of 50,000 would have seen old Zhang gleefully passing it to Hu Yang, starting at 5 million, a hundredfold profit. Merely contemplating it is terrifying. My heavens, must it be this daunting? Familial rose porcelain is inherently precious, which is no surprise. In recent years, exquisite pieces of familial rose porcelain appearing in the auction market often fetch millions, and even billions are not unheard of. It is utterly incomprehensible that a single mark could multiply the price several-fold. This analogy is akin to the difference between a counterfeit device worth a few hundred and a branded device costing several thousand. Quite easily understood. After some time had passed, while treasures were yet to be found, a considerable amount of refuse was instead brought up, humorously deemed to clean up for this stretch of river by the audience in a live stream. Wingo, is this the net being drawn? Is it not a bit premature? Tang, you have been observing he winching catch fish. Her brothers in the live stream often claimed that fish from such a river were ineatable due to the pollution. In truth, that is rather pretentious. Is there any river in the country that is untainted? Do people refrain from eating fish altogether? As long as it is not caught from a cesspool, there is little one cannot consume. Not too quick the last time I cast my net. I collected a large haul in just 10 minutes. He informed Tang Yu that despite the river's modest width, the fish population is quite abundant. As he drew the net, his expression gradually turned awkward. How swiftly the tables turn. Therefore, it is sometimes prudent to temper one's words. Would it truly be the case that not a single fish could be caught? That would be quite laughable. If you ask me, he is rather foolish. Knowing that so many people in the vicinity were searching the river for treasures, and that the fish would undoubtedly flee far away, it seemed futile to cast a net in this area. When they finally pulled the net up, it was devoid of any fish, leaving He Wenqing's face flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, Tang Yu noticed something golden within the net. He Wenqing was taken aback and hurriedly opened the net, extracting a gold ingot the size of half a fist. This shape must be gold, He Wenqing exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Their voices, raised in volume, quickly attracted the attention of those nearby, who were all astounded. Gold has been retrieved. Those still scouring the river for treasures swam over, diving into the spot where He Wenqing had cast his net, searching meticulously inch by inch. The audience in the live stream was collectively bewildered. Was this even more impressive than catching fish? Unbelievable. Incredible. 666. Who mocked the young man earlier? Where's this? I want to go too. Hu Yang, Li Jinyan, and others approached, astonished at the sight of the gold ingot. Li Jinyan was nearly compelled to strip off his clothes and leap into the water. He Wenqing handed the gold ingot to Hu Yang, saying, Brother Hu, please help me ascertain if this is indeed gold. Hu Yang, with a hint of disinterest, replied, No need to check. It is undoubtedly gold. The term gold ingot originated in the Yuan dynasty, where silver was more common, but gold was rare. Hu Yang informed the crowd that while genuine gold ingots hold significant value, they are virtually non-existent in the market. It had been many years since a true gold ingot had surfaced, and the antique market had few authentic pieces. This particular piece was a longevity character gold ingot from the Qing dynasty, and its existence was exceedingly scarce. Such treasures, when they emerge, are easily sold, as numerous collectors are eager to acquire them. The ingot He Wenqing had found was in relatively good condition, having spent a long time submerged in the river. It had not circulated in the market, and was thus free from wear. In my estimation, it is worth over 700,000, he declared. In fact, in recent years, gold ingots have become the darling of collectors, with media buzz elevating their prices to astronomical heights, often reaching hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing this, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. 700,000? Though they understood that gold was expensive, this amount was far beyond their expectations. Immediately, several more individuals leaped into the water. Hu Wenqing was ecstatic. He had never imagined that a fishing expedition could yield such a fortune. The viewers in the live stream were filled with envy, even jealousy. How could one not feel envious? If it were merely a few thousand, people would congratulate him. If it were several tens of thousands, they would be envious, but hundreds of thousands would incite pure envy. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Is this even possible? Others toil for 10 years and may not achieve what he has with his single net. It was foreseeable that many would flock to cast nets in this area in the coming days. With this precedent, who wouldn't he be tempted? Even if the chance was only 1 in 10,000, many would still be willing to try. Hu Wenqing implored Brother Hu to help him find a buyer. Hu Yang chuckled, "Fear not. Finding a buyer for your gold ingot will not be difficult. Numerous collectors are willing to pay. I will help you make contact later. Just wait for the news." Chapter 53. Fragments of Ancient Porcelain. It can be said that the fortunes of Hu Wenqing's family have been remarkably favorable these past few days. Firstly, the spoils of the family patriarch were appraised as an exquisite timepiece, valued at several hundred thousand. Following the stroke of luck, Hu Wenqing serendipitously netted a gold ingot while fishing. When fortune arrives, it is indeed unstoppable. Conversely, others were not as fortunate, although they managed to retrieve some items. Their worth was immediately evident as negligible. Most of the finds were mere shards, which was quite a pity, lamented some. The fragments were predominantly pieces of porcelain, which resulted in one individual sustaining a cut from the shards. Li Jinyan, however, was not entirely foolish. Having worked in this field for several years, he understood that even porcelain fragments could hold monetary value. Thus, he proposed to purchase all the shards for 50 yuan. Those who had stumbled upon the fragments were equally astute. If Li Jinyan was willing to spend, it indicated that the pieces were not worthless. There were even more generous individuals present, unwilling to sell to such a miser. The memory of the considerable profit from a plate, which had earned him 40 to 50,000, was still fresh, and they were not inclined to fall into such a trap again. When asked if he wanted the fragments, Hu Yang, with a hint of resignation, replied that he had no interest in the porcelain shards. However, he advised the elder, suggesting he could set up a stall and price them at 200 yuan each. Others might negotiate down to 100 or even 30. Hu Yang shared this insight, noting that certain antique markets had vendors specializing in porcelain shards, priced by the piece. Selling them at 1 to 200 yuan was not a difficult endeavor, as novice collectors often began their journey with such fragments. This reality was what had piqued Li Jinyan's interest, leading him to seek to acquire all the shards for a mere 50 yuan. Ancient porcelain with rough edges holds little value. Fragments are hard to sell, he defended himself. The realm of ancient porcelain collecting is vast, attracting many enthusiasts. A saying once popular in the antique porcelain community was that ancient porcelain with rough edges is worthless, emphasizing that the appreciation for porcelain not only focused on the grand opening, but also on the integrity of the pieces. A complete ancient porcelain item, if damaged even slightly, would suffer a significant reduction in value. Hu Yang rolled his eyes and interjected, "That is not necessarily the case. It depends on the type of porcelain shards. These fragments belong to the Qing dynasty's Famille Rose porcelain. Not to mention, this particular piece, with its identifiable base marks, could fetch between 500 to 1,000 yuan. There will undoubtedly be buyers." Although his words might offend Li Jinyan, Hu Yang was unperturbed. To expect to acquire all the fragments for 50 yuan was somewhat excessive. The elder cast a disapproving glance at Li Jinyan, recognizing him as a shrewd character, and thus placed greater trust in Hu Yang. He had already resolved to follow Hu Yang's advice and set up his own stall. With over 10 pieces in hand, even selling each for 100 yuan would yield a tidy sum of 1 to 2,000. Given that his monthly income hovered around 4,000, he was not about to let Li Jinyan easily profit from him. Li Jinyan remained unperturbed, smiling as he shrugged his shoulders. "Suit yourself." "Elder, may I select 2 pieces?" Huazai inquired, producing 200 yuan. He understood that Brother Hu was not interested in such trifling profits, yet he was tempted. As he intended to associate more closely with Brother Hu in the future, it would not be difficult to connect with some buyers. Acquiring low-end items at a low price might yield some extra income down the line. A sum of 1 or 200 yuan was a risk he was willing to take. Upon uttering these words, even Tang Yu felt a flicker of intrigue. However, she refrained from speaking, fully aware of the disparity between herself and Huazai. While he could engage with Hu Ge, she found herself unable to do so, and acquiring the item might very well result in it becoming a burden. The older gentleman paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement, accepting the money and subsequently securing the fragment that Hu Yang had claimed could fetch over 500. This piece cannot be taken, he apologized. Hu Yang was slightly taken aback, not anticipating Hua Zai's willingness to proceed. From that moment on, this individual would become his attendant, and noticing Hua Zai's interest, Hu Yang offered guidance from the sidelines. That fragment features a complete figure, and this one contains an entire verse. Since they were all fragments, it was prudent to seek out those with more complete sections, as their value would undoubtedly be higher. Casting a glance at Tang Yu, who seemed equally captivated, Hu Yang remarked with a smile, "Sister Tang, if you fancy something, do select a couple of pieces. You certainly won't regret it. Should Hua Zai find a buyer, I shall ensure he informs you." With such encouragement, Tang Yu readily nodded in delight. Her audience in the live stream playfully teased her, noting how even the naive girl was now on the path to earning. One cannot deny that they had persuaded their beloved streamer to associate with Hugo for a few days, yielding substantial rewards, not merely in popularity and gift income, but also in opportunities to earn extra, seizing advantageous chances. Regrettably, it would prove challenging to follow Hugo in the future. Li Jingyan, rendered speechless and exceedingly frustrated, found it difficult to remain. Undoubtedly, the most delighted individual was the older gentleman who had collected these fragments. He disdainfully cast a glance at the departing Li Jingyan, silently scoffing, "Dream on? You think you can snatch my treasure for 50 yuan? Indeed, he had just received 500 yuan, having parted with only 5 fragments. Correctly, Huazai selected 2 pieces, while Tang Yu opted for 3. Observing Tang Yu's choices, Hu Yang raised an eyebrow and could not help but interject, "Wait a moment. Sister Tang, why not also take those 5 pieces?" Tang Yu, somewhat puzzled, yet trusting that Hugo would not deceive her, retrieved 500 yuan to acquire the 5 pieces he had indicated. In a short span, the older gentleman had gathered over 10 pieces, selling off more than half. He brimmed with confidence about setting up a stall, contemplating the prospect of salvaging some porcelain shards to sell as a viable avenue. While he could not vouch for other treasures, porcelain fragments were frequently dredged from their river. After all, this area had once thrived. The river served as a vital thoroughfare, with countless vessels passing through, and many an item had surely found its way into its depths. After some time, seeing that the individuals in the river had not made significant finds, Hu Yang prepared to depart. "Hugo, are you really leaving now?" He winching expressed his reluctance. I know. Rest assured," he assured, patting his chest. Once in the vehicle, Hu Yang turned to Tang Yu and said, "Sister Tang, why not try to piece together those fragments and see if they form a bowl?" "Ah," Huazai exclaimed in surprise. Tang Yu was equally astonished, while the viewers in the live stream filled the screen with skepticism. Could it be so coincidental? Yet, when Tang Yu successfully assembled a complete porcelain bowl, the audience erupted with praises of 666. One could not help but admire Hu Ji's discerning eye. "I too failed to notice it at first," Hu Yang admitted. Upon hearing the news, everyone immediately recognized the substantial value, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Although it was shattered, it could still be restored to its original form, rendering it far more precious than mere fragments of ancient porcelain. These shards could easily fetch between 10 to 20,000, and one could reach out to Old Sunday. Huazai and the others were well aware that the old sun mentioned by Hu Yang referred to the intermediary, Sun Jidong, acquired for less than 1,000. It could be resold for 10 to 20,000, bringing a beaming smile to Tang Yu's face. "Child, do not be foolishly joyous. Should you not express your gratitude to Brother Hu? Alas, when will Brother Hu visit my grand Hangzhou? Scram, Hangzhou is too far. Come to my Jingda Jun instead. Porcelain shard are abundant, I assure you." Chapter 54. The Fortunate Tang Girl. Upon learning that the pieces were from an enameling porcelain, despite their fragmented state, Sun Jidong expressed immediate interest in their potential restoration. The group arranged to meet at a restaurant for lunch, with Sun Jidong graciously covering the bill. Aware of his financial abundance, Hu Yang and the others felt no need for formality and made their way to the designated location. Within the hour, they gathered at the venue, where Sun Jidong had already ordered food, suggesting they could order more if necessary. He appeared as his usual self, noting a lull in business recently that left him with ample leisure time. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the folding fan in Hu Yang's hand. "Is this also one of your acquisitions today?" Hu Yang shook his head. "No, I obtained it yesterday. Along with this fan, I have a few other items to show you. If they do not pique your interest, perhaps you could assist us in finding a buyer." Sun Jidong, being in the trade, readily agreed, nodding in encouragement. "Very well, let's see what you have. It seems you have had quite a fruitful couple of days." First, Tang Yu presented the porcelain fragments. Indeed, they were of enameling porcelain from the imperial kiln. "Alas, what a pity they are broken," Sun Jidong lamented. "The difference between intact and fragmented is significant. To put it plainly, A complete Qing dynasty enameling porcelain from the imperial kiln could command a price in the millions at auction. Even pieces from the folk kilns can fetch tens of thousands. However, once broken, even if restored, it will be worth at most a few hundred thousand. Just as Tang Yu was about to speak, Hu Yang gently nudged her foot, prompting her to immediately fall silent. She understood well that Hu Gu was signaling her to refrain from speaking, as her lack of expertise could lead to missteps. The previous misfortune of Zhang Laogui was still fresh in her mind. Although shattered, restoration was not overly challenging. "Brother Sun, please provide a fair price," Hu Yang requested. This act of integrity undoubtedly garnered further admiration from their audience, leading to an increase in viewership. "You are indeed an expert, so I shall be straightforward. For such porcelain, even with restoration, it is valued around 80 to 100,000. Let's find a middle ground. I must account for restoration costs and make a profit. How does 50,000 sound?" While Sun Jidong referred to Hu Yang as an expert, he remained somewhat reserved, even with visible restoration marks. He was confident he could sell such imperial kiln pieces for just over 200,000. However, he was unaware that this figure exceeded Hu Yang and the others' previous expectations. Hu Yang remained silent, instead offering a subtle nod to Tang Yu, indicating their willingness to accept the proposal. Tang Yu naturally had no reason to refuse, and quickly replied with joy, "Thank you, Uncle Sun. I will do as you suggest." Sun Jihong, wearing a gloomy expression, lamented, "Why can't I be called Brother Sun like him?" The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, revealing that he had a somewhat hidden playful side. In truth, men often delight in having beautiful girls refer to them as big brother or brother, rather than uncle. Hu Yang nearly spat out his tea, exclaiming, "Come on, you're practically bald. How could you expect others to call you big brother?" Nonetheless, Tang Yu was overjoyed, having made significant gains today, without even accounting for the streaming revenue. This 50,000 was already equivalent to over half a year's earnings for her. In that moment, she felt immense gratitude towards Hu Gu and her fellow brothers in the live stream. Had they not helped her by evoking sympathy, Hu Gu might not have taken her along, resulting in the missed opportunity to enjoy such benefits. Huazai hesitated for a moment before producing his 2 fragments, asking, "Brother Sun, would you be interested in these?" Sun Jihong glanced at them. 200? Hu Yang interjected. He obtained those for 200, so why should he sell them for less? Sun Jihong, undeterred, chuckled, "Just a joke. From now on, we will be in a long-term cooperative relationship, and I certainly wouldn't take advantage of you." However, he added, "I won't accept ordinary ancient porcelain fragments as they are too cumbersome." Hu Yang mused to himself that it wasn't about the hassle, but rather the lack of profit. "How about this? I know someone who specializes in collecting ancient porcelain fragments and can introduce you to him without charging a referral fee," Sun Jihong continued. Just as dishes began to arrive at the table, introducing a channel is still quite beneficial. Huazai promptly expressed his gratitude. Sun Jihong waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was no trouble and encouraged everyone to eat. He hadn't eaten yet and picked up Hu Yang's folding fan to admire. The origins of the folding fan were somewhat nebulous, with some claiming it dates back to the Eastern Jin dynasty, while others suggested the Northern and Southern dynasties or even the Tang dynasty, with some theories suggesting it first appeared in Japan. However, Sun Jihong was aware that this type of fan gained popularity during the Ming dynasty, becoming a fashion statement, especially in the culturally vibrant Jiangnan region, where one would feel embarrassed to call themselves a literati without a folding fan in hand. By the Qing dynasty, it had become exceedingly common, reaching its pinnacle in craftsmanship, with materials ranging from bamboo to ivory. When calligraphy, painting, and carving converge upon a small fan, its value is magnified infinitely. The more Sun Jihong gazed at the folding fan before him, the more he admired it. Of course, he was also somewhat misled by the name Song Su inscribed on the fan. Yet, he found himself puzzled. Song Su? That's a bit odd. Could he have produced such a painting? Hu Yang voiced his confusion. Sun Jihong nodded in agreement. Indeed, could it be an extraordinary display of talent? Yet that seems unlikely. Hu Yang clarified, "This is the work of Master Song Su, a creation of Xinzhou." "Ah, that makes sense. I thought as much," Sun Jihong exclaimed. Although he was not exceptionally skilled in appraisals, he possessed a foundational insight. Otherwise, he could not thrive in this industry. "How about 120,000 for it?" Sun Jihong hesitated momentarily before speaking. While he could earn a commission as a middleman by assisting Hu Yang in finding a buyer, if he could acquire it himself and then resell it, the profit would be even greater. It is widely acknowledged that the actual price is certainly higher. Initially, Hu Gu informed them that the value of this folding fan exceeds 1 million. Thus, they were mentally prepared. Upon hearing Sun Jidong's quotation, they were no longer astonished, only filled with envy. Many viewers in a live broadcast had witnessed Hu Gu acquiring it for 250 yuan yesterday. Following that, there was the land deed and the blue and white porcelain plate acquired today for 50,000. Although Sun Jidong had initially shown little interest in the land deed, he reconsidered, thinking that Hu Yang had already allowed him to profit handsomely today, and there was a greater likelihood of a long-term partnership ahead. Therefore, he agreed to purchase it at market price, indifferent to his own profit. 350,000. Beyond that, I can only help you find someone else, he stated. Hu Yang did not decline, replying, "Thank you." Lastly, there was the blue and white porcelain plate. Sun Jidong found himself uncertain. Porcelain is typically a delicate collectible, requiring great caution as it is easily misjudged. You may take it for appraisal. If all is well, I could transfer 1,500,000 to you. What do you think? Hu Yang, understanding his concerns, proactively made the suggestion. Sun Jidong expressed his gratitude, saying yes, if it is indeed genuine. 1,500,000 is agreeable. Observers marveled as Hu Gu managed to negotiate a business deal worth 2 or 3 million in the span of a single meal. Genuinely in awe of how effortlessly others seem to earn money. At the end, Hu Yang revealed to Sun Jidong about he winching acquiring a gold ingot, along with his father's prestigious watch and various valuable items from his village. In a reciprocal gesture, Sun Jidong shared with Hu Yang that there would be a counterfeit detection event at the Cultural Square tomorrow, initiated by senior members of their circle, with media also expected to be present. If you're interested, you might want to attend and meet some of the elders, Sun Jidong advised Hu Yang. Do antique dealers also engage in counterfeit detection activities? The audience in the live broadcast nearly laughed out loud. With the abundance of fakes in the antique market, do insiders not possess some awareness? Well then, I have not yet determined my course of action. In Chapter 55, Zhang Yihua's hesitance was palpable. After Hu Yang delivered the vegetables and fruits gifted by Granny Chun to Zhang Yihua, he concluded today's itinerary. Huazi received the contact information of a collector interested in ancient porcelain fragments but opted to wait, preferring to gather more pieces before proceeding. Just 2 fragments seemed insufficient to warrant immediate action. Someone sent you such items? Well, that's fortuitous. My wife could use some nourishment, Zhang Yihua chuckled. I offered a small favor. Consider it a token of gratitude. Have you found a suitable housing option? Perhaps you could look near my neighborhood? Hu Yang suggested. Upon hearing this, Huazi immediately shook his head. Let's avoid your area. I'll search around here instead. The truth is, Hu Yang's current residence is in a bustling district, with prices exceeding 50,000 per square meter. He genuinely could not fathom it. He estimated he would be burdened with a mortgage for a lifetime. Hu Yang's current home was purchased by his father over a decade ago, at a time when prices were far more reasonable than they are today. Otherwise, if his father were to buy now, it would likely be a considerable challenge. You know Yulong Residence? It's a newly developed community in the past 2 years. I looked into it, and the price is about 31,000 per square meter for a fully renovated unit. Zhang Yihua continued. Yulong Residence is a newly developed real estate project in the vicinity, currently lacking in landscaping, yet it has entered a fervent sales phase. It is rumored that approximately 60% of the units have already been sold. Thus, if one desires to purchase a property here, prompt action is essential. Hu Yang, while savoring a beer and enjoying the chicken feet sent by Zhang Yihua's mother-in-law, relished the experience. Though a native of the spicy city, he could still tolerate a hint of heat. In the eyes of Xiao Hui and her companions, the non-spicy chicken feet caused Hu Yang to break into a sweat as he gasped for air. Mom advised against indulging in too many pickled items, Zhang Yihua remarked, unable to restrain himself as he noticed his wife still eating. Hu Yang nodded in agreement. Yes. When pregnant, it's best to avoid such things. I'll take some home later. Zhang Yihua rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, if my wife isn't eating, surely I can. If she enjoys them, I can ask my mother to bring more. Xiao Hui expressed her gratitude towards Hu Yang. That evening, she shared the matter with her parents, who praised her husband for befriending such a good brother, encouraging them to maintain this relationship in the future. Hu Yang nodded, yes. Thank you. By the way, is Yulong Residence priced around 30,000? Around 30,000? Really? Zhang Yihua and his future wife, Xiao Hui, were momentarily speechless. A unit of approximately 100 square meters would equate to nearly 3 million. Combined, their monthly salaries barely exceeded 10,000, and after expenses, retaining 7,000 would be considered fortunate. 3 million is quite expensive, you know? Hu Yang shrugged. In a major city like this, is 3 million really that much? To be honest, among the 4 first-tier cities in the country, the housing prices in Yangsheng are relatively affordable. In the nearby Pengcheng, a house can easily cost close to 10 million. which is even more disheartening. That is still quite expensive. Even in Foshan, over 10,000 offers many choices, Zhang Yihua countered. Not the same. 30,000 for Yulong residents is slightly lower than I anticipated. Here's the deal. If that's the price, I have enough cash on hand. So let's skip the mortgage and just borrow from me, Hu Yang suggested thoughtfully. Zhang Yihua and his future wife stared at Hu Yang in astonishment, realizing he was quite affluent. 3 million, are you sure? Hu Yang replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. I bought a car yesterday and spent some money. So I initially thought I wouldn't have enough. However, if it's truly around 3 million, I can manage it. You can repay me when you have the funds. I'm not in a hurry. All right. After knowing this guy for so long, today I finally comprehend that he is quite extraordinary. Is this all from your previous earnings? Zhang Yihua inquired curiously. What project are you involved in that allows you to earn so much? Well, didn't I mention? I have a keen interest in antiques. And this money has been acquired through fortunate finds, Hu Yang admitted, intentionally revealing some information to draw Zhang Yihua into his field. Zhang Yihua was even more astonished. He was aware that Hu Yang dabbled in antiques, but had assumed he was merely an amateur. He never imagined he had amassed several million. Never mind. I know you have many questions and uncertainties. Once my situation stabilizes, you can come help me, whether it's with a salary or share the profits. It doesn't matter. It's certainly better than your current circumstances. Zhang Yihua's mind was a tempest of thoughts, filled with disarray. It must be said that he found himself stirred by emotions. Given his current occupation, he had no idea when he would be able to repay Hu Yang the 3 million he owed. Ultimately, he was still a young graduate, with fervor coursing through his veins. Xiao Hui, undeterred, attempted to introduce her fellow townsman, Lu Shan, to Hu Yang. On one hand, she genuinely believed Lu Shan to be beautiful and possessing a delightful character, eager to assist her. After all, Hu Yang came from a well-off family, free from the burdens of concerns like cars and houses, and marrying him would mean living a life of ease. On the other hand, she held Hu Yang in high regard for his kindness and the assistance he had provided her, wishing to help him find a suitable wife, with Lu Shan being an ideal candidate, someone she knew well. Yet, everyone was busy. Hu Yang casually brushed it off. Dating? At present, he had no such inclination. With his advantageous circumstances, he was not in a rush to seek companionship. After Hu Yang departed, Zhang Yihua engaged in extensive discussions with his wife about his contemplations, wavering on whether to truly follow Hu Yang's path. The core of the matter was that he remained unaware of the specifics regarding Hu Yang's dealings in antiques. Since he didn't have to worry about mortgage repayments and felt little pressure, he thought to take a leap of faith and venture alongside him. Xiao Hui suggested that previously he would have hesitated to resign casually, preoccupied with thoughts of buying a house. Let us wait and see. Zhang Yihua understood that despite Hu Yang's considerable earnings, the antique trade was fraught with risk and uncertainties. While he was currently unburdened by mortgage concerns, the arrival of a child would undoubtedly bring its own pressures, leaving little room for caprice. The following day, after breakfast, Hu Yang brought Huazai to the cultural square, where they discovered a considerable number of attendees had already gathered. Today, the absence of Tang Yu left both Huazai and Hu Yang feeling that something was amiss. Indeed, a balanced pairing of genders was the ideal configuration for such gatherings. Although I have dabbled in antiques for several years, I must confess that I am not well acquainted with many seasoned veterans in this field, Hu Yang candidly shared with his viewers in the live stream. Today's anti-fraud event boasted several experts present, yet Hu Yang knew none of them. Chapter 56, The Guild's Invitation. The event had yet to commence, so Hu Yang opted to connect with a microphone to boost his audience's engagement. However, mornings typically lack the presence of major streamers. It was said that on this platform, prominent streamers usually broadcast more frequently in the afternoon or evening. Brother Hu, someone from a guild has extended an invitation. Would you like to consider it? Huazai suddenly inquired. Each streaming platform is home to numerous guilds, which consolidate various streamers for collective promotion, generating profit. This platform was no exception. Guild representatives often scoured the streams of emerging broadcasters, seeking to recruit those they deemed promising. Zhuang Fan, affiliated with the Baiyan Mountain Guild, had been observing Hu Yang for a few days, contemplating whether to extend an invitation. Undoubtedly, Hu Yang was a streamer with great potential. He was not in it for the money. He was already affluent, and thus might find the constraints imposed by a guild intolerable, leading Zhuang Fan to hesitate. After much contemplation, he concluded that since Hu Ge was indifferent to the income from live streaming, he would likely not mind if a portion of the gift revenue was absorbed by the guild. Furthermore, their guild could reasonably relax certain restrictive stipulations, such as the daily broadcasting hours required. As for what Hu Ge desired, after pondering for 2 to 3 days, he realized there was but one thing. He sought attention. And garnering followers was a forte of their guild. They could assist in promotion, orchestrate various arrangements, and ensure an increase in follower count. Frankly, given the considerable stir Hu Ge had caused recently, had it been managed by their guild, his follower count could have surged by at least 10,000. What guild? It seems unnecessary for us to join one. Hu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Huazai nodded, mentioning the Baiyunshan Guild, which appeared to be a smaller entity, comprising only about 20 streamers. In contrast, larger guilds boasted thousands, even tens of thousands of streamers, with branches across various live streaming platforms nationwide. Thus, a guild with merely 20 or so streamers was indeed quite insignificant. However, he claimed to have a strategy to rapidly elevate their follower count, Huazai added. He understood that Hu Ge's primary aim in live streaming was not to seek gifts, but rather to gain followers. It was this very statement that prompted Huazai to inquire if Hu Ge would be interested in a discussion. Upon hearing this, Hu Yang's curiosity was piqued. Oh? How would that work? If it involves purchasing followers, then there is no need for discussion. Zhuang Fan quickly sent a private message outlining some plans from his guild, detailing how they would operate, unafraid of Hu Ge potentially taking notes. Even if Hu Ge ultimately declined, it would still forge a goodwill connection. It is worth noting that Hu Ge was not merely a streamer, but also a wealthy player, precisely the type of affluent patron their guild desperately needed. Is that so? Quite troublesome, Hu Yang remarked after reviewing the proposal. The costs involved were not his concern, but it was indeed a hassle that would necessitate team involvement for convenience. Precisely. Hu Ge, would you consider entrusting this to our guild? After all, you wouldn't incur significant losses. Huazai countered, asserting, how could there be no loss? Your guild would be taking a share of Hu Ge's gift income, wouldn't it? Zhuang Fan retorted in a private message. Does Hu Ge even care about gift income? Huazai found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, from the very beginning, Hu Ge had never placed importance on the income from gifts. He could effortlessly earn hundreds of thousands in mere moments. Even the top streamers on the platform could hardly compete. While it is true that some elite streamers generate millions in live stream revenue daily, how many days in a year can one expect such high earnings? Hu Yang waved his hand, chuckling, the gift income is not a concern. Allowing your guild to profit from it is fine by me. However, I've heard that guilds have quite a few stipulations, so I think I shall pass. Their guild, being local to Yangcheng, may not possess substantial capital, but they do have discerning standards when selecting streamers. Currently, the 20 or so streamers they represent are predominantly talent-based, with several being singers who are simply not very well known. So, discuss among yourselves and see what kind of contract you can offer me, and then I shall consider it, Hu Yang stated. In truth, he felt a flicker of excitement. The income from gifts did not concern him. Even if the entire sum were to benefit the guild, it mattered little, as long as they could genuinely assist him in elevating his visibility and popularity. Otherwise, Hu Ge, feel free to propose your terms. I believe we can negotiate. Zhuang Fan, sensing hope, was filled with elation. Should he propose? Hu Yang pondered. Indeed, please share any conditions you may have. Our guild is also based in Yangcheng. If we reach a preliminary agreement, we can sign in person, and you are welcome to visit our guild. In a bid to secure Hu Yang's invaluable support, Zhuang Fan was willing to take risks. Firstly, Hu Ge was undoubtedly a promising streamer, capable of generating profit for their guild. Secondly, Hu Ge was also a wealthy player. Should he be in good spirits, he might even support their guild streamers with gifts, which would be a tremendous boon. Moreover, Zhuang Fan was aware that Hu Ge had a favorable relationship with the affluent player, Jiangnan, on their platform. Jiangnan's account had amassed millions of RMB in contributions, ranking among the elite wealthy patrons. It would not be surprising if, in a generous mood, he decided to shower gifts upon the streamers of Hu Ge's guild. In summary, winning over Hu Ge would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. As for the stipulations regarding streaming duration and scheduling, I have no fondness for rigid constraints, Hu Yang stated, listing a plethora of potential terms. Regarding revenue sharing, whatever your company decides is acceptable to me. I have few objections. Finally, Hu Yang offered a sweetener. Zhuang Fan informed Hu Yang that the guild typically takes a 10% cut. The income of streamers can come from various sources, aside from gifts. There is potential for advertising deals, although such opportunities are generally reserved for larger streamers. Given Hu Yang's stature, he would likely not pursue advertising. Thus, his primary source of income would remain gifts, even if Hu Ge does not actively seek gifts. Zhuang Fan had noted that Hu Ge's gift income over the past few days was substantial, averaging over 10,000 per day. The platform takes half of this revenue. Some guilds claim 10%, while others take 20. It is difficult to determine, and what remains is for the streamer. Very well, that is the general outline. Discuss among yourselves, and if you can come to an agreement, please contact me again. I am willing to be flexible on revenue sharing. Other matters are non-negotiable. Hu Yang concluded. He then casually accepted an invitation to connect with another streamer. Chapter 57, Brother June at the Shore. Upon connecting, Hu Yang was taken aback by the visage of the streamer opposite him. It was rather unsettling, likely due to burns that had disfigured nearly a third of his face. My apologies. I was momentarily startled and meant no offense, Hu Yang said. The streamer across from him smiled faintly. No worries. That is a normal reaction. I am quite pleased to connect with Hugo. The viewers in Hu Yang's live stream began introducing the streamer, known as Brother June, who was formerly a firefighter. The scars on his face were the result of a rescue operation. Brother June held a small bucket of seafood, seemingly a bountiful catch, and beside him stood a tall, voluptuous woman. Hu Yang noticed that Brother June appeared somewhat melancholic, a sentiment he did not quite comprehend, but viewers in the live stream quickly informed him. Today, June Ge found himself rather unfortunate. The nets and cages he had set up the previous night had vanished without a trace. Given that there were no significant winds or waves last night, it was unlikely they were swept away by the sea. Rather, it seemed more probable that they had been taken by someone. The value of those nets and cages was approximately 1,000 yuan, resulting in a substantial loss for June Ge today. Not only did he fail to earn any money, but he also had to dig into his own pockets. Since leaving the fire brigade, June Ge's family situation had not been particularly favorable. He had an elderly mother to care for, and 2 young children depending on him. In their area, economic development was sluggish, making job opportunities scarce, which ultimately led him to pursue the endeavor of beachcombing. To his brothers and sisters, Hu Yang spoke up, urging them to show June Ge some support and, if possible, to send small gifts. His fans in the live stream rolled their eyes. He never asked for gifts for himself, but was always seeking help for others. Hu Yang decided to contribute by purchasing an annual Guardian subscription, which propelled June Ge's stream to the platform's top headline for 3 minutes. Beachcombing is a pursuit that heavily relies on luck. On fortunate days, one could easily find valuable treasures worth hundreds or even thousands of yuan on the beach. Conversely, on days of misfortune, one might search tirelessly along several kilometers of coastline without yielding any finds. In that moment, June Ge was momentarily stunned, but his wife, realizing what had transpired, quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Brother Hu. We truly appreciate it. June Ge, at a loss for words, could only utter his thanks. He had only begun live streaming in the past few months, having heard that there might be interest in beachcombing. On days when he found little, perhaps the live stream would offer some financial relief. Consequently, he made the painful decision to invest in equipment, live streaming while beachcombing. Over the past few months, many had learned that the scar on his face was a remnant from a firefighting incident, garnering him sympathy and resulting in some gifts, yielding a monthly income of around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan from streaming. However, he had never encountered such a generous contribution of over 10,000 yuan for an annual Guardian. He had watched Hu Yang's streams and knew him to be affluent. For someone like him, 20,000 yuan might simply be a trifle. Such a significant gift elevated his stream to the platform's top headline for 3 minutes, drawing considerable attention and rapidly increasing his follower count. His audience, which had numbered just over 1,000, doubled in under a minute, nearing 3,000. Moreover, he received a plethora of small gifts, and after a brief calculation, he realized that during those 1 or 2 minutes, his streaming income had surpassed 6,000 yuan, with over 5,000 of that amount coming from Hu Yang's generosity. Thanks to Hu Yang's lavish support, June Ge quickly ascended to the top 10 of the National Hour leaderboard and claimed the top spot in Shandong, an achievement he had never experienced before. Noticing June Ge's continuous expressions of gratitude, Hu Yang chuckled. June Ge, no need for such formality. Are you from Rizhao? The sea there is quite lovely, clean, and the seafood is affordable. If there is a chance, I'd love to visit for a few days. Have you been to Rizhao? Although our economic development may not be as robust as that of the southern regions, our environment is indeed commendable. Should you decide to visit, do let me know. I assure you, the seafood will be plentiful. Shandong men are known for their generosity and hospitality. As he spoke, June Ge presented the day's finds. The highlight of today's catch is this eel. Though regrettably, it was already dead when I found it, he lamented. It was a sea eel, as thick as a wrist and over 2 meters long, weighing around 10 jin. Hu Yang engaged in casual conversations with others during his live stream, rarely singing. Today, he chatted with everyone for a while. Soon, he planned to sell these goods and take the young girl to the clinic. as she had a fever, though it was not severe. Jungu addressed the audience, and after bidding farewell, he ended the live stream. He sighed to his wife, remarking on Hu Ji's generosity and amiable nature. His wife shot him a knowing glance, reminding him that despite Hu Ji's wealth, he was not like those second-generation rich kids. He was genuinely a good person. She had insisted on sending Hu Yang a live stream invitation. Since the day before yesterday, she had been following Hu Ji's broadcasts, particularly enjoying the moments when he stumbled upon treasures. Unfortunately, he was so far away. How wonderful it would be if Hu Ge could visit our Rizhao. Jun Ji's wife envied He Wenqing, whose family had made over $1 million during yesterday's live stream. How could one not be envious? There would surely be opportunities, given the nature of his profession, which allowed him to travel extensively. She hoped for it. After connecting with several other streamers, they gained a few hundred more followers, and the Square activities commenced. It appeared that those bringing treasures for appraisal were not merely ordinary citizens, but also seasoned players. Hu Yang observed a middle-aged man arriving with several antiques, seemingly treating the event as a free treasure appraisal. Most participants were indeed common folk, presenting items likely preserved in their homes for years. Suddenly, the organizers announced the rules of the event, causing a stir among the attendees. Since this was a counterfeit detection event, although the appraisal was free, if any items were deemed fake, the appraisers would have to reimburse the cost on the spot. This rule deterred some individuals. Chapter 58, Golden Camphor. At the Cultural Square, as the counterfeit detection event commenced, in a creative park located in the BY district, a 6-story building housed the White Cloud Mountain Live Streaming Guild on the 5th floor. This was the headquarters of Zhuang Fan's company. Although the entire floor had been rented, only 2/3 of it was utilized. One side served as staff dormitories, while the other contained various live streaming rooms. The guild had only recently been established, and with so few streamers, it felt rather empty. At that moment, only 2 diligent streamers were live, while the others would not arrive until later in the afternoon or evening. Zhuang Fan was in good spirits, having just spoken with his boss. Upon learning about Hu Ji's situation, the boss readily agreed to Hu Yang's requests, instructing Zhuang Fan to ensure Hu Yang joined their guild. As Zhuang Fan had articulated, first, Hu Ge was a highly promising streamer. Second, he was a wealthy player. Just moments ago, he had generously gifted over 10,000 yuan to a beachcombing streamer without batting an eye. Fox, are you pulling an all-nighter again? Be careful, Zhuang Fan remarked to one of the female streamers. The streamer, known as Fox, had recently graduated from a music academy. Coincidentally, she was introduced by a friend of Zhuang Fan's. Her streaming nickname was derived from her striking fox-like eyes. The Fox live streaming platform has only been active for less than half a month, yet its performance has been somewhat disappointing. The primary issue lies in the lack of mastery over certain techniques. She has merely immersed herself in singing and playing the guzheng, lacking the necessary audacity. With such unsatisfactory results, she is destined to receive only a base salary this month. Thus, she intends to work diligently. It is rumored that late-night streams tend to garner more viewers, she sighed. However, despite streaming all night last evening, the turnout was rather meager, leaving her quite disheartened. Her total earnings from the leaderboard barely amount to 200 yuan, which is rather disheartening. Given these results, she is effectively relegated to a base salary of 3,500 yuan. In truth, her income from gifts this month may not even reach that figure. Thus, the company is essentially operating at a loss. Nevertheless, this was anticipated by the management. The live streaming industry is predominantly a capital-intensive venture in its early stages. Do not lose heart. You possess talent, Zhuang Fan consoled her. By the way, have you been watching other streamers lately? I have, Fox replied with a nod. This was also a requirement from her agency, encouraging her to observe how prominent streamers conduct their broadcasts and solicit gifts, among other things, to learn from them. However, she felt that much of what she saw was beyond her reach. For instance, many female streamers adopt a persona that she would find contrived and unnatural if she attempted to emulate. Are you aware of Hu Ge? He is a relatively new streamer who's been gaining some traction lately. Yes, I saw his headline. Brother Jiangnan has been quite generous with him, she responded. What's the matter? He seems to focus on outdoor streaming, which is quite different from our approach. Zhuang Fan chuckled. In the future, Hu Ge may very well join our agency. I'll arrange for him to collaborate with you a few times to help boost your popularity. After all, Fox was introduced to us through him, and such trust must not be squandered. We ought to take special care of her. Really? Thank you, Fango, she exclaimed. She had also heard that Hu Ge had recently brought a female streamer on board, resulting in a surge in her popularity. Zhuang Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. You should log off early and take a moment to refresh your appearance. Noticing the dark circles under Fox's eyes, he realized that she had been gaming with someone else and had suffered a loss, resulting in her current state. In attendance were 5 experts, the youngest of whom appeared to be in their 30s, while the eldest likely surpassed 60. Cameras were capturing the event, presumably for media coverage. Additionally, several guests were present, identified as personnel from auction houses and businesses involved in acquiring antiques. Unbeknownst to the audience, the so-called authenticity verification event was not a voluntary service by the experts. Rather, they were compensated for their evaluations. The funding came from the auction houses interested in acquiring the antiques, and they would not suffer any losses. As long as the items were authenticated, they would make every effort to secure them. Before the evaluations, a contract needed to be signed, primarily outlining that should any counterfeits be discovered, they would be destroyed on the spot, absolving the experts of any liability. This is a piece I acquired at a flea market in the United States for $50 a few years ago. I suspect it may belong to a batch of Chinese artifacts that were lost overseas. A middle-aged man presented a Buddha statue, requesting the expert's evaluation. Mr. Wang's sister resides in the United States, and he visits her annually, spending a few days with her. Near my sister's residence lies a flea market, a locale that he frequents with great fondness. Over time, he has unearthed a plethora of treasures within this market, among which a statue of the Buddha stands out as his most prized acquisition. An esteemed elder expert took a moment to scrutinize the relic. In Hu Yang's live streaming session, viewers began to place bets, wagering their entire savings and even their futures, all convinced that this artifact was a mere imitation. One brother, who bet his entire fortune, delivered some unfortunate news, prompting Hu Yang to jest. Despite not examining it closely, he was already aware of certain characteristics. As soon as he finished speaking, the venerable expert shook his head and remarked, "This Buddha statue is not of domestic origin." Upon hearing this, the audience who had previously bet against its authenticity eagerly chimed in. "Did you hear that? The expert concurs with my assessment." Hu Yang nearly burst into laughter, retorting, "Brother, how can you be so certain that the expert shares your opinion? He merely stated that it is not from our country. He did not claim it to be a forgery." The expert continued, "This type of Buddha statue is likely from Thailand. Its features are quite distinct. Observe the Buddha's high top knot, large earlobes, square face, flat nose, thick lips, and upturned eyebrows that resemble wings, all of which distinctly reflect the characteristics of the Thai people. Clad in a robe that exposes the right arm, the garment seamlessly melds with the skin, while the hands are positioned in a meditative gesture, and the feet are elegantly crossed upon the platform. This is quintessential of the Buddha statues from Thailand's Dvaravati period. Although not a domestic artifact, it is nonetheless a piece from the 19th century, boasting a history of 100 to 200 years. Judging by the material, it is crafted from the renowned golden camphor, wood of Myanmar. While its craftsmanship may not rival that of our homeland, it is still commendable. Thus, if it was acquired for $50, congratulations are in order. You have stumbled upon a remarkable find, as its market value exceeds $120,000. In an instant, the brother who had been so boastful moments ago fell silent. "Hey, brother, come forth and say something," teased the other viewers in the live stream. Hu Yang chuckled, explaining that golden camphor is one of Myanmar's 3 national treasures. While most are aware that jade is Myanmar's most famous export, fewer know of its other 2 treasures, golden camphor and teak. The golden camphor, shimmering with a golden hue, resembles the domestic golden silk namu, leading some to deceive the uninitiated by passing it off as such. Though it may not hold the same value as golden silk namu, it is still a precious timber. Regrettably, the carving techniques abroad cannot compare to our own. Were this statue to be crafted by our domestic artisans, its value would surely multiply several-fold, Hu Yang asserted. The audience, upon hearing this, brimmed with pride, feeling a deep sense of honor for their country's traditional craftsmanship. Chapter 59, The Chang'e Painting Supplement. Mr. Wang furrowed his brow, evidently dissatisfied with the valuation of merely $120,000, as it fell significantly short of his expectations. He had anticipated a minimum of $500,000. However, understanding that the expert identified it as a Thai artifact, he could comprehend the valuation. In the realm of cultural relics and artworks, Southeast Asian pieces indeed tend to rank 1 or 2 tiers below those of domestic origin. Following this, an earthenware jar for pickling vegetables was presented, standing half a meter tall with a maximum diameter of 40 to 50 centimeters, requiring a sturdy man to carry it. Witnessing the scene, many were left in a state of amusement. The item in question had been in my hometown for several decades, and there was no doubt about its authenticity. A robust man confidently proclaimed that it had been in existence since his mother's marriage, with tales suggesting it dated back to his great-grandfather's era. Thus, regardless of its quality, it was undoubtedly an antiquity with some age. The second expert stepped forward, inspecting the object closely and even tapping it a few times. It was indeed aged, likely originating from the Republic of China period. Frankly, such an item could not be classified as an antique and held little artistic merit. It was not porcelain, but rather pottery. Though pottery preceded porcelain in nomenclature, its value paled in comparison. However, it would be remiss to claim that pottery was devoid of worth. For instance, Tang Sankai from the Tang Dynasty is a type of pottery that commands significant value, having once fetched tens of millions at auction. Yet, the piece before them, being from the Republic of China, evidently lacked any substantial worth. The burly man expressed his discontent. Surely it must be worth something? One of the experts merely shook his head, indicating that the item no longer warranted further discussion. Consequently, a bystander approached with a hammer and shattered the object on the spot. A viewer in Hu Yang's live stream commented, "This is excessively extreme. Even if it is not genuine or lacks monetary value, it still possesses practical utility. Destroying it is an utter waste of resources. It is vital to recognize that even what is deemed trash can be a resource misplaced. That jar was excellent for pickling. Why destroy it?" Such an act appears more like a performance than anything else. Following this, a purported ancient painting was presented. The owner claimed to have purchased it for 20,000 yuan in the capital, asserting it was a work by the Ming Dynasty's Tang Bohu. It depicted a portrait of a lady, with a few lines of poetry inscribed above, suggesting that the woman in the painting was Chang'e. Hu Yang found the situation amusing. Are there still brothers willing to wager on this? Upon hearing this, everyone understood it was a forgery. The expert with a Mediterranean hairstyle, without serious inspection, inquired, "You claim this is Tang Yin's depiction of Chang'e?" "Indeed, the seller assured me of this, claiming their shop was a renowned establishment in Panjiayuan, and thus should not be selling fakes," the owner insisted. However, from an outsider's perspective, the issues were evident. If it were a reputable shop, the experts would recognize that genuine works by Tang Bohu could not possibly be sold for a mere 20 to 30,000 yuan. This was clearly problematic. The owner appeared to be blinded by their own bias. "You may pursue legal action against their shop. This painting is unmistakably a counterfeit," the expert advised the owner. Hu Yang then explained to his live stream audience, "The authentic Chang'e painting is housed in the Palace Museum, thereby confirming that this piece is indeed a forgery." Hearing this, a man beside him looked astonished and quickly concealed the scroll he was holding behind him. "The genuine Chang'e painting is in a museum?" he asked anxiously. Hu Yang, taken aback, nodded, still puzzled by the sudden inquiry. Thank you. The man's countenance shifted uncomfortably as he attempted to discreetly exit the crowd. Hu Yang pondered for a moment and inquired, "Brother, could it be that the painting in your possession is also the Chang'e painting?" The moment he uttered this, the audience in the live stream was taken aback. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Huazai gazed at the man with astonishment, while the gentleman himself appeared equally surprised, asking, "How did you know?" "Well, your expression just now and that question certainly raised suspicions," Hu Yang remarked. The man then realized he had inadvertently revealed his slip and sighed, "Alas, I was also deceived for 20,000. Such coincidence. It seems we are dealing with the same group of con artists. However, how audacious they are to showcase a piece from a museum's collection to perpetrate their deceit. Do they not fear the inevitable repercussions?" A viewer questioned, "Surely, the group selling counterfeit goods cannot be unaware that this painting is housed in a museum? Otherwise, it simply does not make sense. Even in their deceit, it should not be so brazen." The atmosphere became quite awkward. Nevertheless, according to the rules of today's event, as long as a signed agreement was in place, any counterfeit could be disposed of without liability. Thus, the organizers were not at fault. The man beside Hu Yang interjected, "I suspect she did not purchase it from a store either. Like me, she likely acquired it from a street vendor. That invoice is probably forged." His words immediately alleviated the tension for the experts and organizers, prompting them to request the invoice from the holder of the painting. With a sound of realization, the man beside Hu Yang remarked, "It appears we were not deceived by the same group. Our invoices differ." He produced his own. Henceforth, do refrain from buying at street corners. One is highly susceptible to such tricks, the expert advised. Huazai turned to the man, asking, "Brother, what were you thinking at that time? Did you truly believe in a $2,000 Tang Bohu painting?" Upon hearing Hu Yang mention that the authentic piece resided in the museum, he immediately understood he had been duped and sought to discreetly leave, only to be called back by Hu Yang. As he prepared to tear up his painting on the spot, Hu Yong halted him, saying, "Wait, let me take a look. Your painting seems somewhat different." He primarily examined the paper of the scroll, noting its age, which did not appear to be artificially aged. Could it genuinely be authentic? The gentleman pondered aloud as he handed over the painting, sighing. Since the museum possesses an identical piece, it is undoubtedly authentic, and there is no need for further proof. Chapter 60. Shall we place a bet? Hearing the gentleman's murmurs, Hu Yong could not help but chuckle. The audience in the live stream wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend Hu Yong's intentions or what further spectacle could unfold. Did they not all reside in the museum? The experts ahead shared similar bewilderment, contemplating. Who is this young man? Does he possess expertise in appraisal? Is he attempting to disrupt the proceedings? Observing Hu Yong's actions, Huazai discerned that the painting held some secret. It was not so simple. He proposed, "What a pity to tear it. Why not sell it to our Hu Yong?" This suggestion was intended to assist Hu Yong, and he was aware of it, so he halted his impending response, patiently awaiting the gentleman's reaction. Should he deem it a counterfeit, feeling it worthless, and agree to a low-price transfer, Hu Yong would certainly welcome such an outcome. After the event concluded, he would still owe Huazai a bonus. However, the elder brother was not easily deceived. Observing the situation, he gradually revealed a smile and craftily retorted, "How much are you offering? If it is less than 20,000, I would still be at a loss." Upon hearing this, both the viewers in the live stream and those present were taken aback by his naive assumption, knowing full well that it was a counterfeit. Who would be foolish enough to spend 20,000 on it? His outwardly innocuous demeanor belied a darker intent. One must not judge by appearances. Yet, what Hu Yong said next left everyone in disbelief. 20,000? That is acceptable. Shall we use WeChat or Alipay? Let us connect. The gentleman was taken aback, filled with both surprise and delight. What began as a mere test had unexpectedly turned into a genuine agreement. He expressed a desire to befriend such a generous soul. Thus, he quickly added Hu Yong on WeChat and soon acquired the 20,000 yuan. Not incurring a loss was already a monumental stroke of luck. Profit had become secondary. After the transaction was successfully completed, Huazai inquired, "Who? Could it be that the painting in the museum is a fake?" That can't be true. Almost everyone immediately dismissed this notion. Even in a regional museum, there were experts overseeing the collection. How could a counterfeit possibly slip through? That would be utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, the piece titled Chang'e was housed in the esteemed Palace Museum of the capital, where numerous experts resided. The possibility of error was virtually non-existent. Hu Yong shook his head. It should be authentic. However, even if it were a counterfeit, who says replicas lack value? It all depends on when and by whom they were created. Upon hearing this, the audience fell into a state of astonishment once more. Indeed, Hu decreed that replicas held no worth. Some antiquities crafted by renowned artists can also be quite valuable. The gentleman who had just received 20,000 yuan suddenly froze, gazing at Hu Yong and the painting with wide eyes. The experts ahead were equally caught off guard. It must be acknowledged that the young man's rebuttal held considerable merit. As elite members of their field, they certainly understood that some replicas could also be valuable, even surpassing the original in worth. Certain replicas can be classified as art pieces or antiques. This situation was beginning to feel like a slap in the face. Undermining their authority, Hu Yong disregarded the experts' disapproving expressions, unrolling the scroll, revealing a scene that was evidently superior to the piece that had been torn earlier. "Hey, young man, do not disrupt the order of our event. You may observe, but you cannot make assessments," one of the experts suddenly interjected, reprimanding him. Hu Yong and his companions were left dumbfounded. Was this individual serious? To utter such words in front of so many people? Even if this event was organized by them, it was unreasonable to dictate that only they could benefit. Such arrogance was likely to displease any onlooker. Who did he think he was, imposing such restrictions? Moreover, Hu Yong's acquisition of the piece had no contractual ties to them, unlike the previous artwork, which had been signed and governed by regulations. This new piece had nothing to do with them. It seemed to me that Hu Yong had inadvertently embarrassed the experts, prompting them to deliberately seek fault. Other experts also changed their expressions, taken aback by the impulsive remarks of one among them, who spoke without regard for the occasion. The eldest among them quickly interjected. "Xiao Su, refrain from causing commotion. If they truly proceed with such actions, this event will be ruined and may even become a laughingstock within our circle. While that individual may lack shame, we must preserve our reputations." Hu Yong regarded the Su expert with a look of incredulity. The audience in the live stream nearly burst into laughter, remarking on the host's expression resembling that of one caring for a simpleton. The current breed of experts seemed to have lost their essence. It was possible that the painting torn earlier was, in fact, a valuable imitation, which would be quite amusing. Fortunately, the gentleman who had just acquired Hu Yang's artwork for 20,000 yuan had not entirely lost his conscience, and he spoke up, "Amusing indeed. Is this cultural square privately owned by you? My possessions are mine to trade as I see fit. Today, I shall not leave. Let us see how you intend to deal with me." He understood well that without Hu Yang's intervention, the painting would have been destroyed, and thus, where would the 20,000 yuan have originated? The audience, who had previously held a low opinion of this gentleman, found their admiration for him rising at this moment. Regardless of any prior greed, it was commendable for him to stand up and speak now. Initially, Hu Yang wished to maintain some semblance of dignity by not revealing the true nature of the painting immediately. However, with the uproar, his temper flared, and he disclosed the painting's true identity. This is likely a replica of a work by the esteemed Zhang Daqian. Su Hao paused, then erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Do you even know what Zhang Daqian represents? To claim a painting is a replica by Zhang Daqian takes true audacity. I am impressed. Even those unfamiliar with the antique world have heard of Zhang Daqian's illustrious name. Among modern Chinese painters, he is arguably the most renowned. A legendary figure in 20th century Chinese painting, he gained international acclaim, celebrated in the Western art world as the embodiment of Eastern artistry. He has even conversed with world-class masters like Picasso. Like many artists, Zhang Daqian traversed the path of imitation, and few in modern times have absorbed the essence of ancient masters as extensively as he did. He drew inspiration from the ancients, contemporaries, nature, and the cosmos, achieving a transcendent mastery. He dedicated substantial time and effort to meticulously replicate the masterpieces of ancient masters, particularly the works of Shi Tao and Ren, which he rendered with astonishing precision, almost indistinguishable from the originals, marking his first steps in the realm of painting. However, while his replicas gained fame, they predominantly featured landscapes, making character portraits, like this one, a rarity. Hence, Su Hao's unrestrained ridicule of Hu Yang was not without reason. Without even examining the painting, he hastily concluded it was not a work of Zhang Daqian. What a rather mediocre expert you are. Hu Yang chuckled lightly. Is it necessary to even look? A blind person could deduce it. Unable to restrain himself, Hu Yang posed a challenge. Shall we place a wager? In an instant, the live-stream audience fell silent, intrigued by how Hu Yang would outwit the expert. News of the unfolding drama began to spread across the platform, drawing in an ever-growing audience, even garnering the attention of the host. Engaging in a battle of wits with an expert was certainly an enticing spectacle. Everyone was curious to see if Hu Yang could emerge victorious. Chapter 61, A Bet of 100,000. A wager? Su Hao truly exhibits remarkable fearlessness. Yet he worries that the young man may not handle defeat graciously. If Zhang Daqian's artwork could be so casually acquired, it would cease to be the masterpiece of Zhang Daqian. What manner of wager is this? Little Su, what are you intending? The veteran expert once again cautioned, his tone tinged with severity. Regardless of the outcome, an expert competing against the youthful crowd inevitably finds himself at a disadvantage and subject to criticism. Why subject oneself to such ridicule? It is perplexing what thoughts occupy Su Hao's mind. Is he truly an adult? Old Hong, we must not lose face as experts. Su Hao murmured. He too felt that the other experts supported him, believing it necessary to teach that young man a lesson for daring to challenge their authority. Old Hong and the remaining 4 experts were left speechless. Does he not realize that his commotion could bring shame upon them? Furthermore, they had yet to examine the painting and had not declared it a counterfeit. Why the need for such indignation? This matter could easily be dismissed, yet he insists on complicating it. Let us wager on that string of Bodhi seeds you possess. Hu Yang's gaze fell upon the object adorning the opponent's wrist. Ha! You indeed possess discerning eyes. This string of King Bodhi seeds I have is a rare ingot-shaped variety, valued at 100,000. Su Hao boasted. Generally, the price hierarchy of King Bodhi seeds from highest to lowest is as follows. Ingot, flying saucer, short, round, and tall. However, the shape is not the sole determinant of price. Factors such as texture, color, and grain must also be considered. This particular variety is characterized by a flat head and tail with a double dragon pattern. One bead alone satisfies the desires of most enthusiasts for King Bodhi seeds. With its short stature, plumpness, and continuous grain, a low price is simply unfathomable. Moreover, the luster of the patina developed over time is fundamentally influenced by the quality of the skin. The string in Su Hao's possession boasts a prominent dragon spine and relatively coherent patterns, combined with its exceptional quality, making it a paragon among its peers. Thus, even at a price of 100,000, there are eager buyers. Let us settle on 100,000 then. If I win, that string of King Bodhi seeds is mine. If I lose, I shall pay you 100,000. TSK, TSK. Everyone gasped. The wealthy truly are different. Wagering sums of 100,000 with such ease. The viewers in the live stream were once again astonished by Hu Ji's audacity. While there are indeed many affluent individuals on their platform who can casually spend over 100,000 RMB, such a nonchalant bet of this magnitude still left them in disbelief. It is important to note that many of these players earn merely a few thousand a month. For some, their annual income does not even reach 100,000, and to gamble it away in one go is staggering. Simultaneously, the audience was intrigued by the Bodhi seeds. Many had only heard of them, having never seen or recognized them, knowing only that they are treasures of the Buddhist faith. A string of Bodhi seeds valued at 100,000 belongs to the upper echelon of such commodities. On the market, there are also those priced at merely a few dozen yuan. During a previous trip, I encountered a string priced at over 100, and I mistakenly assumed it to be counterfeit. How could a genuine item be so inexpensive? It all depends on the quality, regardless of the item. There exists a spectrum of value. Just as people are categorized into various ranks, so too are all things subject to classification. Su Hao never contemplated the possibility of defeat, nor did he believe he could lose. How could Zhang Daqian painting be encountered so casually? Thus, he was quite pleased. Regarding this benefactor, he felt a surge of joy within, and his impression of Hu Yang suddenly improved. Perhaps, in the future, they could enhance their relationship and become friends. To better safeguard his own interests, Su Hao swiftly drafted an agreement for Hu Yang to sign. This was precisely what Hu Yang desired, as it prevented the expert Su from potentially having second thoughts, so he readily affixed his signature. The original theme of the anti-counterfeiting event unexpectedly shifted, leaving everyone both amused and exasperated. Hu Yang requested the presence of 4 additional experts for the authentication. Old Hong, with no other option, stepped forward to unfurl the painting and joined the others in earnest evaluation. They could not afford to be negligent. A mistake could irreparably tarnish their reputations. At that moment, there was a subtle sense of grievance among them towards Su Hao and Hu Yang for dragging them into this predicament. Daqian style? Old Hong was slightly taken aback. Instead of examining the figures within the painting, he first scrutinized the characters inscribed at the top and was immediately astonished. It was no wonder that the young Hu Yang believed it to be the work of the esteemed Zhang Daqian. Zhang Daqian's calligraphy, rooted in tradition, harmoniously fused with the essence of landscape painting. It eschewed a mere pursuit of ostentation and tension, instead blending strength with emotion, seeking the extraordinary within the ordinary. His calligraphy exudes an elegance that is both delicate and robust, a style that posterity has come to recognize as Daqian style. This particular calligraphic script is easily distinguishable, employing various techniques to achieve a leftward slant. For instance, horizontal strokes are inclined steeply from left to right, with both ends curving upward, while strokes beyond 2 generally maintain parallel alignment, enhanced by decorative curves and inclinations. Alternatively, vertical strokes may also tilt to the left, with pairs appearing either parallel or in a zigzag formation, amplifying the slant. The swift yet orderly brushwork is undoubtedly characteristic of Zhang Daqian, as another expert duly noted. As professionals, they have extensively studied Zhang Daqian's oeuvre. According to their knowledge, his style is bold and vigorous, characterized by a clean and unembellished composition that bears no signs of alteration. Each stroke flows seamlessly into the next, imbued with vitality. Therefore, it can be asserted that Zhang Daqian's works are typically executed in a single, uninterrupted motion, rarely pausing or becoming stuck. If such interruptions were present, those pieces could largely be dismissed. Within the painting, Chang'e's flowing garments flutter gracefully, her demeanor gentle, holding a flower with an air of elegance. This work exudes vitality, particularly with the smooth, rounded lines of her head, skillfully rendered, showcasing the beauty of the ethereal figure. The colors of her visage, softly blended with white, evoke the serene clarity of moonlight, pure and refined. Unfortunately, there is no signature which would have facilitated authentication. Zhang Daqian's signatures are distinctive. One can discern from genuine pieces that the first 4 characters of Daqian Jusher Zhang Yuan are interconnected in their strokes, even when such connections are not explicitly visible in the ink. Careful observation reveals a continuity in the spirit of these characters, indicating that Zhang Daqian executed them in a single, flowing stroke. Who says there isn't one? Here, Hu Yang pointed to a specific area. No one could have anticipated that Zhang Daqian would conceal his signature within the black ribbon of Chang'e's garment. Without thorough scrutiny, it would be easily overlooked. As the experts gazed in astonishment at Hu Yang, their eyes widened slightly, reflecting their disbelief. The intensity of their scrutiny was astonishing. Simultaneously, their glances towards Su Hao were tinged with sympathy. Impossible. Su Hao leaned closer, fixating intently on the inscriptions upon the black cord. There is nothing impossible, except the wager and its consequences. Hand it over, Hu Yang commanded without a hint of courtesy. The viewers in the live stream erupted with a flurry of 666 comments. Their admiration palpable, relishing the spectacle, particularly Su Hao's expression, which was akin to enjoying watermelon on a scorching June day. Chapter 62, I Am a Fool Supplement. The audience was thoroughly entertained. The host not only rebutted the experts, but also effortlessly pocketed a sum of 100,000. Not to mention the potential fortune the painting could yield. Zhang Daqian's works are surely quite valuable, aren't they? Xiao Su, you've lost, Elder Hong reminded Su Hao once more, urging him to uphold his word, lest the experts suffer further embarrassment. Su Hao understood all too well, yet his displeasure lingered. It was not merely about the money. It was a matter of face. Whether it was 80,000 or 100,000, he hardly cared, but losing such dignity made it unbearable for him to remain. Consider it luck on your part. Su Hao begrudgingly removed the bracelet of King Kong Bodhi seeds. Hu Yang refrained from further provocation, wisely choosing to withdraw, as there was no deep-seated animosity to warrant such aggression. Is this what Bodhi seeds look like? They resemble miniature walnuts, Hua Zai remarked, inspecting the luxurious item worth 100,000, something he had never encountered before. Hu Yang explained, there are various types of Bodhi seeds. This is King Kong Bodhi, which indeed has a resemblance to a smaller version of a certain walnut. It has 12 lobes, quite rare. King Kong Bodhi comes in different lobe counts, and the more lobes it has, the more valuable it becomes. Typically, 5 or 6 lobes are common, while those exceeding 10 are considered rare. Moriofer, Hu Yang edit. The aesthetic appeal of this bead improves significantly once it is polished, showcasing a remarkable transformation. New King Kong Bodhi seeds have a raw, unrefined quality akin to uncut jade, exuding vitality. However, once polished, they emanate a sense of weightiness and a jewel-like luster. What about that painting? Huazai inquired, turning toward the artwork. The earlier gentleman, equally intrigued, directed his gaze there as well. True experts possess a certain depth of knowledge. He elucidated. Zhang Daqian's artistic style was fresh and elegant before the age of 30, grand and magnificent by 50, and reached profound depths after 60. By 80, his temperament had mellowed, characterized by simplicity and subtlety in his brushwork. His innovative splashing ink landscapes are strikingly magnificent, merging with the essence of nature, enhancing the emotional resonance and overall effect of the piece. Thus, it is evident that his later works are the most valuable, often fetching millions. In the auction market, Zhang Daqian's late works commonly reach tens of millions. This particular piece, showcasing a style leaning towards freshness and elegance, is likely an early work. Its value estimated between 3 to 5 million. Su Hao declared with an air of expertise. The individual who had sold it to Hu Yang for 20,000 felt a pang of regret, his expression a portrait of bitterness. The audience in the live stream buzzed in astonishment at the host's prowess. No wonder he sought no gifts during the broadcast. It had only been a short while since the stream began. Having earned over 3 million, what can one say? My heavens, it's simply overwhelming. How exhilarating, my friend. Is it a case of overnight wealth? The brother mentioned above, Hu Gu, is already a tycoon. What does he know of sudden riches? I'm a fool indeed. The fellow earlier kept striking his own head, appearing deeply vexed and filled with regret. In that moment, all sympathetic gazes fell upon that unfortunate man, where the roles reversed, and they suffered losses amounting to millions. They would likely yearn for life even less than he. Hua Zai, feeling a twinge of pity, approached to offer consolation. My good sir, despite not making a profit, you have not incurred a loss. Leave me be, you don't understand. After striking his head, the man began to tug at his hair, prompting laughter from the viewers in the live stream. Hu Yang, sensing a bit of bullying, attempted to remedy the situation. But you still possess something, don't you? Allow me to examine it for you, free of charge. The gentleman abruptly lifted his head. How do you know? I saw it when you reached into your pocket, Hu Yang replied. He extended his hand into his pocket and retrieved a small, exquisite bottle, adorned with a vivid depiction of an insect within, appearing remarkably lifelike and exceedingly rare. Surely you recognize what this is? Hu Yang inquired. The experts present were rendered speechless, pondering. Is this your domain or ours? Are we to be allowed to contribute? I know. It's a snuff bottle, isn't it? The gentleman held high hopes for this item, for he had already lost one previously. A snuff bottle is a container for holding snuff, conveniently sized for easy handling. During the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, snuff made its way to China, leading to the gradual Easternization of snuff boxes and the emergence of snuff bottles. Although the habit of using snuff has nearly vanished, snuff bottles have endured as exquisite artifacts, celebrated as pocket-sized masterpieces that encapsulate the essence of various crafts from around the world. Interestingly, both items were purchased at Panjiayuan. The painting cost 20,000, a significant amount. This snuff bottle, on the other hand, was quite a bargain at merely 200. Indeed, it is a snuff bottle, but do you know what material it is made from? Huyang Furter Probed. Jade, perhaps? Huyang shook his head, revealing that this gentleman was indeed a novice. Lacking knowledge. It is not jade, it is amber. Do you not see the insect inside? It is not a painting, but a genuine insect, encapsulated in amber thousands of years ago. The value of amber is heightened when it contains ancient artifacts, exquisite artworks, or biological remains. The economic worth of amber is determined by the clarity, shape, size, and color of the embedded insect. Huyang candidly remarked that the high transparency of this amber signifies its exceptional quality. In terms of material, it is a true treasure. Moreover, although the snuff bottle has only a 300-year history since its development during the Qing dynasty, its petite and intricate design has continuously captivated both Eastern and Western museums and collectors, making it a significant item in the realm of modern Chinese artifacts. So, how much is it worth? The gentleman inquired eagerly, his heart elated, as his sorrow over the loss of the painting worth millions began to fade. It could be said that this snuff bottle was an unexpected delight. Initially, he had harbored little expectation for this snuff bottle. His primary purpose for attending was to authenticate the painting. The 200 yuan snuff bottle, initially discovered at a street stall, was immediately identified as a modern artifact. Su Hao, eager to seize the spotlight, interjected, "The most valuable snuff bottles today are those crafted in cloisonné enamel. While the insect amber is indeed precious, a masterpiece of nature itself, it cannot currently be compared to the cloisonné enamel snuff bottles. Yours, I would estimate, falls within the range of 300 to 500,000. Huyang spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The fellow was overjoyed, grinning foolishly. The audience in the live stream, however, mocked him, laughing like a fool. He probably forgot he just lost a few million. Huh, quite amusing, this brother of ours. If I were in his shoes, I would also feel satisfied. One mustn't be overly greedy. Greedy? It is merely his own possession. Chapter 63. The Guild's Sincerity. Unintentionally revealing his skills, Huyang made it evident to everyone present that this suddenly emerged young man was no ordinary individual. His appraisal abilities seemed to rival those of experts, perhaps even surpassing them. Had it not been for him, a renowned masterpiece might have been destroyed that day. Although his actions were inadvertent, his presence was somewhat unwelcome to the event organizers, who found it rather bothersome. Fortunately, Huyang maintained a more composed demeanor thereafter and did not disrupt the proceedings further, allowing the event to continue smoothly. Several items were indeed damaged, yet some treasures were also discovered, much to the delight of the antiquities buyers present. The experts finally began to exhibit their expertise. Despite Huyang's lack of remarkable displays afterward, his achievement of earning several million had begun to circulate on the platform, drawing an increasing number of viewers. The art of appraisal is, in the eyes of many, shrouded in mystery. News stories often emerge about someone finding a treasure in their ancestral home and becoming overnight millionaires. The pursuit of wealth is an innate human trait, not inherently negative, thus sparking great interest in such matters. Now, on this very live streaming platform, a host was engaging with antiques and had earned several million. This revelation piqued the curiosity of those who heard about it. Consequently, unbeknownst to him, Huyang's audience count surpassed 50,000, steadily approaching the 60,000 mark. Moreover, his follower count surged dramatically to 20,000. Although still far from the coveted 100,000, Huyang did not feel particularly disheartened. Regrettably, if only our guild had orchestrated this, with such a gimmick, surpassing 30,000 followers would have been plausible, remarked Zhuang Fan to the nearby boss of the Baiyenshan Guild. The boss had just arrived at the company, drawn specifically by the allure of Hugu, the host. Should Huyang indeed sign with their guild, it would warrant the boss's personal involvement. Clearly, Huji's capabilities in generating income eclipsed those of their boss. In fact, it would be challenging for 10 guilds like theirs to compare to Huyang. In this brief span, his gift revenue had already exceeded 10,000. Pondered the young boss in a suit. Huji's potential surpassed his expectations. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would strive to secure Huyang's signing, not merely for the sake of earning from Hu Yang's gift shares, but also, and perhaps more importantly, for the value of Hu Yang's financial prowess. Earlier, he also learned that Hu Yang is quite generous. When he encounters a streamer he finds appealing, he does not hesitate to show his support. Just like that military brother who went beachcombing before, he casually tossed out over 10,000 in gifts. Although Hu Ge did not solicit gifts, everyone still felt inclined to contribute. Upon hearing Zhuang Fan's words, the young boss chuckled. You do not quite grasp the mindset of the players. There will always be affluent individuals eager to curry favor. Bestowing gifts is a means to attract Hu Ji's attention. Take Yu Wenqing, for instance. He became acquainted with Hu Ge and discovered a couple of treasures, earning over 1 million. Such opportunities are coveted by all. Thus, some individuals present gifts simply to forge a friendship with Hu Ge, hoping to invite him to their hometown. They wish to catch a ride on his coattails, akin to Yu Wenqing, and enjoy effortless profits. Consequently, Hu Yang has received an abundance of platform gifts in short span. They privately messaged Hu Ge, stating their conditions are entirely feasible for their guild, inquiring if he has time to sign a contract with them in the coming days. Alternatively, they suggested meeting at a designated location. Ideally, they would love to invite Hu Yang to visit their guild. If he could also mentor some of their other streamers, it would be even more splendid. Their guild was established rather late, making it challenging to rise to prominence without substantial investment. Although Yang Han-min, the boss, hails from a relatively affluent background, this venture has already seen an investment of several million yuan. However, such capital is insufficient in today's competitive landscape. As for their guild, a plan is underway to promote one prominent streamer, intending to invest 500,000 yuan. While this may seem considerable, compared to some larger guilds that dedicate millions or even tens of millions to elevate a single viral streamer, it appears rather modest. Understood. Hu Ge is quite approachable. It should not be too difficult, Zhuang Fan remarked. He had previously exchanged private messages with Hu Yang and found him genuinely easy to engage with, lacking the aloofness typically associated with the wealthy. If we can secure Hu Ge, it would be a monumental achievement for our guild. Your bonus this month will be significant. So do your best, Yang Hanmin encouraged, giving Zhuang Fan a pat on the shoulder. Speaking of which, Zhuang Fan's salary is not particularly high, at just over 4,000. This is the norm for new companies, and he only earns this much due to his previous experience in other guilds. Hu Ge. The members of Baiyenshan Guild have messaged again, stating they can meet the conditions and inquiring when he is available to sign. Hua Zai whispered to Hu Yang. After glancing at the content of the private message, Hu Yang noted the other party's sincerity was quite apparent. As long as they can guarantee him a degree of freedom. Joining a guild poses minimal risk. It merely affects a small portion of his income, which he does not mind. Having a team to assist with cumbersome tasks is worth the expenditure. According to Zhuang Fan, if the recent incident of humiliating the experts, which netted millions, were managed by their guild, it could easily attract over 30,000 followers. This illustrates the stark contrast between having a guild and not having one. Very well. In that case, let us aim for the afternoon. Once this event concludes, we shall proceed. Hua Zai, please add the other party on WeChat and secure a location. All right, I will reach out to them. Although Hu Zai has only been assisting Hu Yang for a mere few days, he has already become quite adept at managing dual mobile phones for the live broadcasts. In fact, more advanced streaming equipment has arrived. Yet he is still familiarizing himself with it. Hence it has not yet been utilized. Zhuang Fan, filled with joy, seemed to envision his bonus for the month, and quickly called out to the boss who was about to leave, explaining the situation. Is that so? Then please have brother Hu and the others come over later. Let us sign the contract first, and then we can all dine together. I'll reserve a table at the nearby Hakka restaurant, and will notify the other streamers in the guild to come if they can, Yang Hanmin stated. This gathering would serve as a celebration for Brother Hu S joining their guild, while also providing an opportunity for other members to meet and familiarize themselves with one another. Although they could not offer Brother Hu any signing bonus, being a new streamer, his importance to the guild was unprecedented. Before long, all the streamers in the Baiyun Mountain Guild received word that the formidable newcomer, Brother Hu, was poised to join their ranks. The streamers rushed to watch Hu Yang's broadcast, eager to catch a glimpse of the male streamer who would soon become their guild star. The once tired fox, initially ready to rest, found her drowsiness dissipate and decided to hold off on sleep until the afternoon. Chapter 64. May I finish speaking? The outcome was predictable. For the past 3 to 4 years, she had been stuck in mediocrity, lacking any opportunity to shine. Half a year ago, upon the expiration of her contract, she departed from her agency and began performing in various bars, managing to get by, albeit with occasional harassment. 2 weeks prior, a A person claiming to be the boss of Bayun Mountain Guild approached her, offering a sum of 500,000 to assist her entry into the streaming industry. While being an internet celebrity may not carry the same prestige as being a traditional singer, the financial success that internet personalities have achieved over the years is something many traditional artists envy, despite their outward disdain. Lin Yufei pondered for 2 days before ultimately deciding to join Bayun Mountain Guild and immerse herself in the world of streaming. Brother who? Is the guild planning to elevate him to the top? She mused to herself. This was not mere speculation. It was the chatter among other streamers in the group. She felt a twinge of wariness, fearing that Brother Who's arrival might dilute her own promotional resources within the guild. After all, she had already endured a period of silence for 3 to 4 years. How could she not be apprehensive? With a frown adorning her alluring brow, she continued to peruse the discussions while simultaneously opening the streaming software to check out the live broadcast of the streamer named Who. Soon enough, Lin Yufei realized she had misjudged the situation. Brother Who's circumstances were not as she had imagined. His approach to streaming was not primarily for financial gain. Despite having only streamed for a few days, he exhibited remarkable prowess, currently ranking 10th on their platform's newcomer Rising Star list. This Rising Star list not only considers the gifts received, but also factors in follower counts and viewer numbers during broadcasts, rendering it a relatively objective ranking. Merely on his own merit, he had entered the 10th position on this list, which indeed suggested he possessed the potential to become the top streamer in their Bayun Mountain Guild. More significantly, Brother Who was inherently affluent, possessing an exceptional talent for generating wealth. Just moments ago, several million had been publicly earned, leaving Lin Yufei wide-eyed. She now understood that the introduction of streamer Who Go into the guild would benefit all its members without causing any harm. Shortly after, Lin Yufei received a call from her boss, Yang Hanmin, urging her to attend a dinner gathering. Rest assured, our dinner is devoid of any frivolities. It is merely an opportunity for everyone to get acquainted. Our guild is relatively new and lacks cohesion, so think of it as a collective meal, Yang Hanmin explained. With such a compelling invitation, Lin Yufei naturally had no objections. All right, Mr. Yang, you can count on my attendance. The gathering for all employees was a clear indication of the guild's regard for Hugo. Having spent considerable time as a bar singer, Lin Yufei was not overly apprehensive about such social settings. Even if she were toast Hugo a few times, she would not complain. At the cultural square, the anti-counterfeiting activity had progressed significantly. At this moment, the experts encountered a dilemma, feeling somewhat stuck. They were examining a porcelain piece, and opinions among the experts varied, leading to a heated debate. Su Hao believed it was a counterfeit and should be destroyed, a sentiment echoed by 2 other experts. However, Elder Hong felt that the porcelain warranted further consideration. The situation was unclear, and he urged caution against being so decisive. If there are flaws, then it is fake. According to our event's rules, it should be destroyed. What is the issue? Su Hao questioned. This individual remained as insufferable as ever. The audience in Hu Yang's livestream found his demeanor intolerable, and they could not warm up to him. Despite Su Hao appearing to have a reasonable grasp of right and wrong, he was plagued by numerous minor faults, such as arrogance, which even the likes of Hua Zai could not help but criticize behind his back. Elder Hong found himself in a quandary. Truthfully, the thought of causing others financial loss due to a misjudgment weighed heavily on him. When he was invited by the event organizers, he hesitated about participating after seeing the established rules. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Hu Yang, and his eyes lit up. Young Hu, what is your perspective on this? He unexpectedly directed the conflict towards Hu Yang. Hu Yang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the expert to seek his opinion, especially after their previous, somewhat adversarial interactions, which had forced him to provide only subtle commentary in his live stream to explain and critique to his audience. Haha, have I finally gained the attention of my esteemed Hu Ge? It's time for Hu Ge to shine again. Anticipation. The elderly gentleman remained quite responsible, urging everyone to maintain decorum. Indeed, the most irritating presence is that pretentious expert Su, who, despite lacking significant ability, boasts excessively. If I were present, I would surely confront him. Elder Hong's remarks startled the organizers, who clearly did not anticipate the situation evolving in this manner. As for me, Elder Hong nodded. Young Hu, do not be modest. Your capabilities have been evident to all. Please share your insights. Before Su Hao could finish his retort, Elder Hong's expression turned serious. Xiao Su, this is a grave matter. We must uphold the fundamental ethics of our profession. This statement immediately earned the respect of both the audience in Hu Yang's livestream and those present at the scene. This is the true essence of expertise. Indeed, the seasoned experts retain their unique flavor. Over the years, The integrity of expertise has been compromised, primarily due to the emergence of so-called experts who have tarnished its reputation. Well said. The fundamental principles of professional ethics are commendable. Hu Yang felt a renewed respect, while Zheng nodded and approached. The experts had previously mentioned that this piece is an apple vase, a distinctive form from the Qing dynasty during the Kangxi era, named for its resemblance to an apple. The vessel features a flared mouth, a concave base, lacks a neck, and boasts a round belly, with the mouth resembling the stem of a fruit nestled within its curvature. The piece is exquisitely crafted, plump, and rounded. The one before us is made of underglazed red porcelain. Let us refrain from reiterating what we have already stated. Speak of something substantial. Su Hao, already dissatisfied with Hu Yang, could not help but retort whenever the opportunity arose. Hu Yang made a speechless expression, indicating to the live audience, "Look, this individual is truly insufferable." The production process of underglazed red porcelain is largely akin to that of contemporary blue and white porcelain. It employs copper oxide as a coloring agent, with decorative patterns painted on the body before being coated with a transparent glaze, subsequently fired in a high-temperature reduction atmosphere. Since the red patterns lie beneath the glaze, it is termed underglazed red porcelain. Hu Yang stroked the rim of the apple vase, the texture at the edge communicating to him that this is a new piece. Judging by the characteristics of the rim, the firing intensity is still somewhat strong, suggesting it was crafted within the past year. Before Hu Yang could finish, Su Hao interrupted. "I told you so. This is a counterfeit. See, he shares the same opinion. Does he not? There are hardly any doubts left, are there?" The audience in the live stream expressed disappointment, having hoped for a different conclusion. "Wait, can I finish what I was saying?" Hu Yang's voice involuntarily rose, glaring at the self-satisfied Su Hao, deeply dissatisfied with his constant interruptions. Chapter 65, The Restored Porcelain. What more is there to say? You have clearly stated that the rim is new, and the firing intensity has yet to dissipate. Is further examination necessary? If it isn't fake, is it still genuine? Not only was Su Hao perplexed, but the others present, along with all the viewers in the live stream, were equally baffled, unable to discern where the twist lay. Please go ahead. Su Hao, having regained his composure, was eager to hear what insights this individual might offer. The mindset of the owner of the treasure fluctuated dramatically, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Witnessing controversy surrounding his prized possession, he still clung to some hope, especially with a venerable elder's endorsement. However, when a young man named who confirmed that the rim was indeed new, despair crept in, almost extinguishing his last flicker of hope. Yet, just as that final glimmer was about to fade, Hu Yang called for a pause, seemingly possessing an alternate perspective that remained elusive. Before us lies a porcelain piece. Though referred to as a vase, it is quite diminutive in size. Its total height measures a mere 74 centimeters, with a mouth diameter of 41 centimeters and a foot diameter of 44 centimeters, thus classifying it as a small porcelain item. Its abdomen is remarkably rounded, featuring a ring foot, and the entire body is adorned with underglazed red patterns. The rim is decorated with entwined floral motifs, while the belly showcases 4 blooming flowers: the lotus, peony, chrysanthemum, and camellia. This porcelain piece is particularly unique. Beginning our examination at the rim, we can discern that it is indeed new. However, from the perspective of the base, it is undoubtedly in antiquity. To many, it presents itself as a paradox. Previously, several experts engaged in a debate concerning this very matter, which we are all aware of. Su Hao began to speak. Hu Yang chuckled lightly, turning the apple vase to the side, and remarked, "Surely, you have not examined the inner wall?" The inner wall? Just moments ago, he had only scrutinized the mouth of the vase, discovering an inconsistency. An inconsistency implies a counterfeit, rendering further investigation unnecessary. Thus he had overlooked the inner wall. On the contrary, Old Hong first inspected the foot and the base's inscription, concluding it to be genuine. However, upon examining the mouth of the vase, his certainty waned. Consequently, for Old Hong, this piece of porcelain remained indeterminate. Su Hao and the other experts gathered closely, illuminating the interior of the apple vase with flashlights, diligently observing its condition. Soon, they discerned a faint circle of marks just beneath the vase's mouth. In retrospect, he felt a tinge of regret for not having considered that possibility earlier. The audience in the live stream, along with those present, grew anxious. If you know something, please share. Don't leave us in suspense. Only then did Hu Yang explain. The mouth of the vase is indeed new, but this apple vase is not entirely a forgery. To be precise, it is a piece of porcelain that has undergone restoration. It suffered damage at the mouth and the previous owner likely found it lamentable, thus sought the expertise of a skilled artisan to restore it. With this clarification, everyone immediately understood. They had not anticipated such a revelation. The outcome was astonishing, affirming that the porcelain still holds value. Fortunately, they did not rashly smash it. It seems these experts are somewhat lacking. Some murmured, "Hey, you underestimate Brother Hu. His expertise in appraising treasures is on par with that of the experts," someone countered. "Indeed, we have all witnessed this firsthand in recent days." The owner of the treasure inquired cautiously of Hu Yang, "Is my treasure still valuable?" Hu Yang refrained from monopolizing the conversation, glancing towards the experts. Su Hao promptly took over the discourse, stating, "Originally, this was a Qing Dynasty Kangxi period red-glazed apple vase, but due to the damage at the mouth, its value has significantly diminished. In our field, there is a saying, ancient porcelain with flaws is worthless. This means that even a minor defect can greatly affect a porcelain's value, rendering it seemingly worthless. Your apple vase, though restored, still bears flaws, which is an unalterable fact. According to my estimation, it is worth at most just over 50,000. Had it remained undamaged, it could have fetched as much as 500,000. After all, red-glazed porcelain is an artistic treasure among traditional ceramics, both rare and precious. Once, a modest red-glazed apple vase sold for over 20 million. A remarkable feat. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The value had plummeted drastically. Just from a damaged mouth, it had decreased from the millions to mere thousands. It is challenging to find a discerning collector. Hu Yang consoled the owner. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Hong interjected, "If you are willing, I can acquire it for 80,000. What do you think?" Those familiar with Mr. Hong are aware that he has long sought a red-glazed apple vase, yet his quest has remained unfulfilled. Today, although this apple vase is a piece of restored porcelain, it does not dampen Mr. Hong's fervent enthusiasm for collecting. The owner of the treasure was overjoyed and nodded eagerly. Earlier, Su Hao had indicated that the market price was around 50,000, yet Mr. Hong offered 80,000, a price few would dare to match. Thus, if not now, when? The event continued, with some reveling in joy while others were left in despair. As the clock approached midnight, the final treasure holder in attendance was finally secured. "Mr. Hu, is it? I am a manager of the Yuan Yu auction house. Here is my business card. I look forward to your guidance and collaboration in the future," introduced a manager from the auction house. He recognized Mr. Hu as a potential ally of considerable merit, hence his desire to establish a rapport, foreseeing the possibility of future cooperation. Not to mention, the painting he acquired during the event was indeed a treasure he hoped to persuade the other party to auction at their house. Mr. Hu took the business card and glanced at it, noting the name, Liang Bo. "Greetings. I appreciate your support," Mr. Hu said, shaking his hand. Just as he was about to depart, Mr. Hong approached him. "Young friend Hu, I presume you have yet to join our province's antique association? I have not encountered you previously." Mr. Hu nodded. During his time at the university's antique club, he was aware that both the province and the nation had antique associations. "Not yet. I believe one needs an internal recommendation to join, correct?" Mr. Hong smiled and asked, "Would you like to become a member? If so, I can recommend you. With your capabilities, the provincial association would surely welcome you. The current president of the Provincial Antique Association values young talent greatly. Joining the association would be advantageous, expanding your network and access to information." Mr. Hu understood this logic well, so upon hearing Mr. Hong's willingness to recommend him, he expressed his gratitude. "Then I would be most grateful for your assistance, Mr. Hong." "Huh, not at all, not at all." They exchanged contact information and bid each other farewell in haste. Mr. Hu, accompanied by Hua Zai, headed straight for the Baiyan Mountain Guild. Chapter 66. Joining. Yang Hamin personally welcomed them, with Zhuang Fan and 3 other employees standing by. Thus, the entire company comprised merely 4 employees, aside from the host and the boss. Among them, Zhuang Fan specialized in talent scouting, while the other 3 included one responsible for machine operations and instructing the host on using the live streaming equipment. Another managed the daily operations of the host, and the final female employee attended to the host's makeup and attire. Though the guild was modest, it was fully equipped. "Welcome, welcome. Please come in." After a round of polite exchanges, Yang Hanmin guided Mr. Hu and Hua Zai inside. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Yang Hanmin explained that this level served as their guild's base of operations. To the left of the staircase was the guild's live streaming studio, comprising 20 small rooms, along with offices for operations and staff, as well as the boss's office. To the right were the employees' dormitories. The number of hosts residing in the guild was limited to 5 or 6, primarily those facing financial difficulties. We intend to clear out a broadcasting room and redecorate it as your exclusive live streaming studio. Hugo, please let us know your preferred style shortly, Yang Hamin stated. Although Hu Yang would seldom visit the guild, as he primarily pursued outdoor streaming. The provision of a dedicated live streaming space represented one of the few genuine gestures from their guild. Hu Yang and Yang Hanmin were of a similar age, and given Hu Yang's lucrative skills, Yang Hanmin was more than willing to address him as Hugo without any sense of embarrassment. Is this really necessary? It seems a bit wasteful. I may not frequent this place much. You know, I'm someone who roams about, Hu Yang remarked, fully aware of the guild's intentions. Yet feeling the gesture was unnecessary. It won't go to waste. Even though you may not come often, there will always be exceptions. Moreover, our broadcasting room is more than sufficient, so please do not decline, Yang Hanmin insisted. With that, Hu Yang ceased to refuse. I suppose a classical Chinese style would be appropriate, something more subdued, and the rest is inconsequential. By the way, is the contract ready? Let me have a look. If it's suitable, we won't waste anyone's time. Hu Yang was a person of decisiveness. Yang Hanmin and the others rejoiced and promptly produced the prepared contract. It consisted of merely 2 sheets of A4 paper, with the requirement for party A being minimal, primarily outlining the rights of party B. Hu Yang glanced over it and, finding no hidden pitfalls, requested a pen to sign his name. From this moment forth, Hu Yang officially became a member of the Baiyenshin Guild. In the future, his streaming room would bear the insignia of the Baiyenshin Guild. Xiao Chun, update our guild's homepage to announce Hu Ji's membership, Yang Hanmin instructed. Each guild has its own page on the platform, containing various information such as the establishment date, registered capital, location, and member streamers. Understood. I will post it immediately. Xiao Chun, responsible for operations, replied cheerfully. Their guild had yet to host any prominent streamers, although Hu Ge was a newcomer with only a few days of broadcasting experience. His streaming account had already reached a level ranking among the top 5 in their guild, making him a champion streamer. On the platform, streamer levels are categorized from lowest to highest as Star, Diamond, Crown, Legendary, Epic, and God of Song. The Star and Diamond levels are subdivided into 5 tiers, while the Crown level encompasses 20 tiers before one can ascend to Legendary. The subsequent levels of Legendary and Epic also consist of 5 tiers. The higher the tier, the more challenging it becomes to advance. Statistics indicate that reaching the Legendary level requires approximately 5 million RMB in assistance, while Epic demands over 10 million. The God of Song represents the pinnacle of their platform, currently held by only a select few at the God of Song 3 level, reportedly accumulating over 50 million in gifts. They were acutely aware of Hu Ji's potential. In just a few days, he had nearly reached the 2nd crown level, and it was certain that within no time, he would be their guild's number 1. Thus, the leading positions within the guild were effectively secured. Huazai, please provide our streaming account's credentials to the guild. Since you have chosen to join, the live streaming backend must be accessible to the guild for operational purposes. Understood. The entire franchise process was remarkably straightforward and efficient, taking no more than half an hour. Yang Hanmin and his associates understood that the primary reason for this ease was Hu Ji's indifference towards the income from live streaming. Had it been another host, they would have likely lingered, seeking additional perks. The last live streaming room, please. It's close to my office and relatively quiet, suggested Yang Hanmin. Hu Yang nodded nonchalantly. That's fine. You may proceed with the arrangements. He observed that the decor of these streaming rooms leaned toward a cozy, youthful aesthetic, typically adorned with charming plush toys and various musical instruments. At this moment, only one host remained live in the guild. She resided there and had risen at 4 or 5 in the morning to stream, continuing for nearly 8 hours now. The soundproofing of the streaming room was rather inadequate, allowing the external world to hear the activities inside. The singing is quite commendable, Huazai remarked. Yang Hanmin grinned with a sense of pride, of course. Our guild is predominantly composed of talented hosts, which was one of my motivations for establishing this guild. He lamented the current state of live streaming platforms, which had become rather superficial, with many aspiring hosts believing they could earn money solely through their appearance and vocal shouts. Yang Hanmin was skeptical of this trend, asserting that even in live streaming, content creation is paramount, as substance is of utmost importance. He continued to elaborate. Shally has a background in music and was once a music teacher. She is a single mother. Although she only taught elementary music, she was still an educator. Unfortunately, her marital status and the fact that she had a child led to her departure from her previous position. Currently, her parents are caring for her child while she strives to earn a living. Whilst I peered inside, she is quite beautiful. I cannot fathom why such a woman would be abandoned. The man must be quite despicable. Xiao Li worked diligently. Hugo, would you consider making a guest appearance? Zhuang Fan suggested. The entire guild recognized Xiao Li's efforts as she streamed for over 10 hours a day, hardly venturing outside. In the initial days, she nearly strained her voice from singing. Thus, Zhuang Fan was eager to assist in boosting Xiao Li's popularity. However, Hu Yang immediately waved his hand. I cannot sing. What would I contribute as a guest? Chapter 67. The Single Mother. Not being able to sing is merely an excuse, isn't it? After all, none of us have heard Hu Ge sing, someone mused. Singing isn't a necessity. You can simply chat for a bit, Zhuang Fan replied. Hu Yang still shook his head, not out of reluctance to assist, but rather due to feeling awkward and believing that as a new host, he could not bring any significant audience to someone else's stream. Contemplating the situation, he turned to Hua Zai. Yesterday, did you not uncover some gifts during the platform's treasure hunt event? Hua Zai nodded affirmatively, yes. 2 goddess treasure chests. The platform hosted various events, such as dating goddess activities and treasure hunts, offering opportunities to win special platform gifts. The treasure chests were gifts from a treasure hunt, categorized into 3 types. The lowest being the lucky chest, priced at 30,000 coins. Next was the goddess chest at 50,000 coins. And the grand prize was the elf chest, valued at 70,000 coins. This activity is akin to a lottery, characterized by both gains and losses, heavily relying on luck. Yesterday, Hua Zai experienced a stroke of fortune, spending merely 10,000 coins to unearth 2 goddess treasure chests, which held a cumulative worth of 100,000 coins, equivalent to 1,000 yuan. Well, I shall gift them to her. By the way, the items from the Shake and Win event in the warehouse should be cleared out as well. Hu Yang felt that, rather than merely guest appearing in someone else's live stream, it would be more beneficial to present tangible gifts. On their platform, every recharge of 300 yuan grants one opportunity to participate in the Shake and Win lottery, which may yield special gifts from the platform. Having recharged so much, Hu Yang must have acquired over 10 grand prizes worth 30,000 coins, though he did not keep track of the specifics. Conversely, Hua Zai was quite enthusiastic about such events, relishing the sensation of winning grand prizes. Oh, are they all for giving away? Indeed, keeping them for oneself serves little purpose. As they are all intended as gifts, Hu Yang nodded in agreement. Zhuang Fan and others felt a sense of joy for Xiao Li, as perhaps Hu Ji's generosity would surpass the rewards of Xiao Li's efforts over the preceding days. Who can fathom the extent of gifts in a wealthy individual's warehouse like Hu Ge? Many players on the platform enjoy stockpiling gifts in their warehouses, amassing treasures worth several million star coins, even tens of millions. Although the commission for gifts like treasure chests is modest for streamers, their ability to entice players to open chests and compete for coins makes them highly appealing. Naturally, it cannot be denied that many participants in these coin competitions are merely bots. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, who was engaged in a live PK, remained oblivious to the arrival of significant figures from the company. Feeling slightly anxious, she noticed the opposing streamer's big brother continuously accumulating coins, while her own health bar dwindled to near invisibility. This round, the opposing streamer had made it clear that there would be penalties. Xiao Li dreaded encountering streamers who imposed such punishments, as she had seldom triumphed over them. Regular streamers were manageable, often demanding only lighthearted tasks, such as drawing on one's face, which Xiao Li could accept. However, some streamers took things to extremes, requiring more scandalous actions, like shaking their chests in front of the camera, which was utterly humiliating. Previously unaware, Xiao Li, having streamed for just over half a month, had already grasped the nuances of phrases like grinding tofu, high mountains and flowing water, and driving a tractor. The only skill she could showcase was her singing, which she approached with earnestness, hoping to earn the admiration of the big brothers. Alas, I am destined to lose, as the top brother from the opposing side is present, remarked one of the managers in Xiao Li's livestream. Indeed, the top brother from the opposing side has a fan value exceeding 1 million star coins. Our side is simply too few. It's not that we lack numbers. The opposing side has few fans as well, yet they have a big brother shielding them. Well, one big brother is worth 100 of us ordinary folks, making victory improbable. This big brother had been by her side since her initial foray into streaming, which made Xiao Li particularly cherish his presence, forcing a smile as she said, "It's all right. Losing is losing. I've grown accustomed to it. Let us not put too much pressure on everyone." "Oh, who do I see?" she exclaimed, startled. It was merely a barren title. On our platform, such titles are as common as dirt. Long live Hu Ge. Hey, focus. The title level is not the crux. The key point is that Hu Ge has arrived. Streamer, you are in for a stroke of luck today. Who is Hu Ge? In a platform bustling with numerous players, the majority remain unaware of Hugo, a newcomer who has only been streaming for a few days, albeit making quite a stir. Upon reviewing Huji's profile, it becomes evident that he is indeed a novice streamer, prompting some a chuckle. However, Xiaoli is elated. While others may be oblivious to Hugo, she is well informed. The guild had long announced Huji's impending arrival, and she never anticipated he would grace her live stream so soon. What astonishes her even more is the realization that Hugo is presently just outside her streaming room. Huazai, glancing at the PK situation, notes the opposing streamer's heavy makeup, reminiscent of a courtesan, and cannot fathom why some would choose to support her over Xiaoli. It can only be said that preferences vary widely. Following Huji's instructions, Huazai types 2 words. Keep it up. Zhuang Fan had initially intended for Hugo to interact on the screen, but Hugo exudes an air of coolness, contemplating future opportunities for other guild streamers to connect with him. Xiaoli forces herself to regain composure and sincerely expresses her gratitude. Thank you, Hugo, for your encouragement. I will strive to do my best. She then introduces Hugo to her audience, emphasizing that he is a prominent streamer within their guild, urging them not to underestimate him or speak carelessly. As the PK draws to a close, with less than a minute remaining, the opposing female streamer continues her fervent exhortations. Fully aware of the diminishing chances of victory, but still attempting to entice viewers to send gifts. Such is the nature of being a streamer. She has already devised a plan to impose a fitting punishment on the rival streamer, offering her own audience a bit of entertainment. She particularly enjoys exploiting the allure of other female streamers to entice her male viewers to contribute financially. Such occurrences are not uncommon on the platform, where male streamers often collaborate with female counterparts to attract certain viewers, enticing them to donate in exchange for lewd acts as a form of punishment for the opposing female streamers. She halts her shouts and consults her top supporter, Brother Wolf. What should we do to punish the opposing streamer? Squats. She inquires. Squats involve a seductive motion of squatting while twisting the waist, appealing to those who appreciate curvaceous female streamers. Watching squats becomes mundane. Let us go for a mic lick, Brother Wolf suggests. Mic licking, a more suggestive act than squats, certainly captures the varied intentions of viewers watching the stream. Did you hear that, Miss on the other side? My brother wants you to lick the mic. Chapter 68, Exclusive Players Supplement. Just as she is about to elaborate, the nearly depleted health bar of the opposing streamer suddenly rebounds, and the platform system alerts. Hugo has gifted Lily 2 goddess treasure chests, worth a total of 100,000 coins. She momentarily freezes, then erupts into ecstatic screams. Brother Wolf, help. They VE started spending, and they LL soon surpass us. For those eager to see the rewards, let us rally together. On Xiaoli's side, the moderators are equally taken aback, promptly rallying and shouting 666, emboldened by the prospect of action. Typically, Xiaoli's audience lacks extravagant spenders, which has deterred them from making bold proclamations. Due to the treasure chest's coin-grabbing incentive, the audience in the livestream room surged from over 1,000 to more than 7,000, the majority of whom were mere passive viewers, rendering them ineffective. Lily was profoundly touched, as no one had ever presented her with such a grand gift before. It was heartwarming to finally feel appreciated by a benefactor. At that moment, the opposing player, known as the Wolf, countered by throwing several luxury sports cars worth 10,000 coins each, seemingly attempting to diminish their momentum. He remarked reassuringly, "Rest assured, I promised you victory, and I shall not go back on my word." The female host across the way displayed an expression of heartfelt gratitude, though it was uncertain whether it was genuine or feigned, as she thanked her benefactor, the Wolf, urging him to check WeChat. Any viewer who sent more than 10,000 coins would be added to her contacts, a common tactic among many streamers. However, before she could fully revel in her success, the previously subdued competition surged back, overwhelming her side and leaving her utterly bewildered. Not only was she at a loss for words, but even the Wolf, who had been so vocal moments before, fell silent. The platform announced, Hugo has gifted Lily 15 moon-eating celestials, totaling a staggering 450,000 star coins. Along with the previous 2 goddess treasure chests, the total had soared to 550,000 coins. How could they possibly compete? Although the Wolf's leaderboard boasted over 1 million coins, that represented nearly 2 months of accumulated wealth. Lily covered her mouth, struggling to contain her tears. She noticed that she had briefly appeared on the platform's headline, albeit for mere seconds before being overshadowed, yet it marked her first appearance there. The efforts of the past half-month, often exceeding 10 hours daily, had not yielded as many gifts as this one moment. It was better to remain silent. But as soon as she began to express her gratitude, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The past few weeks had been incredibly challenging, and she understood the difficulties of being a streamer all too well. Huzai glanced at Hugo, who was engaged in conversation with Boss Yang, seemingly oblivious to the emotional impact of his generous gift on the female host. He discreetly typed a message, "Wrap up your stream soon for dinner." Subsequently, he dispatched the remaining haphazard items from his inventory. On Lily's fan leaderboard, his fan value was nearing 700,000. Through their observations, they had discerned the patterns of when affluent patrons frequented the platform. During lunchtime, larger streamers began their broadcasts, making it more challenging to secure the top spot. For instance, sending out 15 moon-eating celestials worth 450,000 coins would have guaranteed a 3-minute reign had it occurred earlier in the morning. Zhuang Fan nodded in agreement, though he could not fault Hugo and his crew for the circumstances. Huzai chuckled, suggesting, "Shall we impose a penalty on the opposing side?" Their earlier arrogance was hard to bear. "Do as you wish. After all, Hugo has entrusted you with the matter," Zhuang Fan replied. They admired Huzai for his association with Hugo, believing his future prospects to be significantly brighter than theirs. "All right, then let the opposing side take the mic as well." Hu Ji's character was such that he would not provoke others unless they initiated conflict, and he would not back down when challenged. Huzai stated, the operations team utilized the guild account to inform Lily, encouraging her to retaliate against the opposing team. In truth, Xiaoqin also felt a sense of satisfaction, having previously witnessed the guild streamers being bullied with no power to intervene. However, upon hearing the word punishment, the female streamer's expression changed dramatically, yet she complied nonetheless. One could only say that her luck was truly abysmal, losing over 100,000 coins, as if she had struck a solid wall. Although she could take a gamble, such actions would not only draw the ire of other players, but would also earn her the disdain of her own guild members for her lack of reputation. After the punishment was administered, Xiaoli learned from the operations manager that Hugo was at their guild and that everyone was heading out for a meal shortly. She needed to conclude her broadcast promptly. It was already past midnight, and she felt immense gratitude towards Hugo and for today's stream, which she declared would come to a close. After expressing her thanks multiple times, Xiaoli reluctantly ended her stream. This was not mere pretense. Her popularity was soaring, and she felt a twinge of reluctance to part ways. However, with Hugo waiting outside and the boss insisting on a group dinner, she had no choice but to sign off. Zhuang Fan and the others felt elated, witnessing the benefits of Hugo joining their guild gradually manifest. In a fan group, inquiries arose about whether he had genuinely joined the guild, with many expressing a desire to follow suit. Huazai occasionally monitored the QQ group as part of his duties. A guild not only attracts streamers, but also engages players, allowing them to don the guild's insignia, thus becoming exclusive members. Some prominent guilds boast several players of divine rank or higher, providing them with significant clout. In contrast, their Baiyunshan guild was languishing, with the highest player rank being Duke, which felt rather disheartening. Cultivating a dedicated fan base for their guild had always been the aspiration of Zhuang Fan and his companions. Upon hearing Huazai's remarks, they responded in unison, urging, "Let them join our guild." Hu Yang, though not fully grasping the situation, nodded in agreement. Acknowledging Zhuang Fan's enthusiasm, asked them if it's convenient for them to come over and convey my gratitude for everyone's support. Yang Hanmin and the others rejoiced at what they deemed a wise decision to introduce Hugo into their ranks, as he brought along a wealth of hidden potential. Among the players, one even held the title of king, a mere 2 levels shy of divinity, with the ranks above being emperor and celestial monarch, followed by ascension to godhood. It could be said that the players who Gu brought could potentially double the number of exclusive members in their guild. Chapter 69, Platform Activities. Zhuang Fan proceeded to notify all available streamers in the guild to join for the meal. In truth, they mostly gathered at the Haka Garden, a lavish feast, courtesy of the boss, was an invitation no one would refuse, especially with the opportunity to meet Hugo. While waiting at the Haka Garden, they watched the live stream and felt a pang of regret for not having broadcasted that morning. Additionally, the operations manager, Xiao Chun, had shared screenshots in the guild group, making it impossible for anyone to remain uninformed. Everyone was in high spirits, sensing a promising future for the guild with the addition of such a prominent figure in streaming. After exiting the streaming room, Xiaoli approached Hugo, who was conversing with Boss Yang, and bowed respectfully, displaying her humility. There was no choice. In times of poverty, aspirations are easily diminished, leading to a sense of humility, which often requires one to bow to reality. No need for formalities. In the future, we shall all be part of the same guild, supporting one another. Let us freshen up and indulge in a sumptuous meal together. Hu Yang remarked with a smile. He maintained a similar demeanor towards ordinary individuals, never considering himself superior. Boss Yang, with a generous spirit, added, quickly, let us go. Today everyone can eat freely. He had heard that this young lady had subsisted on instant noodles in her dormitory for half a month. Upon learning this, he had even instructed Zhuang Fan to stock the refrigerator in the staff dormitory with eggs and other essentials. Additionally, he planned to distribute salaries that evening, specifically for those struggling streamers. Xiaoli hurried to the restroom to remove her makeup, still unable to calm her excitement. Earlier, she had felt a twinge of anxiety about meeting Hu Ge, but was pleasantly surprised by his approachability. At that moment, her phone rang. It was her father inquiring about her work situation. He had discreetly transferred 1,000 yuan to her bank account. Dad, there is no need to send me money. My meals and accommodation are all covered. Xiaoli felt deeply moved and almost cried. She was immensely grateful for her family's help in caring for her child. She understood that her father was concerned about her well-being while she was away. When she had her child, her mother had scolded her harshly, while her father remained silent, providing steadfast support. Though her mother's words could be sharp, her heart was soft. Well, that's good to hear. No need to worry about Xiao Su. Your mother will take good care of him. Xiaoli was well aware that her mother sent her daily videos of Xiao Su, which had become her motivation over these past days. Today, she felt fortunate to have the concern of her family and the support of strangers. She quickly ended the call, not wanting to keep her boss waiting. The owner of the Hakka Country restaurant was a genuine Hakka person who had been running this distinctive eatery for over a decade. With a focus on authentic Hakka cuisine and using locally sourced ingredients, the business was thriving. Although the invitation was extended to all employees, the actual number was modest. Around 20. Boss Yang had reserved a spacious private room with 3 tables, ample enough to accommodate everyone. Hu Yang noticed that the majority of the streamers were women, with only 2 male streamers, including himself, making a total of 3. Among the female streamers, not all were particularly attractive. One girl, named Z, was disabled and had originally sung on the streets before being discovered by Zhuang Fan and brought into the world of streaming. She was currently one of the more successful streamers in their guild. Then there was Lin Yufei, a streamer the guild planned to promote prominently. She possessed excellent singing skills and a talent for composition. Having briefly been in the entertainment industry, she almost became a star, but unfortunately faced misfortune due to a deceitful management company. Boss Yang placed particular emphasis on introducing Lin Yufei. Hello, Hu Ye. I look forward to your guidance. Yufei stood up to toast Hu Yang. He smiled and nodded, hello. Let us support one another. When you achieve fame, do let me bask in your glory. Oh, please don't jest. I am well aware that my struggles are largely due to my own shortcomings. Lin Yufei replied with a wry smile. She recognized that the way the boss introduced her was merely flattering, and she must remain humble. Boss Yang had a keen eye. If he believed in her potential, it was a sign of her promise. Keep pushing forward. In the future, when our guild produces a star, it will bring pride to everyone. Boss Yang chuckled. Indeed. It's not just about Yufei. I hope everyone present strives for excellence. The live streaming industry is one where one can easily rise to fame, yet can just as swiftly fade. This is the inherent flaw of internet celebrities. After an extensive discussion, the attendees began to indulge in food and drink, occasionally raising their glasses to toast Hu Yang. Following Hu Yang's suggestion, everyone opted for soft drinks, avoiding the cliched scene of forced toasts. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. Boss Yang then announced that in a few days, the guild would host an internal competition, encouraging all streamers to participate. The so-called guild competition would reward the top 3 based on gift earnings within a specified time frame, with prizes of 1,800 and 500 yuan respectively. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, Hu Yang remarked, as for the guild competition, I shall refrain from participating. If he were to join, others would be left with little opportunity. Despite being a newcomer with only a few days of streaming experience, his gift earnings could surpass everyone else's, even without soliciting donations. Very well. There are numerous events happening lately, Zhuang Fan interjected. Huazai, taken aback, asked what events are being organized by the platform. Are you unaware? The annual streamer selection is about to commence. Categories include Best Newcomer, Most Popular Streamer, Strongest Talent Streamer, and Strongest Outdoor Streamer, each with male and female divisions. This time of year, the platform is bustling with activity and fierce competition. I believe Hu Ge should consider challenging for the title of Strongest Outdoor Male Streamer. Though the platform's rewards might not entice you, Winning this title would significantly enhance your popularity and follower count. At that time, the entire platform will be watching, and you could easily gain tens of thousands of followers, suggested Xiao Chun, who is in charge of operations. If Hugo were to secure the honor of strongest outdoor male streamer, it would reflect positively on their guild, which is why they were eager for him to take on the challenge. Ultimately, Hugo possesses the requisite talent. Currently, there are not many outdoor streamers on their platform, making competition less fierce compared to popular categories like Best Singer or most popular male and female streamers, where the competition is intense. Some streamers invest substantial sums, sometimes exceeding 100,000 yuan, to secure their positions. Oh, what exactly does this entail? Hu Yang inquired, intrigued by the prospect of significantly increasing his follower count. The platform would soon introduce related gifts. When players send these gifts, the votes would be automatically counted, and the leaderboard would be updated accordingly. Boss Yang affirmed, excellent. Our guild will fully support you in this endeavor. After all, Hu Yang is our guild's designated star. It would be unreasonable not to invest in him. They plan to allocate 500,000 yuan for Lin Yufei's promotion. After all, then I shall extend my gratitude. Chapter 70, Southern Basin and Northern Jar. Having eaten and drunk to their fill, just as they prepare to leave, the usually composed Zhuang Fan suddenly erupted in anger. Are you gambling again? The words immediately captured everyone's attention. He was seen conversing with one of the male hosts, displaying a mixture of frustration and anger. This male host was his friend, who had just secretly borrowed money from him for the third time this month. Although the amounts were not substantial, his annoyance was palpable. It was not about the unwillingness to lend, but rather the knowledge that his friend was using the money for gambling. Recently, he had discovered that their guild's creative park harbored an underground venue for cricket fighting. Ostensibly, it was a competitive insect fighting event, but in reality, it involved gambling, with rumors suggesting that some individuals could lose over 100,000 in a single day. Initially, his friend merely intended to witness the spectacle, intrigued by the rarity and mystique of cricket fighting. However, he had unwittingly become embroiled in the activity, having already lost several thousand yuan. The male host with the bangs appeared anxious, casting a reproachful glance at his friend, silently lamenting. Could you refrain from speaking so loudly? Now everyone knows. How embarrassing. Boss, isn't there a place in our creative park for cricket fighting? You were the one who informed me about it. It turns out one can gamble there. And this guy went just to see the commotion, only to find himself ensnared, Zhuang Fan stated candidly. His forthrightness was intended as a cautionary message to everyone to steer clear of that place. Yang Hanmin was taken aback. He had no idea that cricket fighting was intertwined with gambling. Upon reflection, it made sense that the individual who had shared this information with him had always encouraged him to go see it, since it was relevant to him as well. Boss Yang refrained from chastising the male host, opting instead to issue a warning to distance himself from gambling, which could lead to dire consequences. Subsequently, he made a phone call to report the matter. Come, let us visit the guild. It's a rare occasion to be here, Boss Yang suggested to Hu Yang. With no plans for the afternoon, Hu Yang pondered briefly and decided not to decline. It was evident that gambling was indeed involved. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to handcuffing people. The landlord of the creative park wore a bitter expression, knowing that this incident would adversely affect his rentals. He had invested considerable resources into building this creative park, and currently, only 2/3 of the space was leased out. With the situation unfolding, it would be challenging to find tenants, causing him considerable distress. Boss Yang, should we consider expanding the company? How about I offer you the 6th floor at a favorable rate? The landlord inquired as he spotted Boss Yang and his companions. Yang Hanmin, taken aback, quickly waved his hand. That is sufficient for now. If we need to expand in the future, I will certainly inform you. In reality, the current space was somewhat excessive. Ideally, they should recruit about 10 more hosts. The broadcasting rooms were often empty, leading to a degree of waste. Although they had only 20 broadcasting rooms and around 20 hosts, their schedules were staggered, making it impractical for someone like Hu Yang to have a dedicated broadcasting space. The landlord appeared quite troubled, muttering, "Damn it, I don't even know who reported this. Now I'm in trouble too, and I'll have to go to the police station to provide an explanation. It's already difficult to find tenants, and the other 3 buildings are completely vacant." His creative park consisted of 9 buildings in total. The land originally belonged to his family, but the construction was financed through a bank loan. So failing to rent out the space placed significant pressure on him. Huazai nearly stifled a laugh, as the person who reported him stood right before him. Yang Hanmin's lips twitched slightly as he nodded, saying, "Indeed, it lacks virtue." Exactly. How could I have known they would engage in gambling? I can't surveil others every day. Can I? With this mess, will I even be able to rent out my creative park? Now, I have to deal with this heap of rubbish, he lamented, gesturing with the cardboard box in his hand. Inside were jars meant for crickets, which he had deemed trash and planned to clean up in the coming days to continue leasing the space. Uncle, may I choose a jar? A female streamer suddenly spoke up. It was the clever fox, who had recently bought a cactus but disliked its plastic pot. Spotting these jars, she thought one would suit her cactus perfectly and boldly inquired. The landlord naturally did not refuse the young girl's request. After all, it was merely garbage, and he saw it as a small favor. Take whatever you like. I'm just going to throw them away anyway. Fox leaned in, rummaging through the jars, and eventually selected a porcelain one. Thank you, Uncle, she exclaimed. You're welcome. Hu Yang's gaze fell upon the porcelain jar in the streamer's hands, and he was slightly astonished. Though he had been on a phone call, he had also noticed the situation here, but he hadn't expected there to be treasures among the trash. As he glanced back at the landlord's cardboard box, he realized that only this one jar was an antique, and it was indeed a stroke of luck that it had been chosen. Once the landlord had moved further away, Hu Yang spoke up. It would be a pity to use it for a cactus. This is a northern jar, dating from the late Qing dynasty. It holds some value. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Is that so? They exclaimed, their gazes turning enviously toward Fox. Just moments ago, they all had the opportunity to claim this treasure, yet they had missed their chance by staying silent. What is a northern jar? Huazai inquired. Cricket jars, you see, are divided into southern pots and northern jars. The northern cricket jars are represented by the capital in Tianjin, while the southern ones are primarily from places like Suzhou. If we analyze them in terms of time, northern jars emerged during the Qing dynasty, while southern pots began in the Song dynasty and flourished during the Ming dynasty. With superior manufacturing conditions and craftsmanship, the southern pots and northern jars became renowned in old Beijing, Hu Yang explained. Is there a difference? Hu Yang chuckled, of course. The craftsmanship from different regions exhibits distinct characteristics. Southern pots have thinner walls while northern jars are thicker, a difference caused by climate. Northern jars are heavier, providing better insulation for insects and maintaining a steadier temperature and humidity, whereas southern pots are relatively lighter and more breathable. Everyone could indeed see that the jar was quite thick. However, this piece is from a folk kiln, so it's probably worth around 8,000 to 9,000, he estimated. In fact, regarding the two types of cricket jars, the northern ones are more practical, while the southern ones lean towards aesthetics, giving the southern pots a slight edge in artistic value. Fox beamed with joy and asked, where can I sell it? You could sell it to Hua Zai for 8,000. He could earn a few hundred as a reward for his effort, Hu Yang suggested. Given that Hua Zai was well-connected, he would always have buyers, and purchasing it would certainly not result in a loss. Fox eagerly nodded, and Hua Zai was equally agreeable, leading to a harmonious consensus. Where do they engage in cricket fighting? Let's go take a look, Hu Yang proposed. Everyone's eyes brightened with curiosity, wondering if there might be other treasures in store. Zhuang Fan's friend, the male anchor, promptly took the lead. Chapter 71. Amendments to the Platform Contract. In truth, Hu Yang and his companions were not the first to visit that hideout. During such occurrences, the residents of the same building would invariably be intrigued and flock to witness the spectacle. Considering that certain crickets can be quite valuable, the police confiscated them. It is said that one of the crickets was worth several tens of thousands. How could it possibly remain here? It seemed outrageous. Bugs worth tens of thousands? One anchor could not help but voice his skepticism. However, Hu Yang remained unfazed, responding, it's not surprising. In some places, people rely on catching crickets to make a living. I can't recall the town's name. Nevertheless, crickets worth several tens of thousands do exist, even exceeding 100,000, while others might be oblivious. Boss Yang had heard whispers and nodded, saying, regardless of the subject, anything that belongs to the elite few will astound in value. Just consider the Tibetan Mastiffs that were exceptionally popular a few years ago. A prime specimen could fetch millions. Who could have imagined? At its core, it is merely a dog. Hugo, are these items valuable? Inquired the leading male anchor. Hu Yang glanced at several jars he had discovered, mostly ceramic, and shook his head. These are ceramics, and quite modern at that. They hold little worth. He strolled over to a window-side display, where several bamboo tubes were housed. Hu Yang was well aware that these bamboo tubes were intended for crickets. Typically, cricket jars are used for nurturing crickets, but when transporting them, bamboo tubes are the norm. It had to be said, this group was merely engaging in a trivial gamble, lacking genuine dedication to cricket rearing. True aficionados are discerning and meticulous, paying great attention to the jars used for nurturing crickets, the tubes for transport, and the cricket's dwelling, all crafted with exquisite detail. In ancient times, many of these tools were considered art objects, showcasing a sophisticated hobby. Hu Yang picked up one of the tubes, finding it to be of decent quality, and casually tossed it to Hua Zai. This one is acceptable. Keep it. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look. For Hu Ge to deem something acceptable, it must be at least an antique. To give it away so readily? How generous. Many present envied Hua Zai for being associated with such a wealthy boss. It could be said that Hua Zai's salary was inconsequential, as being near Hu Yang afforded him far greater benefits. Whether he received a salary or not was irrelevant. Hua Zai himself marveled inwardly. Within a mere 10 days, Hu Ge had helped him earn over 20,000. Perhaps, in Hu Ji's eyes, these were trifling favors. But for them, it was a significant windfall. Hua Ge, what is this? Fox inquired stealthily. Having previously engaged in a transaction with Hua Zai, their relationship had gradually grown closer. Fox, hesitant to ask Hu Ge directly, turned to Hua Zai instead. Hua Zai was also uncertain, but upon noticing the engravings on the bamboo tube, he understood that the craftsmanship was the key to its value. I'm not sure. We should ask Hu Ge. Hu Yang turned to them, smiling. This is used for transporting crickets, much like how we travel by car. This is the cricket's vehicle, though the material is rather ordinary. The previous owner took great care to have it engraved, and it dates back to the late Qing period. It might be worth around 10,000 or perhaps a few thousand. He harbored suspicions that the bamboo tube was from the same individual as the northern jar procured earlier. The others were immensely disheartened, as it became apparent that Hu Ge looked down upon items worth merely thousands, often giving them away. It was understandable. The treasures he coveted were typically worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. What was this? Suddenly, someone approached with an object resembling a calligraphy brush. The bamboo tube was adorned with black edge patterns at both ends, the slender stick only a few millimeters in diameter, radiating a golden hue and translucence, its texture remarkably hard. One end bore black hair and grass fibers. This slender stick served to entice crickets to battle, akin to a cat teaser. The black edges of the bamboo tube were inlaid with horn, the slender stick crafted from tendon, and the hair was a mix of horsehair and sheep's wool, while the grass fibers were a type of aquatic plant. Hu Yang recounted the details eloquently. Those present could not help but admire him, despite being of similar age. Hu Ji's knowledge was extensive, particularly regarding antiques. Well, that item must be worth something, perhaps a few hundred, Hu Yang added. Thus, Hua Zai had assembled a complete set of tools for cricket fighting, enabling him to fetch a good price when encountering specialized players in the future. The broadcaster was naturally eager and promptly engaged in trade with Hua Zai. Though the amount was modest, who wouldn't appreciate an unexpected delight? After a thorough inspection, Hu Yang returned in disappointment, inwardly lamenting the gambling crowd's lack of ambition and their inability to procure higher quality goods. These broadcasters, whether intentionally or not, promoted Hu Yang during their streams, urging viewers to pay attention to him. Consequently, even without streaming, Hu Yang's following continued to grow. Furthermore, Xiao Chun, responsible for operations, discussed with the platform the alteration of Hu Ji's contract to an A-level agreement. Prior to beginning his streaming journey, Hu Yang had signed a B-level contract, typical for newcomers. In addition, the platform offered two other contract types, A-level and the highest tier star contract. While the distribution percentages appeared unchanged, higher-level contracts garnered more promotional support from the platform, such as cover features and interviews. In fact, Hu Yang's streaming room had already attracted the platform's attention, allowing the contract amendment process to proceed smoothly. To retain quality broadcasters, the platform understood precisely what actions to undertake. The A-level contract included a monthly cover feature, scheduled for the following Wednesday, as Xiao Chun informed Hu Yang. Okay, no problem, Hu Yang responded, feeling quite satisfied. This illustrated the difference between having a team to operate with and going solo. One could say that joining this guild represented a mutually beneficial situation. Zhuang Fan felt fortunate, having acted swiftly. He had heard that many guilds were vying for Hu Ge's affiliation. Those large guilds with capital exceeding 1 billion could easily recruit talent. After spending nearly 2 hours, Hu Yang bid farewell to everyone. Boss Yang immediately summoned the renovation crew to transform Hu Yang's streaming studio, aiming to complete the work within a day or two. Building a closer rapport with Hu Ge will benefit your future development, Yang Hanmin advised Lin Yufei. Today, Lin Yufei's performance was rather average, lacking enthusiasm. Understood. But there is no need for haste. Such urgency is merely a pursuit of fleeting gains. Chapter 72. Purchasing a home. Are you not working today? Still asleep? Upon noticing her son lost in slumber, Hua's mother called out. She was aware that her son had recently been working for a generous employer, earning a considerable income and seemingly on a promising path. Thus, the family hoped fervently that he would not lose his job. Gu had other commitments in the morning and would commence his broadcast in the afternoon, permitting Hua to indulge in a bit more rest. Men, particularly, tend to linger in bed whenever they have the chance. Rest is indeed a precious commodity for them. Unlike some women who, even when fatigued, seize any opportunity to shop or engage in leisure activities. Is that so? Then rise for breakfast before returning to sleep, Hua's mother advised. She felt immense gratitude towards that employer for providing her son with such an opportunity. The aspirations of families like theirs are quite simple: secure a job and live life. They are keenly aware of who treats them well. Meanwhile, Yang was enjoying breakfast at Zhang Yihua's home, accompanied by his parents and mother-in-law. The matter of purchasing a home is a significant event, prompting both families to offer their insights. Additionally, they wish to meet Yang in person to express their gratitude. Even among close relatives, lending several million for a home is a rare gesture. Uncle and aunt, please do not feel obliged. My relationship with old Zhang does not warrant such thanks, Yang said with a wry smile. Zhang Yihua reflected fondly on their dormitory days, noting how he and Yang had bonded deeply, often working in unison. Mom, Dad, you need not thank them. It makes old Hu uncomfortable, Zhang Yihua interjected. Zhang's father shot a disapproving glance at his son, reminding him that one should appreciate kindness rather than take it for granted. Now, let us go and view the property, Yang suggested, shifting the topic. Yulong residence was not far away. It was a comprehensive community development, featuring a row of 20-plus story residential buildings along the outer edge. Typical commercial housing. On the interior, there were entire villas for sale. It was said that the villas were priced above 30 million and had all been sold. In a first-tier city, villas in the 20 to 30 million range were considered relatively accessible, given that some commercial properties could exceed 10 million, making standalone villas only slightly more expensive. Today, prices have risen yet again, Zhang Yihua remarked. His parents and mother-in-law expressed astonishment. It can still increase? Indeed. I've heard that a subway station is soon to be planned nearby. It's merely a rumor, and its authenticity remains uncertain, yet the prices are already climbing, Zhang Yihua replied, bemused. Furthermore, should the planning documents materialize, it could take 2 to 3 years at best, or even over a decade at worst, for the station to become operational. He found himself questioning whether this news was a deliberate fabrication by the developers. It is not impossible that several subway lines will be planned soon, Yang interjected. He had his own channels of information and believed the news to be genuine. Upon hearing Yang's words, the others reflected on the fact that the numerous buses in the area were consistently overcrowded, and during peak hours, special peak services were implemented to accommodate the demand. Furthermore, the number of real estate developments in this area has noticeably increased, and the planning for a subway line passing through seems quite reasonable, Yang added. It is evident that the district government appears intent on transforming this area into a residential zone, with various urban village renovations underway. If that is the case, it will be prudent to purchase sooner rather than later, remarked Huazai's mother-in-law. Although her hometown lacks a subway system, she is well aware that a subway is considered one of the indicators of a city's prosperity, let alone buying a house. Even renting near a subway station tends to be significantly more expensive. Zhang Yihua had previously visited the site, hence he arranged a meeting with the sales personnel. I apologize for the wait, Zhang Yihua said to the well-dressed male salesperson. Where have you been? It was merely the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. Let us proceed inside, the salesperson replied, unbeknownst to Yang and the others. The gentleman had been waiting at the entrance for nearly an hour. Although the landscaping was not yet fully completed, the planning was commendable, featuring a cinema, shopping center, clinic, kindergarten, and other amenities within. To be frank, such a highly equipped community is rather rare throughout the city, the salesperson continued. The price has increased by 300 per square meter since a couple days ago. For a house over 100 square meters, that's an increase of 30 to 40,000, which gave Zhang Yihua a bit of a headache. The gentleman was equally helpless. The prices will only rise, as there is no shortage of buyers. To be honest, if you come back a month or two, even an increase of 500,000 might not secure a purchase. He valued Zhang Yihua as a client, given that he intended to buy the house outright. The property was located on the 8th floor of the 5th building in the front row, with several elevators in each building, ensuring ample access. Look, the lighting is excellent. There are no tall buildings obstructing the view, and it is quite spacious. Most importantly, from here you can catch a glimpse of the iconic skyline of Yangsheng, the salesperson stated. Zhang Yihua twitched his mouth. Was such a minuscule view truly a selling point? He turned to his wife and others. What do you think? The ventilation is quite good, but the morning sunlight streams directly in. His mother-in-law began to nitpick. When purchasing, one must scrutinize the details to negotiate a better price or obtain additional benefits. Having sunlight is wonderful. Who would want a house that lacks sunlight all day long? The salesperson countered. There is a difference between sunlight and direct sunlight. You must understand that. After a round of exchanges, the salesperson conceded, his tone softening considerably. It must be said that bringing elders to view properties is a wise choice. Young people often hesitate to argue over minor issues, while the older generation is more meticulous. How about this? If you pay in full, we will install air conditioning for free, including a three-dimensional air conditioning system in the hall. Rest assured, it's not a no-name brand. This alone would cost between $20,000 to $30,000. In addition to air conditioning, their company also offered sofas and furniture as part of their promotions. It is their usual strategy to entice buyers with complimentary items worth several thousand in a property priced in the millions. After an extensive discussion, they finally reached an agreement, with Huyang mostly observing in silence. The property comprises 3 bedrooms. Naturally, the master bedroom would be for Zhang Yihua and his wife. One room is intended for future children, while the last room is reserved for guests. In truth, from the perspective of both families, the remaining 2 rooms are meant for future offspring. After all, one child is hardly sufficient. In the past, the one-child policy was a reluctant choice. But now the nation has embraced the idea of a second child. Xiao Hui gazed at the apartment, growing increasingly fond of it. This would soon be their home, bringing her a sense of peace. Her former classmates, upon hearing that she purchased a house in Yangcheng without a mortgage, were filled with envy. For this, she was immensely grateful to Huyang. Old Zhang, in a few days, I will gift you a car, Huyang declared with a smile. Thus, he would be considered a person of both car and home. No need for that. The house is also yours. Zhang Yihua attempted to decline, but Huyang waved him off. The money for the house is a loan from you, but the car is a gift. Let be as it is. The sales agent stared in astonishment at Huyang, pondering how fortunate one must be to have such a generous friend, lending millions for a house and gifting a car. Zhang Yihua's parents and mother-in-law sighed, marveling at the good fortune of having such a brother. Chapter 73. High school students also watch live streams. Being generous to others naturally extends to one as close friends. Since Zhang Yihua was preparing to marry and start a family, Huyang felt compelled to assist in making the occasion more splendid, ensuring that their dignity remained intact. Once the formalities were completed, the house was secured. At noon, Uncle Zhang hosted a lavish meal at a tea house, specifically to express gratitude to Huyang. Due to Huyang's prior commitments, he could not stay for the afternoon. After Huyang departed, Zhang Yihua's mother-in-law inquired if Huyang had a partner. She was eager to introduce him to someone, as he was such a fine gentleman. Mom, please don't worry about that, Xiao Hui interjected. Not long ago, I introduced him to a colleague, a rather beautiful girl from her hometown. However, it seems there hasn't been much progress. Is it your colleague's high standards? Xiao Hui's mother immediately asked. In her eyes, Huyang was quite an agreeable young man, so it likely wasn't his fault. Perhaps the woman had high expectations. Zhang Yihua shook his head. Not necessarily. It seems old who isn't quite ready yet. Possibly still reflecting on his past relationship, since it hasn't been long since their breakup. With this, the conversation fell silent. In truth, Huyang's nostalgia only enhanced his appeal. Few would dislike someone who cherishes memories. Those who leap into new relationships immediately after a breakup often seem unreliable. There is always a chance to discuss it later. Such an exceptional young man will undoubtedly attract a good partner. When they saw Brother Hu again in the live stream, everyone noticed a significant improvement in clarity. Following Huazai's explanation, they understood that he had upgraded his equipment. The gear Huyang was now using was among the most professional available and quite costly. Their destination was Zhaoqing, the birthplace of Duan inkstones. One friend in the group boasted about the Duan inkstones from his hometown, mentioning that he had a few raw pieces and wondered about their worth. Hoping to invite Huyang to take a look. Unless there were special arrangements, Huyang would consider the fans' invitations based on circumstances. In truth, many in the group were already aware of Huyang's itinerary for the day. In the fan group, there are always individuals who share photographs of vintage items and extend invitations to Huge. A friend of theirs resides on the eastern side of Duanqi, at the foot of the Fuke Mountain, in a quaint little village that is conveniently accessible via a cement road. Huyang and Huazai soon discovered that the friend who invited them was, surprisingly, a young woman, likely still a student, perhaps a high schooler. Brother Hua. You could drive right up to my doorstep and park, she said. After a moment of astonishment at the girl getting into the car, Huyang inquired, How old are you? 16, still in high school. The young lady beamed, thrilled to have invited Hugo. Huazai remarked, it seems that the audience for live streams is getting younger and younger. Who knows, there might even be elementary school students among Huji's fans. Times have changed. Back in our day, we weren't allowed to bring mobile phones to school, or they'd be confiscated, Huazai continued. In fact, there used to be many payphones in schools where one could use IC cards to make calls. Forget about mobile phones. Even bringing an MP3 player to listen to music required extreme caution. Nowadays, nearly everyone in our class has a mobile phone, though we cannot charge them in the classroom. Once Song Ying got into the car, she looked around curiously at everything inside, displaying none of the decorum expected of a young lady. She then took out her phone to snap a few selfies, uploading them to her social media to evoke envy among her friends. Hu Yang and Huazai understood the youthful naivety of the girl and chose not to expose it, merely sharing a knowing smile. No way. My mom watches your live streams too. She knows you're coming, she mentioned, causing Hu Yang to break into a sweat. As they gazed at the picturesque scenery of the village, they realized it was quite affluent, with small buildings scattered along the riverbank, embodying a poetic charm. Your village is even wealthier than mine, Huazai couldn't help but exclaim. Despite living in Yangcheng, which is somewhat peripheral, there are still impoverished households in his village, residing in dilapidated houses from decades past. Our village has not only the Inkstone Pit, but other mines as well, Song Ying revealed. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream exclaimed, ah, no wonder, having a mine at home makes all the difference. There are no poor people in this entire village. It is often said that one should not underestimate those from rural areas. They could be wealthier than city dwellers in an instant. Wow, having a mine in the village is fantastic. I remember when land was distributed, my family didn't even receive a mountain plot. What a pity. I envy those with mines. The group then noticed that Song Ying, a high school student, had managed to elevate her account to a count, indicating that she had spent at least 10,000 to 20,000 on the live streaming platform. Since you're still in school, you shouldn't be spending money on gifts for me, Hu Yang advised, observing her once again showering gifts in a live stream, feeling somewhat speechless. Well, since I've already charged it, if I don't send gifts, the platform won't refund me, Song Ying insisted, attempting to rationalize her spending. Upon arriving at Song Ying's home, the live stream audience expressed their astonishment. 9 out of 10 little girls in the village are wealthy. The house before them resembled a villa, truly befitting someone from a mining family. Of course, rural villas cannot be compared to those in cities in terms of construction costs. One can build a beautiful house for about 1 to 2 million. Song Ying's parents were at home and came out to greet them. Hello, brother Song, sister-in-law. Hu Yang and Hua Zai greeted warmly. Believing you would arrive a bit later, Song Gu inquired, noticing the absence of traffic congestion. His skin appeared somewhat tanned, yet he was robust in stature, extending a warm welcome to Hu Yang and his companions. Song Ying's mother, still youthful and seemingly in her 20s, stood beside her daughter, likely mistaken for her sister by onlookers. She beckoned Hu Yang and the others to enter, urging them not to linger at the door. As she spoke, she shooed away the large dog that was eyeing them with keen interest. Hu Yang felt a sense of puzzlement as he observed the village's condition. If there were materials for producing Duan inkstones, surely there would be no need for him to be invited. The villagers should be quite familiar with Duan inkstones. While preparing tea, Song Gu remarked that the invitation extended to this expert was primarily to authenticate several items left behind by his father, among which were 2 blocks of aged Duan inkstone material. Chapter 74, Ren Fu. In truth, the old gentleman had previously sought appraisals for the items he inherited, but the outcomes were rather disappointing. He harbored a suspicion that others coveted his family's treasures, which deterred him from selling them at a low price. Oh, were they? Let me see. Hu Yang and the audience in the live stream expressed their curiosity. All right, you all enjoy your tea. I shall retrieve them, he replied. Shortly thereafter, 5 items were presented, including 2 blocks of inkstone material. The onlookers could not discern anything significant and patiently awaited Hu Ji's evaluation. Actually, it is mainly this particular piece that eludes my understanding. Song Gu pointed to one of the materials. The other piece originated from an old quarry and was of water pit variety, renowned as the most precious and highest quality among the famous pits of Duanxi. However, its quality was not exceptional, and someone had offered 800,000. Initially, Song Gu was content with this price, but when the buyer insisted on using the other piece as a trade-in, he refused. Continuing, Song Gu noted, the stone skin resembles that of the ape pit. I cannot fathom why my father cherished this piece so much, given its poor quality. Yet, It was clear that the old gentleman had held a particular fondness for it during his lifetime, leaving Song Gu in a state of perplexity. Hu Yang picked up the piece, which was nearly the size of a plate, flat and somewhat heavy. Activating his treasure-hunting instincts, he quickly discerned its unusual nature. Rather than being merely raw material, it was more accurately a finished product, essentially a slab of inkstone, cleverly disguised with stone skin to achieve its current appearance. However, the craftsmanship behind it was exceptional. To an untrained eye, it bore no visible signs of alteration. Quite intriguing, Hu Yang remarked after a moment of contemplation. What do you mean by intriguing? Song Gu asked, curiosity piqued. With a newfound conviction, Hu Yang replied, Fortunately, Song Gu, you did not sell at a loss, or you would have suffered greatly. Song Gu and the others nodded in agreement. Given the old gentleman's esteem for it, even without the ability to appraise it, they could surmise it was no ordinary material. Those seeking a bargain would not triumph. What do you imply? Song Gu queried urgently. I have long heard that in the realm of jade and stone forgery, there are masters capable of applying a layer of skin to conceal the true nature of the stone without leaving a trace, a most impressive skill. Today, I have gained insight into this, Hu Yang explained. The group began to grasp Hu Yang's implication. Are you suggesting that this piece has been altered with stone skin? Song Gu was astonished, having never contemplated such a notion. Isn't it so? Just verify it, and find me a small hammer, one that is manageable in force, along with a relatively thin knife, Hu Yang demanded. In Hu Ji's live stream, one can always encounter delightful surprises and witness astonishing scenes. That piece of material is clearly visible through the stream. It is undoubtedly a mere stone. What exceptional skill must be possessed to create such an illusion? In ancient China, many crafts were indeed remarkable. However, the mindset of ancient people, such as the belief in passing down knowledge only to male heirs, led to the loss of many exquisite handicrafts. Indeed, in my hometown of Shaanxi, there exists a craft that is on the verge of extinction due to the lack of successors. In recent years, government officials have sought out the old master, hoping he would be less selective in finding a successor. What intrigues me more is how Hu Gu made this discovery. This exemplifies the difference between a professional and an amateur. Upon receiving the small hammer, Hu Yang began to tap the side gently, gradually increasing the force while maintaining control. After just a few taps, everyone noticed cracks beginning to form on the surface of the material, with some pieces detaching automatically, revealing what lay beneath. Song Gu was overjoyed. He had already spotted the purple inkstone inside, which was of exceptionally high quality. Hu Yang continued to clear away the surface debris, and before their eyes appeared an exquisitely crafted inkstone, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Initially, they had assumed it was merely another piece of raw material, only to discover it was a finished product, a polished inkstone. Even those unacquainted with the craft recognized its value. In the center of the inkstone, there was a small piece of fish brain jelly, which explained the old man's keen interest. Song Gu finally understood. The presence of fish brain jelly is the hallmark of the highest quality of a Duan inkstone. Even a small amount significantly enhances its worth. Furthermore, the stone of this inkstone is solid, smooth, delicate, and tender, clearly identifying it as a top-tier Duan inkstone. As someone who collects inkstone materials, he certainly possesses this discerning eye. It is a renowned master's inkstone, Hu Yang stated. A renowned master's inkstone? Used by a famous person? Who? Hua, as I bombarded with questions. Hu Yang elaborated. As the name suggests, a renowned master's inkstone generally falls into three categories. 1. Designed, carved, and crafted by a famous master. 2. An inkstone inscribed with a master's inscription. And 3. An inkstone that has been used, collected, or appreciated by a famous master. By flipping the inkstone over, everyone could see two characters engraved on its base. Renfu. Renfu? Is there such a person? Could someone enlighten us? I have only heard of Du Fu. Came the response. It is not surprising that everyone was unfamiliar. This is a courtesy name, not a name in the conventional sense. Liang Qichao is a name that everyone has surely heard of. He had two courtesy names, one being Zhu and the other Renfu. Hence some call him Ringong. Hu Yang clarified. Who does not recognize Liang Qichao? Anyone who has studied has likely heard of him. He was quite a prominent figure in modern times, albeit with an unfortunate fate. It seems he was from Guangdong province. Thus it is not surprising that this inkstone belongs to him. The rarity of Duan inkstones, esteemed as the foremost among the four great inkstones, lies in their exceptional ability to facilitate the grinding of ink without hindrance, allowing for swift ink release. The ink produced is smooth and permits fluid writing without damaging the brush, while the ink's color remains unchanged over time. A fine Duan inkstone. regardless of the sweltering heat of summer or the biting cold of winter, retains a deep azure hue at its core, with moisture lingering for an extended period. Thus, the ancients refer to the act of breathing onto the inkstone as a method of ink grinding, specifically alluding to the Duan inkstone. Its oval shape further enhances its aesthetic appeal. The value of an inkstone is determined by numerous factors, including the quality of the stone itself, the intricacies of the carving, the influence of renowned figures, as well as its thickness, size, and overall form. Generally speaking, square and round inkstones command significantly higher prices than their irregular counterparts. In a comprehensive assessment, this particular piece is likely worth 2 to 3 million. Alas, as you can see here, it has sustained a chip. Otherwise, its value would have soared even higher. After all, the material for the fish-brain frozen Duan inkstone is inherently rare, compounded by exquisite craftsmanship and its association with Liang Qichao. This remark stirred a wave of discomfort in the live broadcast room. Witnessing others prosper proved disheartening. Only Song Gu remained elated, having steadfastly held onto his beliefs and refrained from selling it at a loss. In Chapter 75, A Millennium of Hardship for the Boxwood, there are 3 antique items, a wooden carving and 2 jade sculptures. Hu Yang picked up the wooden carving, admiring its intriguing details, a depiction of an elderly figure, one hand leaning on a cane and the other cradling a peach of immortality, exuding charm. Hugo, what type of wood is this carved from? Huazai inquired. Many viewers in the live room were longtime followers of Hu Yang, having encountered antiquities before, and they would not underestimate an object crafted from wood. The figure's portrayal was readily recognizable. The old man of longevity was distinctly characterized by his prominent forehead, reminiscent of a Luohan fish. To be precise, this is a root carving, a form of sculpture art in our country that employs the natural and distorted forms of tree roots as the basis for artistic creation. Through thoughtful conception, artistic processing, and craftsmanship, it yields representations of figures, animals, and objects. It emphasizes that 70% is nature's work and 30% is human effort. In other words, the root carving before us closely resembles its natural form, which is indeed a rarity. This art form celebrates the discovery of natural beauty while showcasing creative processing. In root carving, one primarily utilizes the natural shapes of the roots to express artistic imagery, with supplementary artificial embellishment. Upon hearing Hu Yang's explanation, the audience was astonished. Natural tree roots can resemble humans? If one were unaware, they might mistake it for ginseng. How peculiar. Of course, everyone understood the principle. There is nothing too strange in this world. Is it truly similar to this? Huazai exclaimed, amazed. Huyang Chuklet. Root carvings are inherently diverse and peculiar. Not only tree roots, but stones can also exhibit similar characteristics. The curious stones that everyone is familiar with are examples, and we may encounter them in the future, but that discussion can wait. He continued, root carving particularly tests the conceptual abilities and imagination of the sculptor, as it requires the artist to utilize the specific forms of the roots creatively, employing techniques of embellishment to achieve a well-designed outcome. This piece, resembling the figure of the Southern Immortal, features a protruding section that likely represents a tree burl, an element cleverly utilized by the creator. Southern Immortal? I thought it was the god of longevity. Huazai remarked, somewhat awkwardly. The others, including Song Gu, nodded in agreement, sharing Huazai's sentiments. However, the young girl Song Ying openly scorned, you are all so foolish, even less diligent in your studies than I am. The Southern Immortal is indeed the god of longevity. She recalled having encountered this information in her history books. A moment of silence ensued as the group pondered. Is that so? Hu Yang, visibly exasperated, noticed someone in the live chat absurdly asking, isn't it the old man from the Fu Lu Show trio? Song Xiaomei was correct. The Southern Immortal is indeed the god of longevity, one of the 3 deities representing fortune, prosperity, and longevity, 3 invaluable treasures in life. Upon hearing this, the others felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, realizing the foolishness of their earlier inquiries. Regarding tree burls, they are akin to tumors in humans. However, not all tree burls are detrimental. Some can be fashioned into exquisite vases, pipes, and other artistic creations, highly cherished by many. The burls of rosewood, in particular, are exceptionally rare, showcasing a deep red hue, intricate patterns, and a fine, dense, and oily texture. Take this root carving, for instance, due to the presence of a burl. Its value has increased by at least 25%. Huazai quietly inquired, could this be a rosewood root? Brother, who had merely used it as an example. And Hua Ji's naivety was apparent. It soon became clear to everyone that this young Song Ing had a rather sharp tongue. Song Ge shook his head, stating, "This is a lychee wood root." Hu Yang interjected, "No, this is not lychee wood. It is a boxwood root. In fact, many root carvings are crafted from lychee wood, which is a hardwood of exceptional quality, known for its strong acid resistance. It is dense, durable, and impervious to water, making it an excellent material for wood carving and furniture. Lychee wood over a century old, with roots intricately twisted and contorted, possesses a greater aesthetic value than ordinary hardwoods. However, the piece before them was clearly not of that nature. Its characteristics were too distinctive. Boxwood? Song Ge frowned. He recalled someone had once told him this was a lychee wood root, and he felt he had been misled. A sensation of being targeted by cunning individuals washed over him. In our profession, there is a saying, 1,000 years are required for boxwood to thrive. This implies that boxwood is notoriously slow-growing. It is said that it may take 50 years to reach the thickness of a bowl. Due to its slow growth, it rarely yields substantial timber, making it suitable only for carving small figures. Yet, its resilience, delicate grain, moderate hardness, and vibrant colors, some appearing egg yellow, allow it to rival ivory after meticulous carving and polishing. Over time, its color deepens from light to dark. In the folklore of our nation, boxwood has long been revered as impervious to toxins, a protector against malevolence, and a symbol of peace and good fortune. Thus, this artwork must be quite valuable. Huazai mused. Although the piece from the Ming Dynasty is merely 3 fingers tall, less than 10 centimeters in height, it could still be worth 2 to 300,000. Upon hearing this, Song Ge wiped his brow and exclaimed, "Damn it! What's wrong, Song Ge?" Huazai inquired. "Don't mind my father. He almost fell for a scam. Last time, someone offered him 10,000, and he hesitated for quite a while." The young girl was unyielding, even taking her father to task, which endeared her to the audience in the live stream, as she spoke with remarkable candor. However, should she find herself in a similar situation, it might not fare well for her. As for the other 2 jade carvings, they were rather unremarkable. In truth, they constituted a single piece. Hu Yang gazed at the final jade sculpture and remarked, "A single piece?" Neither Huazai, Song Ge, nor the viewers in the live stream anticipated that the 2 jade carvings were one and the same. The jade was crafted from a greenish hue, of decent quality, yet not considered high-end. This figurine was originally intended to rest atop the back of a jade ox carving, though for reasons unknown, it had been separated. Hu Yang spoke with conviction, briefly outlining his reasoning. For instance, the jade quality was identical, and the carving techniques were the work of the same artisan. Overall, this jade artifact could be deemed the least valuable, likely worth only several tens of thousands. In China, green jade is abundantly available, and jade of ordinary quality holds little monetary worth. Song Ge, however, was not disheartened. The current outcome exceeded his expectations. The collective value of these items amounted to approximately 3 million, a significant sum for his family. Chapter 76, Seizing the Headlines. Each time a treasure is authenticated, there is a noticeable surge in attention. Hu Yang noted that followers had nearly reached 28,000, a considerable increase compared to before, indicating the benefits of joining the guild were materializing. Suddenly, the live stream was adorned with 10 Buddha blessings. The Buddha blessing is one of the platform's most extravagant gifts, costing 1,500 yuan each, totaling 15,000 for 10, a gift typically reserved for the wealthy. This gift, equivalent to 150,000 livestream coins, propelled Hu Yang's channel to the top of the trending list. In an instant, the audience swelled to an impressive 70,000, with follower counts rapidly approaching 30,000. Hu Yang turned to his sister-in-law and said, "Sister-in-law, there's no need to spend so extravagantly." Indeed, it was the account of little Song Ing that made the purchase. He discovered, realizing that Song Ji's wife was the one orchestrating it, likely a prearranged plan. The viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with comments like 666, reflecting their admiration for the wealth displayed. Truly, they must have a mind at home. Damn, that is a month as salary for me. Sigh. For me, it's 2 months. There's no point in lamenting. For me, it's 3 months. Enough said, I'm off to work. In truth, many viewers understood that if Ugu had helped them authenticate treasures worth millions, gifting him 10 or 20,000 would be entirely reasonable. Ugu, the operations team has informed us that we're trending. Huazai conveyed to Hu Yang. He had seen a message from the guild's operator, Xiao Chun, relaying this news and encouraging them to maintain their current momentum. Once the trending segment concluded, reaching 30,000 followers was assured. A small token of appreciation. We understand that you do not place great importance on such things, but this is all we can offer, Please do not take offense, his sister-in-law smiled. Meanwhile, little Song Ying was enthusiastically chatting in the group, one of Hu Ji's ardent fans, and they had collectively decided to send gifts at this moment to elevate Hu Gu to the top of the provincial leaderboard. Afternoon and evening are prime times for prominent streamers, making it quite challenging to ascend the rankings, particularly on the national hourly leaderboard. Achieving the top spot often necessitates an expenditure of approximately 100,000 yuan, rendering it a formidable task. Consequently, they can only aspire to secure a position on the provincial leaderboard. However, that is no trivial feat either. At times, the provincial champion may indeed be the national leader, especially considering that Guangdong's rankings have always been notably competitive. On their platform, the rankings from provinces such as Guangdong, Zhejiang, Jiangsu, and Sichuan are fiercely contested. The leading provinces boast robust economic strength and significant consumer capacity, while the latter are known for their abundance of captivating female streamers, which naturally draws considerable attention. Shall we take a look at the quarry? Proposed Songge. Huyang noted Iagirli. Intrigued by the quarry and confident that the viewers in the live stream would also be curious about how the ink stones are extracted. In fact, sometimes one does not need to venture into the quarry to find the raw materials for the ink stones, Songgu suddenly revealed. Where should we go then? Huazai inquired. By the river? Huyang tentatively suggested. Songge looked at Huyang with surprise. Brother, you are quite impressive. Yes, it is indeed by the river. The water holes near the quarry are generally situated hundreds of meters beneath the riverbed. Thus, one might stumble upon luck and find something by the riverside. After all, during the mining process, some waste materials may inadvertently be brought to the surface, and during heavy rainfall, they could wash into the river, carried away by the current. The waterhole is a renowned site, as I am aware, Huyang noted. Historically, there have been over 70 quarries and varieties of Duan inkstones, and nowadays, due to the multitude of types, their quality varies significantly. However, only 3 major quarries hold the highest value in terms of usage, appreciation, and economic worth. The economic and collectible value of those from other quarries pales in comparison. The quarry here is classified as an old pit, specifically the waterhole. Mining commenced in the Mid-Tang dynasty, delving over 400 meters deep to the bottom of the Shijiang River. The extraction process is arduous, fraught with accidents, and the selection of materials is meticulous. The ancient, unblemished ink stones from these old quarries, due to their superior quality, were designated as tribute stones for the imperial court. During the mining periods, officials were dispatched to oversee the operations, with the common folk having little chance to partake in the extraction. It was not until modern times that these quarries began to open up, though the majority remain under the control of a select few, with few opportunities for free mining. As Huyang observed the follower count surpassing 30,000, reaching 32,000, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He understood that this surge was partly due to the gifts from Songgu and others, and also attributed to the guild's operational strategies. He had previously graced the headlines, but the increase had never been so pronounced. Within a few minutes, Huyang received over 20,000 yuan in gifts, currently holding the top position on the provincial leaderboard. Whether he could maintain this lead until the hour's end remained uncertain. Huazai glanced at the second-place contender, a female streamer, who was trailing by merely 20,000 broadcasting coins. Just as he was about to inform Huyang, he noticed that the position had shifted, and they had fallen to second place. With 10 minutes remaining in the hour, he urged, "Brothers, let's rally. Help Hu Gu retain the top spot and contend for the provincial championship." The national leaderboard is quite daunting, with the current leader boasting over 8 million broadcasting coins, equivalent to over 80,000 yuan. Come on, everyone, push forward. Do not relent. At that moment, the live broadcast room was suddenly illuminated by the ascent of 10 super rockets, each valued at 100,000 coins, equating to 1,000 yuan, totaling an impressive 10,000 yuan, propelling Hu Ji's channel to the top of the headlines. The audience was left in astonishment, wondering which affluent benefactor was behind this unexpected generosity, seemingly a new account. Thanks to Brother Wenqing, Huazai expressed his gratitude. Indeed, it was the account of He Wenqing, previously a humble persona, who had unexpectedly bestowed such a significant sum. Truly astonishing. Huazai, being in contact with He Wenqing, was aware that he had sold the gold ingots he had salvaged from the river for over 800,000, slightly exceeding Hu Ji's valuation. Essentially, the second place was far behind by over 80,000 coins, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up. It's hard to say. Their big brother is also present. A few thousand yuan is merely pocket change for the wealthy. Observing the brothers in the live broadcast room continuously encouraging gift-giving, Huyang remarked, "Everyone, let's not be overly concerned with rankings. If you can receive something, great. If not, don't force it, and remember to consume wisely. Many listeners rolled their eyes at this, as other streamers typically shouted and urged viewers to give gifts, while his tone was quite the opposite. Goodness, the headline of 10,000 yuan has been snatched away. Who could it be? Don't stir trouble. The one who took Hu Ji's headline is a creator god. That's rather disrespectful, isn't it? Both Hua Zai and Hu Yang were taken aback, initially believing they could hold the top spot for at least 3 minutes. Hu Yang had anticipated this headline would boost his followers, but that dream was swiftly shattered. Meanwhile, the Baiyunshan Guild, including Zhuang Fan and others, were also monitoring Hu Yang's livestream, equally frustrated. It must be said that achieving the headline at this moment was not worth the risk. 10,000 yuan was seized before even half a minute had elapsed. This deity's arrival was unknown, but at that moment, they began to bubble and comment. Subsequently, 10 interstellar travels soared, immediately causing quite a stir among the platform's audience. It should be noted that interstellar travel is the most expensive gift on their platform, each costing 5,000 yuan. Thus, 10 amounted to an astounding 50,000 yuan. Light a cigarette for the big shot. How much is that? 50,000? Did a math teacher instruct you? It's 50,000. Chapter 77, The Pinnacle. Now, not only could they contend for the provincial leaderboard, but they could also strive for the national leaderboard, as they were merely over 10,000 coins behind the first place. Far away in the urban area of Yang City, Boss Yang of the Baiyunshan Guild stated, "Let's secure the national first-hour leaderboard, and then use the guild account to boost it." Their guild had purchased over 10 high-level accounts specifically for such situations. It's possible that Hu Ji's gifts could surpass 100,000 yuan within the hour. Other streamers from the guild looked enviously at Hu Ji's livestream, recognizing him as the guild's top contender, truly impressive. Among them, some had modest goals, merely wishing to receive 1 million coins within a month. Meanwhile, the player who had previously taken Hu Yang's headline was silent in other live broadcasts. It is worth noting that it took him 3 years to ascend to creator god status, while Jiangnan, in less than a year, had spent over 10 million on this platform, holding a rank even higher than his, thus admitting that he could not compete with him. It's futile. Jiangnan is a madman, he commented in the live stream of a female streamer he followed. The beautiful female host also came to the rescue, saying indeed, there is no need to contest this headline. The new anchor, Hu Gu, has been truly remarkable lately. Let us not incite conflict. Hu Yang glanced at the live stream, noticing the audience count exceeding 100,000, with followers rapidly approaching 40,000, a sight that filled his heart with joy. He clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Wenxing, Jiangnan, and all my brothers and sisters." This left many speechless. Was that it? Just a simple expression of thanks? Had it been another anchor, they would have expressed their gratitude for an eternity. Only Hu Ji's longtime viewers understood that he was indifferent to how much others contributed. He was inherently affluent, effortlessly earning hundreds of thousands. In the final 3 minutes of the hour, Jiangnan made another move, sending 10 interstellar trips, contributing 5 million Livestream coins to secure the headline, leaving many players numb, exclaiming that poverty limited their imagination. The female host, Yi Fun, hailing from Chongqing and one of the top anchors on the platform, felt quite disheartened. She realized the hourly leaderboard was beyond her grasp. It's Jiangnan who is helping others contend for the rankings. Let us just forego this hour, she remarked. Jiangnan had also supported her in her live stream, so while she was frustrated, she still paid her respects. Everyone knew Jiangnan was a wealthy tycoon from Shanghai, rumored to have more than one publicly listed company. Yifan was also a talented and beautiful anchor, excelling in both appearance and skill, capable of singing and dancing, which earned her the title of Best Female Anchor of the Year last year. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she clicked into Hu Gu's live stream to see what kind of anchor Jiangnan supported. This newcomer is remarkable. The leaderboard is strong, and he takes an outdoor approach. In the future, I could collaborate with him, she mused after watching for a while. Members of the Baiyun Mountain Guild, including Zhuang Fan, exchanged silent glances. The guild had no room to compete, having directly secured the top spot. If only we could bring Jiangnan to our guild, the progenitor of gods. Sighed Xiaochun. The highest rank on the platform was the custom deity, followed by the progenitor of gods. With such a divine presence in their guild, they would have far more confidence. It should be difficult. Let's not dwell on that. Hu Gu has already achieved 4 crowns. It seems he will reach 5 today, Zhuang Fan remarked. This was already the highest ranking anchor in their guild, and given the current momentum, Hu Gu was likely to reach 10 crowns within a month and attain legendary status in 2 to 3 months. Zhuang Fan had a keen eye for talent. He should continue his efforts, Yang Boss encouraged. This month, he planned to reward all 4 employees with bonuses, especially Zhuang Fan, who deserved a substantial reward. Thanks to Wei Wei, Qing Tian, and Xiao Tang, since you are all anchors, there's no need to contribute, Hu Yang said with a wry smile, as these familiar anchors came to join the excitement. In the end, he organized a follow-and-win event as per the Guild S arrangement, pushing his follower count past 40,000. This brought him significantly closer to his target of 100,000 followers, leaving Hu Yang in high spirits. Attaining the top of the hourly leaderboard brought numerous benefits, especially for a newcomer like him, as his follower count surged rapidly. For those already boasting millions of followers, climbing higher proved to be a daunting challenge. After all, the entire platform boasts merely a few million users, most of whom have been thoroughly exploited. Next, let's accompany Brother Song to the site of the Duan Inkstone extraction. Something I believe everyone is looking forward to, Hu Yang remarked. Brother Song brought along a pot of chilled tea. Indeed, for a person from Guangdong, this beverage is indispensable, akin to consuming traditional Chinese medicine in the eyes of people from other provinces. In our village, the largest pit was initially excavated by the government but yielded little, resulting in its abandonment. However, the villagers later discovered valuable materials within the pit, leading many to venture in, hoping for a stroke of luck. As Brother Song walked, he elaborated. A small river meandered through their village, its waters remarkably clear, untainted by any factories or pollution. The reflections of the verdant hills on either side painted a scene of striking natural beauty. I once stumbled upon a piece of exquisite Duan inkstone material right here. The building we now inhabit was constructed using it, Brother Song boasted proudly. The location where he found the material was indeed a bend in the riverbank, strewn with scattered pebbles. Are you trying to tempt me to gather stones by the riverside again? The bamboo rats have yet to be sold. Brother, are you still selling bamboo rats? This is quite the outdated version. I'm currently a beggar in Dubai. How is the market in Dubai? I have lost my way in Ukraine. Alternatively, we could thrive on a farm in Africa. The locals are quite warm. Are our brothers in Africa still alive? As Hu Yang and the others walked, they observed their surroundings, particularly Huazai, whose interest in treasure hunting now rivaled that of Hugu, filled with enthusiasm. Brother Song pointed out, look at this piece. It is a stone extracted from the quarry, classified as an epigenetic rock. Everyone could see that a small portion of the stone exhibited a grayish-blue hue with a slight purple tint, a variety known as treasure blue within the realm of Duan inkstones. Hu Yang remarked, that must be a corner piece that accidentally fell, slightly coated with inkstone material. Hu Ji's assessment was correct, Brother Song nodded. Therefore, it holds little value and was discarded. Joyful, Huazai quickly scampered over and unearthed it. It was about the size of a basketball and somewhat heavy. Upon seeing this, Brother Song was mildly astonished, secretly admiring Hu Yang's keen eye. He told Huazai, this is a piece of inkstone material with silver veins. If sold to an inkstone factory, it could fetch over 5,000. This sparked a wave of envy in the live stream. Indeed, following Hugu promised a prosperous future, as even a small share could suffice for their sustenance. Chapter 78, Yet Another Uncle. Brother Song pointed out that the town harbors numerous inkstone factories, producing inkstones, which can be considered one of the pillar industries of their town. Just ahead, a turn leads to the entrance of the mine, Brother Song continued. As they moved forward, they began to encounter other villagers. Every day, individuals come here to strive for success. With good fortune, one might discover a high-quality piece of material, securing a year or two's worth of income. Wengo, are they outsiders? Someone suddenly inquired, a hint of wariness in their eyes. This area is nearly a forbidden territory for their village, with outsiders prohibited from approaching casually. They're my good friends, here to witness the process. I just briefed the village chief, Brother Song replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the young man relaxed his guard and apologetically said, my apologies. It's just a habit. In the midst of the gathering, Brother Song facilitated introductions among the attendees. Brother Hu, do you smoke? Queried a young man as he produced a pack of the unpretentious Hong Shuangshi cigarettes. No. In my youth, I dabbled in smoking to appear cool for about a year and a half. But eventually, it lost its allure. Hu Yang chuckled, graciously declining the offered cigarette. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but laugh, reminiscing about their own beginnings. Initially, they had no inkling of what smoking entailed. They merely emulated others, particularly peers, feeling out of place and out of touch with trends if they abstained. In truth, quitting after a year and a half was not particularly difficult. Those who were truly addicted to smoking typically had cultivated that habit over a decade or more. You have it easy. I find life rather dull without a cigarette, the youth remarked, biting into one before offering another to Brother Song. Huazai, also declining, left the two to indulge in their smoke. The tunnel was illuminated. Yet Brother Song and his companions still carried flashlights. Is it safe to mine here clandestinely? Huazai inquired with curiosity. Brother Song explained. The rock tunnels are not easily prone to collapse, unlike coal mines. In fact, the dangers associated with coal mines stem not only from the risk of collapse, but also from the potential presence of flammable and explosive gases. Seeking to change the subject, Hu Yang asked, "Have you unearthed any good materials recently?" The young man, instantly animated, replied, "If you had come a couple of days earlier, you would have seen the banana leaf white frozen material. It's worth over 300,000. The term frozen refers to the varied forms of white cerussite found in Duan stone, recognized as the finest, most delicate, and purest quality within the stone. Depending on texture and color, it is categorized into types such as banana leaf white, fish brain frozen, broken frozen, rice frozen, floating cloud frozen, and sky blue frozen." Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream rolled their eyes. For most, earning 20 to 30,000 was no small feat. It appeared the banana leaf white was substantial, commanding a price of over 300,000, Hu Yang mused. Brother Song interjected, "It could nearly fill an entire ink stone. And the quality is commendable. My uncle is a bit hasty in his dealings. If it were me, I would hold on to it, as such materials will become increasingly scarce, being non-renewable resources that will surely appreciate in value. You are aware of my uncle's situation. He's in urgent need of funds." At that moment, a commotion erupted from within, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that someone might have discovered valuable materials. "Quick, let us take a look," urged Brother Song, hastening his pace. The incessantly chattering youth jogged inside as well, feeling a pang of regret for having stepped out to smoke only to be outpaced by others. Good heavens! Is it my uncle again? Has his ancestral grave started smoking? Is it the banana leaf white again? It was peculiar. He had also surveyed that area just yesterday. The one who had unearthed the valuable material was a man nearing 50, with graying hair and crow's feet around his eyes, dressed in a tank top with a towel draped over his shoulder. In this village, he was the third in rank within their extended family, hence the moniker Third Uncle. At that moment, he wiped the sweat from his brow and set down the iron hammer he had been wielding. Quarrying has always been a laborious endeavor. The intrinsic value of a Duan inkstone fundamentally relies on the quality of the stone, thus rendering the quarrying process exceedingly significant. One must not lose sight of this principle. Since ancient times, the renowned Duanxi quarries have relied on manual extraction, characterized by intense physical labor and advanced techniques, leading to the adage that a pound of Duan stone is worth 1,000 gold coins. Given that Duanxi stone is largely not seismic resistant, the extraction of inkstone material remains predominantly manual, as machinery cannot supplant this traditional method. Uncle San was in high spirits. After decades of quarrying, he had never consecutively extracted the precious banana leaf white material. Although this particular piece was smaller than those from earlier days, it could still fetch around 200,000. "Make way. Let my friend have a look," called out Brother Song from the periphery. When some turned to see, they noticed two unfamiliar faces, their eyes betraying a hint of caution. It was only after the young man who entered alongside them provided an explanation that the crowd relaxed. Upon hearing that the newcomers were potential buyers, Uncle San's demeanor transformed with warmth. Although buyers were never in short supply, as word spread, they would naturally seek him out. Yet many were connoisseurs, making it challenging to maximize profits. The young man, clearly inexperienced, seemed to present an opportunity for greater earnings. "Clear the way. Our guests have arrived." Uncle San's murky eyes glinted with shrewdness. Hu Yang clasped his hands together in greeting, a gesture of respect towards the crowd. "It is a privilege to accompany Brother Song and broaden my horizons." He then turned to Uncle San, assuring him, "Rest assured, if it is suitable, you shall not incur a loss." He crouched down to examine the stone. The material could only be described as freshly quarried, still encrusted with substantial rock. For an expert, the next step would be the selection process. The so-called selection involves refining the raw material into its essence. Not all quarried stones are suitable for inkstone production. After thorough screening, they are categorized, discarding those with cracks, flaws, or undesirable qualities, leaving only the stone's core. This intricate process requires a discerning eye, as a skilled stone worker can perceive patterns hidden beneath the surface. With his head bowed, Hu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, though no one noticed. Soon, he raised his head and inquired, "Uncle San, what price do you intend to ask for this piece?" Uncle San, elated, held up 3 fingers. "How does 300,000 sound?" Before Hu Yang could respond, Brother Song frowned. Uncle San, this piece is clearly inferior to the one from a couple of days ago. Are you trying to take advantage of my friend? Others echoed his sentiments, feeling that Uncle San was being somewhat unfair, especially considering that this was a friend of a fellow villager. It is indeed not on par with the previous piece, hence the price is a few thousand less. Uncle San retorted, 300,000 is still reasonable. With Hu Yang's assertion, the crowd fell silent, sensing that the newcomer might be an easy target. Only Brother Song felt a twinge of guilt, believing that Hu Yang had agreed merely to spare him discomfort. In Chapter 79, Fossil, only Hua Zai and the friends in the live stream were aware that Hu Yang had stumbled upon a treasure once more. Based on their understanding of him, they knew that the stone was certainly more valuable than it appeared on the surface. However, at this moment, Hua Zai found it inappropriate to inquire further. It seems that Uncle San is about to incur a loss once more. It is likely that Hu Gu intends to offer more, and seeing his demeanor, he readily acquiesced. Uncle San appeared somewhat speechless. One cannot blame him. Were it anyone else, many would similarly wish to earn a bit more, which is hardly a fault. Uncle San, beaming with joy, readily agreed, stating no problem. I just finished work. With that, he hoisted the heavy chunk of material onto his shoulder and moved with the swiftness of the wind, showing no signs of being a middle-aged man nearing the age of 60. Observing Hu Yang's willingness, the villagers swiftly embraced this affluent businessman. Without hesitation, they purchased the material for 300,000, viewing him as a true magnate. Such a lavish spender is always welcomed wherever he goes. Hu Yang added, as long as the material meets my expectations, money is no object. With this assurance, the villagers' enthusiasm for quarrying the stones surged. Once the villagers dispersed, Brother Song turned to Hu Yang and remarked, Brother Hu, the price could have been negotiated down a bit. 300,000 seems a tad excessive. He assumed Hu Yang was unfamiliar with market conditions, yet he recalled how Hu Yang had previously appraised old materials at his residence, making it clear that he was well informed. Rest assured, Brother Song, I have not incurred a loss. Setting aside other factors, that piece actually bears traces of fire scorching, albeit faintly, which you all might have overlooked. Hu Yang replied with a smile. Fire marks, also known as fire scorch, indicate that certain areas of the Duan inkstone exhibit signs resembling those scorched by fire or singed by an iron, displaying a purplish hue with a hint of black. The fire marks on Duan stones can be categorized into old and young versions, with the former displaying a purplish tone slightly tinged with black, and the latter a purplish hue with a hint of red. Common types include rouge fire marks, horsehair fire marks, money fire marks, and liver-like frost fire marks. If Hu Yang's observation was accurate, the piece he examined should be classified as a rouge fire mark. Fire marks? Brother Song gasped in surprise. If that were the case, Hu Yang had indeed stumbled upon a fortunate find. The value of a piece of inkstone is contingent upon numerous determining factors, reliant on one's ability to discern them. Such freshly extracted primary materials often overlook many aspects, thereby increasing the likelihood of discovering a hidden gem. Or fire marks? Hua Zai inquired with curiosity. Recognizing the subtlety of the conversation, Hua Zai wisely kept silent, understanding Brother Song's implication. While they were meandering, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. It was the young man who had previously offered them cigarettes. He exclaimed, "Come quickly and see what this is." His outcry drew everyone's attention, prompting them to swiftly converge from other tunnels. As Hu Yang approached, he discovered it was the tail of a fish, eliciting a look of astonishment on his face. The live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, is it a fossil? An ancient creature? Amazing. Can anyone tell me what this organism is? It must be a fossil, right? Marine life? It looks sizable. Hua Zai interjected. A villager suggested, be careful when striking it. Let us see what it reveals. It is indeed a fossil. Fossils of such large marine animals are quite rare, Hu Yang stated. He explained that 300 to 400 million years ago, this area was once the boundary between ocean and land, making the discovery of marine life fossils entirely unsurprising. The Duan inkstone is a type of sedimentary rock, originating from its parent rock formed approximately 400 million years ago during the Middle Devonian period. At that time, a substantial accumulation of sediments gathered in this region, as vast amounts of mud and sand eroded from ancient land masses were carried by river waters to the coastal shores, settling in layers according to their specific gravity and particle size. The weathering and erosion processes decompose the ancient land rocks into clastic materials and metallic ions, with certain minerals, such as muscovite, dissolving in water to form colloids. After many years of sedimentation, the inkstone we know today came into existence. Oh, if only it could be an inkstone, sighed the young Gao. Despite unearthing something novel, he felt it to be of little utility, believing that earning money and marrying were the true pursuits in life. Do not be disheartened. Fossils hold value as well, Hu Yang reassured him. Fossils are valuable? Everyone was taken aback. Huazai had never heard of anyone collecting such items. At best, they might be displayed in a museum. In China, the collecting community rarely engages in this, being largely confined to geologists. However, it has been a popular practice abroad for several centuries. Handle it with care, and if you manage to extract it completely, we shall see if anyone is interested. I remember our provincial museum has a crinoid fossil valued at over 80 million. Hu Yang reminded them. Numerous fossils possess significant research value for the study of geological history, paleobiology, and the evolution of climates, in addition to holding considerable collectible and aesthetic worth. Hu Yang was aware that in recent years, some in the collecting circle believed that fossils had greater potential for appreciation than high-value collectibles like Yuhua stones, Li-Bei stones, inkstones, and jade. Yet due to their rarity, this niche collecting segment has yet to be artificially inflated or fully explored. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gao felt invigorated and rolled up his sleeves to get to work. The others, intrigued, joined in, and before long, they had successfully extracted a peculiar fish fossil over 3 meters in length from the rock. Hugo, do you think this is valuable? Xiao Gao asked eagerly. Hu Yang was uncertain, but his treasure-hunting instincts told him that this was an artifact of greater worth than the previous inkstone. I am not well-versed in fossil market values, but such a complete animal fossil must be quite rare, Hu Yang replied. So, Hugo, would you be interested in purchasing it? There's potential, but pricing is tricky. You know. Before Hu Yang could finish, Xiao Gao interjected, would 10,000 be reasonable? Hu Yang paused, appreciating the young man's character, somewhat talkative but genuinely good-natured. It is definitely worth more than that. If you truly wish to sell, I would offer you 100,000. But should it later fetch a higher price? Do not hold me accountable. 100,000? Not only Xiao Gao, but also the others around him stared at Hu Yang in astonishment. The big boss was indeed different. No blame, no blame, Xiao Gao quickly assured him. 100,000 is like having unearthed a fine specimen. Why not keep it for the new year? Chapter 8. Is the price negotiable? After spending over an hour inside with little to show for it, feeling a bit stifled, Sangha led Hu Yang and Huazai out. As soon as they emerged from the tunnel, Huazai informed Hu Yang, Hugo, someone messaged me, expressing interest in purchasing the fossil we just found, offering 200,000. Sangha was taken aback, frozen in place. He had initially contemplated whether spending 100,000 yuan on such a cumbersome stone was a wise investment. To his astonishment, inquiries about its price emerged swiftly, and the valuation doubled. Hu Yang shook his head, admitting his limited grasp of the market, but since the price was somewhat undervalued. Wait a moment. I shall consult Brother Sun, he remarked. Any treasure that came into his possession would certainly not be sold off lightly. It seemed that Xiao Feng had introduced a fair-minded proprietor to the village, which was indeed commendable. The elderly village chief nodded approvingly. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely depreciated the fossil's worth to mere pennies before offering a token sum, thereby absconding with the treasure. Such individuals embody the type that exploits you, yet leaves you feeling grateful. However, Hu Yang was different. When Xiao Gao set the price at 10,000, he instantly countered with 100,000. Was this not a display of generosity? At the very least, the entire village had begun to warm to Hu Yang, the newcomer from afar. Even if they understood that the fossil ultimately might not be worth that sum, they bore no ill will towards Hu Yang, especially since he had made his intentions clear from the outset. Moreover, was it not justifiable for him to profit? Hu Yang tirelessly greeted everyone with a smile, subsequently taking numerous photographs of the fossil to send to Sun Jidong. Earlier, he had already contacted Sun Jidong, who, as an intermediary, possessed a wealth of information and connections regarding potential buyers. Coincidentally, he knew a wealthy collector from Shaanxi, a local tycoon who had amassed his fortune in coal. Ren Fa, having stepped down from his role as chairman at just over 50, had appointed his son-in-law in his stead, a prominent coal magnate with assets exceeding 100 billion. He was particularly indulgent towards his sole descendant, his daughter. Few were aware of his fervent passion for collecting various fossils. In his youth, he had developed a profound interest in paleontology and had gradually amassed dozens of specimens before his retirement, including fossils of unicellular organisms, flora, and fauna. His most prized possession was a dinosaur fossil acquired for several million, although regrettably, it was incomplete. Recently, he had envisioned establishing a private fossil museum to exhibit these specimens to the public free of charge. However, he felt it lacked significant treasures and aspired to acquire 1 or 2 major fossils to anchor the collection. when an intermediary named Sun sent him a series of photographs. Ren Fa immediately recognized the specimen as a placoderm, a medium-sized prehistoric creature from the Devonian period. The earliest placoderm fossils were discovered in the late Silurian, thriving during the Devonian, only to face extinction by its conclusion. Placoderms were numerous and had a global distribution, while their relatively short lifespan allowed for the preservation of their hard bony armor as fossils. However, he had never heard of such a complete placoderm fossil. It was unlikely to be found anywhere, even abroad. Thus, he promptly called Sun Jidong. "Mr. Sun, this specimen must be reserved for me. I am prepared to offer 3 million. I will do my utmost to assist you, but as you are aware, there are many interested collectors for such a complete fossil specimen. Sun Jidong would certainly not overlook any opportunity to capitalize on wealthy buyers. For such individuals, money held little significance, yet for Sun Jidong and his associates, it represented a considerable gain. So why not seize the opportunity to acquire more?" As Brother Song sipped his tea at home, he unexpectedly spat it out, exclaiming, 3 million? That is negotiable? Brother Hua exhibited a similar expression of astonishment, though less dramatic, as he had been acquainted with Brother Hu and had witnessed the world of valuable items. After all, Brother Hu had picked up objects worth millions before. Hu Yang was quite confident in his treasure-hunting abilities. He had anticipated this outcome, so upon hearing the news from Sun Zedong, he did not display any signs of surprise. Since the broadcast had not yet concluded, everyone had learned of this revelation through the live stream, leading them to contemplate their own insignificance. While they expected that Brother Hu would not incur losses, they were taken aback by the magnitude of his profits. It felt as though each day brought in hundreds of thousands, making them believe they resided in a different realm. With the same intellect, why were others so remarkably exceptional? Damn it, I too shall venture into fossil hunting. Brother, wake up. What lies beneath the ground belongs to the state. The broadcaster was so ostentatious. Did he not fear that the relevant authorities would arrive at his door with a banner and 500 yuan? The live stream attracted a myriad of viewers, and regardless of one's actions, there would always be those who disapproved. Brother Sun suggested requesting an additional several hundred thousand. By the way, let us keep this under wraps to spare Xiao Gao's feelings, Hu Yang advised. Sun Zedong also mentioned that if this were overseas, the price would undoubtedly be higher. In China, there were still too few individuals engaging in fossil hunting. Conversely, peculiar stones had gained popularity in recent years. Brother Song and the others nodded, merely discussing the matter among themselves at home. "Dear, do refrain from spreading this around," Sister Song admonished her daughter with a glare. Song Ying silently deleted a line of text she had just composed in the WeChat group, pouting, "Am I really that big of a gossip? What about this material?" Brother Song inquired, gesturing to the 30,000 yuan piece Hu Yang had purchased. He had scrutinized it closely moments ago and indeed noted signs of scorching, thus surmising that Hu Yang would not suffer a loss. "I was thinking of finding a skilled craftsman to carve it." Hu Yang had long harbored such plans. He would not simply sell it as raw material. There was a formidable artisan in town, but he seldom ventured out. He typically showed little interest in ordinary materials. Brother Song revealed, "Is that so? Then let us pay him a visit tomorrow, fully open the material, and inquire further," Hu Yang decided, needing to assess the artisan's skills first, for fine materials must not be squandered. As dusk approached, it was not an opportune moment to disturb the craftsman, so he planned to stay overnight at Brother Song's place. In the city, Zhang Yihua's good mood was shattered when his department head invited him out for drinks, leading to a significant venting of frustrations. They had worked tirelessly for over 2 months on a project, and just as they were on the brink of signing, someone from the company swooped in to take credit. Consequently, the project's bonuses vanished. "You might as well team up with old Hu." Xiao Hui was also incensed, harboring resentment towards her husband's company. Although Zhang Yihua had contemplated this notion, he ultimately dismissed it, no matter how good a brother one might have. Embarking on a business venture together inevitably breeds conflict, a scenario he wished to avoid. Moreover, it was not mere sentimentality. He genuinely did not wish to serve under his brother. Xiao Hui sighed inwardly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. After all, men often possess a somewhat childish pride that requires safeguarding. Chapter 81. The Stone Eye. The rural night can be rather dull, devoid of commotion, even at around 10 o'clock. Many villagers have already succumbed to slumber. As anticipated, within a couple of hours, they managed to catch a considerable amount of fish and shrimp, subsequently preparing a pot of river delicacy congee for a late-night feast. The following day, Brother Song took Hu Yang and the others to the town to seek out the esteemed Master Feng. At 69 years of age, Master Feng's dexterity and precision in carving remain remarkably adept. It is said that his ancestry hails from Yangzhou, where his family has long engaged in the art of carving. It was only in this generation that they relocated to make a living here, and his exceptional craftsmanship quickly garnered him renown within the town. Before visiting Master Feng, Hu Yang and his companions made a detour to the inkstone factory, where they invested some money to have the raw material fully extracted, removing the excess rock from its outer layer. Upon revealing the complete stone, Brother Song marveled. If Uncle Sam were here, he would undoubtedly lament deeply. This was because he had spotted the stone eye, a natural formation resembling an eye embedded within the inkstone, a distinctive feature of Duan inkstones and Xiuqiu inkstones. The stone eye can take on a round or elongated shape, emerging on azure or purplish-blue inkstones, presenting a greenish hue with faint yellow undertones, and a jet-black pupil that varies in depth. Some exquisite examples even exhibit multiple layers or resemble the eyes of certain birds or beasts. Historically, since ancient times, inkstones bearing stone eyes have been highly prized among literati. Sir, may I inquire if you would consider parting with this inkstone? I can offer 300,000. The owner of the inkstone factory spoke to Hu Yang, evidently captivated by the stone. In their trade, there exists a saying that inkstones with eyes are the most valuable. The addition of the rare white burnt leaf further elevated the stone's worth, particularly upon the discovery of the stone eye, which was arguably the finest the factory owner had encountered in recent years. The initial offer of 300,000 was made with a speculative intent. 300,000? Do you take us for novices? Hu Yang retorted. I have worked in quarrying for over a decade. Setting aside the stone eye, this burnt leaf alone surpasses that price. Wouldn't you agree? Now, regarding the stone eye, it must be a high eye, correct? You cheeky fellow. You can even discern a high eye. You truly are an expert. The classification of stone eyes is based on their position. High eyes are found at the top or sides of the inkstone, while low eyes appear elsewhere. High eyes facilitate artistic processing and appreciation, serving as a means to turn stone into gold, thus being exceedingly valuable. The factory owner regarded Brother Song with mild surprise, his expression slightly awkward. Ah, my friend, are you a local? Upon hearing of your quarrying background, I surmised you must be. What do you think? He chuckled. I apologize for my oversight. How about I add another 100,000? Hu Yang was tempted to respond. Not at all. The viewers in the live stream were stifling laughter. After all, Brother Hu was not one to toy with sums like that. An investment of 300,000, with an increase of 100,000, was hardly in line with his typical approach. The factory owner seemed intent on amusing himself, attempting to seize a bargain while failing to recognize who Brother Hu truly was, like brandishing a sword before Guangong. It was evident that the value would surely exceed 400,000. Seek out a skilled master to refine this piece, and its value could potentially double. However, my dear boss, I currently have no intention of parting with this material. On the other hand, are you willing to sell that bonsai pine? I must admit, it captivates my interest. Hu Yang pointed to an old pine tree, barely half a meter tall, situated within the stone carving factory. Upon hearing this, not only did the owner of the stone carving factory struggle to grasp the situation, but Hua Zai, Song Gu, and the viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback, as Hu Yang's abrupt shift in conversation was rather unexpected. Mr. Hu is into bonsai as well? The factory owner was genuinely astonished, as he had little knowledge of horticulture. In truth, he had only taken over the factory a little over 2 months ago, following the previous owner's belief that the industry was not as promising as it once seemed. The old pine, naturally, was left behind by his predecessor, and he lacked the appreciation for it. Yet he found it intriguing. How could such an ancient pine tree not grow taller? Huyang Chuklet, the audience, familiar with Hu Ji's tactics, sensed complexity beneath the surface. Some astute viewers quickly recognized that it was a black pine. The black pine remains lush and green throughout the seasons, with its needles grouped in pairs, deep green and robust, its bark gray-black and scaly. It grows slowly, with sprawling branches and a canopy that resembles a majestic cover. Do you think that could be a black pine worth tens of thousands? It's quite likely, as Hu Gum may claim ignorance in the realm of bonsai, yet his discerning eye for valuable items has never faltered. The factory owner felt a pang of anxiety. Having anticipated a fortunate find, he now feared the tables had turned. Seeing that Hu Yang was not jesting and appeared genuinely interested in the bonsai, the factory owner confidently remarked, "These old pine bonsais are not inexpensive. Even ordinary ones can fetch several thousand, while those of slightly better quality can reach tens of thousands, and some even exceed 100,000. Since someone has shown interest, it would be illogical not to sell it. What purpose would it serve to keep it? However, the price must certainly be considered carefully." He feigned understanding, stating, "This particular bonsai is of exceptional quality. If I were to sell it, it would have to be at least 70 to 80,000. That is far too expensive. I have attended bonsai exhibitions and have seen specimens like this valued at no more than 50,000. Hu Yang retorted, equally serious, despite having never attended such exhibitions. Yet, the factory owner took him at his word, believing Hu Yang had some familiarity with the market. Initially, he had merely been probing Hu Yang's psychological price point. Very well. As a gesture of friendship, I shall agree to 50,000. He added, even 5,000 would suffice, if it were truly valuable. The previous owner would not have relinquished it to me. The familiar refrain elicited laughter from the live stream audience. Once again, the notion of friendship seemed to serve as a catch-all in the industry. Upon exiting the stone carving factory with a bonsai pine in hand, Huazai found the situation rather amusing. Hugo, this pine must be quite valuable, wouldn't you say? He inquired. Hu Yang casually replied, I am not certain. I know little about bonsai. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Uncertain? Then why would you spend 50,000 to acquire it? What gives? Huazai speculated that perhaps Hu Yang was genuinely providing a benefit to that owner. Is it the pot itself that holds value? He wondered, suddenly feeling he might be onto something. What is Hugo most proficient at? ISNT at antiques? The audience in the live stream also began to connect the dots, recalling a similar situation involving a jade carving. However, Hu Yang shook his head, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 82. The Lingbai Stone Rockery. In truth, the aged pine's pot was a ceramic vessel. Though not small, could it truly be valued at 50,000? That seemed implausible. Why then? For a moment, Huazai was at a loss for words. Brother Song wore a similarly perplexed expression, unable to fathom Hu Yang's fascination with this old pine. Was it truly an emotional connection with the tree itself? Was it merely a case of visual affinity, disregarding its monetary worth? Hu Yang pointed to a rock within the potted plant, a stone intended to embellish the bonsai and enhance the aged pine's rugged appearance. Do you know what this stone is? He prompted the audience in the live stream, enticing them to guess for a prize, a rocket. The viewers widened their eyes. Was the question really about the rock in a bonsai? However, who could discern the nature of that dark stone? Upon closer inspection, it did possess a certain charm. Was it naturally formed? At this moment, various answers flooded the live stream. Every conceivable name for stones was suggested, with the more plausible ones like Taihu stone emerging, while the absurd included chicken bloodstone. Please, not chicken blood again, Hu Yang exclaimed. Stop. I see the answer. The name is somewhat familiar. Mu-yi? Didn't he get it right before? Hu Yang quickly spotted the correct answer. As soon as the audience heard it, they rushed to elevate Mu-yi's response on the screen, Lingbai stone. Indeed, it was Mu-yi from the Sunny family stream. And Hu Yang recalled that this brother had answered correctly before and won a reward. Mu-yi sent a private message, making a request, adhering to the usual practice of directly gifting the reward to his own streamer, Qing Tian. This way, Qing Tian would receive more without unnecessary transfers. No problem. By the way, Qing Tian is also one of our acquaintances, Hu Yang remarked. Qing Tian had just begun her stream, still unmade up, her face slightly puffy. At that moment, she was dazed as 5 rockets suddenly floated up in her live stream. Huazai explained that these were the result of Mu-yi's efforts. Mu-yi? He got it right again? Qing Tian was astonished. Although Mu-yi had only received a single rocket in his own stream, Hu Yang had generously gifted 5 this time. Regardless, she expressed her gratitude to Hu Yang and her beloved brother Mu-yi, whom she cherished dearly, for he was indeed her benefactor. Mu-yi had supported her from humble beginnings, contributing tens of thousands of RMB up to his current status as a duke. Meanwhile, Hu Yang elaborated in his live stream. Lingbai is a county in Anhui, and Lingbai stone is a local specialty, much like the Duan inkstones here, representing a distinctive industry. Perhaps many are unfamiliar, but our nation has a long-standing tradition of stone appreciation. Thus, we have the 4 famous stones of ornamental rocks: Lingbai stone, Taihu stone, Ing stone, and Kuin stone. Lingbai stone proudly holds the esteemed position as the foremost among them. The collection and appreciation of Lingbai stones have long been renowned. Throughout history, no stone collector has been without treasured Lingbai specimens. Historical records include Su Shi's Little Penglai, Fan Qingda's Little Ame, and Zhao Mengfu's 5 Old Peaks. The illustrious and flamboyant Emperor Liu held a profound admiration for the Lingbai stones of Lingbai Mountain. The Song dynasty's Emperor Huizong even inscribed the phrase, "The mountain is high, the moon is small, the water recedes." The stones emerge on a petite Lingbai peak that he frequently cherished, commissioning its engraving alongside his imperial seal. renowned for their exquisite beauty. Lingbai stones encapsulate the finest qualities of texture, sound, form, and color, securing a prominent position in the rich tapestry of ancient collectible culture, and are universally recognized as treasures for connoisseurs of stone appreciation throughout history. I have visited Lingbai, located over 100 kilometers away. However, in that locale, Lingbai stones do not seem particularly valuable. Several hundred yuan is considered quite a lot. At that time, there were individuals who tempted me to make a purchase, but I remained unfooled. I was not deceived, yet perhaps I lost an opportunity for sudden wealth. To be frank, in that region, Lingbai stones truly lack substantial worth. Yang, after observing, curiously inquired, "Brother, when did you go?" 20 years ago, I replied. A sudden silence enveloped the live stream, quickly followed by a burst of incredulous reactions. You dare to mention an event from 20 years ago? Do you grasp how much several hundred yuan was worth back then? Indeed, 2 decades prior, a few hundred yuan was considered quite a significant sum. You deceitful charlatan, begone, one viewer exclaimed, adding, I genuinely believed you for a moment. What a waste of my expression. Yang, amused yet exasperated, remarked, 2 decades ago, in the source region, a fine stone was priced at merely a few dozen to 100 yuan, yet with a bit of refinement for transport to distant places, its value often soared tenfold or even 100-fold. Presently, if you offer a few hundred yuan for a good Lingbai stone, you would likely face severe disdain. In the auction market, exceptional Lingbai stones typically command transaction amounts in the hundreds of thousands, with some even reaching millions. Pointing to a particular piece in his bonsai, he continued, this one can also be considered a premium specimen, though I cannot precisely state its worth. Such ornamental stones may hold little value in the eyes of some. However, to certain dedicated collectors, they are indeed priceless treasures. Whenever brother who expresses uncertainty in valuation, it is usually a sign that the item is not inexpensive. Everyone suddenly recalled the earlier proprietor who sought to acquire Hu Yang's Duan inkstone material for a mere 30 to 40,000 yuan, which now seems rather ironic. His attempt to find a bargain has turned against him. If he were to learn of this, he would likely faint in despair in the restroom. Song Gu, momentarily astonished, gained newfound insight, realizing the genuine worth of stones. The inkstone from his hometown, the Lingbai stones before him, and the other stones Hu Yang had just described, all contributed to this revelation. Let us seek out Master Feng. He rises quite early, Song Gu suggested. In truth, the elderly typically adhere to an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine, often requiring less sleep. Soon, Hu Yang and the others encountered Master Feng, a spirited elderly gentleman clad in a simple vest and shorts, donning flip-flops while wielding a palm fan. His appearance distinctly resembled that of a community elder. Viewers from Yangzhou exclaimed in disbelief, noting how the old man had been assimilated by the Guangdong culture. Lingbai stones? Let me take a look, Master Feng remarked, his gaze immediately drawn to the Lingbai stone in the bonsai, clearly a discerning individual. It is no surprise, given his extensive dealings with stones, that he has encountered a plethora of varieties. Chapter 83, Exchange. Elder, are you familiar with this treasure? Brother who has just acquired it, Songgu initiated the conversation. Hu Yang gently placed the bonsai down for the elderly gentleman to admire, respectfully greeting him in the process. Master Feng nodded slightly at Hu Yang, feeling a fondness for the composed young man. This lad is quite impressive. He possesses great potential. He recognized that those who came bearing materials had specific intentions. Yet only the truly exceptional could capture his interest. Age had rendered him somewhat less energetic, which meant he only acted when he encountered remarkable materials, often conserving his strength otherwise. Having played with Duan inkstones for nearly a lifetime, a mere glance was enough for him to discern that this particular stone was of good quality. Though not the finest, it certainly ranked among the best. Its stone I possessed a certain spirit, as if a reel I were peering from it. Fortune seems to favor us, Hu Yang humbly remarked. Master Feng's gaze shifted to the Lingbai stone, its mountainous form evoking awe. One could not only see the rugged rocks, but also faintly discern the trees upon the mountain. Most astonishing was the giant stone beneath which a tiger appeared to crouch. Lingbai stones are cherished in the realm of stone appreciation, both ancient and modern, for their unique characteristics, quality, shape, color, and luster, as well as their myriad forms and textures, including thinness, wrinkles, leaks, transparency, and even imperfections. Among Lingbai stones, those that exhibit remarkable shape and vivid imagery possess the highest aesthetic value. Moreover, there is the element of artistic conception, which varies from person to person and is difficult to articulate. It can only be intuitively grasped. This particular Lingbai stone, in terms of form, undoubtedly qualifies as a masterpiece. As a sculptor, Master Feng's imagination was quite fertile, allowing him to excel in appreciating artistic conception. The Lingbai stone before him inspired an extraordinary sensation. While the ancient pine planted beside it seemed an obstruction, the stone itself was akin to a painting, a work of art, and to treat it merely as an embellishment would be an affront. It is a gem, truly unique. What is most remarkable is the profound artistic conception it radiates. You may find it hard to fully appreciate. Such a Lingbai stone could easily fetch several 100,000, Master Feng commented. He perceived the profound artistic conception and rich cultural implications reflected in the stone's form, shape, and undulating variations. For instance, the Lingbai stones that convey artistic conception belong to the finest category. Brother Song had witnessed Hu Yang's talent for unearthing hidden gems firsthand and held a deep admiration for him. The audience in the live stream seemed accustomed to such wonders. No longer surprised. For Hu Yang, items worth hundreds of thousands appeared to pose little challenge. Afterward, the owner of the Inkstone factory learned of this event and found himself unable to eat for 3 days, while the factory workers were too wary to speak, fearing they might bring bad luck. After a moment's contemplation, Master Feng could not restrain himself. How about I trade you an equally valued Duan Inkstone? Hu Yang, having his own desires, showed no hesitation in agreeing. Certainly, I have no desire to collect, he nodded. In his view, all possessions were transferable. Since they were of equal value, there was no issue. After all, it all ultimately amounted to numbers in a bank account. Master Feng was pleased with the young man's attitude. He did not attempt to inflate the price out of greed, demonstrating commendable character. Naturally, as an elder, he also held no intention of taking advantage of the younger generation. His Duan Inkstone, acquired in his early years, might even hold slightly greater value than the Lingbai stone before them. Soon, Master Feng revealed the Inkstone. Upon inspection, it was a rectangular, circular inkstone, reminiscent of a bronze mirror, with an ink pit at its center and intricate carvings adorning its perimeter, complemented by stone eyes on either side. Even those unversed in the craft could discern the artistic value of this inkstone from its mere appearance. Hu Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment, remarking, "Old master, this inkstone seems to possess considerable value." He estimated its worth to be between 100 to 200,000, while a difference of 30 to 50,000 could be considered reasonable. Exceeding 100,000 seemed to transcend equitable exchange. Master Feng appreciated the young man's attitude, yet he remained indifferent, waving his hand dismissively. To me, the value of Lingbai stone surpasses this. Now, what brings you here? He deftly shifted the topic, unwilling to dwell on such trivial profits. At his age, he viewed wealth with a certain detachment. Thank you, old master. Indeed, I sought you out to request your assistance in carving this inkstone, Hu Yang said, presenting the material. Master Feng held a favorable impression of Hu Yang. Thus, he was not overly demanding this time. This is quite good material. Xiao Song, did your village extract this? Master Feng inquired of Brother Song. Brother Song's face brightened instantly as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was mined yesterday. At the time, we were unaware of the stone eyes. Otherwise, Brother Hu's offer of 300,000 would have been impossible. 300,000? That is quite a find. Your village's old pit is impressive. I recall that just a couple of days ago, a piece of Jiaoyir Badong was unearthed, correct? High-quality inkstone material appears to surface frequently, Master Feng remarked with admiration. Having lived here for many years, he held deep affection for inkstones. Observing the dwindling resources and the increasing difficulty in finding high-quality materials weighed heavily on his heart. Since you trust me, I happen to be feeling a bit restless lately. Leave the material with me, and you may return in half a month. The old master accepted with pleasure. Brother Song spoke up regarding the price, sparing Hu Yang the discomfort of broaching the subject of compensation. Master Feng widened his eyes. In light of this Lingbai stone, I shall carve one piece for you free of charge. His fondness for Hu Yang was a significant factor, though the old master felt too modest to voice it. He indeed had a great appreciation for Lingbai stone, yet the value of his inkstone was more than sufficient to counterbalance it. The old master's words instantly endeared him to the live stream audience. Although Yangzhou and Lingbai are cities in different provinces, the distance is not too great, and the old master may have visited in his youth, now evoking nostalgia. Those who cherish deep emotions command respect. Subsequently, the old man showed Hu Yang and the others some of his works from recent years, which he had preserved as mementos. According to his account, once he enters the coffin, these pieces will be donated. Many expressed their admiration, a small figure with grand aspirations. Such is the spirit of the Chinese people, especially the older generation, who truly deserve respect. In truth, the old man had few attachments. His children had established their families and were living well, not needing to worry about his legacy, and his wishes were supported by his offspring. May the old master live a long and prosperous life. Aside from a few exquisite Duan inkstones, the rest are the proud creations of Master Feng. Through the live stream, viewers can also witness the general process of crafting a Duan inkstone. The entire procedure commences with stone extraction, quarrying, material preparation, rough shaping, carving, polishing, and box assembly. At Master Feng's workshop, the pivotal step remains the carving, which is crucial for showcasing the aesthetic appeal of the inkstone. Without the artistry of carving, even the finest stone remains merely a slab, devoid of artistic essence. The techniques employed in carving are determined by the subject matter and the style of the inkstone, primarily focusing on deep carving, supplemented by shallow carving and fine detailing to express a robust and bold style, while shallow carving, line engraving, and meticulous detailing convey a subtle and delicate aesthetic. Master Feng's craftsmanship originates from Yangzhou, where he excels in relief carving and a modest amount of open work. He had noticed Hu Yang during the live stream and was quite curious. Is anyone watching? Hu Yang nodded and addressed the audience, inviting them to greet Master Feng. Instantly, the screen filled with a flurry of greetings, leaving Master Feng astonished as he glanced at the viewer count, exclaiming in disbelief at the presence of tens of thousands. It is worth noting that the population of an ordinary town in China is merely in the tens of thousands. So many people? Can you really make a living from this profession? Master Feng inquired. Many in the live chat clarified for Hu Yang, who looked at him in surprise. His admiration for Hu Yang deepening. The purpose of the live stream is not for profit, but rather to promote culture, which is commendable. Well done. Our traditional cultural industries require greater exposure to capture the attention of youth. Otherwise, the culture may become fragmented. Master Feng expressed his profound appreciation. After lingering in the town until past noon, Hu Yang and Hua Zai bid farewell to Brother Song, promising to return in a fortnight. On the way back to Yangcheng, Hu Yang addressed the live audience, stating that while Master Feng did not accept any remuneration, he could not overlook this matter. In the coming days, he would seek out some beneficiaries and, in Master Feng's name, donate 200,000, assuring everyone that they could retain evidence of this contribution. The true compensation certainly does not need to amount to 200,000. Part of it is simply Hu Yang's goodwill. The viewers in the live stream were well aware of this, and they began to shower Hu Yang with praise. Even casual onlookers found themselves increasingly fond of the host. Regardless of whether this was merely a performance, offering 200,000 to benefit those in need speaks volumes. There were even individuals assisting Hu Yang in identifying potential recipients for the donations, such as orphanages, centers for the disabled, and nursing homes. At this juncture, Hu Yang received a private message from someone claiming to be a nurse, stating that a patient at her hospital was in dire need of assistance. Since Hu Yang intended to make a donation, she inquired if he could help this particular patient. Subsequently, she shared details about the patient's situation. The individual in question was a young girl currently in elementary school, who, due to her illness, had to temporarily suspend her studies and was hospitalized. Coming from a financially strained background, she was reliant on societal donations to sustain her ongoing treatment, yet the support was insufficient to meet her needs. Earlier, I conversed with a friend in the live stream room who suggested that I assist a sick little girl. Consequently, I resolved to take everyone to the hospital to assess the situation firsthand. If her condition is indeed as described, we shall proceed with the donation, Hu Yang remarked. The audience was taken aback, astonished that Hu Gu genuinely heeded their suggestions. Suddenly, they realized they had accomplished something remarkable, and a wave of elation swept over them. A conscientious broadcaster, indeed. Soon after, Hu Yang and his companions arrived at the affiliated hospital of Sun Yat-sen University, equipped with a basket of fruit. Following the information left by a nurse to locate the appropriate ward, a guardian angel in white approached them, her face lighting up with surprise as she greeted, Hu Gu, we are immensely grateful for your visit. Iam Nurse Mayun. Mayun? The audience was astounded. It was indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, the viewers were left speechless. Hu Yang glanced at the live stream and, with a hint of annoyance, clarified for the young nurse, it's the cloud with a grass radical. What are you thinking? He then shook her hand warmly. Hello. We are deeply concerned about the situation you mentioned and wanted to pay a visit. Is that little girl inside? Inside the ward, they spotted a few individuals, among them an unusual little girl, while her other limbs appeared entirely normal. One of her arms was as thick as that of a strong man. Indeed, her name was Axie, a fourth-grade student who was now suffering from severe varicose veins. Everyone could see that one of her arms was quite abnormal. In the eyes of her classmates, she was perceived as a monster. Nurse Ma led Hu Yang and his companions inside, introducing, "This is Axie's mother, Aunt Chun. Axie, this is Brother Hu, Brother Hua." The young girl with a charming ponytail tried to conceal her large arm, but it was a futile effort. At her tender age, she was already aware of the importance of beauty, and having her arm exposed before a handsome older brother made her quite self-conscious. Nevertheless, she politely greeted them. Hu Yang refrained from displaying any unusual gaze. Instead, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, saying, "You are truly strong. I also suffered from a peculiar ailment when I was young and would cry at the mere sight of a needle." Upon receiving such praise, Axie's demeanor brightened. Nurse Ma felt a sense of relief. Hu Ge had a way with words. She had initially feared that Hu Yang's unexpected visit might impose undue pressure on Axie. The little girl's father was absent, often seen nowhere near the hospital, reportedly out seeking financial assistance. The presence of the beloved toy by her bedside attested to the father's affection for his daughter. This illness brings about peculiar sensations in the limbs, sharp prickling, intense itching, numbness, and a burning sensation, all of which can be quite distressing during flare-ups. However, witnessing the 10-year-old girl endure it all with a pale face while gritting her teeth tugged at Nurse Ma's heartstrings, prompting her to inquire about potential assistance for Axie. She discreetly pulled Aunt Chun aside to reintroduce Hu Yang. Aunt Chun expressed her gratitude, saying, "Nurse Ma, I truly appreciate your concern." Simultaneously, the gaze directed at Hu Yang was filled with gratitude. Despite the absence of a definitive promise to assist, the sincerity of his intent was palpable. More importantly, he did not regard her daughter with the eyes of a monster, which deeply moved her. "May I meet the attending physician?" Hu Yang inquired. "And Chunjia. Let's step outside for a brief conversation." Upon witnessing the young girl's true condition, Hu Yang had already resolved to offer his support. Ma Yun's heart soared with joy, and she eagerly nodded, "Please wait, Hu Ge. I will fetch Dr. Yang. He should be in his office." Chunai was only about 10 years older than Hu Yang, prompting him to address her directly as Chunjia. "Very well, let us converse outside." Unbeknownst to Hu Yang at that moment, Song Ge was engrossed in watching his live stream with Master Feng. "What a good child, what a good child," Master Feng remarked, uncertain whether he was praising Hu Yang or the young girl, as she. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Let us treat this matter as if we are unaware. It is best not to mention it." He referred to Hu Yang's anonymous donation to aid those in need, wishing to avoid any potential awkwardness during future encounters. "Understood." Master Feng reassured him, "I comprehend your intent." Chapter 85. Rising costs unexpectedly. The attending physician turned out to be a handsome young man, capturing the attention of numerous female viewers in the live stream, drawn in by his uniform's allure. I have discussed Ashi's condition with Ms. Chun previously. The hospital initially recommended amputation, as her ailment is not a typical case of varicose veins. It is quite unique and demonstrates a degree of spread. However, I personally believe that as long as there is a glimmer of hope, amputation should not be taken lightly. Losing a limb profoundly impacts one's future life. Recently, our department head and colleagues convened to formulate a treatment plan tailored to Ashi's condition. However, it requires a substantial sum of money. I have also communicated this to Ms. Chen's husband, who is currently endeavoring to gather the necessary funds. If Mr. Hu could extend his hand in assistance, it would be most beneficial. Dr. Yang was taken aback, not expecting Hu Yang's focus to be on treatment rather than finances. It seemed he was indeed a genuinely benevolent citizen eager to help. He indicated that the original plan would cost approximately 200,000 yuan, with treatment lasting 2 to 3 months. The additional 10 or 20,000 would be negligible for Hu Yang, who would not hesitate to part with such sums for other streamers, let alone for those in need. "Very well, let's pursue a superior plan. Do not worry about the costs. I shall resolve it shortly." The most significant challenge had been the financial burden, yet now Hu Yang had effectively alleviated that concern, allowing her to relax. Glancing at the woman who was continuously wiping her tears, Hu Yang's heart softened, and he offered comfort. "Chunjia, all difficulties shall pass." Chunjia nodded vigorously, unable to articulate her gratitude. At this moment, the words "thank you" felt inadequate. Dr. Yang was also elated, as the situation had finally reached a resolution. He genuinely wished to assist Ashi, but his capabilities were limited. The hospital was not a charitable institution, and all they could do was provide earnest care. "We are profoundly grateful for Mr. Hu's generosity. Rest assured, our hospital will promptly revise the plan and expedite treatment." The situation with Axie is particularly sensitive to delays. Mr. Yang extended his hand, warmly shaking hands with Hu Yang. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast could not help but feel a surge of emotion, suddenly realizing that the world still holds a certain beauty. In an instant, the viewer count soared once again, reaching 46,000. Simultaneously, various gifts began to float across the screen, symbolizing the goodwill of the netizens. Sister Chun promptly called her husband to share the good news, urging him to come to the hospital. Nurse Ma Yun, hidden in a corner, was secretly delighted, for she was the mastermind behind this event, feeling as if she had saved the world. How could she not be joyful? One of the nurse colleagues remarked, "Isn't he just a streamer? Might he be doing this to boost his popularity?" This comment displeased Ma Yun. Her tone sharp. Spending 200,000 or 300,000 to do good is justified, even if it is with ulterior motives for fame. Others don't showcase such generosity. Furthermore, Hu Ge is a wealthy individual, unconcerned about his popularity. In her view, those who seek fame are primarily driven by profit. However, Hu Ge truly values his popularity, as his future trajectory relies heavily on the live streaming system, making his audience engagement crucial, something others do not perceive. Youthful, affluent, and kind-hearted, Xiao Yun could consider dating him. Such men are rare, and even those who are married among her colleagues encouraged this notion. Were it not for their own marital commitments, they might have attempted to engage with him. A handsome, young, wealthy, and compassionate man. Missing out on such a treasure would indeed be regrettable. Ma Yun claimed not to be moved, yet upon glancing at her own figure, feelings of insecurity crept in. Many men profess a preference for fuller-figured women, yet in truth, they often favor a more slender silhouette, as it bestows greater social prestige. At that moment, Hu Yang approached with a smile, saying, "Sister Ma Yun, if you encounter any issues in the future, please do not hesitate to inform me. I may choose to follow up on this matter." "Not at all. It's no trouble." Nurse Ma Yun quickly waved her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Add me on WeChat. We can chat there later." Consequently, the audience in the live broadcast envied Ma Yun for acquiring Hu Ji's personal WeChat. Overjoyed, Ma Yun swiftly retrieved her phone adorned with a cute crayon Shinchan case. "When do you finish work? I'll treat Sister Chun and the others to dinner later. You should join us," Hu Yang added. A group of nurses looked on enviously, wishing they could swap places with her. Even if they could not cultivate a romantic relationship, becoming friends with someone so affluent would be a wonderful opportunity. "I will finish my shift a bit earlier today," Ma Yun replied. Hu Yang pondered for a moment, then pulled a jade pendant from his pocket, a jade Buddha, which he placed around Axi's neck. For good luck, he explained, revealing that he had acquired it a few days prior, not particularly valuable, but initially intended as a reward for his audience. Wearing a jade Buddha or guanyin has its significance. Men wear guanyin, while women wear Buddha. Many in the live broadcast were moved, feeling their hearts melting. The host is so warm. He feels like the ideal boyfriend. Hu Ge truly loves children. How wonderful. It makes me feel as though I long for serious illness. Not long after, a rather disheveled man burst in. It was none other than Axi's father. Observant individuals would note the tattered fabric at his left knee, with blood seeping through, a result of his hasty ascent up the stairs, during which he had stumbled. "Hello, Brother Wang." Hu Yang extended his hand earnestly. He was immensely grateful to this stranger for selflessly providing such a substantial sum to treat his daughter's ailment. Only those who have experienced the necessity of borrowing money can truly comprehend the warmth and fragility of human connections. "Thank you. I am truly grateful." The incoherence of the man was easily understood by all present. Chapter 86. The gentleman Wang Guoyang's gratitude was heartfelt. The previous day, he had sought out his cousin, who had made a respectable life for himself in a distant province, establishing a business in a major city. He recalled that, before his father's passing, his father had mentioned how much money had been spent on his cousin's education. With this thought weighing heavily on him, he approached with a sense of trepidation. Initially, his cousin was amiable, offering him delectable treats. However, upon realizing the true purpose of his visit, his demeanor darkened. Wang Guoyang had no desire to dredge up old debts, but the image of his daughter lying in a hospital bed compelled him to muster the courage to recount past grievances. After much contemplation, his cousin produced 5,000 yuan, slamming it down on the table, declaring that since Wang Guoyang's father had supported his education with 2,000 yuan, he would now repay it double. Could the 2,000 yuan from nearly 20 years ago truly be compared to the 5,000 yuan of today? It felt as though he was being made to express gratitude for this arrangement. At that moment, he resolved to cast aside any notions of dignity. Before receiving a call from his wife, he had crouched at the bus station, shedding tears of helplessness. Just as despair enveloped him, A ray of hope illuminated his life. Thus his heartfelt appreciation for Hu Yang was genuine and profound. In the future, he would be willing to do anything if needed. Hu Yang whispered a few words to Hua Zai, who nodded and proceeded outside. "Brother Wang, let us sit here for a while before we go in," Hu Yang suggested. Naturally, Wang Guoyang complied, and the two settled on a bench in the hospital corridor, engaging in light conversation. Sister Chen approached with 3 bottles of water. "Where's Ahua?" she inquired. "He stepped out for a moment. He will be back shortly," Hu Yang explained. In truth, after stepping outside, Hua Zai addressed the audience in the live stream. "Hugo asked me to fetch a set of clothes from the car for Brother Wang." Observant viewers might have noticed Wang Guoyang's torn pants from his fall. The clothes were new, anticipating a night at Song Ji's home. He had purchased 2 new outfits in town. The audience, initially puzzled, felt a wave of warmth wash over them, marveling at Hu Ji's thoughtfulness and attentiveness. Goodness, Hugo is truly a warm-hearted gentleman. Hugo is mine. Everyone, step aside. Get lost. That grumpy old man should move away. My Hugo is not bent. Wang Guoyang gazed in astonishment at the clothes Hua Zai offered, then glanced down at his injured knee, almost forgetting the incident in the midst of their engrossing conversation. "Put on. We wouldn't want the little girl to see you like this," Hu Yang urged. "All right. Everyone comprehends Hu Yang's intentions. It is not a matter of looking down upon others for their tattered garments, but rather a desire to uphold Wang Ji's dignity in the eyes of his daughter, sparing him from appearing so disheveled before his offspring." For a moment, Wang Ge found himself at a loss for words, silently accepting the gravity of Hu Yang's kindness, feeling an insurmountable debt that would be difficult to repay in the future. It was only then that Sister Chen recognized her husband's plight, having been lost in joy moments before. Witnessing this scene nearly brought her to tears, for women are inherently emotional, easily moved by even the smallest of gestures. "Darling, I shall fetch some band-aids from the nurse," Sister Chen exclaimed, rushing out. Unbeknownst to them, the audience in Hu Yang's live stream had surpassed 100,000, with follower counts steadily approaching 50,000, leaving one to wonder if they would indeed break that barrier today. After lingering at the hospital for a while, Hu Yang organized the estimated expenses and temporarily provided Wang Guoyang with 300,000, promising to supplement further if necessary. When it came time for a meal, Wang Guoyang adamantly refused to allow Hu Yang to pay the bill. After all, it seemed rather excessive to expect someone who had rendered such significant assistance to also cover the meal. Earlier, Sun Jihong had already called, indicating that Ren Fa would be coming in person and had increased his offer by 500,000, firmly determined to acquire that fossil. Indeed, a great favor does not require words of thanks, Wang Guoyang nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. Though the elder was advanced in years, he appeared exceptionally well-preserved, radiating vitality as if he could live to be 100. "Mr. Run, as you have witnessed, it is undoubtedly worth this price," Sun Jihong remarked. His role was to ensure satisfaction for both buyer and seller, thereby securing future opportunities for collaboration. Ren Fa had admired the fossil for nearly half an hour, thoroughly pleased with its remarkable preservation, a sight he had seldom encountered in his lifetime. Thus, he felt entirely justified in the expenditure of 350,000. "Ah, quite excellent. The tail's movements have been retained until now, and even more astonishing is the fact that there remains food in its mouth, which too has transformed into fossil," he noted. Frankly, he believed he had stumbled upon a rare bargain at 350,000. "Mr. Ren, your satisfaction is all that matters. Brother Hu, what are your thoughts?" Sun Jihong inquired, turning to Hu Yang. Hu Yang had no objections. "It seems fine to me. I do not possess much knowledge regarding fossils, nor do I have the capacity to appreciate them fully. It is truly fortunate for this specimen to find a connoisseur like Mr. Run, ensuring it will not be lost to obscurity." This flurry of praise and camaraderie further elevated Mr. Ren's spirits, as he chuckled. "Young man, you are indeed fortunate. Should you come across similar treasures in the future, do remember to contact me." He even presented Hu Yang with a business card, replete with his personal contact information. Before Sun Jihong rolled his eyes, although he refrained from contesting the matter. Though he might have lost the opportunity to act as an intermediary between Hu Yang and Ren Fa, he held great faith in Hu Yang, knowing that there would be ample chances for collaboration in the future. Acquiring the item for 100,000 and transferring it for 350,000 in just a single day had left the live stream audience speechless. Such profit seemed almost otherworldly, enough to frustrate even bank robbers to the point of exasperation. The astonishing profits from antiques had once again left everyone in awe. As the opening day of the museum approached, all eagerly anticipated the arrival of young Hu. Mr. Rin joyfully arranged to transport the fossil, knowing that with this remarkable piece in hand, he could finally establish his private museum with confidence. Fish fossils are indeed rare and precious specimens, with their formation occurring at an exceptionally low probability. For a fish fossil to form, the remains of a fish must remain undisturbed on the rock for an extensive period after its demise, preserving that particular posture. This illustrates the rarity and value of fish fossils. As Hu Yang observed the follower count finally reaching 50,000, he felt a joy greater than if he had earned 3,500,000. Chapter 87. The Tea Symposium. On this day, Hu Yang received a call from Elder Hong, inviting him to attend a tea symposium organized by the Antique Association, initiated by internal members. After some negotiation, Hu Yang successfully became a member of the Antique Association, thereby gaining entry into the provincial antique circle. He soon learned that the president was, in fact, the director of the provincial museum. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Yang raised his concern about whether the symposium could be live-streamed. If it could not be made public, he would have to pause his live broadcast for the day. Live streaming? That should be fine. Our tea symposium is not orchestrating a terrorist attack. There is no need for secrecy, so rest assured. However, please be mindful during the stream, as some individuals may prefer not to be captured on camera. With that assurance, Hu Yang felt at ease. According to Elder Hong's description, the so-called tea symposium was essentially a rental of an entire floor of a tea house, where attendees would sip tea and savor delicacies while exchanging insights on appraising antiques, sharing experiences, and showcasing their recent acquisitions, with opportunities for trade if mutual interest arose. After meeting up with Hua Zai, who had skipped breakfast, they commenced the broadcast. Today, we will take you to experience the tea symposium of the Antique Association, where not only can we meet some esteemed veterans of the field, but with a stroke of luck, we may also encounter some rare treasures. The address provided by Elder Hong was Phoenix Tea House, a venue that had been operating for over a century, reportedly established during the late Qing dynasty, thus qualifying as a century-old establishment. Nestled by the shores of Phoenix Lake, the tea house boasts an elegant ambience, often graced by flocks of wild birds taking flight. How exquisite! Hua Zai marveled. As a native of Yangcheng, he had never before heard of this place, finding it quite enchanting. It could only be said that his previous life had not afforded him the privilege of such experiences. At the entrance stood two elegantly attired young ladies in qipao, with figures that eclipsed even that of car models, leaving Hua Zai momentarily entranced, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Let us not ridicule Hua Zai. To be honest, these two young ladies are truly stunning. If I were him, I would steal a few more glances. They're even more attractive than many celebrities. Brother, wake up. Time to get to work. Hu Yang teased, haha. Should I help you ask for their phone numbers? He was self-aware, despite the welcoming smiles from the young ladies. Their standards were undoubtedly high. Working in such a place, they frequently interacted with distinguished individuals, and it was only natural for them to have elevated expectations. Moreover, they indeed possessed the allure to warrant such confidence. We've entered. While they are beautiful, they are not suited for us. Hu Yang similarly glanced around. He addressed the live stream. This is my first visit as well. I feel like a country bumpkin. The chat room instantly filled with emojis of vomiting. Who would believe such a statement? Who go? Have you not encountered grander spectacles? Surely you have been to more upscale places? How could you possibly feel like a country bumpkin? Old Mr. Hong awaited in the hall on the first floor, his heart uplifted at the sight of Hu Yang, a young man of both humility and prowess whom he greatly admired. Thank you for your efforts, Old Hong. Hu Yang approached him. Oh, it's nothing of consequence. Gulme, let me introduce you to some acquaintances, he replied with a hearty laugh. However, truth be told, there were many individuals inside whom he was not well acquainted with. Given that there were over 100 attendees, and this was merely a fraction of the potential crowd, a true gala would be far more vibrant during the association's annual meeting. I heard you recently acquired a fish fossil. Well done, praised Old Hong. Hu Yang, taken aback, responded, You're aware of this too? Old Hong explained, This is one of the benefits of joining the association. Information circulates swiftly. The circle is quite small, and even a whisper can travel far. Not to mention, a fish fossil is rather valuable. It's even the first discovery of such a flawless specimen in our country. Furthermore, Ren F.A., that nouveau riche, is quite the braggart. After acquiring it for 3.5 million, he boasted so much that everyone is aware of it. I see, Hu Yang understood. It seemed that joining the association was indeed a wise decision. In our country, the collection of fossils is just beginning, and the potential for appreciation is immense. The 3.5 million you paid is a bargain compared to that boorish Ren F.A. Judging by Old Hong's tone, He appeared to know Ren Fa personally and had a favorable relationship with him. Otherwise, he would not dare to refer to him in such a derogatory manner. Hu Yang shook his head. 3.5 million exceeded my expectations, so I cannot claim to have been at a loss. This unready mindset further endeared Hu Yang to Old Hong, a rare quality, especially among the restless youth of today. Upon reaching the second floor, Old Hong led Hu Yang directly to a group of people he was more familiar with. They soon realized that, although it was a tea gathering within the association, most attendees were seated in small clusters. Even among members of the same association, there existed distinct circles, and some individuals were known to harbor mutual disdain. The majority present were middle-aged or elderly, making Hu Yang's youth stand out like a husky among a pack of dogs, drawing attention effortlessly. Mr. Chun, is that you? Hu Yang greeted respectfully. The elderly gentleman before him was none other than Mr. Chun, the antique shop owner who had assisted him with the appraisal of the Rouge box purchased by Mr. Wang. It had been several days since their last encounter. Do you know each other? Old Hong inquired, surprised at the recognition between Hu Yang and Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun looked somewhat perplexed as he replied, Old Hong, the young talent you mentioned is none other than Little Hu. However, upon reflection, Mr. Chun realized that Hu Yang's ability to unearth the Rouge box indicated his significant expertise. Indeed, he has been remarkably fortunate lately, and among the younger generation, his skill is unparalleled, Old Hong remarked to his acquaintances at the table. Alongside Mr. Chun were two middle-aged men. The table was adorned with 3 items: an abacus, a small Buddha head, and a bronze cup. This is Zhou Xing, an appraiser from the auction house, and this gentleman is Zhao Xin, a collector. Should you have any treasures to sell in the future, do reach out to him. Old Hong introduced. Zhou Xing rolled his eyes. Why can't you contact me? If you bring it to our auction house, the price will be considerably higher. Zhao Xin retorted. Your auction house is too slow, Xiao Hu. In the future, contact me when you have good items. You won't regret it. We are all straightforward people. Mr. Chun, who already held a favorable impression of Hu Yang, felt even better upon meeting him again. Over there, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, is our association's president and also the director of the Provincial Museum, Fong Wensheng. And the one with the long beard is also introduced by Mr. Chun. The audience in the live stream began to realize that the mysterious tea discussion meeting was quite similar to their usual gatherings. Chapter 88, revealing a bit of skill. Many things in this world seem mysterious until they are exposed. Then they appear rather ordinary. For instance, this tea discussion meeting sounds quite upscale, as if it belongs to high society. However, through Brother Hu's live stream, everyone discovered that it was akin to their regular meetings, albeit with more specialized discussions. Hua Zai and Hu Yang had yet to eat, and Mr. Hong, being considerate, smiled and said, You two should eat something first. No need to wait, it's all right. On the table were some snacks and tea, creating a scene reminiscent of enjoying dim sum at a tea restaurant, with identical delicacies. While eating, Hu Yang remarked, Zhou Ge, is the Buddha head yours? It seems a bit off. It was a small, gilded Buddha head, about the size of a fist, looking quite proper, yet Hu Yang, using his treasure-seeking eye, discerned it to be a counterfeit. One must admit, the forgers of today possess a certain talent. Mr. Chun was quite surprised. He had just mentioned that this Buddha head seemed to possess an aura of deceit, and he had not expected Hu Yang to notice it as well. The term aura of deceit is a saying in the antiques trade, referring to objects that are likely fakes due to discrepancies in their appearance. At the table, only he had noticed something amiss, while even Mr. Hong had claimed there was no issue. Mr. Chen reassessed Hu Yang's capabilities, astonished by this young man's insight. Zhou Xing, although a certified appraiser at the auction house, frequently sought treasures privately. After returning home, he had proudly showcased his find in his social circle. Zhou Xing had studied this gilded Buddha head, noting that its shape differed from those typically found in the country. How so? I obtained this in the Philippines. It seems that's how their Buddha heads are shaped, he frowned. Hu Yang interjected, I have no knowledge of Filipino Buddhism, so I cannot approach it from that angle. However, the corners of the Buddha's eyes are problematic. They appear too pointed, which does not align with the essence of Buddhism. Even if it is a Buddha, it could very well be an evil one. Mr. Chun had merely indicated an aura of deceit earlier without explaining what specifically constituted that aura. Now, as Hu Yang elucidated, everyone comprehended the meaning behind it. Even if a Buddha from the Philippines might present differences in design, such as attire and the protruding features of the head, the essence conveyed through the eyes should remain consistent. Unintentionally showcasing his skills made Zhou Xing and Zhao Xin regard Hu Yang with newfound respect. The audience in the live stream found it amusing. Upon their arrival, it was evident that the two had carried themselves with a bit of seniority. Yet now, With brother who demonstrating his prowess, they dared not underestimate him. Come, take a look at the antique abacus I acquired yesterday, Zhao Xian said, which was also a subtle test of Hu Yang's capabilities. Though Zhao Xian is a renowned collector, his discerning eye is genuine. He is no mere dilettante. He often seeks treasures in his leisure time, finding greater joy in unearthing a small trinket than in acquiring a priceless artifact. The abacus he procured yesterday from a street vendor along the banks of the Pearl River cost him a mere 200 yuan. If his assessment holds true, the overall structure is crafted from aged rosewood, while the counting beads are fashioned from sinkerwood. The value of aged rosewood is well known, and even those outside the field have likely heard of sinkerwood's worth. Historically, sinkerwood has been regarded as a treasure, with the saying, "A mere half square of ebony in the home surpasses a chest of riches." Here, the ebony referred to is indeed sinkerwood. This wood is formed when natural disasters such as earthquakes and floods bury terrestrial flora within ancient riverbeds, encasing certain trees in sediment. Under conditions of low oxygen and high pressure, through the action of bacteria and other microorganisms over millions of years, the process of carbonization occurs, resulting in what is known as sinkerwood or carbonized wood. Throughout the ages, sinkerwood has been used as a protective charm, crafted into artifacts, statues, and amulets. Naturally, there are various types of sinkerwood, each with vastly differing values. Hu Yang, having glanced at the piece, remarked casually, "The frame appears to be made of red sandalwood, while the counting beads are likely made from sinkerwood." He reached out to touch the beads, and after playing with them for a moment, added, "It seems they are formed from sinkerwood of ironwood. Within a family of sinkerwood, the most valuable is undoubtedly the sinkerwood from Golden Namu, a divine wood that was sought after but rarely found by ancient emperors. In bygone days, Yuan Shikai sought a coffin crafted from Golden Namu sinkerwood, scouring the nation in vain, highlighting its rarity. Ironwood, with its fine structure and slightly slanted grain, features clearly demarcated heartwood and sapwood. It is exceedingly dense, hard, and resilient, difficult to work with yet highly durable, resistant to decay, termites, and other pests, and resistant to deformation. This wood is currently classified as a national second-class protected plant, and the sinkerwood formed from it is of commendable quality." Zhao Xian raised his thumb in appreciation. "Impressive. No wonder Old Hong holds it in such high regard. Here is my brother's business card. Keep it safe. Should you come across anything remarkable in the future, do remember to inform me." Zhou Xing similarly presented his own business card, as Hu Yang's visit today was largely to exchange cards, establishing future networking opportunities, and thus he welcomed all introductions. Old Chen also joined the conversation with a smile. "How about I show you my bronze cup?" "Come now, Old Chen, do not jest," replied Zhao Xian. Old Chen insisted, "Let us hear it. I am serious." The cup in question is a Jew, characterized by an outward flared rim, a slightly deep round belly, and a forward-leaning spout, resting upon 3 elevated feet, hence also known as a 3-footed Jew. The rim features symmetrical columns on either side. Hu Yang explained to the viewers in the live stream. In ancient times, regardless of size, bronze vessels were symbols of status. This type of wine cup, known as a Jew, is referenced in our contemporary idiom to be promoted and awarded a title, where Jew denotes this object. It was particularly popular during the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. But by the Qin and Han periods, people had nearly forgotten what a Jew was. Since the Song dynasty, the study of ancient artifacts known as epigraphy has flourished, allowing people to regain an understanding of the original appearance of the Shang and Zhou dynasty wine vessels. Consequently, a wave of antiquarianism has surged, and the antique wine vessels currently observed include those made of silver, bronze, jade, and porcelain. Hu Yang glanced through his treasure-seeking lens, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment as he looked up at Elder Chun with an odd demeanor. "What do you think?" Elder Chun inquired with a smile. Chapter 89. 3-layered pattern decoration. "This bronze vessel, I cannot discern clearly," Hu Yang remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing and several others turned their gaze, while some viewers in the live stream questioned whether the host had misjudged. Elder Chen appeared to be a seasoned expert, adept at identifying forgeries. Although Hu Yang's words were delicately phrased, many recognized the underlying implication of his assertion, that it was a counterfeit, a subtle jargon of the antique trade, perhaps. Not wishing to expose the flaws directly, one might feign uncertainty even when aware of the deception. "Really?" Elder Hong gazed at Elder Chun with a knowing expression. Could this old fellow be playing some sort of trick? He had just examined the item himself and felt confident in its authenticity. This is a quintessential bronze vessel design, featuring a pouring spout at the front, a sharp tail at the rear, and a belly that holds wine. The vessel's body has a handle on one side and rests on 3 feet, with a column between the spout and the rim. Elder Chen replied with a casual smile. Please, enlighten us on what seems amiss. Many have scrutinized this bronze vessel, yet none have discerned any faults. In truth, he was aware that this was a high-quality imitation, so convincing that over 90% of his peers would fail to recognize it. Even seasoned experts would be deceived. Is there indeed a problem? Zhao Xin and the others gazed at Hu Yang and Elder Chen in disbelief. From Elder Chen's tone, they speculated that he had prior knowledge and was intentionally testing them. Indeed, this item was also inspected by Director Fong, who believed it necessary to raise awareness among us. Hence, I brought it along. Elder Chen nodded. Elder Hong inquired cautiously. Where did you acquire this? Did you misjudge it? Elder Chen shot a withering glance at the old man, sensing that he was deliberately trying to embarrass him. One might say that. A fellow brought it to my shop, wishing to sell it. At first glance, it appeared quite good, and given the low price of just over 10,000, I decided to purchase it. However, upon closer examination, I discovered its flaws. The market price for bronze wine vessels typically ranges from hundreds of thousands to several million, depending on their condition and completeness. A select few, recognized as top tier in the industry, can reach prices exceeding 1 million. The vessel before them was intact and undoubtedly valued at several hundred thousand, leading to the initial impression of a fortunate find. Turning to Hu Yang, Elder Chen asked, Young Hu, what do you perceive as the discrepancy? He found it remarkable that this young man's discerning I had detected the falsehood so swiftly. Hu Yang's vigilance suggested a promising future ahead. The live stream was filled with exclamations of admiration, as viewers marveled at Hu Yang's astuteness. From its shape, it appears to be an artifact from the Western Zhou period. The spout is deepened, the wide trough is present, and an oval base has emerged, with the dual columns shifting backward between the spout and the rim. The handle often features decorative animal heads, along with triangular knife-shaped feet. These characteristics are emblematic of the bronze ritual vessels from the Western Zhou dynasty. However, the sense of weightiness is notably absent. It appears artificially aged, albeit convincingly so, suggesting a rectification of aging techniques that still lacks a natural feel. Observe here, the decorative patterns exhibit a tri-layer floral style, which is indeed erroneous. A tri-layer floral style? How is that incorrect? Huazai inquired, his expression one of curiosity. The viewers in the live stream echoed his bewilderment. Despite their unfamiliarity with the concept of a tri-layer floral style, they questioned why it could not be present on this bronze vessel. Zhao Xin then turned to Hu Yang, stating, Yet, if one does not pay close attention, the tri-layer floral embellishment can easily be overlooked. You truly possess remarkable insight, Brother Hu. In unison, the audience expressed their admiration. Over the past few days, they had witnessed Hu Gu unearth treasures and profit effortlessly, only now realizing that his prowess in this realm stemmed from genuine skill. Elder Chen applauded, exclaiming, Well said. Indeed, it is these minor flaws that reveal the truth. Observe here, there are imperfections as well. He pointed out subtle discrepancies on the bronze vessel, most of which had already been identified by President Fong. A counterfeit remains a counterfeit, no matter how convincingly it mimics the original. Since it is fake, it must inevitably bear flaws. For there is no such thing as a flawless forgery. Hu Ji's discerning eye is of expert caliber. I also possess a similar item in my collection, and I shall invite him to appraise it someday. A comment flashed across the screen. Jiangnan, a prominent figure, generously gifted 10 Jiangshan paintings. The price of each Jiangshan painting is equivalent to that of the Tianzuan Blessing, at 1,500 yuan each, totaling 15,000. This once again secured Hu Yang's live stream the top spot for 3 minutes. The audience marveled, noting that 15,000 yuan represents several months' salary for many. Yet for the affluent, it might merely equate to the cost of a meal. Thank you, Brother Jiangnan, for your Jiangshan paintings. I look forward to experiencing your bronze vessels. Hu Yang casually expressed his gratitude. The longtime viewers of the live stream were unfazed. Even the platform's top influencers, who had received gifts worth thousands, would extend their thanks multiple times. Yet, in Hu Ji's stream, it was merely a casual mention, devoid of pretense. Though his gratitude was succinct, Jiangnan perceived Hu Ji's authenticity, feeling it was sincere rather than merely professional. Engaging with Hu Ge felt akin to conversing with a friend. Old man, you're out of touch with the trends, Elder Chen remarked, unable to contain his laughter as he observed Hu Yang continuing his broadcast. Previously, when Boss Wang Quan brought that rouge box for appraisal, Hu Yang was also live streaming, leaving a lasting impression on Chen. In his view, these were pastimes for the youth. The older generation would not partake. These days, The young people are all about such things, Zhou Xing echoed, leaning closer to the camera, intrigued. Are there many viewers? Huazai introduced, noting that over 70,000 were currently watching, a significant decrease from yesterday, likely due to many being at work or in class. So many people? Zhou Xing was taken aback, quickly distancing himself from the lens. It was not solely for amusement. There was also an intention to disseminate traditional culture, albeit with modest results. Hu Yang, somewhat disdainful of his own words, spoke merely to curry favor with the esteemed elders. As expected, Mr. Chun and the others readily accepted his live-streaming antics. This is commendable. We must not forsake our traditional culture, nor should we be the only ones to engage with it. Accessibility is of utmost importance. Chapter 90, President Fong. In the midst of the conversation, President Fong suddenly called for attention. Everyone, please be quiet. Our association has been established for several years now, and we have developed into one of the more reputable antique associations in the country. Recently, we have welcomed new blood, a remarkable young man, merely 25 years of age. Where is he? Although I have yet to meet him, he is attending our tea gathering today. Hu Yang, please come forward and introduce yourself to everyone. As the director of the Provincial Museum, President Fong exuded strong leadership qualities and spoke with a certain charm. The audience turned their gazes and spotted a young man rising to his feet. Greetings, everyone. I am Hu Yang, a fresh newcomer, and I look forward to your guidance. His self-introduction was succinct and eloquent, leaving a pleasant impression. President Fong smiled and added, "Do not underestimate young Hu's age. His capabilities are indeed formidable among us. Just yesterday, a flawless fish fossil emerged in our country, astonishing the fossil community worldwide, and it was he who discovered it. Unbeknownst to Hu Yang, that fossil had garnered significant acclaim within the global fossil collecting circles. To have even the food in its mouth transformed into a fossil, preserved in perfect condition, is an exceedingly rare phenomenon worldwide. In this information age, significant news within the industry spreads rapidly across the globe. Although the media may not extensively cover the fish fossil, it has certainly stirred up considerable excitement within the field. This explains why Mr. Hong initially remarked to Hu Yang about allowing that nouveau riche fellow to take advantage of it. Just yesterday, that man had flaunted his discovery to Mr. Hong, filled with unwarranted pride. Upon hearing President Fong's words, the audience was momentarily taken aback, their gazes towards Hu Yang shifting slightly. Luck, merely a stroke of good fortune. Hu Yang humbly replied. President Fong, having finally encountered a capable young member, was eager to lavish praise upon him, akin to a parent boasting about a successful child. This is not merely luck. I have heard you have made quite a few fortunate finds recently, President Fong remarked, clearly in high spirits. The mere presence of a young member brought him joy, especially one with such talent. Antique associations exist in nearly every province, leading to competition. While their province is economically prosperous, it cannot compete culturally with regions such as Jiangnan or Central China. President Fong shares a close friendship with the president of the Antique Association in Heqian Province. That old chap, boasting about his association's talented young member, often leaves President Fong speechless. Observing this scene, the viewers in the live stream erupted into laughter, finding it quite amusing. They initially believed the tea gathering to be an elite affair, but upon closer inspection, it resembled an ordinary social gathering, reminiscent of a first-day orientation. Suddenly, the entire tea gathering became more down-to-earth. It seems President is quite pleased with Brother Hu's participation. You are unaware that within the Antique Association, young individuals are indeed a rarity. It is no wonder that the elder gentleman is elated. Traditional culture is increasingly neglected, and there is little that can be done. Suddenly, I realize how endearing the President is. The tea gathering began to flourish with liveliness, yet soon after, President Fong requested a moment of silence. Elder Chen stood up. He possesses a certain renown within the provincial antique circle, and many are familiar with him. He presented a bronze wine vessel, stating, recently, I came into possession of such an item, which is so expertly crafted that it could easily be mistaken for genuine, though it may be somewhat embarrassing to admit. I was indeed deceived. Come, let everyone pass it around, and see if any flaws can be discerned. As he spoke, Elder Chen handed the bronze vessel to the attendees for their examination. Many were astonished to discover that had it not been for President Fong's prior indication of its counterfeit nature, they would have surely been misled, as the item appeared flawless at first glance. However, there were still experts among them. Within less than a minute, one identified the discrepancies. You might find it hard to believe, but earlier, Young, who also took a look, and within approximately half a minute, he remarked that the item exuded an aura of deceit. Remarkably, he made this observation without prior knowledge of the situation, which speaks volumes of his attentiveness. Elder Chun sees the opportunity to commend Hu Yang. Reputation can sometimes be a burden, yet at times it serves as a catalyst, providing significant support to one's endeavors. Indeed, this statement elevated Hu Yang's standing in the eyes of many. Naturally, some skeptics might think that Elder Chun was merely promoting a newcomer. After all, what prowess can a fledgling possess? It is important to recognize that in this field, expertise is cultivated through experience and accumulation. President Fong, undeterred by others' opinions, began to elucidate the intricacies of the bronze vessel, discussing what one should pay attention to in the future, and continued for nearly half an hour. Bronze artifacts are among the most sought-after collectibles, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. Any alteration in certain aspects can have extensive ramifications, thus necessitating a thorough discourse. True experts are indeed true experts, and Hu Yang felt he had gained immensely from the discussion. The audience in the live stream felt as though they had attended a masterclass, and fortunately, Hu Yang's lighthearted banter kept the atmosphere engaging. In essence, one must remain vigilant. To my knowledge, such forgeries have proliferated within the country, and while the incidence in our province is relatively low, the capital has been severely impacted. With 2 or 3 colleagues facing bankruptcy due to this issue, President Fong informed the crowd. Allow me to share an intriguing piece to inspire discussion. This is a painting I acquired last week. I invite everyone to take a look. An elderly gentleman with a head of white hair spoke. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed a depiction of court ladies. The genre of court lady paintings as a concept and category is believed to have originated during the Tang Dynasty, with notable artists such as Zhang Xian and Zhou Fang. The ladies portrayed in their works typically represent the aristocracy and refined women of the upper echelons of society and court life. Hu Yang introduced to his friends in the live stream. This is a significant genre of ancient Chinese paintings, with renowned artists including Zhou Fang from the Tang Dynasty and Xiao Ing from the Ming Dynasty. The most renowned work is undoubtedly Gu Kaiji's Nu Shijin Tuesday. The original has unfortunately been lost to time, and what remains are copies from Tang Dynasty artists, which are priceless treasures preserved in the British Museum, a poignant regret. As soon as this was mentioned, the atmosphere in the live stream became tense, with fellow Manchu compatriots once again subjected to criticism. Chapter 91, The Soul Bottle. Setting aside Manchu affairs for now, let us focus on the painting before us. That is a copy. Someone quickly expressed their opinion. The painting in question, known as Washing Clothes, depicts an ancient scene of women laundering garments, and based on its composition, it appears to be a court painting. If genuine, it would indeed hold considerable value, for ancient court art represents the emperor and the nation, epitomizing the highest artistic standards. Thus, artifacts originating from the imperial courts are invariably exquisite. Quasi discreetly remarked, even a copy can be valuable. This sentiment resonated with longtime viewers of the livestream, who recalled instances when Hu Gu appraised a replica. As long as it is a work imitated by a renowned ancient master, it too possesses worth, perhaps even greater, depending on the specific artist. Observe more, speak less, Hu Yang advised with a smile. With so many esteemed predecessors present, he had no need to seek the limelight. Sometimes, being too conspicuous can be detrimental, as the saying goes. The bird that stands out gets shot. Moreover, excessive attention can invite resentment. Furthermore, the presence of so many experts provided an excellent opportunity for learning. However, the audience had different expectations, particularly Hu Yang's loyal followers, who eagerly anticipated him showcasing his skills before such a panel of experts, hoping for a moment that would astonish them all. After all, isn't the thrill what one seeks in a live broadcast? Hugo, is it real? Please share with everyone. Is it a copy? And is it valuable? After a moment of contemplation, Hu Yang lowered his voice. From the signature on the painting, it appears to be the work of Lung Mei. This artist may not be widely known, but he was one of the 10 major court painters of the Qing dynasty, excelling in figure paintings, particularly of women. Lung Mei's figures are characterized by elegance and beauty, with clean brushwork and vibrant colors. His technique combines meticulous detail with expressive style, capturing not only the subjects but also their surroundings in fine detail. Now, take another look at this painting. The brushwork is rather coarse, not typical of Lung Mei's style. Therefore, it should be considered a replica. As for who it imitates, let us hear what the esteemed experts present have to say. Personally, I suspect it to be a retro piece from the Republican period. Lung Mei spent nearly half a century in the imperial palace, making him the longest-serving court painter, thereby holding a prestigious position among his peers. In attendance are mostly experts, and their discerning eyes can often detect discrepancies. Yet, Opinions regarding this painting diverge. Some assert it is a copy by a renowned master, while others contend it is a modern forgery, lacking value. At this point, a figure like President Fong is needed to provide a definitive judgment. With a sigh of surprise, he remarked, "I never expected to see this painting again." His words hinted at a prior acquaintance, evoking a sense of nostalgia that astonished all present. Upon observing the expressions of those present, President Fong chuckled and remarked, "This painting, which I have frequently encountered before, is part of my teacher's collection. It mysteriously disappeared during a burglary at my home, and I never expected to see it again after all this time." As anticipated by the attendees, it was indeed a copy, attributed to the renowned artist Yao Zhongbao from the early Republic of China. President Fong's teacher was a devoted admirer of Yao, which is why he had acquired such a piece. During his time studying under his mentor, he often had the opportunity to view it, thus recognizing it at first glance. Brother who is indeed impressive. When he declared it to be from the Republic era, he was absolutely correct. It seems Brother whose expertise places him among the upper echelons of these specialists. Hu Yang enlightened the group about Yao Zhongbao, a talented individual from Jiangsu, known for his charisma and artistry. However, his penchant for heavy drinking ultimately led to his demise. "Mr. Fu, how about parting with this painting for me?" President Fong finally inquired. Regardless of the circumstances, President Fong's request must be honored. Furthermore, he would ensure Mr. Fu did not incur any loss, prompting the elderly gentleman to nod in agreement. "No problem, since the president has asked." Consequently, President Fong purchased the painting for 100,000. Many in the Livestream were astonished. Given that Yao Zhongbao was deemed a talented figure of some renown, how could his work be valued at only 100,000? Even contemporary artists often command such prices, which seemed somewhat incongruous. However, it should be noted that the most precious works of Yao Zhongbao are his landscape paintings. Female portraits were not his forte. Thus, this price is indeed justifiable, Hu Yang clarified. As the conversation progressed, individuals began to relax and boldly showcase their treasures. Suddenly, the emergence of a particular item caused an uncomfortable silence to envelop the room, with many appearing apprehensive. "What's the matter?" Huazai inquired. Many viewers in the Livestream were equally perplexed. The item in question was a ceramic piece, exquisitely crafted into a vase adorned with intricate carvings depicting various scenes. At first glance, it evoked a sense of awe. "That is a soul vase," Hu Yang explained. Huazai, still confused, asked what is the significance of a soul vase. Hu Yang found it amusing that these individuals had yet to grasp the concept of a soul vase. Such vases serve two primary purposes. First, to guard graves by driving away malevolent spirits, ensuring the resting body remains undisturbed. Second, to guide the souls of the deceased towards reincarnation. Are you aware of what a soul vase is? It is an ancient artifact specifically designated for burial. Many relics are indeed excavated from tombs. What's the issue with that? Huazai did not see a problem, questioning the significance of having encountered the deceased. Some ancient jade artifacts were even found adorning corpses, yet they were still worn by the living after hundreds or even thousands of years. Hu Yang shook his head. That is different. Such a soul vase is akin to the paper effigies and spirit money used in modern funerals. Who would collect such items? With this explanation, the audience began to understand, and it became clear why everyone present seemed to avoid the object, as though it were a harbinger of misfortune. In truth, setting aside superstitions, the discussion took on a more rational tone. The artistic merit of the soul bottle is indeed quite remarkable, as evidenced by the intricate carvings and sculpted figures adorning its surface, which showcase a considerable level of artistry. In fact, the collection of burial artifacts is not without precedent, the most renowned of which is the Tang Sankai. In the past, Tang Sankai was largely disregarded by collectors due to superstitions surrounding its perceived bad luck. However, how many individuals now take pride in owning a piece of Tang Sankai? Hu Yang remarked. The illustrious reputation of Tang Sankai is known to many, with exquisite pieces fetching millions, even tens of millions at auctions, underscoring their rarity and value. Oldly, why bring such things to a tea gathering? It's bad luck. Someone expressed their discontent. Chapter 92. Oldly on the verge of a breakdown. Ultimately, it was President Fong who intervened, offering a few comments on the soul bottle. Setting aside superstitions, when appreciated purely from an artistic perspective, the soul bottle is indeed commendable, reflecting the social status of its owner during their lifetime. The more intricate and exquisite the creation, the more it signifies the identity of the tomb's occupant, Hu Yang explained to his online audience. The soul bottle's fate is to be donated to a museum, for perhaps only a museum would preserve such artifacts. Old Lee had another treasure to showcase, a fruit dish, which was, in fact, a porcelain piece adorned with lifelike representations of peaches and similar fruits. The craftsmanship was so realistic that it momentarily fooled onlookers into believing it was a genuine fruit dish. Incredible. Is porcelain firing truly capable of such feats? Those peaches, apples, and grapes look indistinguishable from the real thing. Who? Please enlighten us. Many viewers in the live chat were convinced that this was true artistry and must be of considerable value. This creation is known as biomorphic porcelain, aptly named for its lifelike imitation of biological forms. Hu Yang elaborated. He informed the audience that this type of porcelain closely resembles real objects in both hue and shape, exhibiting a remarkable degree of realism. Biomorphic porcelain flourished during the Qianlong era, alongside other imitative works such as porcelain sculptures, bronze replicas, lacquerware, marble-patterned boxes, wooden textured boxes, gold-threaded brocade, and silk-bound bookcases, all achieving a striking level of authenticity. It could be said that this is the porcelain that appears least like porcelain, showcasing craftsmanship that is truly worthy of admiration. While Hu Yang was presenting, one of Old Lee's friends attempted to undermine his display. Old Lee, are you still unwilling to accept the truth? This biomorphic porcelain, your companions are aware that you spent over 100,000 to acquire it, but it has been deemed a counterfeit. Perhaps you are still in denial? Upon hearing this, Old Lee, who already bore a sorrowful countenance, appeared even more distressed. He had reluctantly joined the association, possessing limited expertise, having only taken an interest in this field during his later years, which hindered his discerning eye. Over the past couple of years, he had endured considerable losses. Fortunately, his involvement had not been extensive, and the substantial investment of over 100,000 in this biomorphic porcelain was a significant commitment for him. Thus, could he truly accept this outcome? Seizing the opportunity, he sought the assistance of an expert for a thorough evaluation. His friend's knowledge was somewhat lacking, and Old Lee harbored a glimmer of hope that his friends had simply misjudged the piece. Although he was not impoverished, a sum exceeding 100,000 was still considerable. One individual picked up a piece of fruit from the dish, examined it for a moment, then shook their head in disbelief before placing it down, reluctant to dishearten this troubled colleague. See, is it not obvious? The flaws are too glaring, Old Lee's friend lamented. The individuals in the live broadcast room were profoundly disheartened. They had initially believed they were beholding a remarkable treasure, only to discover it was, regrettably, a counterfeit. Yet, even if it were a mere imitation, its aesthetic appeal was such that many would still be inclined to display it. It is hard to fathom the extent to which the forgery was executed with such realism. Surely, the cost must have been considerable. In this era of advanced technology, is it not exceedingly difficult to replicate an object to such perfection? While it may not be challenging, such endeavors lack the essence of artistry. True art must be crafted by hand, rather than synthesized by modern techniques. President Fong chose not to intervene this time. With numerous individuals proclaiming it to be fake, the flaws were likely evident, rendering his involvement unnecessary. Hu Yang leaned closer, his keen eye scanning the treasure, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Noticing Old Lee's expression of profound despair, he could not help but inquire, "How much did you purchase this porcelain for?" Was this an inappropriate question, akin to pouring salt on an open wound? Many young individuals silently pondered his lack of social awareness. Would you consider selling it? Upon uttering this question, all eyes turned sharply towards Hu Yang. With the consensus declaring it a forgery, did he still wish to pursue it? Did he truly believe himself more astute than the multitude? The audience in the live room appeared equally bewildered, unable to grasp Hu Yang's intent. Logically, given the multitude of experts who had examined it, the likelihood of authenticity was exceedingly low. It was not that they doubted Hu Yang's judgment, but rather a collective mindset suggested that if so many esteemed figures deemed it counterfeit, it was likely to be so. If the price is right, Hu Yang nodded. Old Lee, now serious, contemplated, how does 50,000 sound? Many spectators thought to themselves that the youth was indeed inexperienced and had miscalculated. 50,000? Certainly. Let us proceed with the transaction. Hu Yang replied décisively. His assertiveness caused Old Lee to hesitate, questioning whether he should have proceeded with the sale. However, he feared that lingering too long in indecision would lead Hu Yang to reconsider, prompting him to finalize the deal on the spot. Old Hong furrowed his brow. In his recollection, Hu Yang was a composed individual, unlikely to act without absolute certainty. Was there some hidden intricacy regarding the faux porcelain? Unlike others who might assume Hu Yang had misjudged, he refrained from voicing objections at this moment, as doing so would inevitably offend Old Li. President Fong experienced a moment of awkwardness. Having recently extolled the young man as a paragon of his generation, he now faced the risk of public embarrassment should Hu Yang's judgment prove erroneous. At this juncture, he could not help but scrutinize the platter more closely. It was evident to those well-versed in the field that there were significant issues. As he redirected his gaze to the dish, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he exhaled. At that moment, President Fong regarded Hu Yang with newfound admiration. While most individuals, upon witnessing so many experts reach a consensus, would typically refrain from further doubt, this young man was different. He possessed the courage to question and the ability to discern the truth. Once Hu Yang completed the transaction, President Fong spoke. Earlier, many overlooked certain aspects. Old Li's asking price of 150,000 is, in fact, quite reasonable. Oh, you only mention this now that the money is secured? Old Li felt his composure nearly shatter. The expressions of the others present were filled with astonishment, each pair of eyes wide open in disbelief, especially those who had examined the object and felt assured in their observations. The bioceramic was indeed fraught with significant issues. President, could you elaborate? Someone ventured. President Fong, wishing to provide the spotlight to the younger generation, turned to Hu Yang, saying, "Little Hu, why don't you share your thoughts with everyone?" Hu Yang felt fortunate for his quick action. Had he delayed even slightly, other experts would surely have discovered the truth. Hearing the president's words, he spoke up. "There is little to say about the bioceramic. As you all can see, it is a counterfeit. However, what piques my interest is this plate." Upon hearing this, many were struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. The Livestream chat erupted with excitement as viewers witnessed Hugu uncovering a treasure amidst seasoned predecessors, an exhilarating spectacle. Chapter 93. Identical? Those familiar with Hu Yang, including Elder Hong and Elder Chun, felt a surge of pride, especially Elder Hong, who had strongly endorsed Hu Yang, vindicating his judgment. Hu Yang continued, "This plate should be a piece from the Ming Dynasty's Hongji period, characterized by its striking yellow glaze. Indeed, the plate is quite eye-catching with its brilliant yellow hue, difficult to overlook. However, when placed alongside the bioceramic, the public's attention is easily drawn to the latter, inadvertently overshadowing the plate." Imperial porcelain? Elder Hong exclaimed in mild surprise. It is well known that the ancient populace revered yellow, and from the Sui and Tang dynasties onward, yellow-glazed porcelain became the exclusive domain of the imperial court. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, only the palace was permitted to produce such wares, with severe penalties for transgressors. Without acknowledging Elder Hong, President Fong encouraged Hu Yang, "Please continue." Beginning with the color, this delicate yellow is challenging to replicate in other eras, indicative of the pinnacle of yellow-glazed porcelain craftsmanship at that time. Next, we observe the thick glaze, featuring an orange peel texture, uneven in surface, with a white glaze on the underside. Furthermore, the body and glaze are quite refined. The base exhibits a subtle bluish tint, and the thickness at the bottom of the plate is notably less than that of Yongxian pieces, yet still retains a semi-translucent quality. Based on these characteristics, we can reasonably ascertain that it dates back to the Hongji period. Upon concluding, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. It is crucial to note that yellow-glazed porcelain from the Hongji period is nearly flawless and represents the zenith of yellow-glazed production throughout the Ming dynasty, achieving the highest standards of low-temperature glazing in history. Due to its particularly delicate yellow, reminiscent of chicken fat, it is often referred to as delicate yellow or chicken oil yellow. The yellow glaze from the Hongji period is renowned for its tender hue, epitomizing the quintessential work of the Hongji imperial kiln. Thus, if Hu Yang's assessment holds true, the value of this yellow-glazed porcelain plate could exceed $1 million. Alas, I failed to pay attention to the plate. How careless of me. A colleague cast a sympathetic glance at Old Li, knowing that had he lingered a moment longer, he could have reaped a fortune. Indeed, everyone's focus was on the bioceramic. Ultimately, we were not meticulous enough. The members of the Antique Association understood fully how precious yellow-glazed porcelain from the Hongji period is. Even a piece lacking markings would still hold immense value. During the Hongji period, yellow-glazed porcelain epitomized the pinnacle of its craft. Given its rarity, such treasures, when presented at auction, command a starting price in the millions, with tens of millions not being an unfathomable expectation. The live broadcast was abuzz with admiration, as the opportunity to unearth such a gem in the presence of so many esteemed predecessors is indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Akin to scenes from a dramatic television series, in the realm of appraising treasures, my sole admiration lies with Hugo. This time, He stands to gain immensely from the artifacts that have emerged from the Imperial Palace. Let us ponder the potential value. My guess is 1 million. Is that not too conservative? Surely, it must be at least 10 million. 10 million? Are you jesting? Items valued over 10 million are generally national treasures. Are they not? Even those from the palace are not all of such extraordinary worth. Are they? As for the dish, I believe 1 to 2 million is a more accurate estimation. As the discussion heated up, the affluent patrons from Jiangnan showcased 10 magnificent landscape paintings, propelling Hu Yang's livestream to the top of the provincial rankings, thus attracting an even greater audience. My estimate lies between 4 to 5 million. In Jiangnan, Chun, who is guarding Hu Yang's livestream, feels a surge of excitement, sensing that their guild is on the verge of unveiling a major star. In just 2 or 3 days, Hu Ge has received gifts amounting to 2 to 300,000, averaging around 100,000 daily. If this trend continues, he could surpass 1 million in a month, yielding over 100,000 in profit for the guild. This is crucial for their nascent guild, as many struggle to sustain themselves in the early stages without a prominent host to draw in viewers, often leading to pure investment with the risk of financial ruin if resources are insufficient. The guild's recognition of Hu Ge's significance is evident. Thus, as soon as he begins his broadcast, operational staff must remain vigilant in the live stream, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. In fact, it is not just Chun. The guild owner Yang Han Min is also keeping a close eye, along with other hosts within the guild, as he represents their major star, making their connection vital. Witnessing Hu Ge's gifts, they are filled with envy. Xiao Li and Hu Li, who reside within the guild and have both received Hu Ge's kindness, have become good friends. Hu Ge is truly remarkable. It appears that Jiangnan is destined to become his fervent fan base. Hu Li is enviously captivated. Last night, she streamed all night, concluding around 7 or 8 in the morning before grabbing a bite and showering, then lying in bed with Xiao Li, watching the live stream. After an entire night, she earned barely 300 gifts. The crux is that Hu Ge is indifferent to such meager earnings. Why the sigh? Hu Ge is your #1 supporter. This month's total gifts should exceed 1 million coins, with commissions to be earned. For me, it seems I will only receive a base salary. Hu Li feels her performance is the most dismal. Do not fret. Didn't Ti Zhuang Fan mention that he would invite Hu Ge to collaborate with us? We are all part of the same guild. An opportunity will surely arise. You are well aware of Hu Ge's generosity. Xiao Li feels notably fortunate. Ever since Hu Ge gifted her, his brothers have also begun to visit her livestream, offering gifts as a gesture. Just yesterday, her managing brother increased by 15, marking the highest addition since she began streaming. As a novice streamer, the management fee for the live broadcast room is merely 3,000 coins, equivalent to 30 yuan. In the past, one could hardly secure 3 to 5 managers in a single day of streaming. Let's hope for the best. The Fox is eagerly anticipating this. Meanwhile, Lin Yufei, who is currently broadcasting, is secretly watching Hu Yang's live stream on her phone, unbeknownst to others. According to the guild's arrangement, she is scheduled for a collaboration with Brother Hu today. Although she has been streaming for several days, her performance can only be described as mediocre. The promised resources of 500,000 from the guild have yet to materialize. It is planned that after the guild competition, the guild intends to invest this sum to enhance her performance. Observing the extravagant spending of Jiangnan, she hopes he might be akin to an elder brother to her. With such a guardian, she would not fear collaborating with other prominent streamers to play games. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washes over her as the time approaches for her to connect with Brother Hu. She wonders if she can attract the attention of some affluent viewers, especially the esteemed player Jiangnan. Ouyang, noticing Jiangnan comment, express surprise. Ah, you guessed quite accurately. This piece of yellow glazed porcelain is valued at approximately 4 to 5 million in the market. The audience in the live stream falls silent. A piece acquired for 50,000 could potentially yield a terrifying profit of nearly 100-fold. No wonder he made such an astute guess. However, could it be identical? Is it possible that such an item exists in duplicate? Hu Yang is further astonished. Another piece has been collected by your family? What a coincidence! The audience is at a loss for words, realizing that Brother Hu seems to know about 2 identical porcelain pieces. Just as I was about to mention that the plate is incomplete, originally part of a pair, with mine intended for the left and the other for the right. The live stream erupts in gasps of astonishment. My goodness, is this even possible? Chapter 94, Lin Jiangwo. As Hu Yang's words linger in the air, President Fong echoes a similar sentiment, leaving the audience in complete disbelief. The most regretful of all is undoubtedly old Li, who beats his chest in despair. Dismissing the comfort of friends, Had it not been for the doubts cast by these individuals, he would not have suffered such a loss. It can be said that his significant loss was compounded by the complicity of his friends. After spending so long in the antique world, opportunities to seize a bargain are scant, often resulting in hefty tuition fees. Just when he finally encounters a rare chance to strike gold, it evaporates before his eyes. How could he not feel anger? How could he not feel regret? At this moment, thoughts of despair loom large. Skill pales in comparison to others. There is little to say. Oldly reassures himself. This mindset is essential. Improvement is still required, President Fong encourages. As the president, it is his duty to care for each member, and he feels a twinge of guilt, realizing that had he offered assistance earlier, such a situation might have been avoided. With this incident, everyone present now regards a young man with newfound respect, recognizing his considerable prowess. Having seized the opportunity, Huyang subsequently adopts a more low-key demeanor, focusing more intently on the live stream. Eager to upgrade his treasure-seeking abilities, he frequently monitors the viewer count. The novice treasure-seeking eye fails to detect treasures valued over 5 million, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Upon upgrading to the intermediate treasure-seeking vision, one can uncover treasures valued below 50 million, which is generally sufficient. After all, items exceeding that value are relatively rare, akin to finding a phoenix among chickens, and not easily encountered. Thus, the advanced treasure-seeking vision can be pursued at a leisurely pace. In essence, the process of appraising treasures is akin to a meticulous examination, a quest for flaws. Once a single inconsistency is detected, that item becomes undesirable and requires utmost caution, Huyang conveyed. Upon hearing this, the audience felt a sense of relatability. It seemed rather straightforward, yet everyone understood that while it sounds simple, the actual pursuit of discrepancies is far from easy. One must possess knowledge of the original characteristics of the treasure and seek out the anomalies. Therefore, the accumulation of knowledge holds paramount importance. In a prestigious villa district of Shanghai, a young man descended the stairs, tablet in hand. "Old man, take a look at this plate. Doesn't it resemble your collection perfectly? I've heard it was part of a pair." Interestingly, the individual referred to as the old man was not elderly, but rather a middle-aged man with an air of authority, evidently a figure of high status, perhaps a magnate. The young man holding the tablet was Jiang Nan, a genuine second-generation, wealthy individual, notably among the more affluent of his kind. The one called the old man was the big boss of a certain conglomerate, overseeing several publicly listed companies. "What plate?" he inquired, lowering the newspaper he had been reading. Despite having entered the age of information technology, he maintained the habit of reading newspapers. Lin Jiangwo accepted the tablet from his son and beheld the images. They were indeed identical to the piece in his collection. Initially, when he acquired that yellow-glazed porcelain, he had been informed that it was part of a pair. He had never anticipated that after searching for the past 2 or 3 years, the other piece would suddenly present itself. Lin Jiangwo turned to his son and asked, "Whose possession is this treasure?" "A friend of mine just asked me to take some photos," his son replied. "Then speak to your friend and see if he is willing to part with it. A little extra money wouldn't hurt. He values perfection in his dealings." It was fortunate that he was aware of the pair's existence. He would not be satisfied until the other piece was also secured. As for money, did he truly lack it? What price should we propose? Lin Jiangwo mused. Let him name his price. True to his affluent nature, he seemed open to accepting a reasonable offer without a hint of negotiation, akin to providing a blank check for one to fill in as they pleased. "Very well. I shall inquire," Jiang Nan decided. Having Huyang's WeChat, Jiang Nan directly messaged him to ask about the potential transfer, as his father had an interest in it. Huyang was about to connect with Lin Yufei, following the guild's arrangements. It was merely a matter of convenience, and he did not mind letting the guild utilize his efforts. Furthermore, over the past few days, the guild had been quite diligent. Given their familiarity, and with Jiang Nan having provided him considerable support recently, Huyang felt he could not propose an exorbitant price. "Your piece is valued at 450,000. Thus, this one should be similarly priced." Jiang Nan was well aware that it likely exceeded that value, possibly surpassing 500,000. However, he refrained from elaborating, choosing to honor the favor bestowed by Hu Ge. "Is it also 450,000? Your friend is quite fair-minded indeed," Lin Jiangwo praised. Next, we connected with a beautiful singer from our guild, renowned for her exceptional vocal talent. "For those with the means, do show your support," Huyang suggested. Having said that, he accepted Lin Yufei's invitation to join the stream. Did everyone know how to react to the sudden appearance of Lin's sister? Huyang teased. The live stream transformed into a dual broadcast, adopting a PK mode. Lin Yufei spoke graciously. I am thrilled to be streaming with Brother Hu. A couple of days ago, we dined together. He is an amiable and generous gentleman. After some light banter, Hu Yang encouraged Lin's sister, why not serenade us? Lin Yufei nodded in agreement. I will sing the brightest star in the night sky for the gentleman in both streams. Everyone, if you have live stream coins, consider sending some small gifts, and those who are students, a follow would suffice, Hu Yang reminded the audience. Though he personally did not mind the gifts, he understood their significance, especially for the shy singer, and thus made the request on her behalf. The audience obliged, many flocking to the opposite stream to follow, and those with resources contributed gifts. As Lin Yufei sang, she kept an eye on the data, astonished by the rapid surge in followers, suddenly gaining several hundred in mere moments. Additionally, gifts streamed in abundantly, overwhelming her senses. She finally comprehended why the guild insisted on her collaboration with Brother Hu. By the end of her performance, she had received over 500,000 livestream coins, filled with gratitude for Brother Hu's extraordinary generosity. While she had inadvertently collaborated with other major streamers, none had been as generous in introducing their fans as Brother Hu. Thank you. Thank you all for your gifts. And a special thanks to Brother Hu, she expressed. Hu Yang waved dismissively, indicating he was not concerned. There's still time. Let us have another song. Acknowledging his lack of singing talent, he added, well, I suppose I'll shamelessly occupy Brother Hu's time. Chapter 95, Exclusive Gifts. At the White Cloud Mountain Guild, Zhuang Fan, Xiao Chun, and Boss Yang observed with satisfaction. This collaboration proved to be immensely profitable for Lin Yufei, not just in gifts, but also in attracting a wave of Brother Hu's fans, significantly boosting her popularity. Brother Hu is truly magnanimous. If it were another streamer, even within the same guild, they would hesitate to share their fans, Zhuang Fan remarked. Indeed, the other streamers in the guild are fortunate, came the agreement. Meanwhile, Fox and Shaoli watched enviously. You could toil away singing all day, but nothing compares to collaborating with Brother Hu for just one song, lamented Fox. Just wait. Didn't the boss say that Brother Hu would stream with one of our Guild-S streamers every day? Shaoli replied, though she too felt a sense of anticipation. With only a handful of streamers in their guild, each member would have a chance at least once a month. As Lin Yufei continued to sing diligently, striving to retain a portion of her newfound fans, everyone suddenly noticed the arrival of a magnificent mount, descending with an impressive flair. This platform has crafted an exclusive mount specifically for the affluent, and while Lin Yufei is uncertain of its exact cost, its luxurious nature suggests it is unlikely to be inexpensive. Jiangnan, your singing is quite commendable. Following this praise, 5 rockets, equivalent to 500,000 coins, immediately soared in the live stream, coupled with the several 100,000 coins Lin Yufei had received in just a few minutes. Her total exceeded 1 million coins, marking the most lucrative moment of her streaming career thus far. The generosity of the wealthy is indeed remarkable. She felt deeply touched. The past 6 months spent performing in bars had proven far more arduous than her current role as a streamer, yielding considerably less financial reward. Initially, she had been quite apprehensive about becoming a streamer, fearing that the audience might not resonate with her. Since starting her broadcasts, she has felt relatively well received, despite encountering a few detractors. Yet, through the screen, their criticisms were more of an annoyance than a concern. Previously, her income from bar performances averaged around 10,000, with a fortunate night potentially bringing an extra 3 to 5,000. In comparison, her earnings as a streamer, while not comparable to those of top-tier streamers earning tens or even hundreds of thousands, were nonetheless satisfactory. Following the previous trend, her share from gifts could surpass 10,000, proving to be on par with her bar singing income, without the associated disturbances. In reality, one would rarely encounter such extravagant individuals who would bestow gifts worth thousands for merely a song or two. The streaming industry, however, is replete with lavish patrons willing to spend extravagantly. Thus, she resolved to pursue streaming full-time. The operations team quickly expressed their gratitude. Typically, singing streamers refrain from pausing their performances to acknowledge gifts, as it can be disrespectful to the listeners. Jiangnan's generous support indeed attracted the attention of the affluent player, which was splendid. Chun, a member of the operations team, was invigorated. Just as he spoke, he suddenly beheld a startling scene, involuntarily exclaiming, "My goodness!" Jiangnan had once again made a significant contribution in Hu Ji's livestream, this time with his exclusive gift. Players of his caliber not only receive custom mount from the platform, but also have bespoke gifts designed for them, which can be tailored in price. Jiangnan's exclusive gift, Jiangnan Misty Rain, cost 10,000 yuan equating to 1 million coins, making it the most expensive gift on the platform. Typically, Jiang Nin does not bestow his exclusive gifts upon streamers he does not particularly favor. Heavens, what an exquisite gift! The special effects are remarkably well done. Jiangnan Misty Rain, the exclusive gift of Jiangnan, costs a staggering 10,000. It is astonishing how effortlessly the wealthy discard sums like 100,000 for mere gifts, leaving one to ponder the reason behind such extravagance. Perhaps for them, it is merely the ephemeral thrill of indulgence. Kuyang paused, then offered a wry smile and clasped his fists. Brother Jiangnan, you are too generous. With this, he was assured of securing the top headline for 3 minutes, which would undoubtedly draw significant attention and popularity. Furthermore, the 1 million livestream coins and gifts propelled Hu Yang's livestream to the top 3 positions nationwide, with the charming Miss Yi Fan from Chongqing still holding the first place. At that moment, the female streamer Yi Fan felt anxious. Brothers, let us maintain our hourly ranking for this hour. We cannot afford to relinquish it again after conceding yesterday. Upon seeing that headline, she felt a slight ache in her teeth. The headline worth 100,000 yuan was something she had attempted, but only managed a few times a year. However, she never anticipated that Jiangnan's 100,000 yuan headline would continue unabated, striking 5 times in succession, leaving the beauty Yi Fan in a state of sheer astonishment. Initially, she assumed that there would be no prominent streamers broadcasting in the morning, so she deliberately rose early to seize the opportunity for the hourly ranking. Little did she know she would encounter Hu Gu, an anomaly among new streamers, who was more audacious than even the established ones. Spending 500,000 was an act deemed utterly reckless in the eyes of the audience. Could Jiangnan have indulged too much? This sum is staggering. 500,000. Truly impressive. The number of viewers in the live stream surged to 200,000 in an instant, continuing to climb, with followers increasing by several thousand, surpassing 60,000. Hu Yang predicted that today's follower count could potentially exceed 70,000, and suddenly, the prospect of reaching 100,000 seemed less daunting. Friends joining, please tap to follow. Thank you. Hu Yang seized the moment to solicit more followers. In his view, 500,000 in gifts paled in comparison to the value of 1 or 2,000 followers. As the second song concluded, Lin Yufei was equally taken aback. 500,000 just like that, an unimaginable generosity. Previously, she had often heard tales from the live streaming industry of individuals spending hundreds of thousands merely to elicit a smile from a female streamer, which she had found a tad exaggerated and unreal. Witnessing it firsthand, however, was a different experience altogether. Perhaps feeling a bit shy, Jiangnan soon gifted her a special present in her live stream as well. Thank you, Brother Jiangnan. I'm truly grateful. Do remember to request songs in the future. I'll even learn those I don't know. Lin Yufei expressed sincerely, though they had only been connected for 10 minutes. The achievements of this brief period far surpassed her arduous efforts over several days. As the time concluded, Hu Yang remarked with a smile, "Thanks to Lin Yufei for her performance. Let's share tea when we have the chance." Reluctantly, Lin Yufei waved goodbye as their connection officially ended. The headline not only garnered immense popularity for Hu Gu, but also significantly increased her own following as the guest. Watching the connection unfold, Boss Yang finally swallowed the tea he had been holding in his mouth. Even as a boss, he was momentarily taken aback. Undoubtedly, the gifts Hu Gu received this month would easily surpass 1 million, allowing the guild to obtain over 100,000. It could be said that with Hu Gu as a streamer, their guild need not fear collapse. Has Hu Ji's studio been decorated? He inquired. Zhuang Fan nodded. It was completed not long ago. The equipment is currently being calibrated. Well, ask Hu Gu when it's time to come by and give it a try. If there are any unsatisfactory aspects, we can make adjustments. Chapter 96. A Lost National Treasure. Unbeknownst to them, the tea gathering had already lasted 3 hours and was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, an elderly gentleman, leaning on a refined cane, unveiled an object wrapped in brocade, a box. In the past, Western gentlemen often carried a finely crafted cane as a symbol of grace and status, complementing their upright posture and formal attire, establishing a quintessential image of Western gentility. During the Republic of China era, some Chinese intellectuals, influenced by Western culture, also adopted the habit of carrying a cane. When the staff arrived in China, it was dubbed the civilization stick. Over the years, he has acquired numerous cultural relics that had drifted abroad. He is well aware of his own circumstances. His vitality has waned, burdened by numerous ailments. His will is already prepared, bequeathing all his collections to the nation, particularly the national treasure he brought today. We eagerly anticipate the treasures from Mr. Chiao's collection, remarked President Fong with a smile. He held a favorable opinion of this overseas Chinese expatriate, who, over the past 2 to 3 decades, has generously donated over $1 billion to his hometown, aiding in its development. Such a reverence for one's homeland and roots will always command respect. As Mr. Chiao opened the box, many attendees' pupils dilated in astonishment, and Huyang was no exception, involuntarily exclaiming, "My goodness, it is this treasure!" The viewers in the live stream, unable to see, were filled with curiosity about the nature of this treasure. It was unprecedented to witness Hugo lose his composure, and the other experts in attendance were equally stunned. What could possibly elicit such a reaction? Could it be the National Jade Seal? The Yuang Ding? Surely. The Yuang Ding is a jest, being so small as to fit in a box. President Fong's demeanor turned serious as he retrieved the artifact from box, revealing an old, thread-bound book. The cover prominently displayed the characters Yongle de Dian. Yongle de Dian? It was no wonder that the host's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Some audience members suddenly understood, while others, likely children with little exposure to history, questioned why a mere book warranted such excitement. Children, is your homework too light? Quickly, go to your assignments. The Yongle de Dian is a monumental masterpiece of ancient China. It has long been thought to be destroyed, and the revelation of its survival is indeed fortuitous. Those who have studied history are aware that the Yongle de Dian is an unparalleled compendium of Chinese classical literature, reportedly containing over 300 million characters and more than 10,000 volumes, encompassing 7,000 to 8,000 types of text from antiquity to the present, showcasing the brilliant achievements of ancient Chinese science and culture. It can proudly be regarded as the largest encyclopedia in world history. However, the whereabouts of the original manuscript remain unknown, with many believing it to have perished in the ravages of war. Aside from the original, there exists a copy. It comprises only over 800 volumes scattered across the globe, making it exceedingly difficult to collect. Observing the cover, attendees noticed a rectangular bookmark affixed to the upper left corner, inscribed with the characters Yongle de Dian, accompanied by fine print indicating the volume number. A frame adhered to the upper right corner of the book cover bore the title of the rhyme category to which this volume belongs, with a note specifying it as the nth volume of that category. President Fong opened the cover, revealing pages made of thick, pristine bark paper, which emitted a faint, pleasant aroma upon being turned, demonstrating exquisite craftsmanship. The entire compendium was penned in vermilion and black ink. The vermilion ink was primarily used for delineating margins and recording the authors and titles of reference works, while the black ink was employed for titles, volume numbers, rhyme categories, and so forth. Isn't this volume housed in a museum? Someone recognized it and questioned aloud. Huyang couldn't help but interject. That is a copy. This is the original, quite different. The revelation of the original manuscript startled many in attendance. The original still exists? Moreover, it appears to have been preserved quite well. President Fong nodded. This is the original. I never anticipated it. Truly unexpected, Mr. Chiao. How did you come upon it? After such a long search, many of us have even given up, with no leads whatsoever. Not only domestically, but internationally as well, various channels were pursued, yet all that surfaced were copies. The original remained elusive. When I first visited, the elder of the family was quite considerate towards me. At that time, Mr. Chiao shared many insights, and no one interrupted. Even the live streaming room fell into a hush, as several viewers clenched their fists in anticipation. He speculated that the ancestor of the elder must have been a high-ranking official during the Ming dynasty to have access to such a national treasure. Initially, he had intended to hand it over to the state, but due to personal sentiments of nostalgia towards the elder, he chose to keep it in his possession. Regarding the incident in Southeast Asia, the state was unable to act overtly at that time and had to resort to covert operations. Beneath the tall box lay a letter, which Mr. Chiao trembled to pick up and handed to President Fong. Upon opening it, President Fong discovered it contained vital information, such as the whereabouts of the Yongle Encyclopedia. The political climate at the time was tumultuous, with the regime on the brink of collapse, and numerous high officials had safeguarded copies of the Yongle Encyclopedia. Therefore, to locate the original, one would need to trace the descendants of those officials. Of course, given the passage of time, it is likely that many have deteriorated. This letter is of immense significance to the nation. I shall promptly contact Minister Fong and Old Liu, President Fong declared. Minister Fong is the Deputy Minister of the Cultural Department, specifically responsible for cultural relics, making him one of the highest officials in this domain. Old Liu, On the other hand, is the director of the Palace Museum and also the president of the National Antiquities Association. The emergence of the Yongle Encyclopedia in the present day is a matter of great importance that cannot be taken lightly. Chapter 97. The platform's reaction. The viewers in the live stream felt exceptionally fortunate to witness the re-emergence of a national treasure firsthand. Not only did Hu Yang's streaming room erupt in excitement, but the entire platform buzzed with discussions about this event, with other streaming rooms also chiming in to join the spectacle. Such a grand occurrence was bound to capture the platform's attention. Following a swift deliberation, they promptly responded, featuring a recommendation on the homepage with a rather striking title. Lost National Treasure reappears in the live stream. Operator Xiao Chun was the first to receive the news, as he was responsible for Hu Yang's streaming room. Any arrangements by the platform were first communicated to the guild. This is a great opportunity. Keep a close watch on Hu Ji's streaming room and ensure nothing goes awry, Boss Yang instructed. The homepage recommendation from the platform is indeed a rare treasure. Securing such a spot is no easy feat, especially for a banner-style recommendation, which would typically cost upwards of 80 to 100,000 for a day's display. No one anticipated that Hu Ji's streaming room would gain such rapid popularity, completely disrupting the guild's plans. However, this is all fortuitous, benefiting both Hu Yang and their guild immensely. In fact, the platform's actions are quite understandable. After all, this type of live stream promotes positive energy, which the platform is surely inclined to support. Furthermore, the allure of a lost national treasure resurfacing is something the platform knows how to leverage effectively. In society, sensational news often stirs public interest, yet many platforms remain oblivious to the potential they possess, boasting excessively about their company's longevity. It is foreseeable that such news will rapidly circulate throughout the online realm, and trending topics are undoubtedly a certainty. At this juncture, associating with their platform's name would serve as the most splendid advertisement, an impact that millions could scarcely achieve. Thus, this recommendation platform willingly offers its services for free. By executing a few strategic maneuvers, we can effortlessly enhance our platform's reputation. Moreover, as for the streamer, we shall continue to promote them extensively. The government currently advocates the positive energy of online broadcast culture. A vice president at the platform remarked that during a recent conference in the capital, a director emphasized the need to regulate the live streaming industry, enforcing zero tolerance towards unhealthy content. Their platform is deemed a green platform, having received accolades from the government over the past 2 years. Today, discovering a live stream dedicated to promoting traditional domestic culture warrants substantial support from the platform. Let us negotiate with the streamer. We intend to elevate him as a model representative, seeking his cooperation. By the way, what is his current contract status? After pondering for a moment, the vice president noted the scarcity of individuals engaging in traditional cultural streams within the entire live streaming industry. While there are indeed a handful of platforms focusing on handicraft streams, they are few and far between. There are virtually none like Hu Yang, who can draw significant attention. In truth, following the last meeting, the higher-ups had resolved to establish an additional segment for traditional culture live streams. However, due to the dearth of talent in this area, launching such a segment would appear rather meager, which is why it remains merely a plan at present. Undoubtedly, this Mr. Hu represents a valuable asset in this regard. After all, the platform must support someone, it matters not whom, as long as they can rise and benefit the platform. Resources are readily available. Vice President Chun, however, expressed concern that once this streamer gains fame, he may choose to switch platforms, thus redirecting his attention to the contract. The recently signed contract is classified as Type A. For a newcomer, this contract is considered quite favorable. A higher tier would categorize it as an artist contract, which entails a signing fee but comes with time restrictions, either 3 years or a specified duration in which the individual may only live stream on their platform. The Type A contract lacks reliability, and we must find a way to secure a commitment of over 3 years, potentially offering a signing fee of under 500,000. The staff appeared somewhat troubled, hesitating before revealing the truth. Vice President Chun, this may pose some difficulty. This streamer does not live stream for monetary gain. He is financially secure and likely would not sign a contract binding him for more than 3 years for 500,000. In fact, he wished to convey to this somewhat presumptuous vice president that in merely the past 10 days of live streaming, the gifts received amounted to several 100,000. To put it bluntly, should he desire, he could potentially purchase the entire platform. Vice President Chun furrowed his brow. Realizing he had not considered the familial background of the streamer, known as Hu, he instinctively believed that live streaming was solely for profit. The only individual on their platform who streamed purely for enjoyment, spending millions to elevate herself into a prominent position, was Lugia. Now, it seems they have encountered another anomaly, someone who does not live stream for monetary reasons, which complicates matters. Is he a wealthy heir? He inquired. The subordinate smiled wryly, remarking that even if he were not a second-generation wealthy individual, the recent live broadcast had allowed him to profit by more than 10 million, rendering a mere few hundred thousand insignificant. Vice President Chun's eyes widened in astonishment at the mention of such a sum. Over the course of less than 10 days, their platform had likely generated just over 10 million in revenue. In truth, as long as they conveyed sincerity, he should not consider switching platforms. After all, he was indifferent to income. Satisfactory promotional resources would suffice. A staff member analyzed. With a clear path laid out, Vice President Chun nodded in agreement and said, "Please communicate this well to him. Our platform will provide robust support, and promotional resources will certainly be no issue." Xiao Chun from the guild was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly seeking out the boss. "Boss, the platform intends to prominently support Hugo, and soon a new section dedicated to traditional culture live broadcasts will be launched, with Hugo positioned as the king of this segment." Xiao Chun spoke in a somewhat disordered manner, yet the general idea was clear. The platform was preparing to establish a new section. Hugo had the capability, and they aimed to elevate him as the top figure in this new domain. "This is excellent news. I should have a conversation with Hugo." Boss Yang thought it prudent to foster a closer relationship with Hu Yang, perhaps through dining together, lest they struggle to retain talent due to their smaller stature. He was aware that many large guilds have been lamenting their missed opportunity with Hugo over the past couple of days. Some guild managers even called, inquiring about Hugo's rates, willing to pay a premium to lure him away, with one guild offering as much as 2 million. It is worth noting that their guild's registered capital was only a few million. Hu Yang remained unaware of these developments, yet he was elated to see his followers surge to 80,000. For now, the number of followers was his primary concern. The tea gathering concluded amidst astonishment, with many engaging in discussions, all sporting expressions of pride at having witnessed such a national treasure in their lifetime. Far away in the capital, Minister Fong and his team received the news and promptly declared their intent to travel south with a team of experts to verify the authenticity of the national treasure. Chapter 98, New Mission. Seizing the moment of skyrocketing popularity, Hu Yang announced, "The long-lost national treasure has emerged. Let us host a wave of giveaways." This time, they would distribute red envelopes, and the fortunate winners could add Hua Zai's WeChat, wherein he would transfer 1,000 yuan to each winner. Given the large audience, they set the number of winners to 10. The conditions for participation were straightforward. First, follow the channel, as is customary. Second, send the message Yongla Dadayan in the public chat. The promise of real money further ignited enthusiasm among the audience. The live chat erupted with excitement, as 1,000 yuan was no trivial amount. The host indeed showcased his wealth, offering 10,000 yuan to share the joy. In truth, Hu Yang's primary objective was to surpass 90,000 followers, utilizing this giveaway to propel him past the 100,000 mark and upgrade his treasure-seeking vision. Currently, the live stream boasted over 600,000 viewers, a rare opportunity indeed, coinciding perfectly with the revelation of the long-lost national treasure and the generous outpouring from Jiangnan, creating an ideal confluence of timing, location, and human connection. As expected, followers surged dramatically, increasing by 500 every 10 seconds. Clearly, the allure of the 1,000 yuan prize was significant for the audience, despite the knowledge of the exceedingly slim odds of winning. With hundreds of thousands participating and only a handful emerging victorious, one cannot help but wonder, what if? Who can truly predict? In a mountainous region of Guizhou, Xiaoming clutched his sister's phone, his gaze fixed intently on the live-streamed lottery box, counting down 3, 2, 1. With a click, a magnificent burst of fireworks erupted on the screen, followed by a notification in bold red letters declaring his victory. Xiaoming erupted into gleeful shouts, racing off to find his sister. As a primary school student without a phone or WeChat of his own, he relied on her assistance to claim the prize of 1,000 yuan. The live stream had initially been his sister's entertainment, but she had stepped away to wash the dishes, leaving him to take over. Hearing the announcement of a lottery, he decided to give it a try. Never expecting to strike such fortune, 1,000 yuan. It was uncertain whether his entire year's allowance even reached 500. What? Yuan? The girl, freshly done with her chores, wore a look of disbelief. "See for yourself. 1,000 yuan is mine." Xiao Ming feared that his domineering sister might claim the money for herself. After all, 1,000 yuan could entice even an adult with its ability to purchase many desirable items. After a moment of scrutiny, she confirmed that he indeed had one. Ignoring her brother's protests, she promptly added the host on WeChat. She had stumbled upon this charming broadcaster the previous day, finding the content quite engaging. Not to mention the host's handsome visage. Before long, she received a transfer of 1,000 yuan from Huazai, leaving her in a state of ecstatic disbelief. "Give it to me," Xiao Ming said, feeling a sense of foreboding. The sister pondered for a moment, feeling it appropriate to offer a token of gratitude for the effort involved. Thus, she retrieved her adorable crayon Shinchan wallet, revealing a 50 yuan note, 2 20 yuan notes, 4 10 yuan notes, and several 1 yuan coins. After deliberation, she reluctantly extracted a 20. "I'll have to save some." Xiao Ming cast a glance at the wallet. Feeling disheartened, the total was only about 100 yuan, and it was unlikely that his sister would part with it all. To his astonishment, she proved to be quite stingy, offering him merely a 20. "Huang Xiaolan," Xiao Ming exclaimed in frustration. The girl shot him a sharp look. "If you don't want it, then forget it." Those who received the money rejoiced, while many in the comments section showered compliments, expressing regret for their own losses. Hu Yang, too, felt a tinge of disappointment. With 97,000 followers, he was just 3,000 short of his goal. Was another lottery necessary? He pondered how to approach it without sounding contrived. Headache ensued. At that moment, the supportive deity Jiang Nan chimed in. "To celebrate today, I am also offering a wave of benefits, 10 of the latest Huawei phones, with the same conditions as before." The newest model was rumored to be priced at 7 or 8,000 yuan each. 10 units could total 70 or 80,000. Truly, such wealth was impressive. And a good mood often leads to extravagant spending. This lavish display captivated everyone, not just the players but also the hosts, who eagerly clicked to follow and flooded the comments with excitement, eagerly awaiting the draw. As a result, Hu Yang successfully completed his goal of 100,000 followers. The long-awaited notification from the system rang out, congratulating him on achieving his follower milestone and successfully upgrading to an intermediate treasure-seeking eye. Hu Yang closed his eyes, savoring the moment of transformation within them. It was not merely a change in vision. It felt as though a drop of invigorating essence had awakened his mind considerably. Subsequently, 2 new tasks from the system emerged. First, to increase his follower count by an additional 100,000, which would grant him a basic form of clairvoyance. Second, achieving 1,000,000 followers would upgrade his treasure-seeking vision to an advanced level. Well then, although the system seemed somewhat simplistic, it was still quite effective. Even introducing the concept of clairvoyance. Upgrading to the advanced treasure-seeking vision appeared to be a daunting task, so for now, he would focus on mastering the basic clairvoyance. However, he pondered the purpose of this newfound ability. Surely it could not be used for the nefarious act of spying on women. That would be too wicked. Hu Yang mused. It seems the system has a rather mischievous side. He expressed gratitude to everyone, mentioning that such activities would become more frequent in the future. He hoped that the audience would engage not merely for the sake of prizes, but also to appreciate the traditional culture of their country through his broadcasts. He concluded the live session, encouraging those who had yet to dine to go eat, promising to reconvene at a similar hour the next day. Yet, many expressed disappointment for having missed the earlier prize draws. Suddenly, Xin, who was also live-streaming, leaped up, startling her brothers at home. What was she up to? Was she losing her composure? Xin was an experienced streamer, having been in the game for over 2 years, managing to sustain herself. However, after more than 3 hours of streaming that day, she had yet to earn 50 yuan, which left her quite disheartened. Witnessing a male streamer, who had only been broadcasting for a mere 10 days, achieving significant success with a lucrative following made her envious. He had already reached a 7th crown, while she, after 2 years, had only managed 6. To ascend to the 7th crown would require 4 to 5 million streaming coins, making the journey seem endlessly distant. Seeing the host conduct a prize draw, she eagerly participated in a 1,000 yuan giveaway, but alas, she did not win. Although she was mentally prepared for the outcome, the disappointment lingered, the pain of missing out on 1,000 yuan. Who could truly comprehend it? To her surprise, a wealthy individual from Jiangnan announced another giveaway, this time offering a more enticing prize, a smartphone worth 7 to 8,000 yuan. Brothers, I just want a phone in Huji's live stream. I am overjoyed. She shared her excitement. After the broadcast, Huazai informed Hu Yang about some arrangements from the platform and the guild. A new section? Traditional culture? That sounds splendid. Hu Yang nodded in agreement, expressing his support for the platform's decision, which he found quite promising. Currently, The most popular streaming categories included singing, dancing, quirky chatting, and gaming. The outdoor and soon-to-be-launched traditional culture section was relatively niche, with few hosts venturing into it. Huazai rolled his eyes, thinking, but that is not the main point. The crux of the matter is that the platform and the guild have decided to elevate you as the leading figure of this new section. Shouldn't you feel excited? Moving forward, we will have at least one feature on the homepage each month, and once the new section is established, every time we stream, we will surely be showcased prominently on its page. Huazai emphasized the important details. Sound great. Indeed, having a guild is not a bad thing at all. They will handle all these trivial matters efficiently. Huazai found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat disheartened by Hu Ji's nonchalant response, which dampened his enthusiasm as an eager young man. In truth, it is often the case that live streaming occurs for only half a day, perhaps a morning or an afternoon, rather than for the entirety of the day. Thus, Huazai's job cannot be deemed arduous. The matter regarding the lost national treasure, the Yongle Encyclopedia, continues to unfold, yet Hu Yang has not maintained his focus on it. In the afternoon, Zhang Yihua, a friend of Hu Yang, invited him out for karaoke, having already booked a private room. Hu Yang found it peculiar. Shouldn't this fellow be at work? Upon further inquiry, he discovered that Zhang had resigned, intending to transition to another company alongside his department head. Learning that Hu Yang possessed not only a house and a car in the city, but could also lend several million to friends for purchasing homes. And noting that he was quite an attractive man, one could hardly remain indifferent. You don't even have to work? Hu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Old Zhang has quit, and my company, along with Shanshan S, is on holiday today. They are with the same company, and due to some issues, nearly the entire staff is on leave. Came a response. Hu Yang nodded at Lu Shan, acknowledging her presence before sitting down and asking, Old Zhang, what is your situation? Planning to pursue that path? Zhang Yihua offered a wry smile. I appreciate your concern, but I feel utterly lost when it comes to working with you. I wouldn't be of much help. Hu Yang remained silent for a moment, contemplating and gradually grasping the underlying concerns of his friend, choosing not to expose them. After a lengthy silence, Hu Yang finally realized and turned to Xiao Hui and the others, exclaiming, Are you all going to sing? This is so dull. Have you ordered anything? What do you want to eat? We've already ordered. Today, I promised a treat, so do not sneakily settle the bill. Zhang Yihua reminded him. Such trivial matters were not worth contesting for Hu Yang, who simply nodded and then inquired, Tell me about your upcoming plans. Xiao Hui and the other two began singing some popular songs, maintaining a quieter atmosphere that wouldn't disrupt the conversation between Zhang Yihua and Hu Yang. On the surface, they were singing, yet they were also eavesdropping on the two men's dialogue. Men exude their most captivating charm when discussing their careers. Observing Hu Yang's earnest attentiveness, Lu Shan felt a flutter of emotions. After listening, Hu Yang concluded that old Zhang's current trajectory seemed rather lacking in prospects. The department head was leading a group of individuals to another company, likely to reap considerable benefits for himself, but for those at the lower levels like old Zhang, it appeared to offer little advantage. In that case, wouldn't it be better to gather a group and start your own company? Hu Yang suggested. At this remark, the singing ceased, and all three turned their attention to Hu Yang. Zhang Yihua appeared speechless, taking a moment before responding. Everyone knows that starting a company is a good idea, but where does the capital come from? My department head has been working for so many years, buying a house and a car, and hardly anything remains, let alone for others. How much funding is needed? Hu Yang inquired. It's hard to say. In ventures like this, the more capital, the better. However, in our industry, if you truly want to go solo, you can start with 1 or 2 million. It just means operating on a smaller scale. Do you believe there is potential in your field? Zhang Yihua pondered for a moment and nodded. I believe the prospects are promising, especially with the resources accumulated by our department head. Even if we go solo, we could still turn a profit. Just like this project, which could have earned the company over 3 million, but regrettably, it was snatched away. Then it seems prudent to venture out on your own. I possess a modest sum of spare funds, which I can lend to you for the time being. After all, you can repay me once you have earned a profit. What matters most is whether you have the confidence to undertake this venture. Consider investing in yourself as a business owner, enlisting your superior to gather a team to assist you, allowing a portion of shares to be allocated to your superior. Hu Yang offered this suggestion. Since this individual is unwilling to collaborate, the least he can do is lend a helping hand. Otherwise, the repayment for the house alone remains an indeterminate burden. Zhang Yihua and the other two were taken aback, clearly unprepared for Hu Yang's proposition. Moreover, borrowing funds? The amount is already in the millions. Zhang Yihua felt a tremor of anxiety. Borrowing such a hefty sum places immense pressure on him, even if Hu Yang does not demand immediate repayment. He struggled to comprehend the extent of Hu Yang's wealth, as it seemed he could never exhaust his resources. Having just lent him money for a house, he has now acquired a luxury vehicle and still possesses surplus funds to establish a company. It would be disingenuous for Zhang Yihua not to feel moved by such generosity. Old Hu, is this really appropriate? Zhang Yihua hesitated. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui felt a surge of anticipation. What woman wouldn't aspire to be a businesswoman? The house purchase had already granted her considerable prestige among her social circle. If she were to start a company, it would undoubtedly incite envy among former classmates. Take some time to reflect on this. Think about it. If you continue to work for your superior, when will you ever rise to prominence? What are you truly worried about? As long as you can generate profit, it is undoubtedly preferable to remaining in the employ of others. Your current capabilities may be limited, so partnering with your superior is essential. You can provide the capital while your superior contributes their network, allowing everyone to profit together. I firmly believe your superior will not hesitate. Hu Yang was confident. Opportunities to acquire shares and influence decisions within the company are hard to resist. Old Zhang, why not discuss this with your superior? Xiao Hui suggested, unable to contain herself. Lu Shan, still in a state of astonishment, recognized Hu Yang's generosity. She had not anticipated it to this extent and understood that he must come from considerable wealth to be so benevolent. Zhang Yihua's thoughts became a whirlwind. Shaking his head to clear his mind, I need to contemplate this thoroughly. Hu Yang smiled. Very well. Take your time to think it over and let me know once you made a decision. Since we are all together, let us refrain from discussing work. Lu Shan, still puzzled, inquired, Hu Yang, why don't you start your own company? Given your capital, wouldn't it be better for you to be your own boss? Hu Yang shook his head slightly. Running a company is too much trouble. Trouble? Is that truly your only reason? Xiao Hui and the others were left speechless, unable to critique. Children of affluence indeed have a different perspective, finding the very notion of being a business owner burdensome.